Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. It's Kyle Aris once again here, the host of PMWL East, and we are talking to PU from Team Secret. Firstly, thank you for joining me. And the first question I have for you is, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself as well as your role within the team?
All right, so hi guys, I'm PU from Team Secret, and I'm the captain of the team.
First proper question is, how did you get introduced to PUBG Mobile?
So it first started off with my friends and my brother. They got addicted to this game. They started playing this game, and they convinced me to play this game as well. So that's when I tried it out, and yeah, I became one of them.
Which map is your favorite when it comes to competitive play, and why?
Out of 4 maps, I would say Erangel is always gonna be my favorite, because I think that is the most how do I say it? Balanced, like the most maybe balanced map in terms of like you can have long range, short range, you can prone, be a snake, you can be anything in the game, in that map particularly.
Which team would you consider as your biggest rival throughout PMWL coming up?
To me personally, I think that every team that has made it to this stage every team is very strong, but particularly I would say the all-time champion like RLQ, they won a lot of tournaments before. That would be our biggest rivalry.
So you guys had amazing consistency in the Malaysia and Singapore Pro League. A lot of first places, a lot of second places, and even when you weren't on the podium, you'd still placed really, really well. How would you rate your team compared to some of the other PMWL participants?
Compared to other PMWL participants, I would say our team has very good team dynamics in terms of the team atmosphere, and it's just positive vibes. So I would say that is our strength.
What would you say is your favorite drop zone location across any map?
My favorite drop spot across any map. So let's say for Jingi, our favorite for now is Gatka. And for Miramar, it's gonna be Hacienda. For Vikendi, it's gonna be Port Boston. And for Sanhok, probably Camp Charlie. Yeah.
I like Camp Charlie as well. It's nice and it's far enough away for me to get my loot.
Yeah.
Final question then. What is your preferred weapon loadout?
Preferred weapon loadout for me is M4, M416, and AKM or barrel. Yeah, this combination.
All right. Well, thank you very much, PUBG, and good luck in the PMWL East.
Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, it's me, Kyle Aris, the host of PMWL East, and we have Zirvi on the line here to break down some of our interview questions that we've got going on. So, first question to start things off, why don't you introduce yourself and your role within the team?
Hey guys, everyone, this is Naresh Kumar, and my in-game name is SGCB. I am the IGL of the team Synergy, and yeah, I'm the main assaulter also.
How did you first get introduced to PUBG Mobile?
At first, I used to play a different game, Rules of Survival, and then I few gamers there who said me that PUBG Mobile is going to be launched soon, and then they said that it's going to be good, great. But at first, I didn't believe and I didn't download, so I was late into this scenario, and I started playing PUBG Mobile from season 3.
What is your favorite memory related to the game?
My first LAN tournament, which was happened in Hyderabad the last year, the PUBG Mobile India Series 2019, in which I just qualified in my first attempt.
Fantastic. Okay. Which map is your favorite when it comes to competitive play, and why?
I basically like Sanhok and Vikendi both. They both are very my favorites, because Sanhok is just kill, and Vikendi is just the zone keeps on shifting in a particular same way, small. So it's again at the end kill.
Okay, which team would you consider as your biggest rival throughout the PMWL?
BIGETRON.
How would you rate your team compared to the other PMWL participants?
Pretty much tough. The competition is this time pretty much tough, but we are also ready. We are going to give the equal competition to all the teams that are out there.
Great answer. Okay, so what is your favorite drop zone location and why?
Favorite drop location is like Lipovka and Severny in the Erangel, because it's an open area. The surrounding areas, there are no much cities out there, so it's like if a team is coming, it's a direct fight. There won't be any third party or rotation cutting fights. There are no much compounds, or it's an open area. So if we drop there, if we are getting a fight, we'll take the fight. But if we are not getting a fight, there are very less chances that we are going to get a trap outside our drop.
Okay. What is your preferred weapon loadout?
M4 barrel.
Nice and simple. Well, thank you very much, Sivi, and good luck with the PMWL.
Thank you.
Hey, this is Imperium from the PMWL East. Shout out to every single team, player, and talent in the PMWL West. These are all doing an amazing job. But for me, gotta be the one and only, Kenny the Power. They're gonna win. They're gonna come out on top. Let's get it.
Hello guys, my name is Leonardo and my favorite team on PUBG Mobile World League is Loops from Brazil. Go Loops and congratulations Carlinha.
Hey, I am Saeb Banik. I am from West Bengal, India. I support TSM entity. Jonathan, अब तो टपाटप देना ही पड़ेगा.
Hello, my name is Rohit. I am from Nepal and my favorite team is TSM entity. Johnny टपाटप देनेगा.
My name is Muhammad Abdul Rafi. I am from Pakistan and I support freestyle. Hashtag FSOP, hashtag BabaOP, and my favorite player is FS Baba. Love you.
My name is Untitled Chapter and I am supporting Team Freestyle Pakistan in PUBG Mobile World League East. Team Freestyle for the win. Inshallah, Team Freestyle will win.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Hamza from Pakistan. I am supporting my Team Freestyle. Please don't panic. Be confident and focus on chicken dinner. Thank you.
Hi, I am Arif from Malaysia and I support Yudu Gang and Team Secret. Yudu Gang and Team Secret for the win.
Hello, I am Iftekhar. I am from Bangladesh. I support BTR in this PUBG Mobile World League. BTR number 1.
Hi guys, my name is Jayesh Gaikwad. I support Orange Rock. Scout OP. इस बार ट्रॉफी घर ले आना. Orange Rock OP.
Assalamu alaikum, my name is Khizr Hayat. I am from Pakistan and I am supporting my team Freestyle and my favorite player is Scout OP.
Hello guys, my name is Ilir and I come from Kosovo and I support the most aggressive team in the world, that is RRQ Athena. So RRQ, got the crown back.
Oh my friend, I am IBS Suhail and I am supporting Team Freestyle. Rock Team Freestyle, yes!
Hello everyone, my name is Jason Gautam and I am from Nepal and I support Team BIGETRON for this PMWL and my favorite player is BTR Joxy.
Hi, I am Nishant from Ludhiana, Punjab and I support Team Orange Rock. Scout, Mavi, kill, Viru. Go guys, kill it and be the world champion. OROP.
My name is Chaitanya Surudya and my favorite team is TSM entity. Johnny Malum Na, Tapatap Dena, India OP boys.
Hello everyone, my name is Pankaj Sehrawat and I am from New Delhi, India and I support the Indian team Orange Rock. I hope they become the winner of PMWL 2020. Orange Rock Scout OP rocks.
Hello, my name is Rohal Shah and I am from India and I support Orange Rock and I hope India brings the trophy this time. Orange Rock for the win.
Assalamu alaikum. I am from Pakistan and I support Team FS Freestyle for the win.
Hey guys, this is Sadish Roy from India and my favorite team from the tournament PMWL is Orange Rock Esports and my favorite player mostly is Scout and wish that Orange Rock gets the most kills and dominate the tournament as per their abilities and best wishes for them. And I wish that they could take every chicken dinner and they could at least play well to get to the top 16 and win this tournament.
Damaging down goes George. That's a confirmation. Instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go to the engagement. CD scored out. Oh, big shot.
That's right, it's day number 2 of week 2 here for the PMWL East. My name is James Kalaris Carroll, aka KLRS, as we get things done here. We've got 20 teams that are going to be vying for those points to try and qualify onto the Super Weekend. After tomorrow's hiatus, we will be back for said Super Weekend. Now, I'm going to head over to the commentators as it's civil war over here. We've got a northerner, we've got a southerner. Can they coexist? We're about to find out. Well, we found out multiple times, but let's find out again. How are you doing?
let's find out. Let's do it again. We'll do it again every day. I'm happy for it, you know.
Yeah.
I always say, you know, coexistence is futile. So basically what he's saying is that at some point I am just no longer going to be here on the desk, and it will just be John.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. He's gonna
I would be nothing without my co-caster.
Aww, a symbiotic relationship. I like that. Yeah. All right, I'm gone. That's weird. I'll see you in a few for the first games of the day. We've got Avenger, we've got Froz, as well as myself, Kyle Harris. It's Team AFK once again.
Yes.
Back. Sailor is here, ready to go. He's got a little camel on his shirt as well. It's an exciting time. How you doing, Froz?
All good, all good. I don't know.
No, it's fine. Don't worry, Avenger.
I think it's okay you being mean to Frost, but let's make it even, right? Be a little bit mean to me. Like now it's 2 days in a row that you start roasting Frost. Give me on the Super Weekend. You should start with me for sure.
Okay. I'll think of something just for you. Let's take a look at the format here as we have plenty of days down, many days to go. We're in the midst of week 2 right now, so we're not even halfway done here with the PMWL East, as we are on our second day of our first 2 weekdays in week 2, leading into that Super Weekend. Today, we will find out which 4 teams are not going to be qualifying on to that Super Weekend. I think it's going to be different because yesterday we had some of our teams that did not get into our first Super Weekend actually winning things out. Let's take a look at those points that all of these teams are wanting to gather on up here, hoover on up to try and qualify to that Super Weekend. It's 20 points for first place, 11th through 16th, the participation point, the 1 point, and then 1 point per kill for us.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to get the kill points if you don't want to. One of the teams yesterday, you level up. they only got 10 kill points, but I mean, they're still 3rd place.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
they were extremely consistent in terms of placement, but also they had a game or 2 of the games were very slow and very they got complete good placement, but very low kills. One of them was 0, I believe.
Just get the points the way you like to play the game.
Yeah.
As you phrased it, if you don't want the kills, you don't have to get them. Yeah, that is one way to look at it. Let's take a look at the prize pool as well, because plenty of money up for grabs here for the teams in our regular season here so far. And all of the regular season accounts for the 3 Super Weekends. So if you're getting the most points during those 3 Super Weekends, the left-hand side column is what you want to be looking at. First place will be $50,000. And of course, we have a weekly bonus as well if you're able to do well during a specific week. Then our grand finals, 100,000 for first place. That will be the last 4 days of gameplay here for the PMWL East, and of course that will crown our grand champion of East, Froz.
Yeah, it's gonna be the first champion as well for the Pro League itself. I mean, this is season 0, so first one. There's a lot of stake there, a lot of glory.
And also, I really like the format as how it's shaping up with this. The Super Weekends going into that. It's kind of, you have 3 warm-up weekends going into the finals, right? And this is a great way for the teams to kind of train their way and get ready for the league finals.
Yeah, let's take a look back at some of the highlights from yesterday. Of course, as all of these teams were vying for the points once again. BIGETRON always seems to kind of be perpetually in the 2nd place in a lot of the stages that we keep having going down. And they were 2nd yesterday by a 6-point margin.
Yeah, and most of the times we do see Luxy or Suxy on the top, but yesterday was all about Ryzen. Ryzen was the one who got most damage. He healed, took least amount of damage, but also had the longest survival time. So he actually clutched it up for the team yesterday.
Besides that, we saw Freestyle getting some good games, a lot of support coming in from those guys as well, so it's good to see that they were able to make a comeback after not qualifying for the last Super Weekend, and now it really looks like they're able to qualify for this upcoming Super Weekend.
Definitely, starting off with a win yesterday, that was great to see, but after that went a little bit downhill. Hopefully they can bring it back today because it still matters. They need to get some points. It's still not safe yet.
That was the story of Nova Godlike's day yesterday. We saw Silent Sidon being knocked from T1, and then right after it we saw a highlight of Sidon being up and killing Nova Godlike. So it wasn't exactly the easiest of days for them. They're going to have to step things up today if they want to avoid not getting to the Super Weekend.
It's only a few games per day, and it's super easy if you have a first bad game that it just keeps on going down like that, because you just want to make up for it, and you try to make up for it by making a move that you normally don't make, and that might cost you the game, and that's what we saw yesterday. Hopefully they have reset their mindset and they're ready to go for another day today.
A team that had their best day out of the PMWL so far for East is TSM Entity. They had a great day yesterday, Avenger, and it's kind of what we've been hoping and expecting for a team like TSM Entity.
Yeah, and they're able actually to get 22 kills yesterday, so half of their points coming from kills. It's good to see that they're able to do this. They also had a lot of engagement and fights. So we're looking at these tendencies, what what they're trying to shape up like this, and I feel like this is the start for them, and we have a lot of fans and a big community cheering for them as well. So I really hope for them that yesterday was the start and they can continue today.
I gotta tell you something about TSM Entity though.
Yes.
It's looking really good. It's looking really good seeing what they did yesterday, but there's one thing that is bringing them down right now, and it is the splits and how they're actually playing a compound. They should play smaller compounds that they're able to hold themselves and do less of the splits. If they do that, I believe that they're gonna win at least one game today.
We shall see. Let's take a closer look though. BIGETRON Red Aliens is throughout the entirety of the PMWL East, they have been relevant up towards the top, be it first place, second place, etc. And again, I've coined it before, but they are the complete package Avenger. They have been able to show time and time again that every component is a part of the machine and they work it out.
And for all of them to have above 200 damage done per game over average with more than 30 games played is absolutely nuts. Loxy is sitting on this second place right now in terms of most kills. You can see his average kills is very high, and having more than 1.2 all of them average kills per game is absolutely insane. It talks to how much they've been fragging out. They're actually one of the top teams right now in terms of frags.
They also had the most amount of kills yesterday, averaging 7.3 per game. In total, they had 29 kills. I mean, that is really good. Yeah. And they're only second place. They didn't get a win, which is kind of odd. It's not often we don't see them get a win on a day.
Yesterday, 29. The second place in terms of kills was 25, so they're quite far ahead already with that. So we expect them to continue fragging out. We were a bit surprised that RRQ did not manage to frag out as hard as they usually do, but I'm definitely sure that they're going to be able to get back to that as well.
I mean, go on.
It's kind of scary with BIGETRON. Like, no matter how good or bad they do, they're so consistent. They're so much on the top all the time. Like, even if they had a bad game, they know the next game we'll just make up for it. We're going to grab a lot of points.
Well, that's the interesting thing about their previous days worth of games, right? You've got a 7th place, 6th place, 3rd place, 10th place, but in 3 of those 4 games, they had big kill counts. It might not be the most spectacular placement ever, but they're playing what I feel is the RRQ strat. So even if we got early, we're still going to get a lot of kills with it.
You know what? That's what I really love, because you can see that they're adapting to what circles are served for them. You can see if they're getting some real WoW circles, they will go full macro, they'll play edge, and if they're getting some circles where they're able to frag out and actually play aggressively, they start playing aggressively. They start fragging out into that. So I really like the adaptive playstyle.
Talking about BIGETRON and macro, they have the best macro in the game. They know the rotation so good. It's actually insane. If you look at them, when it gets into a hardship, for example, we see a lot of teams, they're trying to go around, go to the other side. BIGETRON, on the other hand, they already scouted ahead. They know, okay, we're just going to head straight in there and we're going to go to the center.
Let's take a shift here for a moment and focus on GXR Celts, because we have said that they are consistently consistent, and Ultron yesterday was able to really stand out for them as one of the key players of the day, I want to say, actually. Even though they got themselves, it's like a 12th place throughout the day, Ultron kept showing up throughout the last couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, we don't talk too much about Ultron, but after yesterday, I think we have to, because he's no longer in the shadow of the other players. He's the one on the top right now. We saw him yesterday on the top playlist as well, and of course currently he's sitting on 6th place in total damage done throughout the season so far.
And also he's sitting on a real good spot. He's on 4th right now for knockouts. So he's 56 knockouts with 1.6 knockouts per game with more than 30 games played, guys. That is absolutely impressive.
I think the crazy thing about yesterday is that even though, again, across the board from yesterday, they got themselves a 12th place, Ultron having jumped up as much as he did in all of these standings is just a stellar performance by him, even just individually. Of course, you're being enabled by the rest of your team. But watching Ultron yesterday was a treat.
Yeah, I mean, it was a treat yesterday, and hopefully it's going to be even better today, because them sitting on 12th place, that's not the GXR Celts we know.
That's not the consistent team we know, at least. I'm sure they're going to be starting to kind of fire that up again. It's 4 games, so I'm sure we're going to see some more good stuff from them today, and I'm sure they're going to qualify for the Super Weekend.
And speaking of qualifying for the Super Weekend here, let's take a look at 2 teams that last week did not qualify for the Super Weekend. However, yesterday they were able to really ramp things up to qualify for the next coming Super Weekend. Level Up and Freestyle so far have really put themselves in a strong position, and it's great to see from week to week the adaptation and the kind of perseverance of teams that didn't get there prior, but now are really hungry to get themselves to the Super Weekend and get points on the board.
I mean, seeing you level up, coming from not qualifying to Super Weekend to actually taking a third place after the first day here, I'm just amazed. Also, of course, Freestyle playing so well. We saw him in the first game getting the chicken dinner. In the second game there on Sanhok, we saw him towards Camp Alpha. Yeah, where they almost clutched it as well. They got himself a 5th place. I mean, it's just amazing to see.
Yeah, and Freestyle, they might be sitting in 9th right now. It doesn't sound like much, but they're 2 points away from 3rd place. We're talking an extremely close leaderboard today. And basically anyone at this point can still make it into the Super Weekend by having some good qualifying games today.
It's still anybody's game, man. I mean, both of these teams, sure, they did really good yesterday, but even though You Level Up is on 3rd place and Freestyle is on 9th place, it's only 2 points apart from both of them.
Yeah, and I know that for Freestyle, there's a lot of fan support for them as well from Pakistan. The pride of Pakistan here looking to represent, and You Level Up likewise. Speaking to Shah-Jin about his kind of progression from the previous week to this one, they know what they did wrong, it feels like, in that first week, and then coming into the second one, they fixed a lot of stuff.
I mean, if you're able to, you know, sit out and say, we're going to be watching all these games here in the Super Weekend, the amount of hunger for... Yeah, we can do all jigging into jokes, but the amount of hunger to play again and to get started will push you to a state of preparation, right? You're going to be prepping way harder than everybody else, and you're going to be so ready for this. And that really showed yesterday. Yes, they did have a game where they were able to scout a combat really well, but I will say, like, you also have to be in a position to scout. You have to be able to get there, and they managed to get that win pretty easily. And from that, we saw some good rotations on Sanhok. We saw them get into Camp Alpha in a really good position as well, and they could very well have taken that win as well. So I'm hoping for Freestyle to continue this, because I'm looking forward to the support from the guys and the fans in the Super Weekend, because I'm sure they're going to make it.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's going to be a lot of support, and I already know from yesterday because about hundreds of them messaged me saying we support Pakistan and going for it. So yeah, we know you're all out there, so thank you very much for that as well. Let's take a look at our top 10 when it comes to damage done here throughout all of this as well. And we already mentioned that Ultron has risen up yesterday so far against this. It's a lot of the familiar names poking in here, but names like Martin and Godless do stand out as teams that didn't quite get themselves in the best position team-wise, but have done so much for them.
Yeah, and Martin was one of the top damage dealers yesterday. Most of it actually came from the last game itself.
True.
And it wasn't only him, of course. It was Arm Joan as well. Both of them was just going nuts in the last game. They're getting himself 15 kills in total for the team, and a chicken dinner, of course.
And that's fair to say, actually, when it comes to Valdus, the murder, because they actually are 1st place right now after yesterday with 58 points accrued through all of that. And again, it's another one of those teams that we know can make that happen. And yesterday they did very well for us.
Yeah, they did very well, but I mean, they kind of already qualified themselves.
Yeah.
So they can take it pretty easy today, just chill out. I mean, take it a little bit easy, don't stress out too much. It doesn't matter if someone makes a mistake, forget about that. It's all about focusing on the Super Weekend for them.
All right, let's dive on in to some of the highlights here and kind of break one of them down. Who's got this one?
I got this one.
It's Frost.
All right, we're going to be looking into one of the Sanhok games, of course, because we have 3 of them coming in here today. But I want to dive into game number 4 here. And this is the last fight.
This is a nice angle.
As we can see here, it's You Level Up versus Reject Scarlet. And You Level Up only has 3 players up, while Reject Scarlet has 4 players up. You Level Up currently have the next circle on top of them, so they know we can just stay passive. Reject Scarlet needs to push us. And right now, look at how they're holding this. There is 2 angles where Reject Scarlet can basically come in and attack them from. And if you look at how they're holding this, Hyoshan, he's holding this one. And then you have Mao holding this circle. And Shah-Jin, he can basically help on whichever front is needed.
Right.
And they're basically just waiting for Reject Scarlet to push them with this crossfire here and let Reject Scarlet make the mistake instead. And we're going to see here, there's going to be some nades coming out, which is the dangerous part for both Shah-Jin and Mao sitting out in the open. But you can see they're taking a little bit of damage. The zone is pushing in. Reject Scarlet is going to be pushing here. But also that you can see here, there's a few ways they Reject Scarlet can push in, of course. They can come in from there, basically like that. Okay, that was a
Don't know if that one's...
like
Try that again. Yeah.
But basically, these are the only ways they can come in. So they know that they only need to hold this crossfire right now and wait until they get the upper hand against Regiscar. Mao getting the first knock there on Sarah, good hold. But then we see they keep on making sure that Regiscar can't get the revive here. They're making sure to keep on pushing and making damage. Xiaojin getting a knock there. And that straight away goes where the first one knocked, where Sarah was knocked, putting the pressure. But also, look at this. Drelo is now super low. He was just full HP.
Yeah.
So even though Xiaojin went around there, didn't get the knock, he managed to get all that damage done, which is also a key part for when we see Huo-chan coming in here in the end, getting web there first, and then just keep on pushing.
Nice.
Keep on putting pressure on your enemies. Don't let them take control over the situation. And you have the circle. The other team needs to push you. And they're just waiting for that team to make the mistake. It's such a smart play.
I feel like in a small area like that as well, communication of the people that are downed, like them feeding you information as well, Martin, is very important to know where the last target is and how he's doing as well.
It's so crucial. But for me here, like, this is just a perfect execution of how to win a 3 versus 4. Like, you're setting up a two-sided trap. You're winning your 2 first engagements. You're winning those, and to plan this in such a short amount of time, while like hearing you know, sound cues and all this, it's just so impressive for them to turn this around and win this game.
Overall ranking time. Let's check in with what happened yesterday and see how it's going to potentially affect today. Right now, up towards number 1, it is Valdez.
Valdez? Oh, sorry. No. The mother.
Perfect. Jeez, Frost, come on. We've got second place there, BIGETRON Red Aliens with 52 points. You Level Up and Freestyle are 2 of the teams that got themselves chicken dinners yesterday after, as we mentioned prior, did not qualify for our previous Super Weekend. So they're in a great spot, Avenger, to qualify and then start getting those points towards the final.
It's looking good. And I was talking about yesterday, I'm kind of expecting 2 teams, and right now we have 2 teams, Freestyle and You Level Up. It's good to see them in there. I'm curious to who is not going to be qualifying from the, you know, the guys that are in the last Super Weekend, and that's going to be extremely exciting to follow throughout today.
Here's who's in the danger zone right now. It's Team IND, King of Gamers Club, Box Gaming, and Nova Godlike, who apparently don't even have a number, according to this.
I'll tell you this, though. Currently, for this season so far, average kills with a win, it's 11 kills according to John.
Right.
So meaning that if Box Gaming if they get himself the first chicken dinner with 11 kills, which is the average, they will be in top 5.
Yeah. Right. That better be right, John. Just saying, that better be right. He's giving us a nod. Let's take a look at the schedule. The big thumbs up. Let's take a look at that schedule. We have Sanhok here, as we have 3 of them. John's giving me the shake of the head this time. And then we'll have 2 Erangels throughout the day as well. You can also see which groups are going to be sitting at. Will be E, D, C, B, A, in that order. So good job. Wow, thank you. Brilliant. We're heading over to the commentary team here for our first game of the day. It's Xander and John. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Kalaris, and the rest of the AFK desk squad. It's going to be real exciting. We've got some magic fingers going on.
Yeah, I feel the magic, I feel the love from those guys.
Absolutely.
You love to see it.
Yeah, a lot of love going around today. We're going to be heading into Sanhok for another game, another day, and to decide which teams are going to be going forward to the Super Weekend. That's the crucial point of today, Blank, is who are going to be in those bottom 4 spots.
I mean, we'll talk about yesterday. Today is really important. You only get 2 days of league play. It's less forgiving than the Super Weekend, where you've got 3 days to accrue those points. Make sure that you're towards the top, so you're getting the big bucks to make sure you get towards that league finals. But league play, it's intense, it's fast. You've got to make sure those games count for yourselves. And again, today is free Sanhoks. So again, we've got 3 of those unpredictable maps here. This is where things can change the most, in my opinion, in terms of out of the weeks. The Sanhok week itself, the Jungle Fever, you know, this is where things start to make a little bit of a difference.
A Northern Plane will send over the top. BIGETRON obviously liking to split loot, as we talked about yesterday, between the shores on the northern side, Hatin, and just over the other way. It looks like they've opted to go a little bit further south. The circle pops, and it out west.
Honestly, I am sick of this circle, and I'm sure all the players are as well. Dropping directly on top of the confluence of the rivers is just horrendous, because now we have basically a 33% chance of going over the northwest, southwest, or to the East Island. And really, you kind of just have to make a gamble in this situation. You don't have too much choice. On the screen, though, it is Morph. Currently fighting out versus No Chance Team. No Chance Team, they've not been having a too great of a time here in boot camp. Oftentimes they will get a knock early on, but really they just spend a lot of time just chilling here, making not sure too much happens for them. But I don't think they've had the better of the other team within boot camp as of yet.
This is the thing, Blank. It's crazy that at this stage in the tournament, we're seeing two teams vying for boot camp, and not only that, there's a third not in the lobby who actually drops here as well. So the fact that no one's actually decided who gets boot camp is kind of weird to me, right? Like it's normally at this stage where you start to see it figured out. And obviously during Sanhok week, these guys have already played 2 Sanhok drops. Sanhok drops, sorry. And they're going for the Sanhok drop.
Yes, John, they're going for the Sanhok drop here over in boot camp, and we're seeing it time and again. I'm a big fan of it. You know, I love to see it. We love to see these early game fights. A lot of times we do see teams playing very, very cautiously, actually, here on Sanhok at the beginning, but we're constantly getting this battle for the buildings in the middle of the map. Right now, No Chance team have a really good spot, though, in terms of where they have players positioned. You've got KOS here just on the off angle. Rensky looking for him, but you've got a lot of Overwatch positions coming out from No Chance team as well. So they have a pretty good bead on exactly where Morph team is. KOS will have definitely heard all of these footsteps, so he knows at least there's 2 players, maybe 3 in this vicinity. Has is actually dropping out a grenade. There's another one from Mercy too.
Just looking for these shots, but he's really, really close range here, Blank, and that's what you've sort of been talking about in this scuffle that's yet to break out, really.
There's so much information being brought across from this one player. His pink outfit will immediately give him away as soon as they jump out that window. But this is a really nice little spot that KOS has tucked himself in for in terms of intel gathering, and they will be able to reposition nice and early.
A little bit of a sneaky snake, a spy around the edge. Trying to gather that info, as you say, and tuck it away to the rest of his team. Morph don't seem to want to push against this. I mean, they've been hot dropping on boot camp a couple of times. So they are aware of how these things go, and in fact that it's a disadvantage potentially for a lot of these fights to pop off early for them. And if you are Morph, then you do want to be pushing out of the danger zone, because at the moment you're sat in 16th at 24 points, Blank, tied up with Synergy, and actually, sorry, they are in 16th, so they're right on the edge of elimination out of this Super Weekend coming.
And similarly, No Chance team, who has had pretty much, they've got to this location each time. They're towards 14th, so both of these teams, you could say that this actual fight in boot camp is really important for both these guys, because they want to stay within that 16 place range, so they make it into the Super Weekend itself. So really, with 3 games today of Sanhok, there's going to be a hotly contested zone, and you might think to yourself, you know, whoever wins boot camp here will go on to lay claim to it in the next couple of maps, purely because I don't think the other team will want to keep challenging this, especially when the precarious position they're currently in.
Precarious indeed. We'll see if they're able to make it happen. But the circle really not going to push too many people out from the east. Let's take a look at the teams who are currently not in the circle. You've got, I think that's 3 squads total. Box Gaming. You've got Box Gaming up in the northeast near Mong Nai, split with Camp Bravo as well. They've got no one really threatening them, so why not go for a wide split? You do Gank down on the southeast, just out to the west of Kampong, near the eastern side of Quarry, and then even further than that on the southeast, you've got the GXR Celts, the bulldozers from yesterday, having absolutely incredible numbers. I think it was Godless, in fact, who had about 150% more damage than he was expected to have over the course of the games and the placements that they were able to accrue. Absolutely insane.
Godless from No Chance team? Or
Ultron, sorry.
Ultron,
highlighted
yes,
on the desk.
Yes. Okay, so Ultron, I did a bit of a live yesterday on the old Insta.
Oh yeah.
You know, a lot of people tell me about how Ultron and his team, they've been absolutely destroying throughout the smaller leagues over in India. And obviously they came through into the Indian circuit, and then they've made their way into the World League. And people asking me whether I thought, you know what, GXR Celts are underrated. And I don't even think you can call them underrated or overrated yet, purely because they are such a new team and they're having such a good performance here. I think that whatever they put on right now is a testament to India itself, just because they're still producing such insane players at an alarming rate as well. So it's really, really nice to see from the South Asian region.
Big fan of it. Absolutely love to see South Asia get represented with strength. The question is, are they going to go for a little bit of a rotation around this next circle? We'll have to wait and see. They are currently near those docks, so they'll be able to mount up. Only time will tell. Team Secret, they are together. They have not split up this time around, and they're going to take a clean spray towards, I believe that was the Megastars on the hill. Oh, no, Nova Godlike, sorry.
Nova Godlike currently in 20th place. And I know we said for 14th and 16th that was precarious position. Right now, Nova Godlike, they're hanging on by a single finger. Things are not looking good for these guys, so... And I think this is, really they have to have a ridiculously good day today if they even want to consider getting into the Super Weekend, purely because they've got 5 points.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to sugarcoat that one blank. It was an unmitigated disaster of a day.
Yes.
Hopefully they'll be able to step up a little bit more and you know, echo the performances from teams like TSM Entity, for instance, who have really come back and had a really good day yesterday. I was speaking about how, you know, Ultron has done an incredible amount of damage for his team. You've got Clutch God on the side of TSM Entity. He has done 115% extra damage over what he's expected. That means he's worth at least 2 people.
Yeah, which is ridiculous at the end of the day, and we see him constantly getting into those top 4 of the kill leaderboard, so he is consistently doing a really, really good job. And you talk about 150% more damage than he's expected to. That is wild, right? That is wild in the sense there are a few games, in fact there's a lot of games where players go down without doing any damage at all, without getting any kills or knocks. The fact that Clutch God is posting up these numbers time and time again, and that's over all games as well,
that's
right?
That's over yesterday's
That's just over yesterday's game. So this guy is doing a crazy amount of work, and the improvement for TSM Entity, it is real. They are coming back and then forming that OP team that we know they can be.
Absolutely. Currently sat up in 4th place with 46 points. That's sort of near the threshold that they're going to be looking for. Nova Godlike, they start taking the fight towards boot camp with the third party and actually get a knock on towards Choconup. They get the flush as well. Okay, good start, good start.
Now this is very curious considering the circle itself, right, John?
They're gonna at least do as well as their best game yesterday.
Yeah. Come on, they don't need that right now. But look, this is very curious. Let's talk about No Chance Team for a second, purely because Nova Godlike's had a lot of time to get here, as have a lot of other teams within the circle, right? The fact that No Chance Team doesn't take this fight earlier with Morph Team is crazy, because in the beginning moments of the game, boot camp is tend to be left alone between those 2 teams, and they can fight and duke it out. It's weird now to me that No Chance Team is taking liberties and taking off angles where they're exposed to the hill behind them towards the latter part of the map where we're coming into Circle 2. That doesn't make much sense to me, so I think No Chance Team kind of beefed that over there in boot camp.
Beefed it, mate. Unfortunate. But the circle does go a little bit further south, so it's unlikely we're going to see the northwestern finish. The mountaintop has been thrown aside.
Yeah.
They'll be moving on in, down towards probably the South Island.
Yeah, no, most teams will be happy about this, other than maybe Reject Scarlet and Megastars, who, I mean, Megastars pretty much can...
Well, Bigetron as well, but...
I don't know, but see, this is the thing. For Bigetron, they have this wonderful, magical ability to somehow teleport past teams on rotations. They're really, really slick at it. Very, very stealthy team indeed. Like they're in vehicles right now. You think Reject Scarlet, I would imagine they've spotted out this rotation, but if they've been paying attention to the map, paying attention to the games, they'll know that this should be BTR. And do we really want to take a fight with them early when we can more focus on consistency, getting towards the top of the rankings, especially when you know that you want to make your way into the Super Weekend again, start posting up those numbers. Right now, we have a very, very big cluster in the middle of the map, and that's mainly because taking control of this river that runs down southeast past Painan is super duper important, John. Being able to make the change of being able to go to the western island, or southwestern island, or the eastern island, that's a quick decision you need to make, and you need to be as close to this as possible so you can get the best compound available to you when we do see the next shift.
Yeah, and you spoke a little bit about Bigetron, right? About how they
spoke
always
about a lot of
find...
things.
You did speak about a lot of things.
Sorry.
The one I'm sort of thinking about a little bit here, Blanket, is Bigetron tends to not take early fights. They prioritize getting 4 players into the later circles, and that's where they start to come alive, right? That's where they flick that switch. Not to say they're incapable of taking the early fights. Of course, there are fantastically strong team and pretty much in any situation.
Yeah.
But really, that's their idea, right? That's their development strategy.
And it's working out absolutely fine. Currently up there in second place, which is ridiculously good, by the way, because they do get these end circles with a very, very patient grind ahead of them, choosing their compounds very selectively, very, very cerebrally, because they know that they need to find a compound that gives them the best chance. I mean, for instance, yesterday on Sanhok, when the circle went over to the northwest and they had a chance to go up the mountain, instead they take the compound at the bottom of the mountain instead, because it gives them a lot more options. Sure, it doesn't give them the best spot in the circle currently, but what it does give them is a lot of statistical chance to be in that next circle afterwards. So that's what you have to always consider, guys, when you're playing your own PUBG Mobile games, is where can I put myself in the best position? It might not likely be the winning position, but it might be the position that affords you the least risks, right?
TSM Entity currently holding down the western shoreline on the trifecta, on the confluence of those three rivers in the middle of the map. So they've got a pretty decent hold on some strong rotation paths. Really great to see that position has been taken, and that's the sort of strength of compound you were talking about there, Blank, which is fantastic. Orange Rock, I'm not so much a fan of their compound selection. I think that you look at where they are, where the circle is most likely going to go, they're going to have to head on over the river and really crash into a lot of these teams that have a stronger spot than they do right now.
Yes, I'll completely agree with you. And it's a little bit of a stressful experience for them going forward, but, you know, this is where Sanhok play comes in, right? You have to be able to make those rotations. You have to be able to be very cautious of yourself. Looking on the map though, and what you can see on screen, got Reject Scarlet trying to make their way. And this was talking about before. BTR is able to select a really good position to gatekeep a team like Reject Scarlet and make sure that the back of themselves is really, really well covered. This is a really big hard shift onto the eastern side. And this is where I'm talking about being close to the river is really important. RRQ, they're probably the least favored here, but Orange Rock, they're going to have to make a rotation up to the north and then come in past boot camp. That would probably be the most smart rotation for them. Box Game is going to have a very good time. Oh my lord, this is not what I expected. Our BTR just getting absolutely slammed by Reject Scarlet here.
They were broadside on the hill, really laid bare. There's really nothing you can do in that situation if you don't have the information that Reject Scarlet are there. They just had no idea, it seems, because otherwise there's no way they'd have been that exposed to them, to that position.
No.
There's no cover there. If you get spotted, you're dead.
Yeah, you know, this is really interesting. Zuxi will take down Urali there, but this is actually very interesting, purely because we know that Reject Scarlet, they're an Eastern playing team. Here they are all the way on the western side of the map, so BTR, all credit to them. Ooh, Zara! All credit to BTR, probably were only thinking to keep Megastars under control. I don't think they were expecting this from Reject Scarlet or for them to be here.
Goodness me, what a beam from Sara. He's able to send out those lasers towards BIGETRON and do all the damage he needs to. Grabs the bike as well. It's not to say that BIGETRON are out of it just yet. Luxy will heal up a little bit whilst they're out in the blue. Still early doors. But there's more shots coming in towards them, taking a little bit of damage, getting the healing on board, getting the boosters. They can fight for a while, but they will have to move eventually as the circle shifts out east.
Valdus, the murder, now heading over towards TSM Entity. Jonathan and the rest of the team. Megastars, they were taking a fight with Orange Rock. I believe they did get one knock here, which has currently been picked up. Vexy is dead. Encore is down on the floor. Orange Rock most likely will want to push this one. Clutchgod goes down, so does Zegod. This is going horrendously for the team of TSM Entity. Two players still alive. It's Jonathan Neo.
They're holding down the shoreline behind the rock. Velmoth wants to push on forwards. You can see he's leading the charge on the sidelines. Armjohn leading from the front as well. One goes down, two go down, and TSM Entity take an early dive.
That's a landslide coming through from Valdus, the murder, to absolutely slam the boys from TSM Entity there. They had a nice little spot. They'd moved across early, but taking a few of those knocks, and then Valdus just knew that it was time for them to go. Really, really well played. A nice aggressive push and performed quite efficiently.
In the meantime, Scout went down from Orange Rock on this river crossing. I said it was going to be tricky for them, Blank. I said that there were going to be people in their way. It's going to be the Megastars. They've already lost one and traded 1-for-1 so far, with Encore ticking away as well. They might have an advantage, but they still have two players on that northern shore who need to get across.
Yeah, Viru, though, has a nice angle on the side. This is probably why he is here. Has the G36C there. Will absolutely tear to pieces a player if you get in the way of those fast bullets coming your way. Marvi now just moving backwards. Maybe wants to head across the bridge. And really, you can have like mutual assurance from one another, from both Megastars and Orange Rock, that look, we won't fight one another. We will go our separate ways to get into the next circle.
You level up, taking some knocks, taking some kills, as well as the GXR Seltzer mounting up from the south side. You level up probably the quietest team that we have in this lobby compared to how they're actually placing. They're currently sat in 3rd place overall. They have 10 kills, Blank. That's an absolutely insane drop-off. And in general, they're just really, really passive. But somehow, you know, with a strong chicken dinner from yesterday, they were able to come all the way up into 3rd and pretty much secure themselves into the later, into the Super Weekend.
For context there, guys, 10 kills is very, very low as opposed to where we've got 30 in 2nd place, 25 in 1st, and really I'd say on average down to 5th, you're getting double those kills on average, like to 20. Yeah. So 10, yeah, it's a very, very minimal amount of kills for a 3rd place. And you are right, they play just as slow as BTR, but less aggressively in that late game.
And in fact, the next time we see anything that is 10 or lower is all the way down in 15th place with Synergy.
Yeah, it's very, very wild. It's an interesting play style here, and I think that if you level up can continue to get those chicken dinners, because that's where they're basing a lot of their points on, because they can't get those extra points in terms of kills. They have to rely on placement. Here's RRQ. We know how fearsome this team is, and Box Gaming's also starting to pop off so many fights around the map currently.
When things get closer in range, the grenades start to come through, Blank, and the bombardments are going to begin here in the hills of Sanhok. Explosives all around, it seems, and unfortunately, some people are being delivered a present that they didn't ask for.
Box Gaming, they unwrap a little present themselves, take the high ground for their team. A very, very swift little rotation from them to try and fend off versus Udu Gank. There's a couple of players from U Level Up going down. Nova Godlike actually taking down No Chance Team. They've been in this fight for a while, and that's No Chance Team out. Nova Godlike, with that backstab towards boot camp, has worked out fantastically for them.
Nicely done, and they have themselves some positional advantage on the northern edge of this circle, Blank. They're controlling a lot of those hillsides around them. They'll have to vie with Morph Team in a little bit. But in come Reject Scarlet with another fight towards U Level Up, as U Level Up are taking heavy punishment here, Blank.
RRQ, they have Painan, and they're going for a 2-2 split once again. RRQ so confident in their players' ability and mechanical skill, and we've seen them present this time and time and again, but it's Box Gaming, as well as Team Secret, currently trying to remove Udu from the game, but Team Secret, they have no prejudice against any of these teams. They're fighting both.
The sightlines all across every which way, Blank, and no one is safe here. Louis trying to bide his time, get those healing off. But he sends out wide, and Mamparang, actually, hang on. Oh, okay. How on earth do you miss that spray? You have to hit that. Louis turns around, drops the shot, gets the elimination, and wipes Udu.
It was speedy, though. You have to admit there from Louis to make sure that happened. I mean, it could have gone terribly wrong, and like you said, he should have really hit that spray, but Louis reacted very, very fast. Pime now dropping out the smokes to go collect the rest of his team going forward, but they will have to push through Team Secret, who currently have a really strong position on this wall line.
You level up down to 1. Jiaxian looking for those placements yet again. We'll see what they're able to get done in the Snake game. They're right on the south side, very near RRQ, and actually further in than GXR Seltzer, who are still out in the blue all the way on the south.
Box Gaming taking more casualties here. Quickly talk about Freestyle over on the western bridge, just to the north side of Painan. There's a team that the desk has talked about, and it seems to be a really massive flip from the first week in league play. Now they're playing really, really well and starting to show up, and I think it's a lot of that confidence that they got from yesterday with a couple of wins that they got on board.
Orange Rock having to cross yet another river, and once more, the troll under the bridge will be demanding the price. And unfortunately, it's going to be down to 1 for Orange Rock. Marvi pops up, gets a knock. Brilliant spray down onto Velmuth there. Managed to get the bandage off, but he's only got 5 in the back pocket. Time is ticking.
Oh, it's a marvelous play once again there. Nice little shot onto him, but yeah, he's going to go down finally. There's only so much one player can do. Goddard now looking behind him towards Nova Godlike, who do currently have position.
Wow. All right, they managed to get rid of most of Morph there as well. GXR Seltz, they're going to be eliminated down south. They are going to be denied further access as the Megastars go down too. RRQ are going down to the blue zone. Everybody's getting pushed in here, and it's zone 6. There's so many people out in the blue at such a late stage.
Yeah, this is wild because it's Team Secret and Nova Godlike. Nova Godlike, we've not seen much out of them, but they're still coming out strong. It feels like there's a huge change here coming through. Freestyle taking heavy punishment from Valdez the Murder whilst they try and hold off 2 teams at the same time. And Team Secret, another team that we've not seen too much of, starting to step up in this league play.
Over Godlike 6 kills so far. Looking for a couple more. Valdez the Murder down the hill will be looking to try and get those sprays up on towards the position that is so strong right now for Nova Godlike. They have a compound on the top as well.
That's Zist going down from Rex. Closes the jaws around that player. Now Malik from Freestyle trying to make his work with his teammate Ashuf here. Valdez the Murder, they're over on the western side, but Hastar, he's holding them down perfectly. And now Freestyle taking shots towards Valdez the Murder, getting a little bit of revenge from the bullets that they sent their way earlier on today.
Malik actually manages to do a lot of damage. Armjohn out in the blue for Valdez the Murder. And they are going to be hiding down behind a rock. It looks like they're going for the heel game here, Blank. And Valdez the Murder really not with that many chances to get in here. Freestyle looking to try and get those placement points. And they are in the top 4 now, Blank. It's really Team Secret versus Nova Godlike here.
Vampire here on top of the roof itself, getting some nice shots. Eye shots hitting down Malik. That is Freestyle now down. And there is Vampire spotting one player out, but isn't able to get the knock through.
Armjohn actually managed to get into the zone there, but he's being spotted out by Hunter on the western side. Just gets behind some cover and stays alive for now.
Armjohn taken down by Rex. That's a long-range shot as well. And Team Secret versus Nova Godlike. 2 teams that we never expected to be in the last circle here together with one another. So they're really stepping up the play. And Nova Godlike massively upset with yesterday's performance. And instead, they're trying to bring it back in a big way today in the first game.
And what better way to do it, Blank? 6 kills currently with a dominant position in a compound. They will have to leave, but they've got control over a lot of this ground in front of them. They have some great sight lines with Vampire, and they can move forward off that control.
And we're going to remember, Nova Godlike, their team got picked apart a little bit, so they're playing with a relatively fresh roster here, all trying to get used to one another. Right now, this is going perfectly well with the team in place, and now crawling their way down to Team Secret. Matoy, though, opens up with a knock onto Hastar. Smokey goes down too.
Oh dear, Hastar confirmed, and Team Secret mount up. They want to go around the edge. Vampire close and in the smoke, trying to get some damage around the side. I don't think they spotted him. One goes down, and they spin around looking for another behind the tree.
No way!
As he ducks around the bullets, finally goes down, takes a knee. 1 player up for Nova. Exist will fall. And they take it down. It's Team Secret managing to finally dismount the position they're held by Nova. But it's Team Secret who take the chicken dinner in the end.
Really big round of applause for both of those teams getting towards the end there. Team Secret really stepping it up. They got a chicken dinner yesterday, another one today. This is really, really good. I'm loving seeing this. Every team telling everyone else out there we're not down and out yet.
Certainly not. We're going to head back over to the analyst desk to break down the first Sanhok of the day.
Team Secret technically get themselves a back-to-back here in week 2. They won the last game yesterday with 15 kills, and now they're able to round things out once again. Joining me, Froz and Avenger. Guys, Team Secret, back-to-backs, that's pretty damn impressive.
That's super impressive. I mean, before we started last game yesterday, they had 9 points. And in the last 2 games, last one yesterday, the start of today, they've gotten 65 points in total.
That's insane. And they've guaranteed themselves to go to the Super Weekend. Good to see from them as well. And now I'm looking for them to have fun for the rest of the day. I want to see them bully the other guys, make sure that they're kind of expanding the territory, they're looting, getting a bit more out of it, because they have obviously 3 more games to play for today.
I mean, especially considering that in our first Super Weekend, it wasn't, you know, the most amazing blitz performance from Team Secret, but they've really stepped things up in the past couple of days. So brilliant to see here. Let's take a look at the points coming in from this game, of course, as Nova Godlike also doing phenomenally well relative to what they had yesterday. So brilliant to see them get 20 points on the board as well, but 30 points going to Team Secret for us.
Yeah, 30 points to Team Secret, and that's going to put them in a position, as Avengers said, they can bully people now. They can play for spots that they want to play on Erangel, on Sanhok for the Super Weekend, and go there early. Start bullying other people that likes to play that area, that also likes to play. Because if you go there early and the other team crashes you, for example, you can take out 1 or 2 players. Doesn't matter if you get wiped, because you're always safe for the Super Weekend, but you're also making a statement for the other team to not come there.
Avenger. Very low in the bottom. BIGETRON, one of their first games with just 1 point. It's rare to see. No Chance Team, Yudo Gang Teams Entity as well. I will be looking into why TSM Entity went out that early and how that happened.
Okay, so that's the points coming in from this game. And we actually, I think for a lot of these teams here, they've had to struggle through some of these Sanhok circles, because we kept getting this circle that has all 3 islands included in it in a pretty huge manner as well. We can take a look at the team stats as well here for Team Secret whilst we discuss this. Froz, it is brutal.
Oh my god, look at the statistics, yes. But yeah, we're talking about the trifecta where all the 3 rivers meet, and it is brutal, because as you can see, it's super hard to cross the rivers. We see teams that know that, okay, another team is already holding us out. We had Orange Rock was trying to hold out Mega Stars, for example. Meanwhile, Mega Stars were holding out Reject Scarlet and BIGETRON. That is the whole story. Like, everyone's holding each other out, making sure they can't cross, because it's basically a deathbed to cross the river.
I honestly hate that circle. Like, playing it is the worst. These players, and it's not the first time we've had it, these players must be like, oh no, not again. Where are we going to play? Are we going to place like a 2-2 split inside of both of the rivers? And how are we going to do it?
Yeah, it may be a difficult choice, but it's not a difficult choice to pick up a Mountain Dew. Do the do moments here as we get into it. What do you think, Froz?
Some early engagements here between Reject Scarlet and BIGETRON. We saw them fighting Hatin. After that, Reject Scarlet actually went for both down on the west side of the northwest island, while BIGETRON went down with vehicles. But they ended up fighting each other again, and we saw Lufa there with 2 very nice knocks. This is the whole moment I was talking about, with all the teams holding each other out. And this was on the northwest side again. And it was a lot of action going on there, because there were so many teams just holding out around there. Valus, TSM, Entity, that's 2 of the another teams that were holding there.
Yeah. Also, we saw Yulu up with some nice nades. One of them was there, and they had a rough fight with RQ. He actually naded his teammate. That was obviously super rough.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate. And Yudo got a real nice nade on Box. But although this, I will say, I love how Sanhok plays out for how these players are playing it. Like, it's so satisfying to see how thought of and well thought of, and the third parties like are so real. You can see how often they're like third party, fourth party, and that's where you have to consider. Make sure you end your fights quick and as quick as possible. Otherwise, you are going to get a third party.
Definitely, Froz. It's kind of like a clip that you showed me earlier of you nading Avenger whilst you guys were on the same team. That was weird. Hey.
Yeah, that happened. But that's history now.
Okay, all right then. Yeah, history. Let's not talk about it, Froz. Okay.
No, but Team Secret though, they had 4 people up. We saw that towards the end there, and that was the same thing yesterday when they won the game. They had 4 people up. That is a key to success for that team. They need to have 4 people up. They need to make sure that they stay alive with every player for the rest of the games today, because that's how they thrive.
Yeah, it was a decent performance by Nova Godlike to be able to get themselves into that second place. However, when they're going up against Team Secret, and we didn't really see much from Nova Godlike just yet, I didn't have much confidence in their ability to round out the game, but I want to have confidence to see them round out the game.
The problem was that they were kind of, Team Secret was kind of taking control of the situation. We saw that Nova Godlike went down, they took the smoked out next to them, and then they went all down prone on the ground. They weren't doing anything, they were super passive. Meanwhile, we saw that Team Secret, they took the advantage of that. They went super proactive, started spraying in the smokes, running around it, trying to find them and so on.
Yeah.
I love how you can see the confidence in the boys like as well. Like you see Yuhai, Matoy, they're just smacking in. Like even though they know that they have a smoke and there might be a snake, they're just run straight up to it and start spraying.
Let's take a look at the overall damage then from this lobby and see if it's as even as we had yesterday. Kind of you can see that step-by-step progression from this game. Everything really working itself out as Team Secret takes the top spot, Nova, Godlike, and then Valdus, the murder.
I'll tell you the MVP of this game, it was the blue zone. It did so much damage. We saw that during when Circle 5 popped, that went very far hard shift to the northeast. We had 6 out of 10 teams with that circle shrinking in. That was out in the blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously that's where you have to consider, and you see some of the teams considering, you know what, okay, give all our meds to one guy and try to survive as long as possible. And I think it's a viable strat, but at a time where you're like, we're trying to out-med each other, that's where you also have to consider, okay, if we third-party a fight here, there's potentially, you know, like 6 boxes on the ground.
Yes.
And that's where you see like the teams are not deciding whether they're trying to get into the circle or they just decide to stay like completely. You see like a half where, okay, we get some meds and then we still try to go towards the circle rather than full committing to the healing strat.
It's exacerbated, I suppose, though, with a lot of people dying in the blue by the nature of this circle, right? You saw people trapped on one side of the river. It's so difficult to get onto the other side. We can take a look at our top players as well from this Sanhok in particular, as we will have a nice even split.
I really like to see 2 players from Nova Godlike being up. Of course, they got a 2nd place, but after yesterday's performance, this is redemption for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then, of course, we have Armjon. We saw him yesterday in the last game, of course, being up there with Martin. But this time, he is accompanied by Yuhai instead.
Yeah, we've seen Yuhai perform very well throughout the matches, and he's had a lot of clutch situations and moments. So I want to see that continue. It's good to see that these guys are there. Also, I really love how Matoy is able to play this game.
Yeah, there was a moment there where Avenger was gobsmacked at the performances that these guys were able to put up. He just couldn't believe it.
Yeah, completely.
Amazing stuff. Great stuff by these guys. So kudos to them for being able to do so well on our first
jaw-dropping
of the day. Jaw-dropping performances coming out, especially for Nova Godlike. It's brilliant to see them get this many points on the board after yesterday being a bit crippling.
1 kill.
Yes, we want more from them. I'm always rooting for the underdog. Let's go Nova Godlike. Let's get more points. Rocket up that board.
They're not the underdog anymore, though.
No, maybe not. Who is the underdog?
Is it always the last place that is the underdog?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, let's find out. Overall rankings. Let's go. Let's see which 4 teams are currently in the danger zone.
I'm gonna put my bet on King of Gamers because they didn't even play.
You can see it right there, Frost.
I can't see it.
Okay. Yeah, he can see the board.
I don't have it here.
You're lying.
I have the same board as you can see. 1 to 10. We see Valdus, the mother, is still on the top there with 76. And of course, look at this. Team Secret and Valdus, they're so far ahead right now against all the other teams. But Freestyle putting himself on the 3rd place now.
All right, 11th through 20th. Let's see if Frost is cheating as we have down towards the bottom.
Unexpected. It's King of Gamers Club. Frost did not know that at all.
Not at all, Frost. Anyway, but the point is here that Nova Godlike has pushed themselves up outside the danger zone with that performance. So they've got to be elated with that, but there's still room to work with here.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's still a few more games to go. And as you can see right now, Team ID, Synergy, King of Gamers towards the bottom right now. They have 1 less played game than the others. So they're probably going to push themselves up there a little bit more.
And remember last week, guys, 46 and 47 was the cutoff. So 46 points, let's just continue and like stick on to that. Let's say this 46 points is our expected time to where it's going to cut off. So we still have, 9 teams within that kind of danger zone there. So there's still a lot to play for.
Yeah, I'm crunching the numbers here for just a minute, and I've got the 3 plus the 4 plus the... It's telestration time. Show us what's going on. Oh, it's Avenger.
Yeah, it's me. Fantastic. Get out, Frost. Get away.
I had to crunch the numbers to get to that conclusion.
I was talking about this. The reason why we wanted to see TSM Entity unfortunately only getting 1 point here was due to Valdus's quick decision making and how they're able to crunch this. So right here, we caught a moment where there's a knock on the ground. It's Jonathan, and he's currently being rested as well. But see how quickly, look how quickly that Valdus is able to push this. They know that there's a knock over here, of course, and they know that there's multiple players over in the vicinity over here. So we see them pushing extremely quick. And what I want to show and what you guys have to take away from this is the window of opportunity is about 15 seconds. You have the knock, the rest, and then move over to the rest to get there, and then to heal up again before you have everybody ready. Otherwise, you're technically, for like 12 to 15 seconds, you're in a 4 versus 2. So that window of opportunity, capitalizing on that knock, see how quickly Valdez is doing that. And they're doing it in a really good manner. They're pushing over to a great spot with this here, and one of the other guys is coming around this way here, like around the house.
Insta movement.
Insta movement, capitalizing on the knock immediately with another nade here from Wilmot, and Martin getting one more down. And now, yes, the rest is off, but now they're still in a 4 versus 2.
Right.
Look how fast they're moving. As a full unit, 3 guys, full smashing it, sprinting, pushing on immediately, and they're just taking full advantage of them being more than a TSM entity. And that is literally how you execute a push after one knock, capitalizing on those 10 to 15 seconds where there's a knock and there's a rest going off.
Swift decision making, Froz.
Putting the pressure, but also how they were actually advancing, putting 3 people in the front, 1 in the back that can actually support no matter what's going to happen. But also that they went 2 sides around the rock where they knew that their last 2 plays from TSM entity was. That's a good execution.
All right, of course, we are just moments out from our second game of the day. But before we do that, let's have a reenactment of how I drove here to the studio. We are back. Of course, yes, I did mention, I should have mentioned that was a dramatic reenactment. Maybe not everything happened there.
Over-dramatized.
But
over-dramatized for sure.
And a play.
Slightly over-dramatized. But the season pass, for the Royal Pass even, I should say, for Season 14, is now available in-game. So you should be able to get that as well. It's Esports Plus mode. Esports Plus. That's right. So we can actually talk about also something that's going on in-game as well. And it is the Esports Awards for PUBG Mobile 2020. So you can get in-game, get in there, start voting. It ends today.
I'll tell you one thing, actually. You get 10 votes. That's why I said yesterday. But it's 10 votes per day, actually. That's what I noticed. So you can get 10 new votes. Even if you voted yesterday, go in now and vote more.
You didn't tell me that yesterday.
I just realized that last night.
Can I vote for the same player 10 times?
Well, I did.
There you go. Whoa, all right. But also, 64 players will be randomly chosen as well to actually play with some of the big stars from the PMWL, not Avenger. He's not to play with G9. Stars. Oh, you want to play with G9? Yeah, I see. Let's take a look at the schedule. We have 4 more games coming at you for today as well as they materialize over here. We are going to have Erangel, Sanhok. So all of these teams, as they're kind of feeling out Sanhok against one another, are going to be trying to vie for those big points because everyone's played Erangel a lot.
Right. But they are playing Erangel now. And it's the last game of Sander and John at this point.
Is it?
Yeah. Unfortunately for them.
Let's go
They have been benched after this game.
I don't think so. I think they'll be back tomorrow.
Oh, I don't think
tomorrow.
so.
Not
tomorrow?
No. All right, we're going over to them as quickly as possible. Save me from the segment. Sander and John.
Very much. We will be throwing you the lifeline. The magical thread has been woven over.
Benched.
We benched them for now.
Yeah.
We'll get them back out later once they've calmed down. Once they've had a nice cup of tea, nice cup of tea and a biscuit.
Nice cuppa.
Yeah, it'd be great. Yeah, absolutely.
So look, this is the cool thing. Team Secret currently in second place, just like Luffy. They're in gear second right now. They're having a good time. I'm liking to see it here on day 2 of League play. We're getting into Erangel, so really this playing path doesn't really favor too many teams. What I do want to see though is TSM Entity getting out the plane early. We know they play South George. They can play this position, move down from Hospital, maybe move their drop spot from Yasnaya and stop having to fight off this team of Reject Skylar, but it looks like they're opting not to do this. Instead, Morph's going to take this position. We'll go all the way down to multipower. Let's see if anyone heads down to multipower either, but you can imagine that we are going to get Team IND making all the way down to Sosnovka military base. They're a typical drop spot.
They have dropped out early, though. They've just bailed out of the plane there. You can see just to the west of Rozhok. So maybe they're looking for some cars, but it looks like they're targeting the roads around Gatka, maybe even around Pachinki.
Potentially. All right, BTR, obviously we know they go down to farm. This is typically a decent little playing path for most people. Let's chat about Nova Godlike and Team Secret, John.
Let's wrap for a second.
Let's wrap for a second here. Let's pick the mic back up again. Let's have a little bit of a jam, because these two teams, they have been so surprising. Now, Nova Godlike, Cronton, he's not currently in the roster they're fielding here, and like I said towards the beginning, or the end of that Sanhok, is that their roster has been kind of refreshed, with players being taken away from Godlike, moved to different South Asian teams, and they've had to rebuild. And that's fine, that's okay, and it feels like they're coming back, but it is very, very difficult, especially in PUBG, where teamwork is so important. It's so important. You got to make sure these other teammates have your back at all times, and it's difficult to do that, especially when communication is dulled down because you're a new team getting used to one another. But it feels like Nova Godlike, in probably the best practice that they'll get ever versus all these fantastic teams, they're starting to pick it up, starting to pick up the pace.
Strongest metals forged in the hottest fires.
It's true.
So, well, hopefully they're going to be able to prove their mettle moving on forwards. They certainly had a good go at it last game. We'll see if they're able to get a chicken dinner into this one. The circle, centering up southeast, has most of Sosnovka military base in there already, the rest of the island as well, but it's more than likely going to end up towards those Milta fields, maybe going for a shelter finish, maybe towards prison, but could even, you know, go a little bit further west to the hills outside Pachinki.
I did lie, guys. I will take responsibility for my mistakes where I make them. TSM Entity are not in this game.
No, they're very much not.
They're very much not in this game, so we won't see them here today. Synergy, they're over towards that mansion split in Lipovka. They love this. It works out well for them, and they can efficiently put Zigzor over to Lipovka purely because they know that no one's going to really gank him and flank him over on that side of the map, and then he can regroup with the rest of the team once they're all nice and looted up. Also, Prison provides you really nice terrain to get away from teams, escape, because it's not typically an easy place to flounder your way over and get some of that parkour done, get the vehicles razzing over, and really, really, I wouldn't say flank player, but, you know, box them in.
Possibly the most surprising thing about this lobby right now, Blank, it's Udo going Severny. Who'd have thought it? They're going to go up to their northern spot, and that's absolutely unheard of.
Absolutely unheard of indeed. Orange Rock doing their typical start to the game, where they get Marvi on the northern side, Scout coming down past Ruins to meet up with Viru and Gil. I do find that this particular path that they do take early on in the game is kind of claustrophobic. It's like being in an elevator with too many people, because you've got Morph on your west side, you've got Valdus, the murder, over on the east in Rozhok. King of Gamers also here, and I think you don't really have many places to go, especially with Pachinki down to your south. So it's a waiting game. It's a waiting game, John, for Orange Rock, and we know they like to be aggressive. So sometimes they're not waiting long enough.
Biding your time. Patience is a virtue. We'll see if they're able to remain virtuous throughout the rest of the proceedings of the game. Orange Rock split over the river. Morph, they dropped early out of the plane, and they're the only team to actually have landed Georgia Bowl here, Blank. So their rotation path in front of them should be a little bit uncontested until they start to hit towards the hills to the south of Rozhok, towards the hills just to the north of Pachinki.
Yeah, because you're going to start to see this crunch on the western side of the map. It's difficult to get through. There's a lot of fields on the western side, so visibility of those rotations will be quite simple for a lot of teams to fire upon, and obviously rotating, you get exploded in the car, it's an instant death, so teams are going to be happy to take shots onto there. T1 currently control Pachinki. They have a very, very nice little place to start moving out to the eastern side over Potato Hill. I imagine they might want to do that a little bit earlier, especially with King of Gamers, who potentially will want to take up residence towards that part of the map, start getting some scouting done for themselves.
Mega Stars currently in Novo. They are one of two teams on Sosnovka Island. At the moment, Team IND, of course, did make their way down there. Eventually, probably going to have to move north, but we've seen crazier things happen, Blank. I mean, you've seen circles shift all over the shop, so we'll see where it goes this time for us. Crates being looted, though, for Megastars. They should be geared to the teeth, ready for the fight.
Yeah, Novo's going to give you a lot of prowess going forward. I mean, we saw, especially the PMPL NA, B4 was a team that did this a lot of times, a Brazilian team, just taking up Novo very early on. And they kind of played like BTR in a way, if you agree, because they would just spend a lot of time outside of the zone and then make their way in, prioritize having 4 players alive, and then go for those last fights where they've got like level 3s, they've got a load of healing on board, as well as all the bullets in the world to suppress everyone down. So Megastars, they can potentially go for that playstyle, but they will have to move through GXR, Celt, as well as BTR. 2 teams not to be scoffed at.
Funnily enough, actually, I think B4 did play in slot number 5 as well, which meant they were purple, if memory serves. Although it did swap around a couple of times, but that's just a...
I'm talking about Megastars, John, not...
Yeah, but you talked about BTR, how they played.
Ah, I see.
How they played similar to...
Making a reference.
Yeah, to what you had just said. So that's nice. Although it is kind of a pointless reference, so we'll move on from that pretty swiftly.
Nice reference, bro. I got that one.
Thank you, Captain America. No Chance team are going to be down the hill in their compound just out to the western side of the circle. T1 up the hill with the oversight on them. And they are going to be controlling that rotation. If they want to push in closer, it might be pretty tricky to find the foothold to do so. You can see T1 have actually spread out quite nicely on their hill.
Yeah, No Chance team actually making a bit of a difference here. They have stopped going down to Quarry and moved up towards where Team Secret plays in Gatka. Instead, they're opting to go much further inland towards, you know, where T1 are currently playing, just to the south of Pachinki. You can see T1 actually rotating over the coastline. It's actually not a bad place to do it. You can start taking shots from the cliffs over towards Synergy or Box Gaming. But Synergy, a team that I want to speak about, just because they have a lot of consistency on board, and I think that neither do they do terribly badly. They don't do terribly well either a lot of times. I think they get those nice big chicken dinners towards the end, but I'm excited to see more from the teams. Currently, they're in 17th place, so they haven't had those massive pop-off games as of yet. But, you know, when we watch them, it doesn't feel like they're doing anything horrendously wrong. So I just want to start to see them pick up the pace just a tiny bit, get those rotations in, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be fair, for Synergy as well, this is their first game of the day.
Yeah, exactly.
From 17th place. They have one team above them, one team below them with 5 games. Morph Team and, Nova Godlike and Box Gaming as well. Either side currently flanking them with 1 game more. We'll see if they're able to use those lessons they learned from yesterday, bring them into today, qualify for that super weekend, which is the all-important prize of the games today.
Yeah, and this is the thing, is this, they just need to bring the cadence up a little bit, and I think once they do that, they'll be absolutely fine, because they are a team that plays well. They tend to have smart rotations. I mean, when we watch them, we don't particularly point them out. We don't go, oh, that's a horrendous rotation from Synergy. We just think to ourselves, you know, they've got in, they found a position, and now they're playing from it, and sometimes they do get caught off guard. Currently, they are watching over towards Box Gaming. Box Gaming taking this 1v1 between those two. But they've both got like pretty secure compounds, so any shot that does come through will be more taking off helmets, taking off vests for probably a breach later on in the game. But look at this shift all the way down to the south side. Now this really does put Sosnovka military base into play.
Very much so, actually. I mean, if you look at the amount of land that is on the northern island, on the main island, I should say, in this next circle, you're probably looking at around 30% of the land mass is actually on that top side, and probably more around 40 to 50% is on that island. So it's likely that we could be going over there. And I think a couple of the teams have figured that out as well. T1, they go swiftly over the edge of the cliff, and they want to go towards the base very, very fast. And I think Nova Godlike as well, doing a similar thing, although they are all in the same vehicle, which I absolutely hate. If you've ever watched me cast PUBG Mobile before, you'll know that 4 people in a vehicle is my pet peeve. I hate it. It's a silly idea and should never be repeated.
It's his least favourite thing, ladies and gents. So don't serve him up at the restaurant. The 4-man car special. Here we can see on the map, you see them taking shots towards T1. Now, I've mentioned this before and I'll mention it again. I think the Sosnovka military base is pretty easy and accessible in terms of compounds and where you can go. There's a lot of ridge sides you can hold from. And these ridge sides, in fact, like they kind of play deterrent to a lot of teams. Instead of taking a little bit of shots here, Nova Godlike having a good time with this actually. But they play deterrent because, for instance, if you try and hold off the bridge side, you've got teams behind you who can hold you on the ridge behind there. So most teams can't shoot one another. So you really want to try and hold these compounds towards the northern island in these compounds because there's less of them to actually take place into.
Uh-oh, Saden going very low. First player of T1 who did actually get spotted, and the rest of them, you can see they're just spreading out as wide as possible. Saden does go down. The rest of them have been taking a little bit of damage from the drowning to avoid this peppered spray of bullets coming in from Nova Godlike as they're playing Duck Hunt right now.
Yeah, and if you do go down in the water, it's an instant death. You do not get knocked in the water, you just immediately drown. BTR, though, they're currently on the eastern bridge. Haven't decided whether to cross as of yet. We know they have a decent rotation as they get across, immediately heading off to the west here to find better ground. But yeah, this is just a shooting gallery for Nova Godlike.
This is bullying. This is unfortunate. And what I'm surprised about is that no teams from the mainland have actually looked towards Nova Godlike to try and maybe third-party their situation, because they're not really looking. You can see they're all looking down south towards the crossing, and they are picking up points for it, and no one's challenged them. No one's looking at them and saying, hey, look, some points as someone shooting.
I won't lie, I hate this rotation from T1. Purely because, number one, it's unnecessary. We're not even at a point in the game where you have to be on Sosnovka.
If it goes back north.
Yeah. But this is the thing, it's not necessary to head down to Sosnovka military base. And what that rotation felt like was a desperation, you know, circle 5, where suddenly we get a hard shift down there and you have to swim across. There's still opportunity to go hold in the fields towards the west side, just south of Pachinki, and then just follow all the rest of the teams in over the bridge. I don't think the swim across was particularly the play, Chief.
Not a fan of that one. We'll see if it comes back to bite them. The western bridge being controlled by Team IND moving in from the south, and no chance team moving in from the north. Neither team really wants to put their toes out of line, as you can see them come up on your screen. No chance actually have control over the bridge itself, but Team IND are just waiting around the corner there. The next circle, oh, okay, a hard southwestern shift. T1, they're luckier with that circle to make that rotation at least somewhat worth it, Blank, but it's very much a coin flip on that, a dice roll, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we got a bit of a weird situation where a lot of teams can hold one another at the same time with the ridges that are currently in play. There's also the airfield available to us. We know there's a lot of fun little spots there you can play down in the military base itself, but all the teams are going to start to funnel down to the southwest. This western bridge is going to be a hotly contested zone. A lot of it is just going to be teams flying across here, looking to find a compound for themselves. You see BTR start to make their move too. We know they're going to head off to the west once they cross this bridge. UDO heading towards the underneath of the bridge. You might think they're going to swim for this, or they might try and challenge BTR.
BTR know better than just a full send across this bridge. They know there can be teams waiting for them and lying in wait to challenge them. Orange Rock taking a fight, and it's going pretty well for them right now.
So now Nova Godlike, you want to go for the dive. You have to taste your own medicine now with Orange Rock in the exact same spot.
Wow, this is literally the exact same situation.
Yeah, what comes around goes around, John.
Absolutely, and now they're having to make exactly the same push. So we'll see if they're as successful as T1, who managed to get 2 players across. We'll see how many Nova Godlike are able to get through, currently down to 2 players. Two of them did fall, still making that cross. Orange Rock across the hill are controlling a lot of sight lines as well from this cliffside, and they might be the last team to make that swim across from the headland.
Yeah, smart though, because they take a lot of time to do this, and they can start to destroy and pick apart the other teams on the other side and really like secure their landing on the bridge, make sure no one's watching it. So they're just going to try and take out as many teams as possible. We're currently trying to rotate this way. Unfortunately for them, 2 players from Nova Godlike did make it to the other side of the water. But you know what, Orange Rock, they have a little time for themselves. They aren't actually, well, the cliff face itself isn't actually outside the zone as of yet.
You level up. They are going to have a rescue attempt go on over on the mainland. But in the meantime, bullets are flying. BIGETRON yet to cross the bridge, will need to make it through. And there's so many teams actually clustered on this northeastern side, Blank. I think there's about 5 squads all trying to make it across here. Freestyle have pushed into BIGETRON's position, who are holding down on the bridge. It's zone 3, so the zone is survivable.
It is a cluster of teams over here. Luxy just going to pan this player. Well, actually didn't even have to pan him, he just died. But now, you imagine they're going to start to consider moving down. King of Gamers, they're in a really tricky spot here. They're very much behind everyone else. GXR Celts taking their time. Ryzen takes 1 player out from UDO. And here's Fredo. Jumps into the water with Mamparang, but Fredo's so incredibly low. Oh dear.
That is unfortunate. Does go down to the blue zone. Gets knocked out. The rest of you are going to have to try and get through with only the scraps left to try and get them in. Mamparang will have to get into the vehicle to get any healing done, so we'll see what happens. The next zone comes through. My mind is thrown immediately back to a game in the PMPL Americas with Loops, who were controlling the compound there on the northern edge.
Oh yeah, this is a very, very fun little circle, and you know, you've got to get onto the beach, so hope you brought your parasols that are made of steel, because they will need to block bullets.
Steel parasol, thinking Kingsman, really.
I know.
That's what we're looking for. Team IND, unfortunately, don't get that up in time. They don't pop the brolly. Valdes the murder rain down on them.
IND 420 OP, actually inside of a little bit of a hidey hole at the moment. Megastar's currently going on to T1.
Oh dear, one player from T1 down, and this is the last remaining player for them, making that early cross across the river. They were down to 2, and now it's just Youngdren down to about 2 HP, if we're honest here. Might as well be trying to go out wide, try and maybe actually get a pick there. That was
That's
bold.
a dangerous game that he's playing, yes.
That was very bold. 3 players from Megastars will be ready and waiting to slot up that kill, and it's the nade to find it. When you don't need to fight on the sightlines, just pop a nade in the room.
Yeah, make sure it's quick and easy there, and I think for Megastars, they don't want to lose another player, which is absolutely fine. Now that Orange Rock knows that a lot of teams have been basically decimated on the other side of the bridge. Nova Godlike Vampire have only 1 player remaining. You know that he's going to go for the snaking game. He's definitely not going to try and fire onto Orange Rock. This is the perfect time for Orange Rock to move across as a force so they can support one another. I really love the patience coming through from Orange Rock, and now they're going to start to make the swim. I hope they brought the speedos.
A little bit of a replay here. This is Team IND holding off Valdes the murder on the western bridge as they try and make that push. They did lose a player in response, but they controlled that ground and actually stopped Valdes the murder from getting any further. The spray down from 420 OP finishing them off. Actually, no. A long fall and a short stop was what did them in, but Valdes the murder get eliminated nonetheless.
So now it's Jexy, 4-man team from Morph, actually making their way in from the western side, and this is the biggest threat to Orange Rock right now. They're going to get onto the bridge and immediately be under fire. They're going to be so visible, and right now in the water, they can't even heal. So by the time they get here, they're going to be bruised and battered and easy prey for Morph.
About half HP on 3 of those players. Scout's still healthy, Scout's still going strong. If they make it to that headland, they might be able to pop a couple of shots, and actually a little bit of damage sent their way. Scouts managed to pop up, and shots are landing.
Okay.
DP at range, taking a knock over towards Morph as well, and they've managed to beach.
Oh, you can knock me down, but I get back up again, says Scout here, actually taking shots back from the DP. Oh dear, smokes come through, and now Orange Rock, they've officially made their way on. This was a really good hold. Scout's feet were still wet when he was taking those shots.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. It's really not gone well for them, unfortunately for Morph. They are going to take a few knocks, and they'll have to send in to try and reclaim. The question is, how far in can Orange Rock go? The only team, by the way, to make that headland to Peninsula crossing safely. All 4 players alive.
Yeah.
The rest of the teams that tried it, T1 and Nova Godlike behind them, all lost 2 players on that crossing.
Yeah, it was a do-or-die moment as Scouts stumbled out of the water and immediately took some fantastic shots for the DP over to Morph Gaming to buy themselves a little bit of time. But now they need to start opening up the smoke trains. You can see it on your screen right now because getting off this beachhead is incredibly difficult, especially with the players like Box Gaming who are going to be absolutely holding down the tree line just outside. So this is really wonderful. I actually like this play from Orange Rock. They're going to try and get over to the shack on the other side that currently Vampire is holding in. And also they know that Morph Gaming have taken some casualty, taken some damage from that side, so they're less likely to peek. This is really well played from Orange Rock.
The quietest team in the lobby have their representative out in the water trying to swim their way in. It is Horshan, but they've been spotted out by Box Gaming, immediately taken out. Beautiful stuff. Loki knew where it was. Scout, takes a lot of damage. Will go down as well. Loki, only a little bit of damage in response, just a lick, and we'll be able to heal that back up. Scout should be resable, but the time is ticking away for them.
Yeah, he's down. He's
Might just be confirmed there. Does fall out, and that is going to be Box picking up the kill.
Yeah, he's... Ooh, okay. That is a nice spray from Louis. Gil has to return fire now, but Gil goes down. There's one more player, Orange Rock. They're in a really tight spot.
They couldn't get any further. They made that crossing, but there was no cover for them. They used their smokes, and they get taken down. Box hold down the coast. Morph able to help them too.
Yeah, it's a really difficult run for Orange Rock there off the beachhead. Box Gaming do a fantastic job, especially Loki, the trickster himself, playing around with all the teams who are in the water before they even got onto the top side. Look at this. He's still doing it again. Louis was able to pick up a tanky there. Obviously, GXR Celts, they were in the blue zone for a long time. They took a risk and thought to themselves, we'll try and wait as long as possible and then move in with the blue. But the teams were aware of it happening. Synergy, though, on the south side of the map. Another standard clean rotation from them to get onto Sosnovka military base with 4 players alive. Currently hold a decent position. They have practically all of the south side to themselves. The rest of the team, 6 teams on the north side of this circle.
This is a story of Box Gaming picking up all of these kills right here, Blank. 8 kills.
8, yeah.
The next highest team, 3 kills. BIGETRON, Red Aliens, and Valdez the Murder both getting that number, but nobody really stepping anywhere close to what Box Gaming has done so far, with 7 teams still standing. And it's Synergy, in fact, with 0 kills. And they're still going, all 4 players alive. They're playing this one cool, Blank.
I know, well, this is the thing. A lot of other teams have taken fights to get here. They have gone through the ringer and inside the ring itself, going for a bit of a boxing match. There have been broken noses, but Synergy, they've come out looking pretty.
Morph, not looking so pretty themselves, though, unfortunately. 2 players down on the cross. They're trying to get into this building, which is in the next zone. And in fact, they might be able to crawl 1 or 2 in. No, Loki denies them entry. 9 kills found for Box Gaming now. And they continue their presence from the hill.
Sirvi makes an insanely fast run. Very, very quick reactions from this boy here to get into a small position behind the shack where he can start to scout out, think where he can move next. Team IND are probably their biggest opponents on the western side of the circle. I'm not sure they're aware of them as of yet, but they're pretty much locked down by Megastars currently. They have to get across the roadside, which is a little bit difficult. That was actually pretty smart from Sirvi. He knows that the vehicle's going to get blown up here, but at least it gives him an inkling of where the bullets are coming from.
We'll be looking through those top windows, trying to watch for the peaks, but Box still have control over a majority of this, and in fact, over BIGETRON's position as well. A nade sent on into the smoke, falls a little bit short. BIGETRON still have their shack to play around. Nade out in response as well, trying to give them some cover. The smokes are blooming as they need to push on in to the west flank.
Ryzen here with the DP, that long-range weapon, but it's Synergy dropping onto Megastars. Vexy with a nade in hand, but he's already taken a lot of damage. Zigsaw moving out the side.
Sirvi, the absolute unit, just rattles on in and takes them down. Megastars eliminated. Not a single knock goes towards Synergy. Beautiful execution on the push.
And that was a 3-man unit. They had Sirvi still behind there, actually on the off angle. Really well played. Ryzen out in the blue. Loki just keeping him held down here. He's not getting in. He's just playing games with the boy.
Nova Godlike still going strong as well. Only 1 player, but that's not going to matter. BIGETRON eliminated there in 6th place. And Box Gaming continue to dominate, put themselves in double digits, and add 1 more as well. 11 kills found. And they're looking for number 12. Snacks gets knocked, not confirmed yet, but it's only a matter of time. Bushes don't block bullets.
No, they do not, John. Loki has been having the game of his life here. Oh, dearie me. This is so difficult for him to do anything. Anyway, Synergy, they're down towards the south side, still just on the cusp once again. They're having this circle move away from them time and time again. You'd be surprised if it moves north, but they're praying for this south shift. Kratos still in the game, though, starting to creep his way in from the west.
It's Loki and Louis for Box Gaming. 5 kills apiece, Blank. They are racking them up. Vampire with a nade right on top of him, actually, able to find a little bit of cover from it. IND eliminated. And Nova Godlike, they're still in it, Blank. They're in the top 4 yet again. Go down in 4th, but they get to the top 4.
Yeah, it's a good time for them indeed. Circle heads center here, doesn't favor anyone. Louis, as well as the 3 players of Box on the eastern side, they have an off angle here. It's really good. No Mercy trying to move out. Synergy currently Box Gaming's biggest threat.
3 teams alive, Blank, and most of them well, one of them really down on their luck. It's basically two teams here, as you say, so we'll see how much further No Mercy can get. Vehicles seem to be alive there outside of Synergy's position. You can see that as they crashed up, they didn't get blown up at all, so they should be able to relocate if they need to, if they choose to. But Box Gaming, they're not really going to have to, Blank.
Look at Loki here, level 3 backpack. Level 3's across the board here. He's having a fantastic time for himself. Ted moving out with the vehicles, trying to use that impromptu cover.
Uses that smoke beautifully, able to park up that
nades,
but nades.
Oh, break.
Okay, send it into the defilade, and Box Gaming continue. 13 unlucky for some, but not for Box Gaming. 13 kills found.
And now Zigsaw trying to move out in the vehicle, heavily damaged. Just one more shot will take him down, and Pime, he's already looking for the off angle.
Strider up close will be the first to face. A little bit of healing potentially coming through for Zigsaw. Gets that first aid off. Ted still down, still bleeding. Break puts him out of his misery. 14 kills found now for Box Gaming as they continue to mount up. Remember, Box Gaming current kill leaders of any chicken dinner in the Eastern region. 20 kills for them, and they're looking to try and challenge that. I don't think it's possible for them to be able to get it done, but they're going to give themselves a run for their own money.
Zigsaw and Strider still alive. These guys are the heavy assaulters on the side of Synergy. They're still alive, so they've got a good chance. One player of Box Gaming is down in Pime, so it's currently a 3v2. If Synergy can pick up one more kill here, one more knock, sorry, there is a chance for them.
Box are very worried about this third party as well, coming in from the last remaining player for Morph. There's No Mercy as well. Managed to make it out of the building, so can start to snake around. We'll see if that comes to be a factor.
Break now, just stimming up. Knows he wants as much health as possible before he takes his fight. They are not at all underestimating Synergy. They know that this could go either way, but 14 kills on the board already. This is a ridiculously good game for them.
Slowing it down, and actually Pime bleeds out in the zone. So, Box Gaming going out. And so do Morph. They get eliminated there. Blue Zone claims that one. And now we're down to 2 teams. 3 players alive and up for Box. 1 player's down, Pime, as we did see him get knocked. Will get rezzed. Pops the first aid kit as they pop a couple of shots over towards Strider, making a swift cross. Next zone comes in and actually shifts a little bit closer to Synergy. Gives them a little bit of a lifeline. But Loki looking to snip that one sharpish.
Yeah, they've got so much cover on board. Strider, as if that nade didn't take him out. He is on life support right now and he needs some help.
Goodness me, bullets flying towards Synergy's position, and you just have to wonder how on earth can they break out of this, Blank. There's so little cover around them. There's so little chance for them to survive. How are those bullets not landing? Zigsaw gets a little bit of the damage towards Louis. Has to drop down, has to heal up just a little bit. Pime, though, will be peppering the ground. Zigsaw, he's dodging all of these bullets, Blank. The nade doesn't even hit Strider this time. Synergy, they're deflecting.
Oh yeah, they're backing Synergy into a corner, and that's when the beast fights hardest. Strider towards the bottom of this hill. You can see Break trying to move in. That's Pime now down. Zigsaw immediately relocates. Break also down. Just Lockie and Louis still alive.
2 players going for Box Gaming. Zigsaw crawling his way forwards. Will have spotted Louis. Strider goes in, gets the knock. The 2 players from Synergy. They're trying to make it happen. Just Loki alive. A heavy fragger for Box in this game, in this lobby, and it's 2 players that he has to challenge now. Put your money where your mouth is, my friend. Pime gets eliminated. Loki now caught in this 1 versus 1. They've turned it around. He can't get it done. It's Synergy who come back in swinging. They rotate in. They stay quiet. But at the last moment, the dragon roars.
This is what I was talking about. The pedals are moving. The cadence is sped up for Synergy. You might have Lockie. You might have Louis on your team. But you know what? Synergy's got more than enough L's for you to take.
Absolutely brilliant there from Synergy. They were on fire in that final circle, just dodging this way. They move left, we go right. Fantastic deflection from Synergy, and they end up with that chicken dinner. Beautiful stuff. We're going to head over to the desk to break it down.
Holy moly, what was that? For a minute there, I thought Loki's AKM was experimental. He grabbed it from a crate, and that's not going to be happening. But in the end, Synergy managed to make the recovery here in these final moments. Phenomenal stuff watching them get themselves that chicken dinner. What the feeding of information, the shots coming out, everything was so good by Synergy.
I just like how you were like, how did they even get there? And then they just kept on going. They never stopped. They went for the chicken dinner, even though they were down to a 4 versus 2 there. And they were in a really bad position to take that chicken dinner. But they made it happen.
A clutch situation like that is rare. You see a 2 versus 4 and they managed up winning it. Remember, they even got rest Pime. They were actually 4 versus 2. There was a nice flank as well. I like that, but unfortunately they didn't make it a straight up 2 versus 1 battle. There was a lot of snaking, and unfortunately for Box, they didn't make it happen. But Synergy, massive clutch for them. What a game and what a comeback.
What a game from both of the teams, actually.
Yeah,
Box Gaming as well, being able to have 4 people alive and getting so many kills. We're going to take a look at how many kills they got later, of course. But, I mean, them just holding that ground there and make sure that no one else could get close to them. But also towards Synergy, of course. We saw how Synergy was creeping up. I don't think Box actually played that wrong, to be honest. But they still lost it.
Yeah, you can see the kind of hunger and fire from some of these teams that are lower down in the rankings right now. Let's take a look at the map rankings and see where these points have been distributed. We have, despite Synergy getting themselves the first place, Box Gaming just blasted with the 28 points up towards the top.
But look at how top-heavy this is. Of course, Box Gaming with the 14 kills getting 28 points, Synergy getting 26. But then it goes down, and no one is even close to the kill count of Box Gaming. 4 kills after the 6 from Synergy, of course.
Nice to see from Morph as well with a 3rd place here with 13 points, doubling their points actually. I think they're going to be sitting in a pretty decent spot after this and still be in the chase, because now the top is, they're running away. They're getting away from the rest of our mid-pack, and it's getting unrealistic to at least contest for the very top, but our mid-pack is still extremely close.
I mean, Box Gaming, they got themselves a 5th place with 3 kills in the previous game, but yesterday they only had 14 points in total, and this game alone they had 14 points just in kills.
Yeah, here is our 9th through 16th as well. Not too many points to be distributed down here. Valdus, the Murder, get themselves 3 kills on the board, though. So they'll be still very high in terms of the standings so far.
I mean, the circles are just so rough for the teams that it plays. It's insane,
I loved it, though. It's so entertaining to watch, and it's so entertaining to watch how they're able to macro and their decision-making throughout the game due to these kind of curveballs of circles.
But what I like is that last time we saw a kind of a similar circle happen, we saw RQ Athena, one of the only teams that actually swam across. We saw almost every other team taking the bridges, but they have adapted. And we saw this time, I think we had 6 or 7 teams swimming. We had Synergy taking a boat from far east side. It shows that they know that they need to adapt in a very short time.
It actually benefited some of the teams that RRQ Athena was not in this lobby, because we know very traditionally RRQ Athena, given these kind of circles, will take that southern tip and be able to swim over if needs be. But there was room. Here's the Mountain Dew do the do moments. Frozwozwoz.
So we see T1 there getting shot by Nova Gala, and T1 is actually one of the teams that took the advantage of RQ Athena not being here. They took Pachinki from RQ because RQ was not in here. So basically they had Pachinki by themselves. They went to the rocks and they started swimming, but they did one thing wrong though. They swam all 4 at once and too early, and that's when we saw Nova Godlike just pulling up there and saying, hey, this is just some hunting season going on.
I love this bridge camp from Team IND, honestly. It was perfectly executed. Nice shots from Godard as well. He was able to get one back, but overall, how they were able to hold on to it, get a few kills, and you see 420 OP here with some very nice shots, and they're actually able to get a lot of points from Valdez here.
And that is, Team IND is one of the teams we know that always go military base, and also, of course, you have Megastars going for Novo. So you have 2 teams on military island from the start, and both of the teams actually went, when they saw the circle coming down towards Millen Island, they knew straight away, we gotta camp the bridges. We saw both of the teams, IND going west bridge, Megastars going east bridge.
This spray was very important. Yeah. It's like, as much as we've seen Lewis doing this, everybody from Box was actually spraying on these guys. So it was a huge team effort to take those kills.
Big pressure put out to them to make sure that they're getting the kills and finishing the points for that. But I just want to wrap up what Frost said.
Sure.
at this point, these guys, that when we have a military circle, they have to be aware that there's bridge camps. Like, they cannot go send it around. They have to take other measures into getting over. Like, I want to see more swimming. I want to see more boating, because at this point, like, they're just sitting there waiting for all the points to come across.
I want to see more preparation from the teams being in, like, getting themselves close to a boat, knowing where a boat is. Even if that means that you need to go back into the blue, maybe towards Prim, all the way to Prim. Or something like that to get that boat. You know you have a boat. That's a safe way to get into the circle, get into Military Island. Go back to that. Don't go for the swim. It's super risky. Same thing with the bridges.
Strider, that reposition was clutch.
Yeah.
He realized he was in the line of sight there.
That won them the game.
Yeah, probably.
Literally won them the game there. The reposition to make sure. And they played around this cover so well. Strider was also able to play and peek with this. It was such a good play from him. And the angles, obviously. Loki, unfortunately, not getting it, but such a good play from Strider. Big clutch from Synergy.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. I mean, we've heard from them multiple times in terms of interviews. They seem like a really happy bunch of guys. Not only to just be playing here, but also when we see the performances coming out from them, it boosts them. And this is going to be a huge boost to the confidence here going into that kind of 2v4 situation.
Yeah, but this is what we've seen from Synergy. We've seen that they've been able to do these kind of clutches before, but we haven't seen too much of it from this week itself, though. But they showed us once again what they're made of.
Is this the first total damage higher than total heal? Total healing higher than total damage?
I think it is, actually. It comes down to them. Even though they were in the circle, we were taking a lot of damage. They were playing the grandma house there on the south side, and a lot of the teams were shooting at them. They were holding out teams on the south side as well, but then they had to move in. They lost 2 people, of course, on that move itself, but they only needed 2 to clutch the win.
Yeah, impressive stuff by Synergy. Gotta say, very, very cool to see that recovery, but we can't take it away from Box. Kudos to them. A huge performance, but before we actually, talk about all of that, Froz, what do you have for me?
Well, we're gonna break down a little situation on the East Bridge, of course, and I'm going to be talking about BIGETRON and how they were camping the bridge. So the whole thing with this is that BIGETRON, they drop pretty close to the East Bridge. They know that Megastars drop on Nova, on Novo. So they know that they are getting bridge camped already. They know we don't want to cross yet. We're going to try to get as many points as possible. And look at their split here, how they're splitting up with 4 people and just holding the whole bridge, making sure, because you can see Yudu here, you can see Freestyle here. What you can't see is that we had more teams that were actually here. We had teams like, I think it was U Level Up and King of Gamers. That's just outside the camera angle here. But you can see here how they're holding. Of course, they have one on the bridge as well. So basically, they're holding the whole bridge and the whole area. If anyone tries to drive on the road here towards the bridge, you basically have 4 death stations you need to cross.
The death stations.
And that's not going to be possible when you have that. And of course, they put the guy with the DP Ryzen on the bridge, making sure that's the last defense on the bridge and make sure no one can cross. And we're gonna see that. Yudu, they were like, hey, we're just gonna take a call, we'll just drive across. No matter. Nothing is happening, but you can see on the kill feed, of course, that Ryzen, he got both of them, and then these guys, the last 2, they went for the water. But as you can see, Fredo is already 1 HP, so he's gonna die to the blue when he's diving down here. But we're talking about Ryzen standing here as well on the bridge, of course, and it just shows that they knew we can't cross the bridge early. What do? Well, we're gonna hold it on this side, and we're gonna make sure that we get as many points as possible.
If you're gonna die, you may as well die in style. Memperang, Fredo, they were all about that.
And then obviously the Death Station, the 2nd largest defense on the Death Star. So nice to see them how they're able to place this along.
There's one more thing though. They actually managed to cross the bridge with all 4 alive afterwards, because they knew if we just wait long enough, we heal a bit in the blue, Megastars is gonna move in towards the circle, and that's when we make our move.
Pick up extra meds as well, potentially from the kills you just got.
Exactly.
Not too bad. Let's take a look at the total damage then and see what's what. We have Box Gaming blasting out of control up towards the top here. Synergy with a cheeky little bit of damage, and also Orange Rock actually going through the ringer here in this game for us.
Yeah, Box Gaming blasted the damage all the way above the roof.
It's gone!
Oh, it's gone. We can't see it anymore. But yeah, you saw how far up they were in the damage there compared to all the other teams. It comes down to them. They swam across pretty early from Sharkfin across to that little hill there, and would basically just P-shooting everyone that was close to them.
And from that position is also super great, because you can actually put so much pressure on the guys coming out from the bridge, and you can hold hold that whole north side and push into the circle. And they played that extremely well as well.
Overall rankings time. Let's see what's there, as well as I can only imagine up towards the top. We still have our first leaders. Team Secret moving up to second place. Freestyle moving into third. Megastars in fourth. Everything's topsy-turvy. We've seen so much shake-up here so far without these through these first 2 days.
I mean, it's still super even. Look, from third place on Freestyle down to Reject Scully on 10th. It's only, what, 9 points between them.
Yeah.
That shows how close it is between all of these teams. And this means that the bottom is going to have very few points compared to this.
Yeah, and our mid stack is actually very close, as you said, guys. And I think they might be safe at this point. Like, even T1 that we're going to see here in 11th place in just a second here, they're at 46 points, right? So, I think that is so far ahead at this point that, yes, they might be able to somebody jump ahead of them, but there's no chance, you know, there's going to be that many teams jumping ahead of them. There's simply just not enough points available. So I would say at this point, T1 is 100% safe. And the bottom 9 is still fighting for survival.
Right. And you can see there, Box Gaming still actually in that kind of red zone, the bottom 4 there. Let's take a look at the schedule. 3 more games coming at you today. We will have 2 more Sanhoks and 1 more Erangel on the way here to round out the final day before we get into our next super weekend, of course. There they are. Erangel has already been won, of course, by Synergy there. And we had Team Secret winning the first day. It's time for the jungle once again. Our next commentators are dressed for their Hawaiian cabana. Let's go, Imperium and Maxman.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. As you guys can see, I'm all dressed up, ready for some Sanhok action once again. It's going to be intense, and 3 more games now remaining to know which of our top 16 teams will be going over to our second weekend. I'm happy to see some teams like, Morph and Nova Godlike coming back on top and finally getting some good results here.
Really close here when you look in the leaderboard right now. 30 points divide 5th place and 19th place. That's nothing. That's chicken dinner and 10 kills, right? It's so close. And when you saw the likes of Synergy and Box Gaming got such strong results in the last game, but they're still not in the top 16, right? So with these 3 games, they have to ride on that momentum. And coming into a Sanhok game, let's see what they can do.
We need some stonker games from these teams. Imperium's Team IND, they're back in the lobby for the Sanhok game. They're going to go for the mountaintop and control that segment. But we have an early fight happening between both Team Secret and Megastars, resulting in Paradox going down potentially early, which, Megastars, they need to get some good results right here. And of course, Matt is going to be pushing in with the Uzi and picking up the very first kill of this lobby.
Team Secret definitely had a much stronger rise in week 2 of league play. We've all talked about and noted how well they've seemed to synergize together and play much more strongly when it comes to team fights and working as a team, rotating as a team. And it's nice to see that result come through on the leaderboard.
There we go over to Painan. Is when you think, PUBG Mobile casters, you think of John and Blanco, Maxman and Imperium, and when you come over to Painan, you think of Synergy and RRQ Athena, always fighting and battling together. But I think this time around, Synergy taking maybe a little bit more of a passive approach, even though Ted is in a very unusual situation in which we never see him. Is actually going to be the mountaintop up north on the more eastern side of the compound of Painan. So interested to see Ted hopefully will not get himself too involved with this fight of RRQ, as RRQ tried to leave the area.
So obviously Group C are playing out this 3rd game of the day. So you level up, Nova Godlike and Galaxy Racer Celts are not playing in this Sanhok game. So of course the 16 teams are in this lobby. It's going to be up to them to extract as many points as they can and hopefully overtake and create that gap right against the team below them.
Yeah, they didn't see Ted. You know what? Playing a little game of hide and seek right there. Ted will normally be able to get back to the rest of his team. I was a little bit scared for him, but it seemed like that tree was, thin enough for him. Because if I was trying to hide behind a tree, I think I have a little bit too much weight on most of the Imperium. We could not hide behind a tree like that. So respect to Ted doing his workout sessions.
It might work for me because I have slots on my t-shirt. So they might think it's just a load of sloths that are hanging out on the tree.
Not a sloth, just a load of sloth.
A load of... I wonder what a pack of sloths are called, like a group, You're trying to think of something funny, I know, but
And yeah, and I'll come back later with a comeback. I don't have one just now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Okay. It's okay.
Hey, no mercy. Calm down. Taking a few shots with the QBZ there, trying to bring some attention to himself. Got to be careful. But of course, no chance. They played around this location earlier. Got himself in a few weird fights. No chance. They got to think about rotating early away from boot camp because it is a location. If you lock yourself into it for too long period of time, it can come back to haunt you later on down the line because it's pretty hard to rotate from that area.
We did see Morph actually do a similar rotation in the first Sanhok game, but that's when the circle was kind of much further down towards the southwest, whereas in this case, with it being more heavily on the east, there's a higher chance that, the rotation might work, but you are basically in between a couple of teams like Megastars, T1, and even Valdez, the Murder, up north.
The Murder. That's the first time we do. I'm happy about that one.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
T1, I like it. Normally they were a team that like to go for boot camp. We mentioned it earlier. It was mentioned by John, who said normally we have like 3 teams going in that area of boot camp. But this time T1 went for a more passive approach, going a little bit further away. But more if they get the information, they rotated earlier away from this area. No chance team having a similar decision making, and they're going to try and move away. But Offdale is instantly going to be knocked out. No, Choco Nuts is trying to gather a little bit of information. Now the high ground is going to the advantage of Morph, but I don't think they want to fully commit to this one because especially knowing that we only have one player of Morph taking this fight, the entire team is not ready to take this one head on.
We could also have another little pocket fight ensuing just down the south end between T1 and Megastars. They're looking to get closer together. You can hear the shots in the distance even, but right now Morph and a No Chance team, the wraparound by Morph to have Hasbro on that sideline is really intelligent play. Of course, if they get third party, they could basically put Morph on a lot of pressure, but T1 and Megastars, you can see they're clashing up.
Yeah, gonna have some kills popping up at the feed here. T1, they're taking the short end of the stick, but because the high ground is actually to the advantage of Megastars, grenade comes out to get a little bit of damage down to T1. Megastars, they got to continue with that push. Paradox gonna be taken out. They remain as a 3-man team, and they make it out alive. 4 points over to them, and Megastars picking up their very early kills in this one. They need good results, as we mentioned. This is a very good start for that.
So good stuff indeed with Sexy Vexy driving on through. King of Gamers and Team Secret around the quarry area, which is going to be pretty imperative coming into phase 2, holding on to that quarry location. It can't fit a number of teams, but you want to create that space because it can be hard to navigate around quarry.
I think it's hard to navigate out of quarry. Once you're down below, it makes it very hard to try and find yourself a nice entry point because you have only specific areas of which you can actually move out of it. So it makes it very easy to predict where you might come out from and really easy to take shots against you. So now Team Secret definitely taking the advantage, taking the toll on King of Gamers. A bit of utility will come out, but still this is not going to be enough to save themselves over here. This 2-2 split is not working in their favor, but they have 2 members up top. That's going to be Concept, and they're going to be trying to take a few shots that could help their situation, but great shots coming out from, eye shots. Yeah, there you go. That's the joke.
That was actually really bad, man.
I'm so sorry, man. I'm so sorry.
You feeling okay, man?
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'll go back to anime references. I'll do it Jojo.
There you go.
Yeah,
Jojo,
people will be happy. That's fine.
Now, phase 1, the blue zone's closing in. Freestyler still outside the circle on the southwest island. Team I&D still outside the circle on the northwest island, whereas pretty much every other team is somewhat relevantly quite nicely inside the circle. We are seeing Reject Scarlet clashing together in the feed against another team coming through. And all the while, Team Secret, King of Gamers, still putting themselves under pressure.
I was mentioning the high ground of King of Gamers, and actually worked out perfectly. Concept taking a few shots, got a nice knockdown onto Team Secret, allowing actually one member to get down inside of Quarry, get that res back up, remain as a 3-man team. I love it, but iShot still hasn't given up that prime position on which he was able to get 2 members knocked away earlier, and he's just going to keep on holding to it, but might want to try and rethink to get over to the rest of his team, because if he gets knocked away, no players on his side will be able to help him.
RRQ Arnie. Third party member Team Secret. So that fight has definitely proved to, I wouldn't say go against Team Secret, but because they haven't been able to clean out the whole of King of Gamers quickly enough, we are seeing those shots alert the presence of a couple of teams, most notably RRQ.
I like the respect coming up from Team Secret. They know the high ground is to the advantage of King of Gamers. They're just like, okay, this is a fight that's not worth taking. We picked up 1 kill, which is still a pretty good trade-off for us at the end, but we're going to just try and leave this thing entirely because they lost eye shots, as I mentioned. He was out of position completely. If he did get knocked, his team could not assist it. Very unfortunate, I think, that here, to this specific scenario, around Quarry, a 2-2 split would have been a lot more impactful.
Can't help but agree with you there. But as Team Secret look to join up a little bit more clearly as a remaining 3-man team after losing eye shots, they'll hold on to that compound that's on the north side of Quarry. You do have the remaining players of Box Gaming coming in from the north as well, but they're kind of pinched in between Team Secret now and Valdez. But Valdez are clashing pretty close to Reject Scarlet, Synergy and TSM Entity. Knockdown comes through onto Clutch God.
I mean, if you go to a compound like that, TSM Entity, you want to go as a full squad, not send one by one in a straight line. It makes it really easy on the receiving end of Synergy to get that initial knockdown onto Clutch God. Z-God almost went down himself, but able to res back up. Great grenade though coming out on the opposing side. That's going to be for D2E, doesn't deconnect also with the AK. And now they've got to go and full send it, as RQ Athena got himself a little bit of an angle on this one, but Synergy now, they want to go for the full engage. They want to fully commit to this one. They want to get rid of TSM Entity. On Sanhok earlier, they took 16th position. They should not try and take these early fights. Imperium is not working out for them.
Here's the thing, I don't think it's a fact of them necessarily taking the early fight, but it's that lack of, in my opinion, information that's going against them. As G9 comes in and stabs Neo in the back, gets a knockdown, leaves TSM Entity down to one player.
And that's why you should have scouted TSM, gather information, know what's around you, if there's a team around on the mountaintop, if there's a team in the compound, if yes, you can fully commit and reach it properly, because that was still, once again, a really little bit of a weird engage from TSM Entity. Very stacked together, one grenade and they could just go boom into smithereens, but that will not be the case. The smokes does deny Synergy from gathering intel.
As much as RQ have punished TSM Entity, I think they've actually also helped them in some ways, because that those knockdowns have come down on the kill feed. Synergy, obviously dealing with their own pressure, aren't confident enough to go in for the final blow to get the fatality onto TSM Entity. So, of course, allowing those revives to come through.
Fatality. We need John for that. He can do the real deep voice. I can't do that too well.
Is that okay?
I don't know. That was like an Irish version of fatality.
Surely an Irish version of fatality. Sure, fatality by, you know.
Anyway, they were able to heal up from their wounds, so TSM, they want to try and retake this. They can't move back because G9 is kind of stopping them from leaving the scene entirely. Here it is, they're going for the push. Zixel's going to be taking it 1v3. Nice, that's a nice cluster of players of TSM Entity taking the fight together. This is clean, I like to see it. And actually, they're going to get a third party on that fight, and Synergy will get eliminated in 15th position. Unexpected, but I'm sure TSM Entity, they're very happy with this trade-off.
But of course, TSM Entity will now have to be aware that they could be targeted by King of Gamers. Synergy kind of paying the price of not cleaning out TSM Entity earlier on. But they, like you mentioned, that was a much smoother, more synchronized engagement by TSM going in as a 3-man team onto that member of Synergy. But now they gotta be careful because RQ are behind them.
They're coming around slowly. G9 really wants to go for those kills. He is bloodthirsty right now. And G9 know one of the top fraggers on that first week, and I'm sure he wants to try and, reiterate that kind of success he had on the first week into this second week. Interested to see. But the phase 2 circle did pop up also. We didn't really talk about it too much in Imperium. It did shift a little bit more to the southwestern side of the circle. Keeping Painan still in the vicinity was also Camp Charlie.
Yeah, when you really look at it, pretty much all the teams are on the north side of that phase 2 circle, with Freestyle really being the only team being on the south 50% of that phase 2. So that does give them a lot of space to move on over the bridge from that southwest island and make that play maybe on the high ground above Cave. But they've yet to really move, and I think they're kind of banking on it maybe shifting once again down the southwest.
Back on to the fight. G9 still gathering information. No intention of moving whatsoever. He wants to wait and potentially TSM Entity trying to leave the scene, even though it doesn't make a lot of sense. But Megastars and Morph, they're going to be clashing. Swag will be the first one to take a few shots towards Morph. They're very, very nice all together, packed up on the side of Morph. If he gets a good grenade, it could get a huge impact. He has it in his bar, in his heart bar, and a grenade will indeed come out. But Morph trying to just spread their wings a little bit more thinly. Will that grenade connect? With Jacoby, that's
a little bit too short. Yeah, I think because he's kind of backtracking, and if he hadn't have backtracked so much, although I get why he was backtracking, I think that would have been a lot closer to connecting. But either way, it sends a message. A grenade doesn't always have to connect right, Max. It can just basically push your team back and create a bit more space for yourself to join back up with the rest of your team. So either way, it was a valuable grenade coming out from Megastars.
Yeah, just gives information. There's a team up here. Do you want to go up here against this team? It's always a risky spot, especially on Sanhok, so we're not going to be taking that risk, so Morph will be a little bit more passive. But the circle popping up once again on our feed, and where shall it take us? Goes over to Painan actually on this one. Painan will be in the vicinity. A little bit of a similar circle we had on the first game of Sanhok, but very focused down south on this time around, so they have a little bit of experience on this one. We'll have to see how they play around it.
I'm going to go against what I normally say. Freestyle, make Painan your home, but stick around the northeastern edge of Painan and hold on to that area where you'll be able to basically spray up and take down members rotating in. So that'd be a great call from them. They have to do it now.
I want to see the teams try and go for the high ground positions. That is where it's going to be valuable, especially next to the river. You can gather just so much intel from those high ground spots. As BIGETRON trying to aim actually for one of those high ground spots we were just mentioning, but they're currently out of circle, so they still got a lot of room to go for. They've got a lot of areas to run towards in the circle. As Reject Scarlet slowly also going to think of repositioning. They got to cross on over, but they got actually 3 teams that could have a fight with them. That's Valdus and also Megastars and Team Secret currently in circle, and they will have to cross around Quarry. And you mentioned earlier, Imperium, how hard it is to play around Quarry. You're so easily exposed that I'm a little bit scared for Reject Scarlet on the long run.
The only thing they kind of have to their advantage is that they can at least get a little bit of information from the high ground overlooking Quarry on the south side, and they can maybe look to play around it. But even when you look at the teams either side of them that are yet inside the circle, Valdus, The Murder and BTR, it's going to be incredibly hard if they go for a little bit of a harsh rotation. But they seem to be sending it in more directly with those vehicles, which I'm kind of okay with, but they're stopping by Rock, getting potential little bit of information and then react accordingly.
Yeah, just getting closer and closer every single time. As also, talking about getting closer, King of Gamers getting really close to TSM Entity into the rice fields. King of Gamers gathering information. Concept is going to be the leading man, gathering information first. As Zegod, he heard those footsteps. He's got the audio cue, and now he's going to fight back with a nade of his own. Yeah, it will not connect, unfortunately. Interesting to see, but they need to try and gather the information, try and get on top of the mountain to know exactly where the players of TSM Entity are currently localized.
Now, there is a couple of members of King of Gamers that are kind of a little bit further back that could give a little bit of information should TSM decide to go a little bit further up the hill, so that's something that they have to be aware of.
This is a fight that's not really worth committing to. They're in circle, they're in a pretty safe position. I would say just leave that fight really not happen, and it would be a better decision, which is indeed what they're doing. Going straight down to the compound that they had earlier is not worth taking the high ground if it forces you in taking a fight versus TSM Entity.
Yeah, we see Reject Scarlet trying to make their way into circle more directly, but facing a bit of pressure from Team Secret. Team Secret haven't really moved out of Quarry. They're occupying that real kind of northeast edge of the circle play where they're punishing teams, knowing that the circle shift down on the previous phase can give them opportunity to get a couple more kills on the board.
Yeah, Team Secret, they're keeping an eye out for Reject Scarlet. Eurely with the bike. That's a risky play, but able to make it down below in the Quarry section. That was a little bit scary, I'm not gonna lie. It was a little bit like worthy of a an action movie, I would say, just like Die Hard or something.
Something like Triple X or something like that.
Exactly. But, oh man, King of Gamers, I mean, if the first try doesn't work out, they're going to go for second attempt. King of Gamers, they really want this high ground position away from TSM Entity. The fight will be breaking out. They get Jonathan down, turn into a 3v2, now a 2v2, as Braga's extremely low, and they're going to try their best. Zegod and Neo trying their best for TSM Entity. Get the information, they come from behind. Neo makes it work out, and King of Gamers get absolutely battered. That was a risky play, and TSM coming out on top.
But they were aided by a cheeky third party from BTR. That's maybe where the backtrack went against King of Gamers early on, but we can break that down later on as Orange Rock coming in from one of the outside of the circle locations, getting pretty close to Morph team, and knockdown, another knockdown, and confirmation, putting pressure and putting in control Orange Rock's play.
Orange Rock trying to take compounds that are valuable for the long run, which this one is, but it's not quite in circle. So they're going to have to rethink going a little bit further into the circle. They could try and deny all the teams that are currently under 3-4 teams. They're exactly trying to make a little bit of a zone for themselves to control. And now Team IND and No Chance Team of Dales will get confirmed. Reject Scarlet in the feed will also get taken out of the lobby, so that's 12 teams still remaining in this one. But now Team IND, they got control of the high ground. Choconuts, he knows it. He's got to try and run away from this fight as quickly as he possibly can, because right now he is not in the advantage point.
It's going to be a tough call for No Chance team. All the while we do lose another member of the one only Morph team, leaving them down to just No Mercy, who is outside the circle on the northern tip. Team Secret still inside this compound. Megastars coming in from the high ground, yet to occupy themselves inside the circle. Then looking at that, we see on the kill feed, Box Gaming and BTR clashing on the southeastern tip.
Yeah, box around Quarry, trying their best, but BIGETRON, they have the circle to their advantage. It's going to be a little bit of a struggle. Morph also get taken out of the lobby. As there it is, Megastars. Ooh, they're going to go jumping down. Swag, I don't know if that was intentional. It didn't seem like it. There you go. Swag will go down. Sexy Vexy and Unkar still on this game, and they do not want to repeat that mistake that just happened, so they're just going to be holding on to the little cliffside, but they've got to go down eventually, Imperium.
In the words of Linkin Park, Team Secret are saying, Encore, do you want more Megastars? Ready to get the kills on board as the blue zone is closing in on phase 4. It's going to push Valdez to murder a little bit closer, potentially to Megastars and Team Secret, but they seem to be heading in the direction of Erangel, who've yet to disengage heavily from that compound and make their way inside the circle.
I got the impression Team Secret want to push out for that kill. I would be careful. You still got 2 players on Megastars on top, but Team IND as a squad pushing where exactly Choconuts is currently localized.
Yeah.
Choconuts, can he just snake his way out of that one? Will they not see him? We saw it happen one time already. Oh, he's right in the middle. They were running in his location. No way. Oh, they do see him eventually. I thought we were going to have like a Mercy 2.0, but lucky they do get the information. No chance team taken out in 11th position.
Or an RRQ moment 2.0, you know, but
Beer 11.
Beer 11 2.0, but Team IND pushing on forward. The circle has shifted in a more centralized location. The compound that TSM and they are currently into is very heavily stacked inside the circle, but there is still a little warehouse that Freestyle can make their way into. But as a Goddard gets knocked by Orange Rock, you still do see this fight between Megastars and Team Secret yet to really be finalized.
Trying to get it. Mad Toy currently in that smoke, trying to get some information. They're trying to chuck their very own grenades. One almost connected, but not quite. But Megastars only got now a few seconds, and now they're going to have to tumble down, and they know it. Team Secret, they are in absolute control of this fight versus Megastars, but they're leaving early. They don't want to take that blue zone tick damage. They want to aim for the circle, which I do like, but you've got to be careful about getting backstabbed, as now we're going to have another team joining the fight, and that's going to be actually Valdez the Murder, potentially taking a few fights around in the kill feed. But Team Secret, here it is. They get the information on Vexy and Encore. Encore just staying on the back foot, gathering information, was that high ground position, forcing Vexy on the forefront, but it's really going to be hard taken, despite knowing all the angles taken by Team Secret makes the fight even harder for Megastars.
Like, I don't get why Team Secret didn't throw out a couple of smokes just to create a little bit of a protection, a little bit of space, and why is U-High going across the road when it's clear sign aside of light coming out, and that's going to leave Rex on his own. Very poor play from Team Secret. Now he's got to try and push himself forward. He doesn't know that Encore is there, so if he gets into that off angle coming through, it's going to come down to this 1v1, and like I said, Encore from high above helping to get the job done, and Team Secret are eliminated.
I believe they gave most of the meds over. Oh, that was like half a second away, almost able to pull off that first aid, but still that was not going to go any further for them. 6 teams still in this game as Megastars get eliminated. 6 teams in this one. The circle did go up in the central position, and it's going to be to the advantage of Freestyle. They got one player in one of the only compound building remaining in this circle. This is huge, but RRQ still has a 4-man squad pushing up on the northwestern section. They're going to fight TSM Entity.
Now, I was talking to Gatek of TSM Entity yesterday, and they were like, look, we're going for kills. We're going to get a chicken dinner tomorrow. And I said, hey, guys, if you're going to get a chicken dinner, get it in either game 3, 4, or 5. And if there is ever a time to send a message to every other team... Okay, no, I actually spoke too soon. That's going to...
Thank you, Imperium.
Okay.
Thank you, Imperium.
Just
jinxed it.
Yep. I'll just... Yep. Okay. Hello, Darkness, my old friend, for both myself and TSM Entity, but RRQ and BTR, one of the 3 teams left standing.
There you go. Hey, guys, you can go find Imperium on Instagram and blame him if you're a TSM Entity fan. There you go. Get in his DMs. I'm sure he'll love it. But now we have still 3 teams remaining. He's crying, Imperium. You regret that one, don't you?
I do. Oh, man. But I still love it. It's BTR pushing their way in through the warehouse. You have G9, Prone Down, and Beer, Ernie, and D2E having that extra little bit of flanking position and in a more centralized circle position. But let's not count out Freestyle.
Yeah, Freestyle, they got their building. It's already going to depend on this circle shift. If one building on Freestyle is still in circle, they could still try and avoid the fight. Let RRQ, Athena, and BIGETRON take the fight against each other, and then get the fight on the remaining players that are still staying in the lobby. Now the circle is going to be dependent, and it did actually move away from both buildings, forcing all of the teams now in a more central position. No teams are currently in the circle, but RRQ, they got the advantage. They're already snaking, and they're very hard to predict where they're going to be. So they could get access easily to the western side of the circle and shut down all the teams trying to get in circle.
But we could see Freestyle get a little bit of a third party. Don't count them out. Game 1, I'm trying not to jinx them, but game 1, they got 4th place. They got 11 points. They had a fantastic day 1 of the league, week to yesterday. So they've really set themselves up to, of course, qualify for the Super Weekend, but of course, even put fear in the eyes of the opponents around them. But as the Blue Zone is going to be starting to close in on Phase 7, it's going to send all of these players and all these teams left in the lobby to a closer position.
Freestyle took almost no fights this entire game. That means they got so much utility remaining. This is potentially a really good opportunity for Freestyle to take this game. And as I said, they got some utility, a few smokes, but there, Ryzen gets the information. The man that popped off yesterday for BIGETRON. And now gets the information first on the man with an extremely hard IGN that I still can't spell properly, but Microboy gets a great grenade onto RRQ Athena as they're very spread. I love how RRQ are approaching this circle.
BTR gonna send themselves up as Zuxi has to prone himself down. Microboy gets another knockdown on 2G9 as Luxie goes forward on the side of the tree. BR11 are gonna get wiped out. RQ are down. It comes down to this 3v1 between BTR and Freestyle.
I think Malik might just go down to the Blue Zone right there. Wants to deny points away from BIGETRON. They confirm the extra points. And he sees it. He sees that sneaky foot under the tractor. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Second Sanhok game of the day will be going over dominantly to BIGETRON, reigning as a 4-man team. That's a huge W for them.
Yeah, they were one of the teams that rotated from the northeast side, and when you look at between them and Team IND, Team IND decided to go basically on the west, and BTR went on the east, and that was a much cleaner rotation. They avoided Quarry, they avoided all the action. They basically swept in from behind, and it was a really great play.
Great plays indeed. And you know what? There's a lot of great plays that we're going to break down on the analyst desk.
That's right, BIGETRON, the Kings, are back on top of the mountain once again. They get themselves the chicken dinner here on Sanhok, our second of the day. There's only one remaining towards the end. Joining me, it's Avenger, it's Roz. Guys, BIGETRON winning a game. What a surprise.
How unexpected for them to take another chicken dinner. No, it's good to see them, obviously, and it's good to see them with 9 kills as well. It's they're putting up the averages, they're putting in the kills, but it's been very even. And again, it's like Sanhok, we don't see these explosive big games because you see so many fights throughout the game. We see so many third parties, and if a fight goes out for a little bit longer, you'll get a fourth party, and then you'll die to blue, and then nobody's stacking up a lot of kills usually.
Yeah, or you could have Imperium curse you as a team.
Yeah, that happens too.
That's not what you want to hear, though.
That's unfortunate.
We'll see if he continues to become the cursor. Let's take a look at the map ranking here for this game, of course, as we have BIGETRON up towards the top. 29 smackaroonies.
Yes.
As Freestyle will get themselves 16 on the board. A very big gap between BIGETRON and any other team in this game.
Yeah, it comes down to the kill count with the win, of course. We saw Megastars, of course, get himself 8 kills there, but only 8th place, but that puts them up there on 4th place overall.
And 6 double digits.
Yeah.
That's kind of impressive.
Freestyle, though, getting himself a second place
Yes.
with 2 kills. We saw him the first game getting himself a 4th place with 3 kills. So it's going pretty much where we're hoping they want it to be. We saw in the last game, though, only 16th place, 0 kills, not so good, but they're keeping themselves towards the top, and that's what's important.
Honestly, it's so nice to see that a team that did not qualify for the Super Weekend blast another qualifying day here. It's so good to see.
Yeah, very hungry for that Super Weekend as we have our 9th through 16th here. T1 going out very early in this game as they ran into another team themselves. So unfortunate for them, but it's by the by. That sometimes happens for us.
That sometimes happens. We've seen on Sanhok going for the boot camp drop a lot, while on Erangel, they kind of split up on what to do. They go all over the place. They don't have a home there yet.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the team stats coming in as well for BIGETRON up towards the top as they got themselves not huge amounts of damage, but a lot less healing to say the least, and plenty of kills coming in.
Very Sanhok-esque to have, you know, not explosive amount of damage because, again, everybody's fighting. They also have 9 kills, so it's still a good ratio. Low amount of total heal. 1,000 on top, 1,000 damage on top of the total heal is very good to see. It's a nice ratio. Also, 8 knockouts. They managed to finish a lot of their own knocks as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we want to see, right? The consistency of being very resourceful and also making sure that your damage transfers into knocks and kills. Because if it doesn't, it's not always going to do anything. Sure, it's pretty nice to see someone with high damage, but what would it do if someone has like 3k damage and only 2 kills? It wouldn't look so impressive.
Yeah, that is true.
That'd actually be extremely disappointing.
I mean, I feel like it's more impressive to actually see these kind of numbers where you see 1,400 damage and you get 9
efficiency.
kills. Yeah, exactly.
The kill efficiency, the damage efficiency is important because that talks to them being able to finish off their fights quicker as well.
Yeah.
And this is exactly what we want in Sanhok. We want to be able to go in fast, finish up the kills, that, you know, it doesn't go on for multiple knocks and they get rest, they heal and all this. So the damage efficiency and kill efficiency in Sanhok is something that I really like to see.
And this Sanhok was a little bit more lenient, I feel, for the teams compared to some of the previous ones we've had, circle-wise at least.
Yeah, it was on the east side, but we also saw a lot of the teams actually congesting towards the east side, towards Quarry side. And we saw on the west side, it was kind of only Freestyle that was just chilling out. They were like, hey guys, we'll just wait a little bit. We'll join in later on. We'll get that second place. Maybe we'll get a first. Now we'll stay with the second for this one.
It's the Mountain Dew do the do moments. Let's do it, Avenger.
Well, that was a nutty shot. Did you see that? The headshot on that range. Vex just smackaroonied with the micro Uzi. I want to learn how to play micro Uzi like these guys. I feel like they're so confident with it that I'm like, I feel like it's a pea shooter, right? But these guys, they're hitting so many bullets and they're just so efficient with it. It's just disgusting to see.
As we saw a lot of early fights happening here in Quarry, of course, that means that we saw, for example, Rockstar without the helmet. He was just playing with a gun, basically, because sometimes you don't find the helmets, you don't find the armors, but you're forced to take the fights. You gotta help your teammates.
I mean, each time we look at these highlights from Sanhok, you can see that a lot of the kills are coming from situations where somebody is like looking in a completely opposite direction to where they're being fired at from, and then they end up dying. So the third party, the fourth party, the fifth party, sixth party, seventh party can be very, very prevalent here when it comes to Sanhok.
You gotta be very careful with your positioning because you never know. Someone might have been spotting you, they might have been scoped in on you, and they're just waiting for you to actually stand still. And that's where the dangerous part is. When you stand still to take that long-range shots, that's when you get hit from very far away.
You can see, I feel like it's pretty clear that the players are more wobbling on Sanhok compared to what we usually see. They're zigzagging so much in their movement because they want to make sure that the snakes in the grass are not able to finish enough quickly, so they always are able to get in behind cover and try to get that. But obviously, you can see, especially in late game, you see here, it's so hectic. Fights outside the blue, trying to survive to then loot as much as you can and then to try to go for the healing game because you're in a top 8 situation.
Yeah, especially when it's so congested as well on Sanhok, because we see a lot of teams that get drawn towards the fights. They hear the shots, they see the knocks, they want to go for it. They want to be the third party. But as soon as they start third partying, that's when the fourth party comes in. And you know what happens when the fourth party is there? The fifth party joins.
Yes, more parties.
More parties, all the parties, many parties to come, and here you can see the final moments as well. BTR just being able to run rampant on the lobby here for this one and get themselves the good old chicken dinner. But gentlemen, I have an interview ready with the one and the only BIGETRON once again, but this time we're going to have Zuxi joining me here for this one. Hello Zuxi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. All right. So, first questions first. This Sanhok seemed pretty clean cut for you guys. Talk to me about this Sanhok and if you felt like you had any troubles against your opponents here.
Kayaknya gampang. Menurut lu gimana perjalanan di Sanhok ini? Ada masalah?
Quite easy.
Quite easy? Okay. We'll go with that one. In this week, and the last week too, it feels like the rest of the lobby is getting stronger. You're having a little bit of a harder time this week compared to last week. Is it the lobby is getting stronger around you, or do you feel you guys have been off your game a little bit?
Apa nih?
Lebih susah karena orangnya tambah jago, apa teman tahu?
Maybe the circles. The circles are going too far away from where we drop. Then we have to rotate too far.
Okay, fair play. And kind of a final question to round things out. We've asked a few teams as to who they don't want to fight in some of these situations. Which teams would you not want to fight on the battleground? Which ones do you would like to avoid?
RRQ Athena and TSM.
Ah, TSM. Oh, okay. Any reason why TSM?
Maybe it's our biggest. Maybe it's our biggest rivals.
Ah, okay. Well, thank you very much, Zuxi. Good luck in your next games, and I'll let you go.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. That was Zuxi joining us here as well. I had to adjust my questions just a little bit, just so that, you know, when you're in a situation online with translators and stuff like that, you don't want them to be too ridiculously complicated to try and push things on, because it gets a bit awkward.
It kind of comes with, like, if it's you asking the questions, they're always ridiculous, right?
Yeah. That is true.
Yeah.
That is. I am a ridiculous human being.
Did you notice this, though? In the background, there was the maps. Did you see?
A lot of players have that.
Yeah, but did you see there were some details on the maps? I am gonna look at that when I get back, and then I'm gonna zoom in.
We also saw that.
I think there might be some strategies on that map. Yeah,
actually, a ton of the teams have those same maps on their backdrops.
It's a really good thing to have because you can mark out stuff, you can talk about it with the whole team. We saw him sitting there in background. We saw Ryzen sitting there, and we also saw the hands of someone else, maybe Luxy, maybe Microboy, who knows?
Yeah.
But one thing we saw was high spirit. We seem to having a little bit of struggle this week, but coming in with a chicken dinner, the morale is high again. We saw him laughing in the background and stuff like that. That's nice to see.
It was interesting to hear as well, like when I asked that final question, obviously they mentioned RRQ Athena. They know that they're a very powerful team. TSM so far in the broad spectrum of the tournament hasn't really done a massive amount, but recently they've stepped up. So interesting to see that he believes that they are one of their big rivals here.
It can also be something, you know, like what I'm thinking as a rival can also be your kind of a nemesis, right? You always meet them there, and where you're looting, if you come to a position, they'll be there before you because you're looting further away, and like it can be the same kind of mindset and strategy that you always end up fighting with them, and then you feel like they're always there, or oh my god, it's them again, and you always meet them in, you know, situations, and that's where you kind of are like, okay, this is our rivals, or this is kind of our nemesis, and we always fight for some of these positions, and I think that's one of the reasons why.
Time to look at the overall total damage then from that game, and again, thank you very much to Zuxi for joining me through all of this. Jeez, that is the most even we've ever had.
Crazy.
Wow. Not only on the damage it's even, but look at the kills as well. It's super even throughout all of the teams, more or less. Of course, we have some that is sticking out a little bit more. You have Box Gaming, very low damage. NCT that went out a little bit earlier, of course, with a little as well.
Do you know why this makes me so excited? Because we've seen this kind of become more and more predominant, that the lobbies have become more and more even, which then means, aside from the 3 or 4 team names that really pop into mind when you think is going to win the PMWL East, everything's opened up a little bit, in my opinion, it feels, where you could have a big surprise winner come out here in the PMWL East because everybody is getting more and more even, Avenger.
Yeah, I mean, for this, like, yeah, you can have a surprise winner, but you also have to remember, like, this, we're still qualifying days, Super Weekend, and I think what we see from the Super Weekends is much more the tendencies we're going to see in the league finals, right? We're going to be having 24 games. It's a bit of a longer format, and I feel like it's a very, very good training, and I think you could take some of the tendencies away from the qualifying days, but a lot of the tendencies you have because it's going to be the same 16 teams. And this with the changing lobbies, it makes this very, very hard.
Let's take a look at the overall rankings then and see what's what. As we have up towards the top, BIGETRON Red Aliens will seize #1 spot. Second place, no more, as Valdus, the murder, will fall down to that second place spot. And you can actually see we did have a slight error before, and of course Box Gaming has accrued more points than the 24 that we had prior, so they're at 61 right now here, so they've been able to push into that top 10 quite nicely.
Yeah, I mean, it's shaping up pretty good here, and we can see that all of these teams have pretty much secured themselves to the Super Weekend that is coming out. But seeing a team like Team Secret being up there on 3rd place, that just shows you how good they've been playing this week here, and I want to keep them doing that for the Super Weekend.
And as well, they've only been playing 6 games, so the other guys in the top 5 has all been playing 7, so...
The red zone, we have Nova Godlike, No Chance Team, You Gang, and King of Gamers Club in there. One of the names that is really surprising to me right now is You Gang. They started off the first Super Weekend with 3 chicken dinners in a row, and then it was kind of hit and miss from there. They cannot feel happy with this performance, Avenger.
No, but it's one. They have 2 more games to play today, and it's one more good game for them to qualify. So yes, they have 2 chances now here, but as you said before, it's a hit and miss. They're playing often where you know it's a really good game or often scrappy games.
Today's
I think the scary thing is for Morph and No Chance Team is they've got 1 game left, and one of them is already in the red zone, whereas the other one is very close to the red zone.
Yeah, I mean, you only get one more chance, and you got to do it good. But that's also put so much pressure on the teams, on the players to actually make it well. This is the normal thing that we see. A lot of teams, when they're in this situation, they have so much pressure that they start going very passive in their gameplay. And because of that, they're going to lose out being passive. They're not going to do any damage, and it just end up lose everything in the end.
That being said, all of these players are some of the top in the world, and at home you can be top 100 in the world as well. If you're watching in-game, you can accrue points to gain yourself exclusive rewards. I'm all about that helmet. I want that helmet.
I want the right skin with the...
Yeah, I know you want the one with the... we can look at the schedule as well. We've got 2 more games coming at you as well today here, and it will be Erangel and Sanhok to go. It's time to head to the commentators. Let's see which team's Imperium's going to curse next. It's Imperium and Maxman.
Thanks for that, Hilarious. As if it wasn't obvious enough, I am indeed apparently the cursor. But hey, look, I'm hoping I can redeem myself in this fourth game of the day, Max.
I mean, we'll have to see if you can now be the lucky charm of TSM Entity after that. How dare you, Imperium? That was disgusting.
I see what you did there. Lucky charm. Wow, that's just... Oh, that was actually good in fairness. But playing trajectory straight down the middle of the map, going from south to north, probably one of the cleanest playing trajectories we've seen so far in the PMWL.
Hey, 90 degrees, talking about angles the other day. Perfect perpendicular angle on this one. Most team going to get, of course, Team IND going to be pretty happy about this one. Straight on top of military base, going to drop down straight away. But I'm seeing you level up a team that has been, a little bit all around, trying some different positions. They normally like to go in George Pole, Northern George Pole, but this time around, they're thinking, okay, you know what? One team is not in lobby specifically, and that one, if I'm not mistaken, is actually Megastars, exactly. So Novo is going to be an open territory. They're like, okay, we're going to seize that opportunity, take that control on that position.
And that is a big sign for me in my eyes, because You Level Up have obviously improved and evolved, and they've been researching the teams. In my eyes, that's a really strong example of that preparation, right? Knowing that a team isn't in this lobby so they can take advantage. Of course, with Megastars, you have Valdus, Morph, and Orange Rock, the other 3 teams not playing in this 4th game of the day.
Another Eastern Phase 1 circle.
It's quite northeast though.
Hey, you know what? I know that Frost was asking for some time. He was asking for a Stolper finish.
Yes.
Hopefully we'll have an interesting Stolper finish. Those are interesting. Not fun for the players, but they're fun for us. And at the end of the day, we all care about ourselves.
Tell you, Stallbar is the hidden gem of Erangel. Absolutely love that area of the map. But of course, it is going to help the likes of TSM, who are in Yasna Polyana, of course, with Reject Scarlet, which is pretty normal. Udo are in Severny, which is going to make it pretty easy for them to rotate basically up north through Stallbar and basically head on to maybe one of the compounds to the north of Mansion.
I love the respect coming out from Nova Godlight specifically. Reason why, they went on the first Erangel game of the day, right? They went in Pachinki.
Yeah.
And they were like, you know what? RQ's not in the lobby. We're going to go for it. They know now RQ are here. Like, okay, we're not going to take a fight with RQ, the top kill leaders of the lobby so far in like all these games so far. So they're just like, we're going to avoid the entire fight.
And they're going to the drop spot of Orange Rock, who aren't in this lobby as well. So it's nice dynamic play for Nova God, like a team that have really heavily improved coming into this league play, and I think, especially today, anyway, and I think part of that is because the roster has actually shifted up from what was the start of the PMWL. They had kind of started playing like Rayed, Smokey, Cronton and Vampire, whereas today the roster has been Hastar, Smokey, Exist and Vampire, and that has proved to be pretty valuable in my eyes when it comes to being a little bit more aggressive and of course getting the points needed.
Oh, that's for sure. That is definitely coming into play. I'm checking out some a little bit the mini-map right now, and I'm seeing so far, well, the mini-map, the big map, I should say, but like I was seeing right now, BIGETRON, the fact that they know that Megastars are not in this lobby, right, they might be thinking, no, team's already going for Novo. We don't really have to hold on to that Eastern Bridge for too long, so we're just going to rethink going maybe a little bit more central, a little bit more early on, because they're normally very unlucky with circle shifts, as they mentioned in the interview.
Yeah.
But, you know, there is you level up behind, so that could maybe result in a backstab happening very later on in the game.
I'm going to be a little bit harsh. I think that was used as an excuse. What was said, to be honest, because you should never use the circle shift as a reason why you might not have performed as well in games, because that's RNG and you can't control it, so you don't take it in as a factor. You got to deal with what you work with, and their world champion team, they should be able to handle it.
I think if we both say that, I think we're both hypocrites in Imperium, because when we play our games, we're like, oh, the circle.
Yeah, but we're noobs.
Yeah, but yeah,
Bots,
true.
We're allowed to.
Actually, you know what? Fair.
You know?
That's actually a really good counterpoint, Imperium. We're noobs. We're bad. Exactly. That's why we're here talking about the game. Because if we were playing, we would die in literally like half a second. So
yeah, because we're washed up.
Better behind the desk. We're just washed up. Not even washed up pros. We're just washed up.
Oh my lord, gotta love it. That's self-roasted. It's self-deprecation is a wonderful thing.
Self-roast. Those are rare. Yes, I love them. That's a meme. Like you don't check.
Yeah, no, I don't know memes, Max. I'm old. I'm a boomer. You gotta remember that.
Sorry, Imperium. I just have hope, and my hope is shattered every single time.
Good.
Like when I come in the morning out of the hotel room and I'm just like, I see you, I'm like, again. just again.
Wow, that's actually harsh, man. That's harsh. Now, talk about harsh in a positive way. I want to talk about Team Secret and how harshly more aggressive they've been in these games when it comes to kills. Their total kills so far in the six games of the league week 2 has been 34 kills. Last week in the league days, in 8 games, they scored 22 kills. And in the super weekend, in 15 games, they scored 43. So they are already way ahead of themselves from a kill point of view, but they've also been getting the placement points in the standings to, of course, put themselves up in 3rd place overall.
And he's still got 2 more games to go, so hopefully they can try and even beat that record a little bit more, try and get himself a little bit more ahead of themselves. Would be big and nice to see of them. As we rotate back over to BIGETRON, I mentioned it right, they potentially want to transcend a few players away, which they have been doing. They sent players away from the bridge because they thought that Megastars were not here, but that's allowing actually you level up to move away from Novo, straight up to the northern like mainland section of this phase 1 circle. So I like it. I think that you level up is responding really quickly and way faster than Megastars has done in the past.
Yeah, I really like it coming out from you level up, and they're also, you know, rotating and using that coastline that is not really visible from Milta, and because it's very clean and clear, you can basically just keep driving without the risk of hitting a tree, without the risk of rolling over. Well, of course, it was me, I'd probably still roll over, but you know, and because they sent a couple of players forward to scout, they just have that information. So really nice play from you level up.
I really missed seeing them in the first Super Weekend because I think they're a team that has good rotations. They rotate really efficiently, but they never use that position to good results. I don't know what you think on that one, Imperium. I think that like we can maybe speculate.
No, I agree with that, to be honest. No, 110%. They're great at getting into a solid position early on, but kind of taking advantage of that, similar to Reject Scarlet, has gone against them.
And now back on over to T1 and King of Gamers. T1, they got himself a little bit of a high ground position. What are you dancing, Imperium?
Why not? Because I'm just happy to be here. I'm happy to be casting these games, and I'm happy with the fact that King of Gamers have gotten themselves inside that compound.
Okay. You did scare me a little bit there. I was like, why is he dancing next to me? Like, what is happening? I have no idea. I'm scared. Please, someone help me, please. But yeah, so T1 once again, high ground position. To get information on all around them. Imperium, start laughing at me right now. Stop it.
It's okay. I'm interested with regards to if Nova Godlike can kind of capitalize on those shots being heard and get a bit of a third party onto T1. I don't think T1 are at the cusp of the hill where they can be spotted by Nova, but if Nova go a little bit closer or wrap around, we could see that third party come through. But let's see how it plays off as the blue zone of phase 1 is coming in.
It is indeed coming in. Going to have a few teams rotating a little bit late, especially going to be having yourself Team IND, Team Secret. A 2-2 split from Team Secret. You mentioned it many times. You want to see them get together earlier in the game, but now because they're very split, having a little bit of an encounter potentially here, but that's going to be actually no chance. Coming around the corner was Team IND. And they're just going to exchange a few nice shots. They get already one flush and one knock onto Ovdale's. And they're going to be sending the two other players away of the fight entirely. And they will make it out, and Godless will be left in the open field. Should get secured really quickly by Team IND, but they're chasing it potentially.
Huh. Yeah, Godless is knocked down. That's going to leave, and confirmed, that's going to leave No Chance team with a limited amount of players left for their side as they look to try and fight their way into Pachinki, into the circle in Southwestern Asia. Honestly, I think that's pretty poor from No Chance team, because they've got to know, and I'm even going to say a little bit Team IND. Of course, Team IND came out on top, but they've got to know that they land the military base. They were going to be rotating in. They don't exactly rotate early. Poor decision making from No Chance team.
You know what? I gotta apologize to Team Secret. All the teams were green on the feed, so I was like, oh no, They're actually split, but it's actually no Team Secret, somewhat all together. So you know what? My bad for that one, Team Secret. I'll get glasses very soon so I can make the difference. It's okay. But the circle does pop up. The river's still in play. Yes, Neapolitan is still in play, but I like to see it. But TSM Entity, maybe a little bit of a mistake rotating so earlier away from like a central position. I think they could have potentially held on to Yasnaya Polyana, especially the southern edge, just a little while longer to see where phase 2 was going to go.
Yeah, and as we did see phase 2 pop up, No Chance team have been confirmed because of the fact that Choco X just went right into the path of Team Secret, paid the price for that poor rotation coming through. But because the phase 2 shift up northwest, that does create a decent bit of space in between Roshawks and Severny that is unoccupied as of right now. Perfect opportunity for Nova Godlike and RQ to basically rotate across those bridges and get on the north side of the river.
BIGETRON, they got two players forward, looking for the compound of Freestyle. Freestyle, they started off pretty good on this day. They got himself the first Sanhok game in 4th position with 3 kills. But they need to look for a little bit more just to make 100% sure that they get himself in a half-decent position to go over to the second super weekend of PMWL East. But BIGETRON, they're like, you know what? This is a fight that's a little bit interesting versus Freestyle. We're not quite ready to commit because if you wanted to push from that location into the compound of Freestyle, you had a little bit of down slope and it was a little bit hard to actually get there without potentially losing 1 or 2 players. They're going to play the passive playstyle, which I like. They play really respectfully early game, which I love from BIGETRON. I love this team.
Yeah, and in regards to Freestyle, like, you know, they've done exceptionally well. They've improved, they evolved, and when you even look statistically, last week on the league play, they end up after 8 games with an average points per game of 5.25. They're currently on an average points per game of 10.4. That's over double. They pretty much double the amount of points per game. And, you know, they still have 2 games left where it can obviously increase that. So much more improved coming out from that team from Pakistan.
Yeah. It's just now must also translate over in the Super Weekend. That's what we want. Like, we want to get them consistent results because let's not forget these points will reset in the league play where you really want to get those big boy performances is in the Super Weekend. RQ Athena going for the northern side of Rozhok. I like that. Gives you a lot of scope and information on what's happening up north to try and set up a rotation across the river if you have to, because you're not sure. You might end up going harshly down into Rozhok or down south. We have no information yet as if these teams will have to go over the river.
Yeah, and they even kind of wrapped ahead of Nova Godlike, which kind of shows me that they want to take control of these games, even if the circle goes away from them in phase 3, that they're not afraid to just keep on rotating and get into the circle. Of course, I gotta give credit to Team IND, who basically wrapped around inside the blue zone, wrapped around Team Secret on the western edge of the circle and got into the north of the river. So really nice rotation from Team IND.
Very safe, and it works out perfectly. They get all of the information, a little bit of high ground information. They have a bit of intel on RRQ Athena. But I like it, RRQ Athena, once again, like they had that position up north of Rozhok. They went full 2-2 split, sending 2 members ahead of the Riverside, just to make sure, just putting your eggs in different baskets. If it does shift up north, you already got 2 players. If you got, a southern rotation, you already got 2 players down south.
Yeah, and Team RRQ, or outside of BTR, probably the team that can put a stranglehold on a team even just as 2 players. So they have that confidence, they have that ability to hold a team out as a 2-2 split. But as the next phase is going to be moving on up, but where is it going to go? Who is it going to favor in the next phase as RRQ takes a couple of shots?
Going to be seeing phase 3 coming up. Really hard shift, and it will actually go up north, forcing out now all the teams, and that's good for RRQ. As I just mentioned, have 2 players. Instantly going to be sending the 2 others up there. Team IND will have to control all of that southwestern side. But now it is the rush. T1, they're going to go for the rush across the bridge over to the west of Yasnaya Polyana. A lot of fights are potentially going to be breaking out here, Imperium.
This is going to be an absolute cluster of a mess by the river on the southeast side. You've got TSM, you got UDO, you got T1, you got King of Gamers, Nova God, like Synergy, even Reject, Freestyle. But basically, it's a lot of teams.
That's a lot of teams, indeed. I mean, yeah, it's a lot, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well articulated, my friend.
Thank you, hey, no words, English, complicated, yes.
I know you're French, but, anyway, you do gang, TSM Entity rotating in through. Nice response from TSM Entity, but now they've got to stave off the pressure from UDO. UDO are coming in 2-man on a couple of the buildings on the side of the compound as the grenade is being cooked up by Drax.
Yeah, UDO, they've got multiple angles under control. I like it, but they are also trying to sandwich up TSM Entity. They've got to be careful. They can fully commit to this one, but they still got to keep an eye out on what's happening behind them, especially knowing a few teams are also rotating around them. You got Reject Scarlet, you got T1 that can potentially go for a long-distance third party on this one. So TSM Entity, even if they do win the 5 versus UDO, they might not be out of the woods just yet.
Team I want to highlight, as we're kind of getting into entry point to this fight, is you level up their rotation from the east. They wrapped around Stallbar. They're now on the northern tip of the circle. They don't have to worry about any of the teams that basically on the west, the south, and the east, and they can just sit and wait for the next phase to move up. So great rotations from you level up.
Yeah, I love it. But now, we mentioned it earlier, right? Now can they use that position to their advantage? They play way too passive in the later stage. I want to see you level up, taking control, feeling like a dominant presence in the northern side of the circle next to Severny. We'll have to check that one out, as now UDO slowly trying to rethink their position, potentially thinking of completely leaving the fight, which would be interesting, as UDO got himself 1 car, looking for a little bit more of a southern position. But still a lot of teams coming around here. We're going to have especially some big fights potentially breaking out on the western side between RRQ Athena and Team Secret.
And then even on the eastern side, you have RRQ and Galaxy Racer Cells kind of clashing a little bit closer as they rotate into the circle. So a little bit of a pocket fights might be shining through the next couple of minutes as we are getting close to phase 4.
Phase 4 indeed coming up. We'll see. I mean, we know now that we're going to be focusing on the northern side, so all the teams are going to have to cross on over. The only teams that have yet to cross over is King of Gamers, Synergy, and also Freestyle. The more you delay it, the more in trouble you might actually get, Imperium. But I've got an interesting rotation on the western side by Box.
Yeah, they're still in the blue. They have a lack of information, but at least they've avoided a lot of action as TSM getting punished, or a little bit harshly punished by UDO as Galaxy Racer Cells is going to rotate down Stallbar. Microboy gets a nice knockdown onto Rocks, and that confirmation comes through. Another one onto Tanky, making that Khaled, and another one, leaving Galaxy Racer Cells, I believe, with 2 players left.
Yeah, BIGETRON put in a similar rotation compared to you level up, and it works out perfectly. They got the high ground. Galaxy Racer Cells not really gathering too much information, was really tricky. Ultron is still in play. The man absolutely was popping off for the entirety of his squad. Now back into the buggy. They know exactly where he is. Can he get out of their reach? We'll have to see. Zuxi was knocked away. A res can still come out. It's phase 4. You can still easily res up in that one with your first aid.
That knock by Ultron onto Zuxi basically has given him time to get into the circle and avoid it, but the next phase has shifted down south. You have the edge of the river in play. It's going to favor UDO. TSM are now outside the circle. Team Secret have avoided RRQ after initial little bit of pressure. They're in the circle. T1 looking good. Nova Godlike on the southwest as well, in a very solid position if they can stave off King of Gamers, Team IND, and T1.
Box, they're also a team that's going to have to breach this circle on the western side. Keep that in mind. Team ID will try and potentially deny that rotation from happening very, very soon. As you level up, slowly coming into the kill feed. I want to see this team dominate, and they're doing so far versus one of the dominators of the lobby, which is RRQ Athena. This is a very good and first impression, I have to say, in this game from you level up. Hopefully, they can get more and more frags.
Like, we still have 15 teams, 56 players in the lobby coming into phase 5. That's going to leave a lot of bodies on the floor in the next couple of minutes as a blue zone starts to make its way in.
So that nice headshot from Slayer right there. BIGETRON headshot Bolte, as people were asking me many times to mention at one point in the broadcast. But there you go, guys, I said it. But it's interesting to see. But BIGETRON, slowly moving up. They were able to get the res back up, move away from the fight versus Galaxy Racer Celts. But now they are slowly going to be knocking on the door of you level up. And now this is your time to prove yourself to our eyes, you level up. Show us what you can do. As Chaxin, very far away from the fight, trying to get a different angle. They're trying to somewhat sandwich up BIGETRON. And this is a very intriguing approach. But BIGETRON, they need to go on the move. They know they can't stay here for too long. So they're going to rethink their position and try and potentially breach fully on you level up.
I feel like they have to go a little bit full sender right now. They have to take down that member, my member, as Zuxi goes in inside the hut just to make sure the shots come through to knock down the Qmao, but the return knockdown from the U level up member from a distance will at least keep the pressure on the BTR.
Chaxin's position actually stopping them from pushing up. They were able to get Zuxi. Hyugzan was a little bit far away. That great grenade seems Pog. It bounces up, gets a little bit of tick damage, but those grenades are so damn close from you level up. But Hyugzan's slowly going to try and wrap his way around. If he can get the angle on BIGETRON, they could be extremely surprised and not be able to respond to the position of Hyugzan. This is a very original approach. I love it. They flush out the kill onto Zuxi, but now they need to look for the 3 final kills to get rid of BIGETRON to move away from the northern side.
And now Chaxin, that's inside the blue zone, but on the opposite end of Hyugzan is able to provide that sandwich play as grenade is going to come out. Microboy gets knocked. Ryzen gets knocked. Leaves Luxi on his own in amongst the smokes. It's got to be the push. It's got to be the squad wipe onto the world champions by you level up.
Gonna go for another grenade, Microboy, and he connects it with the car explosion. Greatly done. Luxi slowly gonna be taken down because of the blue zone damage. Winter was knocked away himself with Chaxin. Here he goes, shows what he can do, baby. Luxi's put solo. Will he be able to make it out? No, he will not. And there you have it. That will be the end of a BIGETRON normally in that fight, as you mentioned it. And there you go. Indeed, they will get eliminated. You level up. They redeemed themselves in my eyes. I love that playstyle. That was huge.
Yeah, but I feel like they could have been a little bit quicker with that because TSM Entity have heard all that noise. They rotated from the building. Now they're going to take out you level up Esports, and TSM Entity get 2 kills on the board, but they are outside the circle as the next phase is shifted so heavily down the southwest. It's actually gone on the south side of the river.
What the hell are these circles? PMWL, more like weird circle league championship.
Okay, please don't become a poet as
doing so.
Team Secret and TSM Entity. All these teams up on the north of the river are so far outside the circle that now it's going to come down to kills and getting as many points as you can. It's going to be now or never to rack up those kill points.
Yep. Going to have the northern side TSM Entity. They've got the thing of going down. Yudu could potentially be a little bit of an issue for them, but they're going to send Z-God just bowling down, get the information. They're going to go for the breach on top of Yudu. Here it is, knocking on their door, but Z-God get absolutely cancelled instantaneously. But now TSM Entity going as a team. Drax has a nice and interesting angle on this fight, but TSM Entity still able to get himself a little bit of an engage further in the fight, but they get 0 knocks in this entire engagement. Imperium TSM Entity losing the entire fight. Still have Clutch Code remaining. They're going to go for the final push, and there you have it. They get nothing out of that fight, Imperium.
Yeah, it was poor sending just Z-God forward on his own, and then he got knocked in. As simple as that. A prone by prone, a kill by kill, knock by knock as you do, trying to save off the pressure. Reject Scarlet. Team IND coming in from the west side of this map. They've dominated, taken control, but now they have to make their way inside the circle. RRQ inside the water, Box Gaming, and now Team Secret also doing the same. Dar, she blows.
Going for a little bit of a swim over here. Team Secret, RRQ, Athena, they're still going to get close to each other. I think iShots are trying to get himself to the side so he can actually shoot onto B11. There you go. He gets the frag, gets rid of the clutch maker himself. They even see Yudu coming around the corner. So many squads around here. What is happening, Imperium? This is such a cluster of squads around this position. Yudu coming in hot, get himself a bunch of knockdowns onto this one. They got to confirm on BB on iShots, but even T1 could deny that position. position. So much is happening on screen right now. What is going on?
This is a beautiful hot mess. That's the best way to describe it right now, Max. And teams are being punished by coming in from the north when the circle went away as T1 inside that sniper tower, looking to punish and take down the members of UDO. But Jumper going to look for a grenade, just try and make sure every area around him is covered. As Nova Godlike on the west, trying to put pressure onto Team IND. Souths go down. They're eliminated in 12th. 11 teams and 30 players up.
King of Gamers, they haven't moved away from their position for so long right now. They have such a good position to potentially take the entire game as Synergy get eliminated. They took the Erangel game earlier. That will not be a back-to-back on this map, unfortunately, for them. And now T1, they got to think forward and towards the future, really. They got to think about repositioning himself into the circle. But UDO really holding to that angle. They're going to try and deny T1 on that rotation.
Oh, the next shift, of course, goes down south towards the south of the river, but there's still that cheeky river in play. Ernie of RQ swimming like a fish that he is, as UDO puts the pressure onto T1, Jumper with the grenade onto Younghun, but there is still ZZP and Seidan on the side of the sniper tower.
They don't want to wait for the Blue Zone to push on forward. They want to get rid of T1 right here and right now. They go for the push, connect that kill, confirm it as much as they possibly can, but Jumper's put himself really low. He's got to go with the rest of his team. Drax is going to be joining a little bit late on the party. Seidan and ZZP are still there. ZZP getting knocked out, leaving Seidan versus Drax in a 1v1. Drax put so damn low right now. He's got to go for the final spray, and Seidan will come out on top, but still he got Fredo come in on the other angle. And T1, they got to try and heal up, but they don't have time to do so. Fredo gets rid of T1 as they get eliminated in 10th position. Huge by Fredo.
That was T1 being a little bit poor on the communication and the initialization. That's UDO taking control. Their team that are in 19th place, they need to get into the top 16. Freestyle down on the southern tip of the circle. They're not inside it. Well, there's one player in. King of Gamers also trying to make their way in, as Nova Godlike also fighting from the outside.
Yeah, but Team IND, they're the team that are currently in the scariest position. They got to cross over the river. King of Gamers and also Box are going to be on the receiving end. I'm a little bit skeptical, but you know what? They go for spread, putting themselves different. Oh, that's a great shutdown. Greatly done. They connect the kill, and Freestyle will indeed get eliminated. 7 teams still in this one, but Team IND were able to actually send one player over, and that was actually Trance. Great plays from him.
You also still have Team Sugar Mad Toy inside the river, I believe, still with Ernie of RQ. So they're just having a little bit of a conversation, so to speak, of going, oh, how you doing? Have you caught any fish? No, I haven't. There's also UDO. Gank inside there's Reject Scarlet are very strongly by the coastal line of that river as a 3-person team. And then you have King of Gamers on a 2-2 split as a full squad. Really nicely controlled by King of Gamers.
Yeah, I like how Reject Scarlet holding on to the northern side, really trying to deny any teams from making it over to the mainland and trying to keep them in the water so they don't really pose a huge threat to them. As Slayer just looking for peeking heads over there in the distance. And I like what they're doing right now, trying to get one of the players to just get intel and know where they can take those shots. But RQ Ernie's still going to have to rethink how he can get himself into the mainland, because Duello is the one denying him from making it over to the dry lands, really.
4 of the 7 teams left in this game are one-man teams. You got UDO, Team Secret, RQ, and Box Gaming, and they're all in the water as well. So it's realistically coming down to these 3 teams: Team IND, King of Gamers, and Reject Scarlet. As Lewis, of course, actually comes in, gets a knockdown on the snacks of Team IND.
Checking out the circle. Is it going to go more down south? It really depends, because so many teams are on different angles here, and it's actually going to be shifting over to the bridge side. That's going to be huge for Team IND as they're able to move on over to the now eastern side, and now it's going to be turned to the western side of the circle, and they're going to be taking control. But all these teams, they're going to take a fight versus each other to make it potentially into the circle. This is a very hard circle to deal with.
I'm very curious of what the analyst desk will have to say about those circle shifts, as Lewis is staving off Team IND. If Team IND can take out that last remaining player of Box Gaming, we could see the chicken dinner come through for them, as Reject Scarlet eliminates UDO. Gank, we're down to 6 teams, 12 players up. King of Gamers still has a full squad.
Yeah, I like that. Braga from King of Gamers. He needs to try and take that fight versus Team ID. Don't allow them to peek. That molly was definitely a good idea, but here it is. Trance is going to be taking this fight 1v4. This is so hard on him. He's going to try his best to fight it, but he just has no chance to do that whatsoever. Even now, Slayer as a one-man army down below, trying to fight back with some utility, but Slayer knows he can't hold that position. He's got to drop down. Braga will also follow suit, but Team ID maybe make it out alive.
Braga looking for it. Down he goes. Team ID eliminated his King of Gamers. Take control. 5 teams left. Lewis still holding on a Box Gaming, and those shots from Team IND alerted the attention of Box Gaming, and that's of King of Gamers. That's why they made their way across in that direction. So really nicely executed by King of Gamers.
I like how Rejects Scarlet still holding to that position, getting closer and closer to the water side. Still got that boat actually in the water that can give a little bit of coverage over to Mad Toy of Team Secret, so he doesn't really have to rotate too heavily as of now, but he will eventually because the blue sun's going to be on them very, very soon.
Ernie taking a little bit of damage as he goes inside the water, trying to avoid his head bobbling up as Rejects Scarlet there. They have only one player actually inside the circle, that's Lufa. The other two players are outside. King of Gamers up on top of the hill overlooking. Lufa gonna throw out a lovely grenade. It doesn't quite connect.
Yeah, but King of Gamers, I think they got to try and spread their wings a little bit more. They need to try and get multiple angles right now. They all focus in a similar position. They saw Ernie of RQ for a split second in the water, but Braga just not going to take that one golden opportunity. And there it is, Ernie gets out of the water and gets rid of Reject. That was a huge play. Allowing RQ Athena to pick up an extra bunch of kills. Now straight back into the water.
Oh my god, RQ just basically came in, took out a squad, and swam back in like a mermaid in the sea of Erangel. King of Gamers, of course, that will benefit them because they're now the only team up with the full squad. Final 4 teams, 1 member of Box Gaming. Mad Toy gets connected on. Ernie just swimming across. He's going to get spotted out as Box Gaming look to close this one out.
There you go, they get even things done onto Ernie. RQ will be taken out. 2 teams still remaining. Aloy's going to try and take this fight solo versus King of Gamers, but it's going to be just way too hard. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. King of Gamers Club come out on top over here on this final Erangel game of the day and take the dub. That was a huge play. Great position. The circle win in their favor, and they took the win.
Man, what a game. What an ending. Of course, I do think the biggest winners of that game had to have been the circle shifts, right? You know, those were just crazy. Nobody expected to actually end south of the river. And of course, it affected a lot of teams.
Very unexpected, but that is it. That's going to be the final Erangel game of this league play of week 2 of PMWL. We'll be sending it straight on over to the analyst desk.
Another exhilarating game of Erangel down and good to go. King of Gamers get themselves a huge win here to be able to try and push themselves up the leaderboards. Even our camera guys were jumping at the excitement of how that game ended. Big stuff coming out. Avenger, Froz here joining me at the desk to break down what was going on. Guys, I know we've been talking about really rough circles, but this one was rough. What was that?
This is just cruelty towards the teams and the players. But we did see King of Gamers, they sat down there in that gas station on Circle Free. And me and Avenger was watching the games. We're like, man, are they just going to sit there? Well, they're going to need to get the circles if they're going to win the game.
And yoink, yoink, yoink.
What happened?
3 times. I mean, they have been laughing for this. Obviously, they needed this. They were sitting in the last, in 20th place going into this game here, so they really needed that. They executed pretty well as well. In the very end, they sent 2 guys over on the fields, like in the small corner where the 2 roads and the T-cross, they meet each other, and they were holding everybody out on the south, making sure that they were the last team kind of entering the T-bull. The circle and the 2-2 split on top of the bridge and below the bridge. That was just perfect.
The push.
Yeah.
What's the bridge? Pushing out the IND.
Let's take a look at the map rankings then and see how these teams fared when it comes to the points. It will be quite top heavy for our double digit.
Look, from 7th down to 8th.
Oh my.
What is
12
going
points
on?
to 5. That just shows you how top heavy it is. Even if some of the teams went out early, we saw them getting so many kills.
Reject Scarlet 9 kills, U-Do Gank 11 kills.
Remember when we talked about U2 Gank that they needed to step it up to make it to the Super Weekend? Well, before this game they had 0 kills today, but I mean, I think they had some redemption there.
Yeah, a little bit of redemption indeed. Let's take a look at the 9th through 16th as well. And we have You Level Up and Freestyle getting themselves 5 points, and everybody else gets the you know, the participation points, I suppose, for the most part. TSM actually 3 kills. Gotta give a tip of the hat to that.
So our 2 teams that was sitting in the bottom coming into this game actually got the 2 top spots for this map. That shows you that there's some competition even towards the end there. Everyone wants to get into the Super Weekend.
I think it's fair to say that our second week here for the PMWL East has been so much closer when it comes to trying to qualify for our Super Weekend. In the first one, it felt kind of clean cut. Some of the lower teams, they were going to be the lower teams.
They were behind at that point.
But here, very competitive indeed. Let's take a look at the team stats for King of Gamers as they're able to put themselves in a very decent spot when it comes to some of the tendencies for this circle. 1,400 damage, not bad.
Yeah, it comes down to pretty low damage for them to win a game, but it also says because they were sitting down in the gas station on the south side, we saw most of the teams being on the northwest of them towards further up towards Stahlburn, the plane crash and all that. But then all the teams congested down and they kept on being on the northwest side of the circle.
Avenger?
Yeah, and obviously there's a lot of fights outside the circle. We saw some really interesting breaches as well due to these southern shifts here. What I really like from them having the amount of damage they did, though, the impact they did, they still pushed a lot of teams away from them, making sure that they have this space in front of them.
Mountain Dew, do the do moments here for our Erangel game, the last Erangel game of the day. What are you talking to me for us?
We had so many teams just rotating around. We saw a lot of fighting with these rotations. This one, though, Hyo Shang here, I think he should be a quarterback with those nades that he's throwing down here, just raining down BIGETRON. BIGETRON didn't stand a chance. They were playing it as good as they could behind that ridge. But as you could see, you level up, they weren't really peeking on Hyo Shang. He wasn't really peeking them at all. He was just throwing nades, and there was nothing to do. Moving on, of course, we saw that TSM, they were just pushing. Udagang, they had a good hold, and we're going to see that TSM, they were also pushing towards that later on, but basically, it was just a massacre on the northwest side here of the circle.
Yeah, and honestly, I said it before and earlier today, like, I feel bad for the players. This was torture.
It was.
Like, it really was. This is so rough to play, and I don't envy the guys having to go through this. It is so rough, and you also hear the casters there like, oh my god, every time we saw these shifts, they're just so rough to some of these teams that decided to go north, which was the right play to go north, to make the play on from the north side, but the teams that are in the south, they had a far way to go in, they got a little chance, and King of Gamers, they managed to hold on to the gas station for a very long time. Also, some very nice nade and some executions from this exact spot. This is what I was talking about. Them taking that spot with the T section on the fields was so important.
Ernie, though, just pushing up from the water there like nothing has happened. Just takes out Reject Skull and goes back in for another skinny dip.
Especially since Reject Skull
this one. Oh my god.
Yeah, here we
that
go.
play was so insane.
Very nice.
Securing 3 extra points.
I mean, all the teams that was on the north side, it was basically like, all right, it shifted south again. Well, it's going to come back up towards us this time. No? Okay, next circle. Well, it's going to go north this time. No?
No?
And it just kept on going down there.
Yeah, let's take a look at this all damage done here, and I think it will be very interesting. We have an up and down seesaw going on here when it comes to how much damage is done. I mean, for Box Gaming being in second place, you know, they were chilling out in the water for quite a while there towards the end, so no foul play by them by any stretch of the imagination, but plenty of points across the board. It's what, 7 teams, double digits? Jeez.
I mean, Box Gaming actually made a really good rotation. I think it was Circle 2. They were like, okay, this circle is going to go north. They were on the south side, and they went far down south, out in the west, in the blue, up on the northwest side. And they were like, all right, we got this. We're in the circle now. But then that's when the hardship started to happen, and they basically just had to chase the circle. That's why we've seen them with that little damage, but then again, getting himself a second place.
And also, Udagang, they had to go through so many rough times. They had to fight in the yellow house just north of the little Yasnaya River. Then they pushed on to the Harry Potter Tower where T1 was sitting, and they actually managed to fight that out so well. Man, Perang, he managed to survive for it. I was expecting a bit more spice.
I should have gone base. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'll do it next time.
That was the one, actually. He was actually surviving for a very long time, securing those extra points, obviously swimming a little, but the amount of time they were able to survive and how many times they were able to do third parties and pushes, the place with the smokes as well worked out very well for Udu. I hope they managed to get themselves into the Super Weekend just based off how well they were able to play this game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them having a really good hold there. So a very good split on the yellow house. They had 2 guys in side, one was on the rocks towards the east, and they had another player just west of the house as well.
Yeah.
So when TSM Entity actually crashed them, they were basically just getting shot from everywhere, not just from the house itself, but also from the outside.
Time to see our top players from this game and see what they were able to dish out for us. We have Ernie, of course, Drax up there, Jeweler, as well as Snacks coming on in. But again, very spread out across the board. I can only imagine we had many players with 3-4 kills here, considering how much was it done here throughout this. Avenger!
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that obviously we see them sitting in these 800, but I feel like there's so many good plays where I'm expecting the players to have these 1,000 damage. They're breaking into this quadruple digits here for this, but it just talks to how even our 2 days has been yesterday and today. They have been extremely close. Like and you're not surviving for long enough. You're not putting out enough. You're not engaging enough fights before you either die or before you get third party to have that much damage.
Yeah, actually, 1 second. I'm getting a phone call here. Yeah, it's time for the telestration. You can kind of. Oh no,
I'm coming over to join you here.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Oh, so we're close here. So yeah, fantastic. No, I will show here. So I want to show you how to outmaneuver the reigning world champions. Executed by You Level Up.
Called grenades, isn't it?
It's not grenades. It's also the pressure that Shashin actually managed to put on them. So look here. I will first show a little, so the kind of the start. BIGETRON, they actually managed to put themselves onto this ridge here. And this ridge is enough cover for them to play and put the pressure onto them. And this is actually the play. This is reminding me of like exactly how to execute this. This is reminding me of my own prime time playing in this area here. No,
you're the best.
Jokes aside. No jokes. For us, come on. So this is actually how to exactly execute this. But look at Shashin over here. He is in a moment to get into a car and then put the pressure on to BIGETRON that would actually enable you level up in a really great position. Yes, there are some fights here. Q-Mao will go down eventually, and the pressure coming out from BIGETRON is the correct one. But as we pause it right here, you can see he's already in the car. BIGETRON is repositioning the cars. You can see Soxy here. He is repositioning their car, so because they see this. They see they're about to get flanked. He's repositioning the car, so he has the side free. He's like the whole kind of side here from this side free. And let's continue to play this here, because I also want to show you the nade, the bomb that was thrown towards BIGETRON that actually ended this. And also, now we're probably going to pan over just in a second. You see on the minimap up here, Shashin is at the shack that is putting...
Good angle.
Sorry?
Good angle.
Yeah.
We're talking about the minimap on the top right now.
You get another circle, some more circles up here. He's in a position that puts BIGETRON in such a rough spot that they have to all three get in cars and move them so they can play and be defensive towards multiple angles here. Otherwise, he's going to just be able to knock them with some wide peaks. And now they have to focus not just 180 degrees forward, they have to focus on all of it, on both sides. So they have to make an aggressive move, and this is actually exactly how you should be playing this. Try to clear out your immediate threat, which they do. Provision Q-Mao here. Very nice shots by Soxy. He's going to get knocked from behind, though, by Winter from the side, and Winter starts throwing out a lot of nades, and the pressure comes out. And this is where Shashin is actually crucial for that, because he's continuously putting on pressure on the BIGETRON guys. So they have to stand still, and they can now be naded. And we're going to see some nades coming out here, but we're going to see one massive nade from Huashang that's going to get 2 knocks on Microboy and Ryzen with just 1 nade. And this is exactly that push and that pressure that Shashin is putting from the back. You can see here, I'm pausing a little bit. You can see the pressure. It's continuing. It's all the time to make sure that these guys are staying low. And then a bomb is going to get thrown, and it's going to be a very quick hit. That bomb. Boom. And it's going to be a double knock. And after that, easy peasy, Lux is going to get some more nades and finish off as well. So that play with sending out a guy, basically sacrificing Shashin, enables them to finish off and put enough pressure onto BIGETRON to defeat the reigning world champion.
Credit with credit's due, but Mao also bought a lot of time for the team itself to actually relocate, making sure that they could actually get into good positions. When you saw that the whole BTR team was just pushing up towards him, he was staying frost, he was staying cool there, making sure I don't want to overpeak this. because even if he has a smoke in front of him, he could easily have peeked out there and got himself knocked. But no, he's buying time, making sure that BTR need to get super close to him. And it's so important to buy that time so your teammates can get into better positions.
He's enabling them, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the overall rankings then here, as we saw you level up triangulating the position around BIGETRON. But BIGETRON has triangulated that top spot well, as they've got themselves 97 points up there. RRQ Athena is now moving up after having a rough day yesterday. They've been doing pretty well consistently here throughout the day. Team Secret, second place.
I really hope that they can get more than 4 points in the upcoming game.
Exactly.
Because I want to see them take this the top here, and we can see that Secret has one more game to play. BTR, they played all the games, so has Freestyle and Box Gaming, but all of these three teams are, of course, secure themselves the Super Bowl.
Are we going to see another
Let's look at the bottom, though. Yeah, maybe. Let's look at the bottom here, guys. This is spicing it up.
So we can already tell, No Chance team is already out. They are in the bottom, and they have played all the games, so they're not going to be participating in the Super Weekend. But we have a few teams down there now. Nova Godlike, Morph Team, and King of Gamers. They are on the cusp, and as you can see on the points there, King of Gamers and GXR Celts, they are actually tied up, but GXR Celts has more kills, and that is the tiebreaker currently.
I think T1 is safe at this point. I doubt that 5 teams will be able to pass them and put them below, or like 3 teams or 4 teams to put them below, while them playing themselves. But Synergy is almost definitely safe, but it is extremely close. And it also talks to how leveled and how linear our leaderboard has been, because remember, 47 and 46 was the 16th and 17th place last week.
This is some big names we have down here. Udigank and GXR Celts. Third place and fourth place in the Super Weekend we had here previously. One of them might, or even 2 of them might not even make it to this one.
Let's hope they don't have to get lucky when it comes to getting themselves a decent position. But you could be lucky at home if you actually go inside the game and be watching the games, and you'll be accruing some points, and then you can spend some of those points on the lucky draw. You might be able to get yourself some nice little goodies. Froz, did you get anything yesterday?
No, I actually saved my points though.
Clever.
Like Avenger.
Yeah, saving them for 2019 and 99.
Of course, I'm using it for the lucky draw though with them, trying to get that Psychopath skin.
All right, it's time for the schedule as well. We've got one more game coming at you here, and it will be Sanhok 2019. What are you talking?
I was supposed to say 2099. I don't
Amazing, amazing. All right, we're heading to the commentator team for the final game of the day. Imperium and Maxman, take it away.
Final game indeed it is, ladies and gentlemen. You know, Blank, who mentioned earlier, time to go gear second. Now is the final game. It's your final chance to get to the second Super Weekend. I'd say you got to get in gear fourth at this point. I don't know if you get that reference, Imperium. You surely don't, because it's an anime reference and he doesn't get it.
It's okay, but I tell you what I do get. I get the fact that there is so much pressure on the shoulders of all of these teams in this lobby, right? 29 points divide 12th place, 8th place and 19th place. Now, of course, the teams kind of in 8th, 9th, 10th, you know, with all the teams playing around them, it should be okay. But this is Sanhok. Anything can happen in Sanhok.
Sanhok is Sanhok. That's all you have to say, really. No, Sanhok is the land of the unexpected, where unexpected things do happen. Exactly. There you go. English.
Now, of course, while the teams are dropping down, if you have a team that you support, if you want to cheer your favorite team, you want to show that support, we are, of course, urging you to record a quick video message in English and send that video to PUBGM at eslgaming.com, and it could be featured during the live broadcast.
It's fun you have your sneaky little faces on the broadcast like that. That'll be fun to see who you are supporting at home, and you know, a little bit of support on the stream doesn't hurt anyone. Can also give like that extra push to your favorite team to potentially get some good results in. We'll see with the circle, where the circle time and time again, but this time a little bit more focused on the western side with a lot more water involved. But I'm expecting some good rotations from Orange Rock on this one.
We've also got the fact that you have the trifecta, right? You have the mainland, the Northwest Island, and Southwest Island. Yes, because it's quite heavily on the west, the mainland teams are going to probably find themselves under a little bit more pressure. But I tell you what, who this game has benefited quite heavily, that's actually going to be T1. But either way, Synergy trying to fight for their spot in the top 16. Currently find themselves in 13th place, 55 points. If they can take out RQ being pretty dominant, that definitely give them a great start to this last game.
RRQ, they're going pretty aggressive. RRQ, they already basically qualified. They're in 4th position. They got themselves 79 points. This is already a big performance. As you're going to be seeing D2E on the bottom left side of your screen, pushing towards Austin. Getting the information, but Austin, he's trying to reposition, get back to the safety of the rest of his squad. RRQ, this is a very interesting approach of this fight. They never go this way. Be interested to see, but now slowly Ernie getting himself a little bit of an angle on the side, and that's going to be forcing Synergy back over into the center part of the compound.
Nice response by Austin Bodex. Nice awareness to know that they'd be heading inside that building. He gets a knockdown onto Ernie. Strider following in support. We do see Zigzaw is coming in from the side, but Austin Bodex does get knocked. It's going to be another knock onto D2E. Can Beer try and hold on? He's going to be the last player standing for RQ as Synergy try to claim their spot in the top 16 in the early parts of this game.
And RQ down to only one player. That's going to be BIGETRON. He got rested up earlier. He's going to get pushed on the right side. Gets a nice shot. Connects onto Survey. Now turned to 1v2. Grenades on utility will indeed come out, but not quite connecting onto BIGETRON. He's got to rethink this one. Going to be pushing away. He wants to confirm that kill onto Survey, I do believe, and that's indeed what he's going to be going for. Potentially even getting over to G9 to pull off the res over here on him because he's the furthest away from the rest of Synergy.
The only thing is that that's giving information to Survey, right? And that's kind of saying, I know he's being confirmed, but now Jigsaw can come through. The squad wipe is executed, and Synergy come out on top. That's going to be RQ eliminated right off the bat.
This one fight alone might be the reason why Synergy can push up. You know, they were very close to next to T1. You know, Avenger already mentioned it earlier, saying that he's not too sure if they can make it up. He's very, very close. But this is somewhat like, you know, sealing their fate in the second Super Weekend. So this is a huge fight for Synergy coming into the early stage.
And it also gives them a lot more space when you really think about it. But now as Morph team, another team trying to fight for their right to party in the Super Weekend, taking down a couple of members of Orange Rock. This is where we see the teams that have their backs against the wall begin to shine. We saw it last week as well with the likes of Team IND and Synergy as well, and Morph want to be one of those.
Indeed. You know, Orange Rock, I mentioned it. Right when the circle popped off, I wanted to see this team have good rotations, but they were just going in the open. Morph, they just took that golden opportunity, picking up 2 kills early on. I love it, and you know, they're a team that has to do pretty good so far. They are in 18th position. They need these big kill point games, and that should be enough to just somewhat secure their position overall.
And if they can take out Orange Rock, it's going to give them a very strong level of control on the Northwest Island, because the only other teams around them, at least on the island, is Megastars up in Hatting and Team IND all the way across in Camp Alpha. So really, this could be a very nice stranglehold for Morph team to take out Orange Rock.
You're going to be seeing them Morph coming back. I think they do definitely have a lot of information on where, you know, Gil and Scout could be localized, and it would be intriguing for them to, you know, finish off that fight and get rid of one of the top leaders of this game. As you have a little replay coming out, seeing what happened between Synergy and RRQ in Painan. RRQ, they started off the fight pretty nicely, but then Synergy, they were nice and had a lot of protection, especially with those buildings. RRQ, again, maybe a little bit too overzealous in a way, I would say, and that just allowed them to just surround the last member of B11 and get rid of him.
It was overall just fantastic teamwork from Synergy. I talked about Strider and Austin Bodex basically supporting each other. That really helped create a lot of space and push back RQ and take them out one by one. So really nice play coming out from them. But Morph team turned their attention on the TSM entity, who want to end on a high note. They've yet to claim that chicken dinner that Gatak said would come, and I said to him when I was talking to him yesterday, make sure you get it in either game 3, 4 or 5 when I was casting. They've yet to do it in game 3, they've yet to do it in game 4. Will we see it in the final game?
I mean, hopefully. I don't want to call Gatak a lion. Hopefully they'll get a good game here, because they have yet to, like, what did you mention to you? Like, they have yet to get a chicken dinner in, like, what, an international tournament?
Pretty much every international tournament they've played in, right from last year, they've yet to claim a chicken dinner. That's what Gatak said to me. So they want to break that duck. They've had such a high level of confidence leading up to this tournament. They said what was stopping them from getting the good results up until kind of yesterday was that confidence, and now they kind of have it back. I'm hoping they can continue that forward.
We'll have to wait and see as they get themselves a nice little knock on to Morph. But Morph, they got a lot of courage, a lot of terrain to their advantage, so they can easily really negate that pressure around from the teams, get the potential res back on their ally. But there you have it. That's going to be Jexy confirmed out of this game entirely. Morph down to now 3 players is a little bit risky.
Yeah, because they kind of then stopped onto Orange Rock, they've allowed teams around them to basically get closer from a distance, like Valdus, TSM Entity, even T1 if they decide to go in that direction. But the point is that No Mercy should have, Morph Team should have continued on their momentum after taking down a couple of members of Orange Rock.
No Mercy. No, it's just No Mercy's fault. We just blame him. This is you.
Well, they should have had No Mercy.
No, it's fine. But definitely, they could have got himself a little bit more inland there, inside of the the rocky terrain to make sure that Valdus can't take shots towards them. I'd even say that No Mercy has to get back over to the rest of his team just to make sure Valdus can't take those easy shots. And even then, they should know Valdus always drops around this location. They should be really knowledgeable about this kind of information. They should be careful, and that's going to be unfortunately losing them one player very early on. That's going to be burned back on over to team TSM Entity. So far, their team, they took the position of Orange Rock, and this is a position that allows you rotation on every single island of Sanhok. This is a huge position for them, but they need to take this game in their own hands.
And it is going to be a little harder because there are a number of teams around them, right? I talked about Valdus already on the mainland island. You have T1. You even have Nova Godlike that are hovering on the high ground and basically on the southwest island. Synergy also on the bridge on the southwest island. And look, right now, the teams are generally quite well spread out. Nothing too super crazy. So, of course, Phase 2 will be a bit of an early tipping point on how teams clash up.
I mean, this is definitely a really calm Sanhok game. There's not really much else to add here, Imperium. A few rotations I like. You got You Level Up. They're going to go on the western coastal line. Very nice, very clean, as we like to see from them. They took a little bit more aggressive plays last game on Erangel. I want to see that happen once again on this final game. You Level Up, they're in a pretty safe position, currently in 11th with 60 points, kind of securing their spot into the Super Weekend. I want to see how their first Super Weekend can compare to the other teams already qualified for the first one.
I don't think there's, we obviously have these kind of quiet moments, and at the end of the day, it's a certain level of the teams are going to be doing the talking, right? It's going to be up to the likes of Nova, Morph, King of Gamers, Galaxy Racer, Celts, Udo, are all vying to stay and move up into the top 16 to do the talking. They're going to have to tell their story leading into this game as Phase 2 is going to be moved up. It centers quite nicely. No harsh shift as of yet, but this is kind of okay for the teams. I still think they should now think about the fact that they want to position themselves for the next phase or two instead of staying where they are, but let's see how they react.
One circle that happened like this actually yesterday was won by Valdus the Murder. Well, no, sorry, I have to say that again. Valdus the Murder. There you go. I'm sorry, I had to fix that. My apologies, guys.
It's okay.
Galaxy Racer Celts, they're following on the same rotation as You Level Up, coming from behind, sending MJ as somewhat of a scout for the time being. Is going to go combat by compound to make sure he can't get caught out of position. Now You Level Up, they hear that bike, and they're going to keep their eyes prize open for the rest of Celts.
So you were saying about Valdus, they won in kind of a similar position as Sanhok. Do you think they'll be able to do it again there?
I mean, I think teams will be able to respond properly to them crossing over to the water. So Valdus, they can try and repeat what made them win that game, but I think it was very risky. It was a very short call, but it did work out for them at the end. But it's still, true. I would say you want to try and rotate as early as possible to not get denied by the teams on the other side of the river. But You Level Up, they saw Celts behind them to you know what, we still don't want to take this fight early on. We're a team that aims for the late game. We're going to move on closer and closer to the circle.
They just kind of threw out a couple of shots to just kind of create that space as they wrap around on the basically coastline of the southwest island. So it is important that they create that space to the east of them. So if they have to move in on the next phase, they have that extra little bit of space. And what is important is they are staying ahead of Galaxy Racer Celts on the race to basically the northwest island should a shift in that direction. Of course, you still have a number of teams around that bridge line. You're looking at Team IND on the north side of that bridge. You're looking at Synergy, Nova Godlike on the south side. So it's not going to be easy for You Level Up, but they can, of course, swim across should they have to.
Yeah, and Team IND, they got a good amount of control on the northern side of the river, on the bridge, on the west. So they can just hold on to that position. If teams try to cross on over, they could get rid of them.
I would recommend even You Level Up to send one over as a scout.
We saw that happen yesterday with, it was actually the exact same position. It was actually Celts that was in the compound and You Level Up that was behind. We had that nice little jump. You said he had a 7 out of 10.
Man Prang, I think it was.
Yeah, I think that was him. It was pretty pog plays overall. But still, I think that there's good entry points potential for You Level Up. They just got to think of aiming and rotating early on to not get pressured by Team IND.
So the grenades are being thrown out by Morph Team. onto the members of Valdez. Valdez have made their way across the mainland onto that northwest island, so it is a coastal line fight as the low ground is somewhat favouring Valdez. You still have Martin on that mainland arm. Hone is closer to TSM, but at least he's able to get that level of information.
I love the fact that they kept Martin on the other side of the river just to make sure that Morph can't peek over and deny them crossing over to the river. And this is the play that allowed them to win a chicken dinner actually yesterday on Sanhok. And it gave them a great opportunity to just aim into the next circles after that. So I think this time around, Valdez, it did work twice in a row. It's a really risky rotation, but this time worked again.
Now, a team that I noticed you even actually point out was U2 Gank. U2 Gank actually got in a boat and wrapped around on the western side. So they've actually gone into the northwest island before you level up. What a great rotation from U2.
I think that now Valdez, they might want to knock on Morph's door on this one. They want to get involved. They want to get rid of this squad. I saw a little bit of utility coming out, especially for Morph. Gerard will be a little bit split, but I think now because they're actually over on the mainland, you might want to actually send Martin over to follow up with the rest of the team.
Could say they might be looking to knock on Heaven's door, but of course the third party coming through is Z-God gets to knock down on the Velmoth.
I mean Heaven's door, the Morph.
It's a
Doesn't work
Imperium reference, okay? Just like, I don't know.
You want to do references Imperium, they need to make sense, okay?
Okay, wow, okay. Tell you what, did make sense. Nice engagement by TSM to third party Valdez.
There you go, that's good. Thank you very much, Imperium. Yes,
okay.
I prefer that. But yeah, I do like the fact TSM still looking for the opportunity to maybe catch a few kills left and right and center. But Martin still, I think, really needs to try and get involved. The circle did shift. It did go a little bit more centrally next to the river on the western side. And all the teams that were over there, like Celt, and also you're going to have yourself you level up. They got a decent position, but Celt's going to be getting closer and closer to Synergy as they get rid of Austin Bot.
Yeah, nice by Galaxy Racer Celts, kind of avoiding you level up, being pushed away from them, and they put their focus onto Synergy. Of course, Synergy did send Zigzaw across the river onto Northwest Island, so that, of course, made them a little bit weaker. But if Schreider can make his way across in due time, or at least give information to his teammate on where the likes of Nova, King of Gamers, and Galaxy Racer Celts are, that would at least help prepare Zigzaw a little bit better.
I have to see, but you know, this is a very, very passive early game Imperium. That, you know what that means? Later on, we get into the game, we're going to have some fights breaking out everywhere. It's going to be a big explosion.
Fire!
Can't do the deep voice. John is not here. We need John. We need John.
Momentum. Speed. Okay, that was a little bit too deep, wasn't it?
That was a little bit too deep. Interesting though. No, nice attempt, Imperium. I do respect it.
Thank you.
But Celts now going for more and more control. I do like it. They did completely avoid the fight with you level up because they saw had that that kind of scenario happen already in the past yesterday. Just like, okay, we know exactly where you level up are. We're just going to avoid the fight. Go a little bit more central on the circle.
Talk about you level up. They did what I recommended. They sent Winter across onto the Northwest Island so they have that information, although he might get compounded by the members of U2 Gank. Either way, I don't think that'll be a bad thing for you level up. King of Gamers inside Ruins. It is scary. I think disengaging away from Ruins is incredibly difficult. So I think if the circle shifts up north, it's going to be hard for King of Gamers to disengage away.
Lucky enough for them, like the teams are not like all around it, like on the very edge of it, but like if they have just a whim of information, oh, there's a team in Ruins, they're going to of course jump on that golden opportunity to try and confirm as many points as they can. So Game of Gamers got to be careful about hiding their location as long as they possibly can. Back over to Team IND and Megastars, sharing a little bit of a northern location down south of Camp Alpha, but Team IND so far they got a better position in sense that they see everything that's happening down south, especially next to the river. If the circle goes up north, they'll be in control.
Now, if the circle does go up north, there's a golden little compound that Reject Scarlet can basically go down the mountain and head towards. But of course, that's going to be presuming it goes up north on the next phase. And what I love about Orange Rock as well, talking about Reject Scarlet, is Orange Rock have actually rotated away on the north side, come in through the blue zone, and they're actually coming in behind Reject Scarlet and might be able to surprise them.
That's why I'm surprised. I would have really liked Orange Rock staying on the location next to the cross section of the river. They could have just held to the location where TSM Entity are now, and they'll such a nice entry point into the circle. But talking about circle, here we have is going to be closing up on these teams, and this next circle should be resulting in a lot of fights happening because there's not going to be a lot of room, and it shifts down to Ruins, and it's going to be really interesting. But just talking about that, I'm also going to talk real quick about King of Gamers, sending two players out of Ruins early on just to make sure they can facilitate that rotation. I think is a pretty smart play.
Yeah, but I kind of think they should actually join back up as a full squad, or at least as a 3-man team, and have that one player up as a scout. What is going to be important is how the likes of UDO, Team IND and Megastars react to circle shifting down south. Yes, we did lose Winter of You Level Up, but that's fine because You Level Up are still on the west side of the circle on that coastal line. Don't have to worry about what's going on behind them. They can just look ahead.
Orange Rock right behind Reject Scarlet. The kill feed is slowly popping off with Team Secret and T1. Even TSM Entity and Synergy going to be coming out. We said it. This next circle is going to be resulting in a lot of fights happening. But there you have it. That's going to be the fight. Orange Rock coming out on top. Get himself a nice knockdown onto Lufa, but they lose Scout in the process, leaving Jill as a one-man army, trying to spray it down as much as possible, trying to get potentially back over to Scout. But this is not going to be an easy process whatsoever in Imperium to get this fight in their favor.
Let's see if Jill can QBZ zigzag across the way and towards, because he has a QBZ, so I was going to, you know, zigzagging his way over to River. It's yeah, man, the fact I have to explain it. Anyway, he's going to try and stave off the pressure of Reject Scarlet. But what's important is that Reject Scarlet need to think about what's ahead of them, right? They're outside the circle. They're going to be going down the hill of the mountain. They're being a little bit too narrow-minded.
And I'm seeing also a fight breaking out. Megastars, they're looking for the opportunity, chucking already a little bit of utility forward, seeing if they can potentially just smoke out the visibility of the other side of Megastars, or also if they can just try and get an initial knockdown with that utility from the very start versus IND. So now Megastars trying to heal up as much as they possibly can, get back to 100 health before fully committing and knocking on the door of Team IND, because that fight has to come out eventually because they're not in circle. But here you go, Megastars, they're going to go for the breach. Swag is going to get absolutely destroyed as he tries to push on over. And then you have this rock. This is not an easy cross. They need to do a smoke road. I'm surprised Megastars didn't try and do that earlier.
Like, the fact is they sent one smoke out earlier on did alert the attention of Team IND, so Team IND were able to react accordingly, and they were able to prepare a little bit more. As Encore looks to throw out a grenade, Cradle gets knocked to smithereens by one of the Megastars, but a clapback comes through as you see Mega on the left, Team IND on the right of your screens.
Yeah, Vexy got himself to the building. That allows, of course, Encore to follow suit on that push. And now they've got to try and finish it. Kratos should be a casualty in this one. Slayer going to be cooking up that grenade, but no way! What the hell just happened right there? Slayer gets knocked away. Megastar's going for the push. They don't have to count Slayer about anymore. They just got to focus down onto Trance, as Trance now slowly going to be put lower and lower, but Megastar's absolutely destroyed. They should have done the smoke road. Would have made things so much easier for them.
But now, as the fight kind of continues through, Trance is going to get knocked. He's going to lose his life. It's going to leave Snacks pretty much on his own. We have seen TSM light up a little bit on the kill feed along with Nova Godlike. The next circle did shift once again down south in the heart of ruins, favouring Galaxy Racer Celts and King of Gamers. You Level Up still holding on. Orange Rock are eliminated. Reject Scarlet pushing their way down. Going to maybe be able to stab Snacks in the back.
Getting involved with Reject Scarlet from the high ground. They went low ground now, but no team's able to get their position out and away. So now Reject Scarlet got a nice few angles on these teams, but now teams slowly getting a wind of information about this squad. Snacks getting a great angle there, prone into the grass, gets a nice jump onto Yudu. Talking about Jumper will be the last member just on the bridge right there. Still have, of course, Manparand, but of course Jumper tried to heal. Oh, he actually pulls off the res right there, able to heal himself up and tank up the blue for a while longer.
That should be enough to put IND through. They finished in 12th place. They were in 12th place overall, but we'll have to see as Valdez, the Murder, get eliminated. 11 teams left, 26 players. Make that 10 as Synergy go out.
Yeah, but now Reject Scarlet, they got to cross on over this water section and taking phase 5 blue zone damage. That's not going to be fun for them whatsoever. And even for Manparand of Yudu is not going to be fun. They got to try and potentially take a few frags up north for the time being, which is what I think Lufa is trying to obtain.
You know who's still inside this game? The one and only Nova Godlike, still up as a 3-man team. They currently find themselves 19th place in the standings. But if they can help get a very strong result, they could come out into the top 16. Nice play by Yudu to take down a member of Reject Scarlet. Team Secret get eliminated. Have they done enough to claim the top spot?
I mean, we have to talk about the circle once again. Went over to Rins, now shifting away from Rins up on the northwestern section. That's going to be great for King of Gamers. We mentioned it. They sent 2 players a little bit higher up north of that location. They have great control as Morph get eliminated, a team that was fighting to get qualified for the second Super Weekend. Will that be enough? That's the question to be answered after the game.
I don't think so, because King of Gamers are still inside this game. You still have Nova, Godlike, Yudu are also still inside this game. Of course, we'll have to wait to find out. There's no time to speculate as a member of Galaxy Racer Celts gets knocked. TSM NT try to hold on. Jonathan now, the last player standing, and they're on 6 kills with an M249. MT49.
MT49 on Sanhok is always a fun weapon to have. Jonathan just prying down these players and destroying them left and right. But he's the last playing member of TSM Entity. This is definitely not going to be easy for him whatsoever. But they're slowly pushing up the blue zone, chasing after Jonathan. He's going to have to cross over the road really soon, which is going to make things even harder for him. But I got to say, Galaxy Racer South, they're taking control of the northern side. They need to try and get rid, especially of Jumper of Yudu.
Oh, TSM goes down. That's going to be the end of them in 6th place. But I think that's going to be all good in the hood at the end of the day. They will not get the chicken dinner, but they will pretty much secure their top 16 spot as you level up. Coming in from the southwest, they do have Huxian coming in. King of Gamers going to help to take down the last remaining player, Nova. Godlike is Nova, finishing 5th, but have they done enough?
I'm not sure why are you level up in smokes over to the road there. They're allowing potentially cells to peek on over, but they're checking a few grenades, trying to get rocks down potentially. But I'm still surprised those smokes not really bringing too much to the table for you level up, unless they want to go for full aggression and get the northern section under control, which they don't have to do. The circle is actually going somewhat of their favor with King of Gamers.
Feel bad for Nova Godlike because 3 of the teams that are actually ahead of them in the standings are still inside. Actually, all 4 teams, but you level up and pretty much just secure their top spot anyway, so that's all good. As Galaxy Racer still up as a 3-man team on the north side of the river. We do have 2 players up as Jumper going to look to cook up a grenade from behind. Will it connect? That's going to be a Kobe, a knockdown on 2 rocks.
This is
you
huge.
do.
Jumper get out on top. Gonna try and look for the 2 other players. Gonna go for the spray. Not too sure what happened right there. MJ gets an angle. So does Ultron, but now he's cornered up. The Blues are right behind him. He's gonna run eventually to the rock. He does make it almost, not quite. Galaxy Racer South does get rid of Yudu as they get eliminated in 4th position. 3 teams still in play, Imperium.
Well, because they have that little dip and King of Gamers are distracted by you level up, that's gonna allow Galaxy Racer South to get those revives up. And we saw on the Sunday in the Super Weekend, Galaxy Racer South got the final chicken dinner. Can they get the final chicken dinner of this Week 2 league play?
King of Gamers, they really got to win a last game on Erangel. Can they make the back-to-back happen here on the final game? This would be huge for them, but Bossa is going to try and heal up. He's got that smoke that could give him a little bit of courage to get back into the circle, but still, GXR, Galaxy Racer Cells, has all of the information that they need so far, but you level up, checking all the utility in the world they need, but great grenade coming out from Kemal, and there you have it. They're going to be fighting. Oh my god, that double from MJ also. They need to commit on this one. They need to push and get rid of the last player, which is Hyuxian.
Because the circle shifted away. None of the teams are inside the circle. Galaxy Racer Cells say anything you can do, we can do better. They send themselves across the road. Footsteps will be heard. Down below they come and the squad right comes through. But now as King of Gamers try to hold on, Galaxy Racer Cells are going to get the final blow and they claim the chicken dinner.
Galaxy Racer Cells, a team we praise time and time again for their consistency. That is going to be actually their 2nd chicken dinner in PMWL East. Huge plays, they took control, I loved it. But one thing I'm really happy about is you level up. They show that they are worthy of taking these good games and they got a great position. They took control really.
Also, King of Gamers 17th coming into this last game. You had Yudu ganking 15th coming into this last game. I feel we might have a couple of upsets in the form of T1 and Synergy. Of course, we'll have to wait and find out.
I'm really intrigued, but guys, we'll be seeing which will be the teams going over to the Super Weekend as we break everything down over on the analyst desk.
GXR Cells, amongst many situations here for the PMWL East, always saying, let's leave the best to last. They get themselves yet another chicken dinner at the final moment here in the tournament. And also, big shout out, I suppose, to Mr. Player Unknown, who is seemingly controlling all of this and making it as rough as possible for everything. This is I feel, gentlemen, Avenger, Froz, one of the most ridiculous days for circles I have ever seen in PUBG Mobile.
I gotta agree. These circles are just too much.
I will say, like, and then you think you come over on Erangel and we're gonna have some quiet time and no rivers. Nope, we're gonna take the Yasnaya River and it's gonna be shrinking all the way down to it, and it's gonna be even more crazy. It's been ridiculous games, curveball circles all over the place. It's been really rough for them.
GXL Celts though, getting another chicken dinner when needed. Last time they needed to get that third place. This time they needed to qualify. I'm pretty sure with that one they're gonna be safe.
Let's take a look at the points coming in from this game in particular, as we have GXL Celts 29 points and 6 teams actually getting themselves double digits. King of Gamers, you level up. Nova Godlike. Some of these teams really needed the double digits here to be able to push them outside the red zone.
I'll tell you which teams needed it. GXL Celts, King of Gamers, Nova Godlike, U2 Gang, T1, Morph Team. So basically almost everyone that got top 8 here needed the points. This is going to be super spicy.
Of course, yeah. We will take a look at those overall rankings in a few moments. We were going to keep you on a hook until then before we actually show you those 9th through 16th as some of our teams here not having the easiest of games. But again, it was brutal circles to deal with, Avengers. So it's not really too much of a surprise.
No, I mean, we've had some really rough circles here. We've been torturing our players the last 2 days, I feel like, with these Sanhok games here. And yes, I think that's also why we're going to see when we come to the overall leaderboard in a few moments. That's where we can see it's also been affecting the leaderboards quite heavily.
Oh yeah, for sure. Let's take a look at the team stats coming in as well for our winners, as they're able to do so well for themselves.
Nice.
It's a Sanhok damage number. That's what we're going to call this around at this point, because we see such even damage coming in. They had to go through the ringer as well. They healed up quite a bit, stealing a few kills.
I mean, it was the same thing. Again, the circle went hard south, of course, and with that, it was so congested towards the north and the east side that, I mean, all of the teams were basically fighting each other. It wasn't anyone that was taking out all of them, because it's Sanhok. So you're gonna have the third party, fourth party, and
I was actually fifth party. Yeah,
nope, not that one.
I was actually hoping, I wanted to make my point. I was actually hoping when we had that 50-50 shift, or the chance of a shift where it could have gone north or south, I was hoping for the north shift just to see the complete mayhem for the last game.
Mountain Dew do the do moments, and we also saw RRQ going up very early. Synergy winning out the fight here. It was difficult for RRQ.
It was a big fight, but then again, I'm gonna be breaking this down later on, so we're not
move on.
We're gonna move on. No, look at that right now, because we're gonna look at Morph here instead. Take some kills early on, and we saw that they needed the kills. They needed to get themselves a good game, and they tried hard. They tried. They got themselves 8th place. They only got 3 kills. Will that be enough? We'll have to see.
Tried so hard and got so far. Thank you. I appreciate that. We have a tanky here doing all right for himself. Youngjun.
This nade.
Very nice. Yeah.
Team Secret, they needed to get 5 points to get the first spot. They only got 2.
Unfortunate.
I wanted them to get the first place.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah, that would have been
disappointed.
Unfortunate.
That would have been super cool to see them take over that. But then again, BIGETRON Radiance, they had a massive 2 days again, so it's hard to beat these guys, but we'll see. They will have a chance again in the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of chances left to get that first place, but BIGETRON not playing this game, but we're still talking about them. That's how good they are.
Wait a minute. Did that happen? Because I've just watched highlights from Clutch God having the M249 and Gilly, then it was another member having the M249 and Gilly, and then Jonathan ended up with the M249 and
when
the
you
Gilly.
die with the good stuff, you just end up giving it over, handing it over to the next guy. It's like a sprint, you know. You give the what is it, a stick?
Oh, the baton.
Look at this.
It's a relay race.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what happened with M249.
2 nades here from Jumba, guys. This, we have to talk about this. 2 knocks, two nades, 2 knocks. He was not able to finish those 2 kills because it was nades and it was on the other side of the little hill. And when he tried to pass to flush those kills, he was killed himself.
We also saw that he was down to about 5 to 10 HP when he was trying to cross there. So it was basically just one shot, and that made it so hard because the blue was pushing him, so he didn't have time to heal either.
Froz, you were trying to figure out what a relay race was called, and Avenger had important things to talk about, clearly.
When does he have important things to talk about?
All the time, guys. All the time. I have always important things.
Important circles to draw as well.
Give us something important.
Well, the bottom 4 we're going to show is very important right now.
He's not wrong, Froz. Proving you wrong once again.
I guess so.
Let's take a look at the overall damage, I suppose, here from this lobby, as it's even Sanhok numbers once again.
Very Sanhok-esque.
Very Sanhok-esque. Actually, it's interesting because in some of the interviews that we did have prior, and I've mentioned this a few times, though, a lot of these teams really do prefer Sanhok and kind of the brutal nature of it from time to time. They like that they're able to run and gun, get into these fights,
You know what?
but maybe not these circles.
after these 2 days, I want to interview them. How do you like Sanhok? Because we have been torturing them on Sanhok, so I really want to know how they feel about it now.
I mean, it comes down to a lot of the teams, well, when they play their own PMPLs and so on, their own regions, they might have a big advantage, but when it comes here, you have the 20 best teams in the world. It's going to be much harder. It's going to be so much more competition about everything.
Very good point, Avenger.
Very accurate. I mean, it's so easy to snowball against teams that are worse than you, right? And these are the best of the best in the world, so it's expected for them to be able to snowball in their own region, but when you go up against, you know, the whole East and all the beasts from the East, it's going to be extremely hard.
There's only one beast from the East.
Yeah, there's multiple beasts, I feel like, from the
giving
East.
other people's nicknames.
Yeah, no,
there's not just one.
That one is Godless name.
Oh,
There you go. Top players, top players, top players. Let's take a look at these as we have Tanky, Haster, and MJ up there along with Kashin. So, great stuff by them, being able to put up numbers.
I will say, though, are you the beast from the East if you're not able to qualify for all Super Weekends?
Yes.
Okay.
Still, yes.
Okay.
Just like our RQ are the Terminators. Even if somebody else gets more kills.
Oh, okay.
Are you still Martin even though you're here and not in Denmark? Yes.
Well,
Still keep your name.
It's not the same, though.
Anyway, moving on as fast as possible, let's take a look at the highlight that you had for us with RRQ.
Ooh, yes, I want to talk about the RQ and the synergy fight because we have very good synergy on the team, of course.
Wow, amazing stuff.
Nice.
Low-hanging fruit for us.
No, but
actually, you're so low-hanging, you're kicking it on the ground.
We're going to see here. Of course, we know that RQ and synergy likes to... they both like to drop on Painan. This side is actually Synergy side. So RQ is intruding and, you know, Synergy, they don't like that. And we see straight away here that Schreider, he gets a knock from up there on Bear down there. Now, the thing is that we see that Austin's going to come around the corner as well, and he's going to come here to help him out a little bit because he's still putting pressure on them, making sure that they're not pushing. Meanwhile, we see that Servi and Zigzag is making their way towards the team as well to help out. RQ, they're all up here. They're getting their res up here on Bear, but that nade there, again, pushing with that nade, it forces D2E to actually fall back from there. And what that when that happens, that enables Austin to get around here, to get a little peek and get more control while Schreider is still playing in the house there, making sure they have different angles to peek from. And you can see here, Austin is gathering the information, he's peeking around the corner, but he wants to be careful because there's one important factor here.
Fire.
He has no helmet.
Yeah.
So you don't want to peek out your head. One shot and you're all dead. That's why he's playing it very passive. He sees that he's getting pushed a little bit, pushes back. Meanwhile, Schreider again holding that angle. This synergy between these two is so good when you look at it.
Keep repeating it.
Thank you. But that comes with team name. Again, I want to point out one thing here. Austin peeking this door now, but keep on looking at what he's doing. He gets the knock. He's running around. He's going to peek that door one more time. And now they're going to expect him to peek that door. But no, he's going for the other door on the left side.
Cheeky trick.
And meanwhile, we see that Schreider, of course, is pushing up on the left side. Again, the synergy between these two guys are just insane.
You know what this is called? The whack-a-mole strategy.
And don't forget that we have Servi over here taking care of G9 while all of this is going down. And of course, we do see that Zigzag is coming up here to help out as well. Now, with all of that, of course, now RQ is only down to Bear. And we saw what happened. Of course, they were just chasing him down in the end there. And that's basically the fight. So the whole thing is how good Austin and Schreider was able to play from each other there. I don't know what the communication was like, but I can imagine it wasn't too much of chaotic because it was basically, you hold the angle, I'll make the push, and then vice versa, and it was just going back and forth like that.
You know what I like the most from this? The South Asia versus Southeast Asia rivalry in Penang is continuing even on our Sanhok 2 days. I love that.
I think the one thing that I take away from that is that Synergy had a lot of angles to work with throughout that, whereas
they're making them continuously, like they fall back, get a new angle, fall back, get a new angle, and continues to do
this
that as well.
This also comes down to both of the teams want to have Pineapple for themselves. They want to fight for it. Both of the teams knew that they were already qualified for Super Weekend.
Exactly.
So they can take this fight. They can take this one without hitting them hard anyway.
All right, top players by damage. Let's see who topped the boards. Let's see if there's been any shake-up. It's G9 looks up towards the top. Martin is encroaching on that first place spot. Beer, Jonathan, Snacks, all getting in here too. It's an entire party. Everybody now on 10k over damage.
Yeah, it's so good to see these guys, but they're so familiar faces at this point. I'm kind of sad because I feel like they're cementing their position here more and more, and I feel like it's going to be super hard to breach into this top 10 here.
Snacks is the new name that we see here. Jonathan has been here before. Ryzen has gone up from 9th to 10th down up to the 4th place. And Martin, of course, putting himself from 5th, 6th up there to the 3rd place. And we see him keep on pushing it. I mean, Valus has been playing really nice. And that's how they got, of course, one of the top positions for this weekend.
And if any of those names really do stand out to you, you can vote for them in-game as well with the PUBG Mobile Esports Awards 2020. Basically, that closes today, by the way, so get this done, and if you're really lucky, you'll get an opportunity to play with some of the most popular players as well here. So that's an exciting thing all around. There's so many things that you can get involved in. You can get extra skins. We've already talked about that a lot. There's already also the awards going on as well. And actually, if you tweet at the official PUBG Mobile Esports account on Twitter with the hashtag PMWL, you can include a video of supporting your favorite team as well, and you might be even featured on the show. So make sure to get that done too, because that's cool. I like that.
Should we do a tweet?
I would like you to do a tweet, but you've got to be in disguise. You can't be Froz.
Why?
You've got to have a disguise.
I want to be on the show.
No, you're already on the show. Shut up. Let's take a look at the overall rankings now, because this will determine who is going to our Super Weekend. So, BIGETRON gets first place with 97 points, and before we even focus on everything else, they have been insanely consistent throughout the entire PMWL East.
Yeah, I mean, they started off the opening weekend, of course, with the first place, and then it's been first week they got second place. Super Weekend they got second place, and now week 2 they're back on the first place. But Team Secret though, they got 14th place in opening, week 1 13, Super Weekend 1 13, and now second place. That is enormously huge step up.
I'm so happy to see Freestyle and you level up here in 6th and 9th place to come back and qualify for our Super Weekend after not playing the last one. That must be so good and such a good feeling for them.
Time to find out who is in the red zone and who will not be making it to our Super Weekend. The 4 teams are... Gank, Nova got like Morph team and No Chance team. Unfortunate for them. T1 sneaks it in by that 1 point.
That 1 point, what was Avenger was talking about with Jumper getting those 2 knocks there with the nades, but he wasn't able to flush them. Look at the kill count on the Yuta Gank at T1. Yuta got 27 while T1 got 23. That means if Yuta Gank got 1 more point, and that could have been one of those knocks there, they would have more kills, tied up on points, and they would have moved on the tiebreaker with more kills.
Exactly.
Let's talk about this for a moment here, because Nova God, like a Morph team, it is an extremely unfortunate situation for them, having now not gone to the first 2 Super Weekends.
It's looking dark for them at this point.
It is looking dark. They will have to put up massive numbers in week number 3 for us.
Yeah, they got to put up massive numbers, but it's not done for yet. There's still one more Super Weekend after that. And remember, it's all about being top 16 with the Super Weekends. So they don't need to get first. They need to just get not bottom 4.
It's been rough for No Chance team. They got themselves 16th place at the end of that Super Weekend. Now last place here. They're going to need to step things up. But the one that surprises me a bit is You Do Gank. They got themselves the triple chicken dinner in that Super Weekend. Now they will not be going to our second Super Weekend.
Oh, very unfortunate for You Do Gank. I'm feeling sad on their behalf, honestly, and I think we're gonna see so this kind of break they're gonna have now. That's gonna be a motivation for them, and obviously they played the first one. If they're able to qualify qualify to our last Super Weekend, which is of course in the future, I think it will be easy for them to still make it to the top 16 and come back in the league finals, because I feel like their playstyle specifically is something that is kind of tailored for the 24 games for in a finals, where you have these hit or miss games and very small games and very big games. And I think over the course of more games, they will have a better average for that.
I mean, they got a 4th place in the first Super Weekend with 161 points.
Exactly.
So they're still towards the top there before this Super Weekend has started.
There's something about this format that is exhilarating.
Yes.
Every single day matters here for the PMWL, not only across East, but also across West as well. And it's exciting to watch. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much to everybody out there tuning in around the world. Avenger and Froz joining me here. And thank you to the commentators for our start of our Super Week. We have coming up, of course, it is going to be 3 days of action. The top 16 teams are going to battle once again for more points to try and qualify on through to our grand finals, as well as do well in the regional league. We're done. We'll see you in 2 days' time. Not tomorrow. We're running on a hiatus, and then when we are back, it's Super Weekend, Week 2. We'll see you then for more PMWL.
Are you ready? 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 Are you Are you ready? 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 Boom, back. Boom, 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 boom. Are you ready? 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 Are
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. It's me, Kyle Harris, once again here, bringing you J7 from Pittsburgh Knights as they qualify through the PMPL Americas into the World League. So first off, why don't you introduce yourself as well as your role on Pittsburgh Knights?
Yeah, so my name is J7, my handle is J7, and I play for the Pittsburgh Knights, and I'm the IGL for the Pittsburgh Knights.
How did you first get introduced to PUBG Mobile?
Well, I've been playing mobile games for a while. Like, I played other mobile games, like, professionally. So when PUBG Mobile came with their mobile version, like, that was really huge at the time, and everyone started playing it. I really got into it, and it started with a group of friends, and I just really was passionate about the game, so I decided to play professionally.
Awesome. What would you say is your favorite memory relating to the game?
My favorite memory is definitely all the LAN events we've been to. So, like, I never thought that a mobile game like that have, you know, LAN events or, like, big crowds, like, with fans supporting. So that was pretty cool, like, going to LAN events and meeting people in person.
Some of the LAN events have been fantastic. People working on AR and stuff like that. It's been really cool. Which map would you say is your favorite when it comes to competitive play?
Oh, definitely Erangel. I mean, they're I think we're like the second best Erangel team in terms of kills wise, behind Loops. So we definitely perform in Erangel.
Okay. Is there any specific reasons why Erangel, or?
I'm not sure. I think we're just really comfortable with that map. We played it the most, and I think just more comfortable, yeah.
Which team would you consider as one of your biggest rivals through the PMWL?
Definitely all the North America teams. Definitely Loops now, since, you know, they're up there, but definitely all the North America teams because we play them all the time. and we scrim them like every day. So
how would you rate your team compared to some of the PMWL participants?
Well, I think so far we haven't looked good in PMPL, but with the new addition of Sixless, I think we can be very strong and potentially like one of the best NA teams in the scene.
And what is your favorite drop zone location across all maps?
You know, we like going Gakka. I think the Gakka split that we have in Erangel is really good for us. For like rotation wise, it's kind of like in the center of the map, kind of to the west. And we can really get to like any spot with the split we do.
That's fair, that's fair. And final question for this is, what is your preferred weapon loadout?
Preferred weapon definitely has to be the DP. DP or M4, those guns are just really meta right now, especially the DP recently. They just do so much damage and they're very versatile with long range.
Especially when you're lying down, you can get that little bipod out. Very, very strong, I suppose.
Yeah, you just laser kids like really far.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, thank you very much, J7, and good luck in the PMWL.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kyle Aris. I'm one of your hosts of the PMWL, and I have with me HH24 from Tempo Storm. So thank you very much for joining me to start things off. And my first question is, why don't you introduce yourself to the world as well as your role within Tempo Storm?
Hello, I am from Tempo Storm. My name is HH24. I am a co-Erangel, fragger, scout. I can basically just do anything as a role. I like to achieve top fragging in tournaments. I try to do my best.
Awesome. Well, yeah, we saw a lot of that in PMPL Americas, and it was exciting to watch you guys throughout that. The next question I want to ask you guys is, how did you first get introduced to PUBG Mobile?
Oh, I got introduced from my friends. I was playing Knives Out as another Battle Royale for mobile. My friends wanted to make a team, so I came through. It was very entertaining, so I just stayed. And I see a lot of goals of players, so I continued and I wanted to achieve those goals.
Which team would you consider as one of your biggest rivals throughout the PMWL?
The biggest rival is all of them, because we shouldn't really be judging who's best or who's the scariest, because we can just die from any, to be honest.
Do you feel that a lobby on a world scale can be a little bit unpredictable sometimes? You obviously you have scrims with them, but does it get a little bit more hectic in these kinds of lobbies?
We try to stay calm, so yeah, it still does. Still pressure, but we try to stay calm and concentrate.
All right. Well, that's all the questions. So thank you very much, HH24, for joining us, and best of luck in the World League.
Thank you, thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's me, Kyle Aris, again, and I am here as one of your hosts for the PM World League, and we are going to be talking to Perez from Team Umbra. So, firstly, why don't you introduce yourself as well as your role within your team?
I am Perez, as you said. My role in the team is the captain role. I'm also the EL of the team.
How did you get introduced to PUBG Mobile?
I was familiar with this genre of games. Like, I have played so many Battle Royale games, so I was familiar with it. And when I first played, I liked it, and I was doing well, so I just kept playing it.
What is your favorite memory related to the game?
Probably when I play tournaments. Like, I like so much to play tournament. I have played tournament in other games at the highest level also. So this is what I like the most.
You like the feeling of competition?
Yes.
Yeah, I can empathize. Which is your favorite map when it comes to competitive play, and why?
It is Miramar, because that's the map I have played most. I like it from the beginning. I ranked there most of my ranked matches, so I like the most.
Okay, what is it? Is it rotations that you like? The topography? Is it the cities?
It is the topography. Now with the new Miramar map, it's everything has changed, but still I like that map more than the others.
Which teams would you consider as your biggest rivals throughout the PMWL?
I think our biggest rivals are the teams from EU, like Conina Power, Footballist, Team Unique. From my perspective, are the teams that I see more strong.
How would you rate your team compared to the other participants in PMWL West?
I think we are like 7 or so. Like, we have trained so hard, but I think we need just a little bit more to be like at our highest level. But I think we are gonna do pretty well in the tournament.
What is your preferred weapon loadout?
I think right now it is the M4 and Uzi, because both are pretty strong right now.
Thank you very much, my friend, and good luck in the PMWL.
Thank you.
Down goes George, that's a confirmation, instantly switches to the 16!
Really could be. Let's see if they go to the engagement. Seeing sport out. Oh, big shot.
And we're back here with another day of action at the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. I'm Jason Kapp, and I'm your host throughout this entire show, and we're going to be covering all the action to determine who's going to be the top 16 teams to move through now into our very second Super Weekend. And I can't do this alone, obviously. I got to bring in two people to my side, two very good-looking people who are going to help carry me through the entire show today. And trust me, there's a lot to carry. We got 7 Worlds Gaming, we got Glitter Explosion coming in 7. I was expecting to see something special that you were wearing, except I'm a little sad to not see it come through today. At least not yet.
You don't have it yet, bro. I'm waiting for you too. Come on now. This is not only going to be me and Glitter. You got to be in it too.
We got a day off tomorrow. There is a possibility I could pick something up like that if I really wanted to, though. I'm a little bit scared I'll like it too much. Glitter, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to see how day 2 goes for the league play portion, considering all the shakeups we saw yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah, we had a couple of teams really rise to the ranks. A couple of teams unfortunately fall by the wayside when it came to it. But let's kind of talk about the overall format for you guys at home who might have missed out on how this whole show, how this whole World League is going to break down. We start off with 2 days in the opening weekend. That was mostly just seeding matches to determine how the groups would be set up going into our league play. And every week, teams will participate in 2 days of league play, and the top 16 teams will move on into the Super Weekend, where they will play 3 days of matches to accumulate points, and these points will accumulate from weekend to weekend to weekend until we have our top 16 teams. Now, the important part for you guys at home to know is that as we go into a new week of league play, the points get reset for league play and league play only, so every team starts back at 0 and has a chance to rise up and potentially get themselves through either back into the Super Weekend or potentially for the very first time. And honestly, we're seeing some teams already off the bat here, 7, that are looking like they have a real good chance to make it in for the first time, and also some teams with a chance to potentially not make it in for their second.
Yeah, I think one that comes to mind is Frag Machines. Frag Machines was not able to go ahead and qualify that last weekend that we did, and I want to go ahead and see how they're going to perform today. They're being super consistent in regards to like top 10 placements so far with yesterday's performances, and I'm pretty sure that we also have on the opposite of that, we have teams that they qualify that aren't doing so well, like Team Unique. Nobody that we're pretty sure we're going to be highlighting once we show the overall stats.
Hopefully Team Unique can step it up when it comes today, but let's see how they can step it up and see how they get their points to maybe rise up through the ranks a little bit further on, and of course get themselves that chance yet again. You can see 20 points for a chicken dinner, and of course 1 kill does give you 1 point, but Glitter, we've already seen how important it is for some teams out there, some teams in particular, who really rely on those 1 points per kills.
Absolutely, and I think one of the teams that we've consistently spoken about in relation to those successful kill points and all-out aggression is Loops Esports. Now, we did not see the performance from them yesterday that we wanted to see, but one team that is definitely now kind of stepping up and taking advantage of that kill point system is Footballist. Very aggressive. Solke is having some crazy games to himself alone, and so they're a team that's definitely starting to kind of figure out that balance that we've talked about now between those placement points and kills.
I think Solke is going to have a massive target on his back today, or at least I hope, when he had, I think it was 14 kills off the first day alone. Let's take a look at what they're playing for, though. It's all about the money, right? It's all about how much they can earn in pocket change, and honestly, you better have some big pockets if you're going to fit $100,000 in it. $425,000 overall here. Seven, this is a lot of money for these teams. This is life-changing money for some of these players, or actually I'd say even a majority of the players.
Yeah, and I think at one point we were talking about how some of this, if you are able to go ahead and win it all, you're going to end up around, what was it, $170,000, something along those lines. Pretty crazy numbers, man. Makes me rethink if I want to become a pro player at some point in my life. We'll see. What's up, Jason?
He doesn't think you could be a pro.
No, I don't think it's that. I think it's something else. What up, Jason? You don't think I could be a pro, Jason? Is that what it is?
Is this taking over the entire show? I'm really sad I don't have mine yet.
We're waiting for you.
I have to say,
I got flowers on. It's all good.
You look damn good. The flowers really bring out your eyes. I'm not going to lie.
The Adam's apple, though. The Adam's apple doesn't work right.
If you were to rate his choker, Glitter, where would you give it? 1 through 10?
12.
A 12, okay. Okay.
All right, I'll take it.
Maybe I should get into wearing chokers when it comes to shows. Let's take a look, though. Let's just completely ignore this now and take a look at the standings from the first day of play here in League Play and see who currently was #1 overall. And we talked about before, Footballist, 39 kills, 91 points in total. 7, they came out the gate swinging.
Yeah, and I think that's one team. Remember, we always mention them even from the first week. We said they're a very consistent team with kills. Guess what? They have stepped it up even more, being able to just get 39 kills. A lot more kills than anybody. Cloud9 currently at 32 kills. They're being another team as well that was able to get 2 chicken dinners yesterday. To go ahead and mention that, Footballers was also able to get those 2 chicken dinners. And then B4, one team that I'm going to be looking forward to see how they do today, because guess what? Today, I believe they get a chance to play their favorite map, Sanhok, 2 times. So I want to see how they're going to be reacting to that. And then Temple Storm, I love seeing Temple Storm there in 4th place. It seems like everything's starting to fall in place. Remember, over the weekend, we had some conversation with HH24. They told him he was having connection issues. Well, hopefully that it's fixed. And here, as we go into the second page, we got some surprises, Glitter, in Loops Esports being in 15th place.
Big surprises. We see the likes of Loops Esports in 15th place, which is a team we did not expect to see there at all. We saw Frag Machines up in 7th overall, but then when we're heading down towards even farther down on the list, we see Nova Esports in 17th and Team Unique in dead last right now in 20th, and those are 2 teams that had already previously qualified into our first Super Weekend, and now coming into this second week of League Play are definitely struggling to repeat that performance.
Yep. I got to call out a couple of teams, though. Well, mostly one team in particular, maybe kind of 2. Alpha Legends, they have, if I read this correctly, 5 kills, and they're currently in 10th place, right? And I'm going to bring that up for a certain point, because you have KHK in 18th place with 7 kills. So they would they technically would be behind them, except there's one other team that has less kills than them that's higher ranked than that, and you have Umbra in 11th place with 4 kills. We talked so many times about how important it is to have that really good marriage between getting kills and the marriage between getting your placement points. And if you want to be a team that can take home the $100,000, Glitter, I don't think you can be Alpha Legends right now. I don't think you can be Umbra right now and expect to win.
I agree, especially when you're going up against the likes of the Footballists and the Cloud9s, who have kind of figured out their groove at this point and are doing well in both the kills and placement points department. You can't be focusing on one over the other. You need to find that happy medium, especially for the teams, and we'll probably talk about this a lot today, but especially for those teams, as you kind of called out, that are in the 16th to maybe 12th position for those potential bubble teams, because you don't want to have to be fighting every single game to maintain your spot for the Super Weekend. You want to make sure that you're solidified in a comfortable position and not having to worry about that.
Speaking about being in a comfortable position right now, Glitter, I think Frag Machines is a team we're definitely going to have to start to talk about, because if we compare themselves to last week, they are performing so much better and really looking like they took their 4 days off to come together and fix their problems.
They most certainly did. Now, Frag Machines is a team we're probably going to be touching on a lot today. Well, you can see up on the screen for you guys, those are actually their week 1 versus their week 2 stats. Now, that is obviously going to be overall for week 1 versus just what we had yesterday for week 2 of league play. You can see that they're already doing so much better than they were, with an overall of 16 kills for week 1 of league play and just 11 yesterday to their name in day 1. Now, Frag Machines were able to pull out a win last week during league play. At that point, it was too little, too late. And that one game was actually the majority of their overall 48 points for the week. Whereas you can see here, they're already at 38 points in just one day yesterday, 7.
Yeah, and I think something we always touch on is consistency, right? We like for teams to go ahead and be consistent in top 10. Well, guess what? They were able to go ahead and get 2nd place yesterday, 8th place, 8th place, and then 7th place. That is super consistent from them. And not only that, what we were also being able to see from them is just their kills. I believe one of their players, Outplay, ended up with 5 kills out of the 11 kills that they have had so far. So great gameplay so far from Frag Machines. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see more of that consistency. Something that I did want to go ahead and take note is that they usually don't really perform that well in Sanhok. At least that's what we were able to see yesterday. It was kind of like a fluke day when we saw them get a 2nd place and with 3 kills. So hopefully they're starting to perform better on these other maps. And today, I think that they're going to have a chance maybe at playing Sanhok 3 times. They'll be able to take full advantage of that. As we're seeing here, just a comparison from week 1 to week 2, average placement points has gone way up. Average kills, I know it's 0.75, but trust me, that makes a huge difference right there in points as well. And chicken dinner, something Glitter just mentioned, and something that I just touched based on. They did win one so far last week. But also keep in mind that those stats are for the whole of 2 days last week. The stats that we're seeing on the right is just for 1 day. So they could even improve more than what they have so far.
I think the worry for me is, are they only going to perform in that 1 day? Like we saw, they only performed in 1 match last week, right? They got 30 points alone from that 1 chicken dinner they had, because they had 10 kills on top of that. They had 16 kills in total. So out of the other 7 matches they played, they got 6 kills and they only got like 18 points. And where they're currently sitting at the moment, they are 15 points away from the bubble that we had last week. So 53 points of the bubble, and they can explain it to you guys at home. The bubble is the point you could pass 16th place and be safe throughout into getting into the Super Weekend. So already 15 points behind that. I find it hard to imagine them not getting 15 points over these next 4 matches they'll be playing today. But speaking about points and speaking about getting kills, there's another team we're going to have to talk about here. And we talked about them almost every single day, guys. Loops Esports, except this time, it's not going to be about the positive notes of them, Glitter.
I mean, yeah, I guess we could put it that way. Loops Esports is a team that I think all of us have been saying how strong they are, how aggressive they are, how not afraid to take engagements, and then how successful they are with those engagements. They've been the entire time. Yesterday was probably the weakest showing that we've ever seen coming out of Loops. And if you actually see up on the screen there, you're seeing their week 1, day 1 stats versus what happened yesterday for week 2, day 1. And you can see the huge disparities that are already starting to kind of pop up. You see 27 kills on day 1 of last week for them versus just 12 kills on day 1 for this week for Loops Esports. And this is not what we expected out of them at all. And this could potentially be opening up the door for a lot of the teams to start specifically hunting Loops down to take them out of contention for the Super Weekend. Since they're sitting in 15th place, if teams can manage to do that and make sure that Loops doesn't qualify through to the Super Weekend, they're opening up a ton of opportunity for those other squads to start accruing those points that help them get into Final 7.
Yeah, and I think talking based on that, it would be interesting. I know this is something that Jason first mentioned yesterday. What would some of those teams do? Would they want to go ahead and hot drop Loops Esports, especially when they play Sanhok, because they know where they're going to be landing regardless. They're going to go boot camp no matter where the playing path is going. So that's one thing I'm going to be looking out for, and I'm also going to be looking out for Carrillo. I know we've been talking about Carrillo a lot. Well, guess what? Yesterday, I know they didn't perform that well, and I think Carrillo ended up with only 3 kills out of 12 kills from Loops Esports. So that's another player that I'm hoping he continues to stay hot in a way, as we are going to be seeing the full stats here from Carrillo. Damage done, 13,000. That's the reason. That's a lot, and that is a lot. If you're new to PUBG Mobile Esports, trust me, that is hard to do, and you're going to be able to see here on this highlight how he's able to accumulate that much damage by being able to almost go ahead and, I think at one point, this was a 4v1. If you would have been able to clutch this, it would have been insane, and the skill this man has, being able to recognize people who are on the left, go ahead and knock them down, and this player, the reason why we talk about him so much is because going back to PMWL Americas, he did end up winning the MVP, but not only that, this player tends to have what we call the clutch factor. And we've been able to see that over and over again. Yesterday, he almost ended up clutching a 4v1. He got fairly close to clutching a 4v1 against Tempo Storm. So if you ever see this player by himself, don't count him out because he can always just go ahead and slay everybody out.
I mean, not only was he the MVP of PMPL Americas, he was also the MVP of the first weekend, a super weekend that we did have here as well. But for some reason, he's starting to struggle a little bit. But at least the upside, I'd say, for Loops is they have the backup out of other players. I mean, we saw him really step up with Carrillo being dropped in one of the games fairly early on. But let's now turn our eyes towards day 2, right? This is what it's all about. We're going to see which teams will come out into the super weekend. Let's take a look at our schedule so you can see what maps will be played. And as we said yesterday, it'll be Sanhok and Erangel only. We're starting things on Sanhok, so we'll have 3 of those throughout the day, and 2 Erangels as well. And obviously, Glitter, I'm going to be going straight to you. We can see a big E there next to our first match of the day. That does obviously refer to the group who will be sitting out, which is a custom or accumulated with what teams, I should say.
That actually means we're not going to be seeing B4, Footballist, Pittsburgh Knights, or actually Frag Machines to start off the day.
Okay, so you got Frag Machines getting to sit there and watch things. Something you said, by the way, Seven, that you referenced that I said yesterday, that which I loved, obviously talk about myself, was how we could potentially see teams like Footballist. Why would you not hot drop Loops? You're already through to Super Weekend, right? You have nothing to lose. Why not try to take one of your biggest competitors out of a chance of qualifying? I think that's such a smart move, but I feel like teams are going to be a little bit too scared to do that.
I think it comes down to strategy and how much they're willing to risk it. If you ask me, I'm a betting man. I would say, yeah, go ahead and take them out. Guess what?
Yeah.
If you take out Loops Esports from Super Weekend, that is going to be 3 days. That is going to be 15 matches that they're not going to be able to play. That is a crap ton of points, man. So I do hope at some point today, even if it's one of the teams that's not even in the top 16, I want them to go ahead and just go for it. Hey, pretty much, in a way, kick a person when they're down.
Oh, yeah.
With Loops Esports not performing so well.
There's nothing BM about that.
It will be interesting to see it. Yeah, football is seen that there's so many players, so many teams out there that can actually go ahead and do it. And one that I'm going to be looking out for, and I know we're probably going to talk about this team at some point today, is going to be Team Queso. Team Queso in Sanhok, they like to drop very close to Loops. What Loops usually likes to do, they drop boot camp, and then Team Queso just lands a little bit north of boot camp, and they're always trash looting here and there. So that could be an engagement, an early engagement that I'm going to be looking at.
Okay, well now I'm looking towards our predictions here. We saw our results yesterday. I think that was 7 in first place at the moment, but I can tell today it no longer will be first place anymore. I'm not gonna say who's gonna cross you, except it's probably just gonna be Hot Jukes, actually, if I were to guess it. So let's get in our prediction games. Glitter, we're gonna start with you off the bat. B4 is not playing, so you can't go with them. I'm gonna protect you there in case you wanted to say them. So who's the team you're looking forward to?
I appreciate your protection, first of all, and thank you, Seven, for letting me know that Footballist is also not playing. But because those teams are actually sitting out, and because of the performance that they had yesterday, I'm actually going to be going with Team Queso for our first match of the day.
Come on, did you read my prediction? Okay, well, my prediction, Team Queso as well. They were performing so well off the bat. They played really well over the day. Seven, are you gonna get just as cheesy as us?
Nah. I'm gonna step back. I'm gonna be on a cloud just looking at you guys get destroyed by Loops Esports at the start. I'm gonna be on cloud 9, man. They let me down yesterday with the last Erangel match, but I think you just gotta look at the numbers. You gotta look at the data. Cloud 9 probably is going to get that chicken dinner, and I want to go ahead and maintain my first place spot, all right?
Exactly. Look at 7. He gets first place, and I was just going to try to skate by being as safe as possible.
Oh,
get out of here, you two.
Okay.
We'll hear how Team Queso is going to dominate this match and break it down against you, 7, when we do get into that. And obviously, you guys at home, as we've been saying this entire time, there is a lucky draw going on. Maybe you're one of the lucky people out there, as long as you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center, to get some limited time outfits for yourself. So you're not doing it already, make sure you do it now. You still have a chance to win. And And just like you guys have a chance to win, we also want to hear what you guys have to say when it comes to the show. Everything about it. You can tweet to us at Esports PubGM and use the hashtag PMWL to let us know your thoughts. Or maybe you actually want to support your team. You can record a video and you can send it to pubgm@eslgaming.com, and maybe we'll feature you on the show on top of that. So do both. Double the chances to get in, double the luck. Anyways, let's bring in our commentators now. We have an environment. Cameron Davis going to be joining us for our first game. And I have to say off the bat, gentlemen, just remember, B4 is not playing. Footballs isn't playing. We don't need you to do it yet again, Cameron. Don't worry, I'm not going to knock you too hard on it anymore. I'll do it definitely when Hot Jukes comes onto the air. But let's talk about maybe something we mentioned towards the end of that little conversation. Is there a chance we will see teams who are already clear, who are already through, based off last week's results, into the Super Weekend, trying to make it even more difficult for these other teams out there? Cameron, what's your thoughts?
It's possible, but I don't know how comfortable the teams are in this sort of format environment of having to qualify for the weekend. It's a new mindset to get into, and with all the variables that are in Battle Royales already, I would love to see it, but I would be really surprised. Maybe we could see it on the final round or two, but I don't think on the first round. Definitely not then.
See, I wonder what do they have to lose, coming into this? I mean, maybe some confidence, maybe some morale or momentum within the team. And Viram, what's your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think the idea of actively trying to make enemies of people is probably not very smart, especially because we're still in the early days. This is only week number 2. This is we're not even in the second Super Weekend yet. And teams are looking not so hot. The idea that you're going to hot drop them, you're going to mess them up. There's already teams you're obviously rooting for, but while it's possible, I don't think it's super likely. I think there's a certain amount of respect between the teams at this point. Again, we talk about the idea of the handshake that sometimes is broken, but I don't think we're going to see that too much here.
I'm not going to lie. You put $100,000 in front of me, and I'm going to hot drop you every day of the week, even if I'm not going to win out in the trade in that one. I mean, it's $100,000, right? It's massive money for all these players out there. And I think this is one of the few opportunities to maybe keep a team like Loops out. It's obviously unique at the bottom of the table right now. Their chances are looking really grim. And then going into today, what do you think maybe teams have learned on? Because obviously Sanhok is a map maybe teams aren't as comfortable on, Cameron. We talked about B4. This is a map they're very happy to play. But do you think teams went back specifically for this map if they were struggling?
I hope that they did, but the hardest thing is that Sanhok is the least reliable for any team on this map. Even the best Sanhok team, we're not talking C9 on Erangel or Loops on Vikendi, are we? There's still a level of variability in terms of scoreline. It's really all about just making sure that you're able to execute on your fights and finish them up really quickly, because third parties are coming the minute you fire a shot.
Okay, well, I think it's time to get in our predictions here. And Viram, since we had Cameron talking last, I'm going to make you go for the very first prediction of the day. I don't remember where you were on the standings, but I think you might end up a little bit higher
no,
today.
it's not good. Let's not talk about it. Cloud9. I made some crazier, wilder picks yesterday. It's good. They're safe and they're playing well and they can clutch up. And I feel like Bayo's been doing particularly well from an IGL standpoint on this map. I think the Cloud9 has been taking smarter fights than we've seen from them in the past, so I'm going to go Cloud9.
Okay, and Cameron, I'm looking at you, and it looks like in your eyes you've got Cloud9 as well.
Yeah. No, I do also have Cloud9. I respect the queso lean from a couple of you guys on the desk, but it's very difficult for me to put confidence on any team at the very beginning, so I just have to go for the safe bet before I see how everyone's feeling and how they're all heated up.
It's true. Cloud9 were playing amazing yesterday in those matches. We'll see how they can do yet again today. And Viram and Cameron, why don't you guys take us into our first match of the day here?
Thank you so very much. Excited to get into the action here, the rumble in the jungle here on Sanhok. This is going to be fun. This is always so exciting. I love casting this map. There's so much action. There's so much fighting. And, you've heard the term thrown around, the aim star. We see that sometimes in these games, players that are picked up on their pure fragging ability alone. And, well, if you're one of those players, this is your time to shine.
Yeah, it really is. You just have to hope that your IGL doesn't send you into a random bush that wasn't properly scouted out. But then again, it's Sanhok, so how much blame can you really put on your IGL for not knowing that someone was there?
Less, I would say.
A little less. Yeah, at least a little
bit less. A little bit less. Or they could be sitting on top of a tire of a truck, and you wander into a compound looking at you, Kanita Power.
That also
it can happen. It can happen. But let's take a look at this playing path. It's a lot, you hear us talking about it a lot less on Sanhok because it's so much less relevant because the map's so small that you can pretty much go anywhere you want to from anywhere. So, good times.
Yeah. And because of that, that's also why I still don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of hot drops, as Jason asked us in the very beginning. I get what he's saying. I get what them on the desk are all saying, and I actually agree with them. The problem is, I've cast enough battle royales that I will have to see it before I believe that it'll happen. There are still too much, and I feel especially in PUBG Mobile, I've seen recently, emphasis on safety. Because it's true, even for teams that are qualified, does it really actually matter in what position they qualify in? There's no such thing as seeding when we go into the Super Weekend. Yeah. Teams don't get reseeded as we come back into League play. So there really is zero play here. But what is not a zero play is Zero from Yala trying to defend his teammate who got knocked from KHK. I think that's going to be a full kill. I don't think there's any way for Zero.
Iron sights are hard. Iron sights are... Oh, you know Zana wanted to get there at the vehicle, meat shield that up, and now he might have put him... Oh, okay. Damn it, I like Lord. He's fun to watch. He always survives. It's so bizarre watching him go down first, because he's always one of the... I've complimented him like so many times, because he's that scrappy player that always seems to be alive for Yala, and having him knocked really early is, I think, going to be a problem for them.
Maybe. Yala are surrounding KHK. You could argue that this is one of those hot drops. I don't think it is, just because the size of Sanhok. If Yala were intentionally dropping on KHK, they would have been a full commit onto the actual compounds, and that's hard enough on Quarry anyway. But just the way that we see Yala positioned oh god, Xana now gets taken out. This is not a good start. This is great for KHK, who, if I'm not mistaken, really need the points.
Yeah, no, I mean, KHK, they're not doing so hot after day number 1, coming in 18th place down there with Nova, Unique, and HQ. They're really one of these teams we're talking about that is on the cusp, that is trying to make it. I mean, a good game here could bring them up on par with a team like Yala, who's coming in 28 points in 12th position. If they could sort of, kind of trade out their favor, I guess, in this first game, that could mean a lot into making it into this top 16. You're going to hear us talking about that a lot today, Cameron. We're going to talk about this because the top 16 is so important, making it into that super weekend, getting the shot at those points, because there were teams that weren't able to last weekend. But if we can knock down one of those teams who did participate, you totally balance the playing field.
Octavian here is not going aggressive to finish Xana, and that's because he's still waiting for a crossfire here. As long as a teammate doesn't roll up to try and start the revive, the bleed out on Xana is gonna happen, and so I like the conservative play. My only question is, how will this eventually slow down KHK's rotation? So the kill does finally come through. Yala are now down to 2 players, and this sort of separation drop that they had, whether it was intended or a reaction to KHK, is really not working out for them.
Yeah, we're seeing one knock going back, but you can see the original knock there. Oh, just out in the open. Lord actually did have a gun, was able to get a couple of shots off, but oof. The shots, even with the AK iron sight, did get it done there.
Why was he crawling
up the hill? A little sloppy at the end to clean that up, but...
Why was he
Octavian was actually knocked.
Okay, so this is a good trade. Yala trying to deal some damage back. This is going to wound KHK a little bit. And if you look at the circle, both Yala players are actually able to get in the zone. And so in a way, I don't think it's going to be a full gatekeep. Yala don't have enough players to... KHK can easily rotate somewhere else, but they're not the only team that's fighting. We actually have a couple of early engagements here, and one of them being Loops, and they get a knock.
They do indeed. It was actually, I believe, Carrillo that went down to a nade coming in from HQ. And Jamaz is now knocked down. Kayowski is looking to continue that trend, but the team is split. I think that's part of the thing we're seeing here. A lot of these teams went for the split drops, and players getting caught out on their own. We're seeing that even now with Mystic here, as HQ is fighting on multiple fronts. Mystic does actually end up going down there. He actually drowned. Not ideal.
Yeah, looked like it.
Denied points, I guess.
Loops, yeah, Loops are trying really... I like this aggressive play to try and basically secure this bridge, and a second knock is going to make it... That's going to make it a lot easier, a lot better. HQ, they need to get out of this. And this is a very unfortunate engagement because they're another team that really need it, but Loops, they want to rise up from the disappointing performance of yesterday, and so they're going hyper-aggressive right now, and they want to remind people the monsters that they are. In fact, let's just go onto the roof, find all these angles, let's make sure that we clear out everyone who dares stick their neck out.
I love this. I mean, Dadine is actually going down, though, unfortunately. We are seeing that shot, but I think overall, this says a lot about the mindset of Loops coming into today, the mentality. Kayowski's going down as well, though. Matic, one of the slayers over on Dream Eaters, we know that, able to secure the shots there. As Everson's actually battered, but still alive and in the fray. Just 2 members of Loops are down. I was going to talk about the idea that, you know, the mindset of Loops to go in, to know they still have it. Like, we're still Loops Esports. We can still fight. We're still going to go aggressive. We're still going to play confident. We're going to jump on this roof. We're going to go for these kills. But at the same time now, Dadine, look at how separated he was. He died up on the hill. This overconfidence may actually not be working out quite so well for them here. I understand it, Cameron. I get it, the idea that you want to start today off on the right foot, that you want to show the server who you are, but you got to be able to deliver.
Whoa. It's the problem with Sanhok and the third partying. Loops, I think, maybe a little bit over-aggressive onto HQ, and that gives HQ an opportunity to move here. But look, Cloud9, now they want part of this party. This is in the center of the circle, so it's a great opportunity, and Cloud9 having high ground onto Dream Eaters, who had the high ground onto Loops.
Cameron, this is exactly what you were talking about before we got into this game. One shot. The second you take that shot, it will ring around you. It's this audio beacon saying, hey, there's a fight happening here. Come get involved. And that is exactly what is happening. Cloud9 have heeded the call. Dream Eaters are fighting on both fronts, though, actually able to knock one member there. I think it's uneven going down. So I got to give props to Dream Eaters trying to take this fight on both fronts, but they're now kind of out in the open. And you can see it now. Adder is just looking. The snake in the grass is going to be raising up to bite Dream Eaters here, who've got to deal with Loops on one side, C9 on the other. And HQ really on another. What? HQ's getting involved. Hang on.
Okay, so HQ actually crossed the river onto the Northwest Island and then I'm finding an angle to... This is 3 teams all trying to take apart Dream Eaters. There was a great initial angle onto Loops, but they kind of stayed there too long. Loops didn't allow them to fully wipe them in a matter of moments, and now they're getting punished extensively. I love their usage of utility at the end there, but then when HQ also had the angle that they were trying to retreat into, it's just a big giant mess. So Dream Eaters, Versid goes down. It's up to Meku right now.
Well then. For those at home who are following along, but maybe going, wait, what happened? HQ was fighting Loops. Loops got a couple of kills, chased HQ away. Loops started fighting Dream Eaters. C9 came into third-party Dream Eaters. HQ, who ran from Loops, who started the first fight, came back in at the end to clean up Dream Eaters who were running away from Cloud9. What? Okay, that's Sanhok in a nutshell. I don't think I have seen a better case-in-point example of what makes this map so chaotic and so dangerous. Yeah. You are never safe. You are never comfortable, head on a swivel. You need to be, or be all in a vehicle, boys. This is play from Umbra. Okay.
Yep, this is a decision. They're in the blue and they're having to come in super late, but they're coming into the most contested side. I cannot believe that there are this many teams fighting on the edge of phase 1 of Sanhok. Here's a quick replay. It goes back to the Yala KHK fight, which popped off just moments ago, and now Yala, as you can see, are now down to 1. Why is everyone fighting in the blue on this side of the map? There is more than enough space. There's no way that Yala and KHK alone are keeping them from entering. They want these fights. That's got to be the only explanation, that they're intentionally going for kills and points.
I mean, we have seen so much action already. Sometimes, we don't see a kill until the 10, minute mark, usually not in Sanhok, but this time around, we are seeing kills from minute 1. As Tempo going up against Alpha Legends right now. Alpha looking trying to reposition here around these rocks. Going to try and find some different angles, but of course, the audio cues listening to these footsteps. Tempo is going to be reassessing where they are. Tensa's up in front to scout. But Kato is going to look to try and find some shots in return onto HH24, who is down. Now Tempo has to deal with this additional element. They've got to try and get their teammate up while also dealing with the flank that's potentially coming in, but they're expecting it. Rain on the angle, sees the shots, expecting it, gets it done. Perfect game sense from Tempo Storm to shut down that flank.
Sir got real greedy with that one. He proned wide out in the open. He didn't even do a sly peek there. And now how is Kaito and Rain? Well, no, Kaito's healing up. It's just Shasta that's got knocked. So still three standing, but Tempo aren't aligned. Then breach across. Speaking of flanking, now Rain is going aggressive.
Oh my goodness, the same play that Tempo Storm just exploited. Shut down by Rayman. Oh my goodness, beautiful sense from both of these teams, but a little bit of overconfidence on both sides. If the players can be able to back up, reset, that's the big question mark here. As HH24 is down, so in this war of attrition, Cameron, so far, Alpha Legends is taking the advantage.
Depends if Rain can get picked up or not, but Rayman on that angle is making it very uncomfortable. They know where he is, but he is not peeking, and so just his presence is putting so much pressure there. And now Tensa is remembering that he has to worry about them, the duo on the south side, because Shasta got picked up. Yeah. This is getting very, very complicated for Tempo Storm. Their control of this terrain is slipping away from them. You can just feel how boxed in they're feeling by Alpha Legends.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha Legends is playing this so well. The first down, I talked about it. HH24 made Tempo Storm rethink this entire fight. Rain is back up, though. They were able to stabilize the bleeding a little bit here. Alpha Legends not wanting to overcommit. We've already seen aggression cost teams so far in this single game. And a little bit of slow play here from Alpha Legends may not be the wrong one, but they need to make sure that when they do choose to strike, they do it together.
The revive did happen, but who is that from Tempo trying to leave? Rain gets taken out. As Spec, he's not leaving. I think he's just trying to find an off angle, but the distance that he's traveling, there's no way for him to now get a revive onto Rain, and so that leaves it up basically to Tensa, who's having to face off a lot of opponents. He gets an initial knock.
There it is.
But no more than that.
Yep, trading downs back and forth right now. Rayman trying to find the angle. Spec is still up and in this. Tensa does fall. Spec, the last man standing from Tempo Storm, trying to throw some grenades, but they've done enough damage to Alpha Legends that they need to rethink the rest of this push. But I talked about the idea of striking at once. That's exactly what Alpha Legends did, presenting too many targets for Tempo Storm to deal with at once, too many angles. But now Alpha Legends is getting third parties. Cameron, this fight went on for just far too long.
Who's that? I think that's Uderkillers, but a good spray through the smoke. Oh my, they have 1 HP each. Okay, Old Man does get actually stolen. That kill gets stolen by Tempo, so they at least get one in their pocket. Uderkillers not gonna be able to pick that one up. I don't think they're committing to this either if I'm looking at the map. But this high ground that Tempo and Rain are on, this might be the only thing in their favor right now, but just look at the minimap on the top right. The angles that Alpha Legends are holding, that flank by Kaito on the side, if he can heal up, could be powerful, but Tempo, are they retreating? Or is Spec just trying to find an off angle? Because that's risky. If Rain gets knocked, what can Spec do? If they're retreating, they need to retreat together.
They need to commit onto the play here. I think what he's doing is he's trying to scout for the third party that did get involved in that fight earlier, that did actually take the shots down towards Alpha Legends, because they know this fight has gone on for so long, and especially where they are positioned here on the circle, there's a very good chance that other teams are coming in. I believe you're right. I think it is UDR Killers over on the other flank as well. Yes, you can see them in the background there that could potentially look to get involved, but really, these are the only teams on the southern point of the circle. They do have a little bit more time to fight, but the angle that they're holding now, Tempo Storm, they will be able to play Gatekeeper a little bit here. But again, it is still a 3v2.
Yeah, and you can see Rain, he's having to cover too many angles. If the timing is not on his side, this could be Tempo Storm just taken out. And you see, he's now retreating. I think Spec has found some information. It's a safe path for them to push into. I know that Nova is just over that ridge, so I hope that they don't push too far. But over here, Cloud9, ever since they third party, I don't think they got into any more engagement. The circle shifted onto them in the previous shifts, and so they're just trying to hold down the center. And they're still in a really, really good spot. They don't even need to take center right now. You saw the high ground that they're on. They can control a good portion of the circle just by staying put.
Yeah, no, they are in a great spot right now. The circle has been very beneficial to them, so we can hear the shots raining. Battle up between Nova Esports, Tempo Storm, UDR Kill. I mean, everybody is getting involved right now. And this circle is a bit of a hard shift. It's really only gonna, be bad for teams like HQ and maybe Team Queso, Dream Eaters, who are already in a bit of a rough spot for this one. Even more of a rough spot right now as you take a look towards the kill feed, is they're actually fighting each other as they're making the desperate rotation in. But for every single other team, each one has a fairly clear path. But Nova, who are in the center, I think are going to be getting involved in a lot of these different fights. Tempo Storm as well, being able to survive. Game number one, if there was a game for the day that Tempo Storm is probably going to do well on, at least looking at week number one, one, it was game one. And they also were able to do well on Sanhok yesterday. So I'm looking for them to do well here today and try and survive as long as they can, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, down to 2, only 1 kill, and they're going to have to cross the river more than likely, just looking at basic probabilities and math.
Oh, yes.
Back here on Cloud9, you can see exactly how much information Pyra can give. I am not the biggest fans of this, what are they called, deer towers? But Pyra is able to use the third-person camera to get so much information without revealing himself. The only issue is if he ever has to leave, that vault or walk down the stairs is wide out in the open, but he has teammates all surrounding him to give him support, and he's basically on a ship, the guy in the crow's nest with the binoculars, just calling out every single person that he sees. Yeah,
the lookout. I love it. No, and especially, again, keep in mind, TPP gives you so, from the defensive position the TPP gives you, you can look around these corners, you can use the angles, you have that additional bit of information. You're not just limited to that first-person perspective. And of course, in this competitive level of play here in the PUBG Mobile World League, they are going to take every advantage that they can get, as teams are now looking to start to rotate in. But Cloud9 up on top of the hill. Every single team that's rotating on the side is going to have to try and deal with that. And Wildcard's getting involved as Bayo gets knocked to start this. So the action is already starting to heat up. There was a bit of a low camera, but we're back at it now.
I love this box that Umbra are holding. Get the first knock against Octavian. KHK are almost out. Demi goes down, and that's 2. 3 kills total for Umbra. KHK are eliminated. You just saw the trap that Umbra had set. They do lose Prolord in the meantime. I think that might have been to a third party I didn't exactly see. But over here, Unique, they're also holding down an edge of the zone. They came in all the way from the far west, and they have a pretty isolated area, but there's kind of a road and a bridge in front of them. But here's the push, the fight between Cloud9 and Wildcard. Cloud9 actually leaving the high ground.
Yeah, the jump shot there. Solid to continue to pick this one up, clean this one up as Wildcard getting shredded. They did not go down easily, though. Uneven. I actually think they traded nades with Sam. That was actually huge, but having to commit down from the high ground to secure that, Pyra and crew needed to do that. So again, pulling them off the high ground, securing the kills, but not for free. So great job to Wildcard there, who started that fight off but couldn't quite finish it. Great job from Cloud9 to recover on that one.
Looking over here at Uter Killers, they have 4 up, only 1 kill, but the problem is that they are going to have to move far. The circle shifted pretty hard to the north by northwest, and they're all the way on the southwest side. So, and the question is, do they want to cross the river or not? Tempo, they're struggling trying to cross that bridge. Nova are holding that on the east side of that cross. Queso, unfortunately, are eliminated. But Alpha Legends, what can they do here? They pulled away from that fight just as Tempo did. But there's a lot of teams here on the south side, including Konina Power.
Yeah, all of these teams are going to have to try and find a way to rotate in. Loops is sitting dead center of the circle. They got to be feeling really happy right now. They got a couple of buildings to their name. Ah, I see what's going on. We're going swimming. That's what the teams are saying at this point. They're going to try and just work their way down through the water as best they can. Try and use what limited cover along this bridge as well, because the banks of this river are a death trap, as these teams are seeing right now. You saw from that bird's eye view, everybody is trying to rotate in, but there's so many angles you have to be cognizant of. Look at all these players. It's like a great migration. Oh, but the shot's robbed. That turn was sick. He should not have won that fight. Absolutely wild. We couldn't need a power going down. Anas, we saw early on to start this off. Yala Esports surviving all the way into 10th place before getting eliminated, but everybody is just eating this blue damage. They're just trying to heal through it, survive as best they can. So many of these teams are realizing that they can't make the trek in. So many heal-offs so early in the game already as Alpha Legends is getting wrecked. They're all just shooting each other in the back. They're like lemmings running to the slaughter, Cameron.
Again, it shows how vulnerable you are when you wait to move and you're forced by the zone. I understand that sometimes if there's a team blocking your way, there's not much more that you can do. But you can just see exactly what happens when the blue overtakes you this late into the game. It does so much damage, and if you take a shot and you're forced to fire a weapon at someone else, you have 0 time to heal up now. Uter Killers able to make their way in, but they are incredibly weak, incredibly wounded. But we're now down to 7 teams. We lost, what is that, 5? Maybe 6 in the span of 20, 30 seconds?
Yeah, if that. Oh my goodness. But you can see now Loops, if you want to talk about the idea, a little bit of luck on the day, the circle luck they've been getting so far, it's like the PUBG Mobile gods were like, we understand you had a rough day number 1. Here you go, fam, because they have not had to move for the last 5 minutes. But C9 still has the high ground. They still have these angles, but one player from Umbra is still behind them. You can see Halls is here. But it's just going to bandy on through. I think it's just trying to survive. Going to heal strat. So could have been a potential issue for Cloud9. Not going to be the case. And now C9 are in a great spot.
It's good for the next couple of seconds, but you can see the sheer hill that they have to push down. They have rocks and trees to help them. But I believe it was Adder that got knocked on the run down. And then even a couple of shots over towards Uneven. And actually, Pyra now gets knocked too. Loops have good angles. C9 need to be incredibly careful and hope that they have good use of smokes. Actually, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Carrillo has the angle behind this rock. They know exactly where C9 are pinned in on.
That was huge. And now this is just Loops' game at this point. UDR Killers, Ulysses off in the blue, just heal stratting on in, making this a 3v3 between Loops and C9. But this is Loops' game to win. The analysts were like, Loops, we need you to step up today. We need you to go off. And it's like through the ether. They heard them. The signal went all the way down to Brazil. And now this is their opportunity to shine. This is their opportunity to win. They don't even let me finish the sentence. They just get that chicken dinner. Loops Esports start the day off strong. GG.
7 kills is one of the lower kills for the win that we've seen. And as you mentioned it, they did get a bit of circle luck in there. So we're going to have to wait to see what Loops can do when they are not given favor in this way. But they held down that compound, and they actually picked up a lot more kills than I almost expected. And this game is all about taking advantage of the moments that you're given. And Cloud9 did also a really good job in their own right in that aspect, picking up, what was that, 9, maybe even 10 kills themselves before they were forced to run down the ridge.
It was a good amount of kills. It was a good amount of pressure. The thought process was there from C9. The fact that they were able to get knocked first, have Bayo go down, but still relocate, win that fight with Wildcard, say, no, get out of here, Wildcard, what are you doing? Go back up on the hill and continue to fight. Even there at the end, I was like, is Ulysses going to try and do something spicy to Pyre there? Pyre snapped 180, won the gun battle, and then continued to run down the hill. So again, I think C9 is still looking pretty solid. I think Loops, you know, you take what is offered. You know, you're going to get the circles. They're going to play it well, but still, that was the start they needed here on day number 2. That's going to propel them right back up. But let's send it over to our analysts to go over that game, because oh boy, was it a doozy.
Well, Loops Esports, we criticized them yesterday. We criticized them at the top of the show. But you know what? When it came to playing, they showed us what they had, and they take themselves a chicken dinner in our very first game here of day 2 of league play. And we got to be proud of them, Glitter, because we talked about maybe some teams can hot drop them. Maybe they can keep them out of the fight going into the Super Weekend, and yet they showed up big when it mattered.
Yeah, and I was kind of, secretly hoping that people would try to put some added pressure on them, but I think this is a good start for them here on day 1. They're going to need games like this throughout the entirety of today in order to solidify their spot in that top 16. Starting off, they were in 15th place today, and everybody knows the bubble is right at 16th. So this was, I think, unexpected for a lot of us, but also very good for Loops.
I was going to choose Loops, and then we were talking before we even started the game, and you guys were saying, yeah, they're not really good on Sanhok, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to pick them then. And then our choice of Team Queso didn't do too well. Let's take a look, though, at how badly Team Queso played, I guess, and more importantly, how well Loops played in this one. I mean, they were up against Cloud9 in the end. We talked about Cloud9 and how consistent they are, and Cloud9 again showed up another time. But 27 points going over to Loops, 23 over to Cloud9. I think they have taken the title, the throne at the moment over Football is 7.
Yeah, and I think this is, honestly, it's good for Cloud9, but I want to go ahead and just mention again Loops Esports. This is huge for them after having such a bad first day here on week 2 of league play. this is huge. This is going to go ahead and shut up a lot of people, even us. We've been saying, hey, why doesn't a team go ahead and hot drop? Well, guess what? That's out of the window. That's not happening today.
Yeah.
And then Cloud9 being able to go ahead and continue with their consistency here, getting that second place finish, 9 kills. That's pretty big for them as well. Another team I want to go ahead and mention that we need to, it's Nova Esports. Nova Esports was, I believe, 17th place going into this. There were about 9 points behind 16th place, being able to get there 11 points, getting themselves a little bit closer to that 16th place. But something to keep in mind is that UDR Killers, they were also in 16. They were 16th place ahead of them, and they ended up ahead of here in the map ranking as well. So a lot of stuff to keep an eye on here as we go to the second page. And then one team that's surprising to me, Glitter and Jason, is number 16 there.
I can't see 16 here, Glitter. Can you? I think it's a little bit fuzzy on my screen.
I don't have glasses on.
Yeah, me too.
No, but in all seriousness, though, if we look at these rankings in general, the names that we saw on the front page and the second page here, a lot of these rankings are shaken up. We see KHK there in 10th, Yala in 11th, Konina down in 13th. Like, there, we also saw, I believe, it was Umbra and Alpha Legends on the first page. Wild Card on the second page. These are all over the place at this point. These are not necessarily what we're expecting. We've been talking about KHK needing some good points, Headquarters needing some good points, and they were up there on the leaderboards this time, trying to really get themselves out of that bubble position that they're currently in, and it's nice to see that coming out of those teams.
Yeah, I mean, Headquarters got 12 points, Unique got 13 points, Unique was bottom of the table at the start of the day. Also, Alpha Legends, they got 4 kills. That's important because they had, was it 5 overall within the first day. So 4 off the bat in their first match. That has to put them in such a good position. But let's dive a little bit deeper into Team K, or not Team K, so hopefully not Team K. So let's look at Loops Esports actually and see how they did in that match. 1900 damage, 436 healing. But one thing that kind of stands out to me that's really different to what we saw to Loops before is their kills to knockout ratio.
I'll tell you something besides that kills to knockout ratio. Carrillo, he had 3 kills yesterday in 4 matches. In this match, she ended up getting 4 kills. But yeah, it is something to go ahead and mention. Being able to knock out 10 people and only getting those 7 kills, it's surprising out of them because we're used to seeing the complete opposite. We're used to seeing a lot more kills from them than they end up getting knockouts because they're able to steal kills. And I think it goes to show that just Loops Esports, for some reason, Sanhok might just not be their map, so I'm super happy to go ahead and see them win here because I believe they're going to be able to get a chance to play it 2 more times if I'm not mistaken. It'll be interesting to see what Loops is able to go ahead and do here in the next Sanhoks as well.
Yeah, and actually, as we do talk about Sanhok and as a map as a whole, let's take a look at our do the do moments from match number 1. We can probably break down a couple of the plays that we're going to see across the board here. You know, KHK, we talked about having a better start up against Yala off the bat, and honestly, it was good to see like some other teams really step up. But at the same time here, Glitter, if you have the 4 teams who didn't make it through last week into the Super Weekend who are playing better this weekend, then that means I think the bubble number might get pushed a little bit higher than the 53 we saw before.
Oh, that's definitely possible, and I would almost hope to expect that out of our teams. I'd like to see some sort of an improvement from week to week, especially now that they're having more time playing against a lot of the squads they wouldn't have seen prior to PMWL West, right? So, I mean, you talked about those teams that are in the bottom 4 that were fighting for those positions into the Super Weekend, but also, you know, touching on the teams that are potentially going to be dropping out of that position like Nova and Unique. You know, we also were kind of looking to see what they could do after having really, really rough starts on day 1, and they are starting to pick it up today, having much stronger match 1 on day 2 here for the League Prey 7.
Yeah, and with Tempo Rain, something I want to go ahead and mention here, and I'm glad you sent it to me right here, it's Tempo seemed to go ahead and choke this engagement. They had everything going for them, they even had the knocks, and for some reason, everything just kind of went downhill. Tensa ends up getting knocked too, they end up losing that fight, and it was just one of those interesting plays where I feel like Tempo should have won, not exactly sure what happened there. Maybe they were starting to get third party by other teams, but when we were watching that, we just didn't see anybody nearby. And then Konina Power, that's one team that we've been mentioning over and over again. They're still not performing to what we've seen before out of them. Wondering what's going on there with them. And then Yala being able to get at least 3 kills. This is huge for them. This is one team that we're kind of used to, in a way, seeing them get knocked first place. So, I mean, get knocked 16th place. So it's good to see them get at least a little bit of kills here. And then we got Uter We also have another teams like Nova. Remember, we talked about Nova being in 17th place, currently not qualified for Super Weekend. So these are teams that need to step it up, and I think it's huge for teams to actually do that when they need to. Teams like Nova, team like Unique, and I cannot wait to see what's going to happen here with Loops now finally starting to wake up. Could they maybe dominate today? Could it be a complete opposite from what we saw yesterday from Loops? It's going to be a fun day.
See, I think what's also really impressive by Loops there is that we've seen them in the first week. I think it was on Vikendi, where they had a compound for a long time. They had it into the final zone as well. And then they eventually got like pushed out of it and died. And we talked about maybe their team who like to be aggressive more than sitting passive there. You saw when they're up against Cloud9 only, they said, you know, forget the compound. We're going to take the fight to them because that's where we excel as a team. And then we saw them take themselves the chicken dinner. I think they might have recognized maybe some weaknesses within the team, but one weakness they don't have is damage. As we're going to take a look now at the overall damage from match 1 and compare them obviously to the other teams who were playing in that match. I'm curious to see if Cloud9 would be up there quite a bit. And you can see, well, the top 5 teams have been able to make themselves known, but that is going to be still a big number compared to everyone else for Loops here, Glitter.
Yeah, that's a very big number, and I think that's impressive because I know the casters had said that this is a relatively lower kill game for Loops, which is definitely true. We're used to seeing bigger numbers out of them, but I'm pleasantly surprised to see that they were still putting out a lot of damage, already almost breaking that 2K mark for this first match here. Cloud9 coming in with 9 kills. That's going to be massive for Cloud9. But look at Headquarters. And this is what I was talking about. They have 1,300 damage and 5 kills. And this is a team that's been very, very quiet and really needed all of those points.
And I think one I want to go ahead and point out is Temple Storm. They're getting over 1,000 damage and only 1 kill. I think that just goes to the engagement that we were just highlighting. And then another one is Wildcard. Wildcard is one of those teams that just hasn't also performed to what we know they're capable of. And they're currently probably, I'm pretty sure when we see the overall leaderboard, they might be just barely qualifying. That's one team to keep a close eye on.
That wouldn't be the first time, though, for Wildcard. If you think back to the last Super Week, or actually, I guess we technically look back to last week's league play, they barely made it through. And well, now we're seeing Cloud9, they've broken the bubble, 110 points. They've gotten through that 100-point threshold off the bat, 69 placement points and 41 kills here, Glitter.
Yeah, this is actually, I'm looking at all of the matches played and where the rankings are kind of jumping around here. It's good to see Team Umbra really jumping themselves up in the rankings, and Frag Machine still holding on to that top 10 position. We do need to keep in mind that Footballist and B4, who have just D-ranked a little bit, didn't play in that first match, so they'll be coming in here on our next map. But I'm actually surprised that Konina Power is able to hold on to their 6th place position too after that game. I don't think that was the strongest start for them. But, you know, I think they could probably do better throughout the day 7.
And in this one, hold on, do not switch to page 2 just yet. Can we go ahead and admire what Loops just did? Loops just went from 15th place, I believe, to 4th place right there. Yeah. That is huge. Holy crap, that is one big jump, and that just goes to show if you're able to get that chicken dinner and back it up with at least some kills, you're gonna just propel up that leaderboard. And now, as we're currently seeing here, that 16th and 7th place, we mentioned Nova was barely there. Well, guess what? Now they're a little bit closer. Now they're only 4 points behind SWAT 69 in Wildcard Gaming. They started off the day in 13th place, not having the best performance there in the first Sanhok. Well, guess what? They're gonna be in 30 points. And one of the other teams that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on here that they ended up sitting out on the first match is going to be Pittsburgh Knights, because I feel like yesterday they just had they ended up getting a lot of kills, and it's something that I'm not used to from them in the previous week of league play, and they've been stepping it up ever since Super Weekend. So I think that's one team that I'm just going to be looking at very closely in Pittsburgh Knights.
I mean, what was it? Sixless did tweet out earlier on, he's feeling pretty confident today. And that is a scary thing when it comes to everyone else out there, all the other teams participating. But let's look at not only the scores of the teams, let's get the scores of the talent here in our prediction game. And we're quickly going to tweak this down immediately because we don't need to see Glitter and Mai's predictions there with the 1 point. Just trying to make it fair for everyone else, Glitter. I think that's what we're doing. We're trying to give everyone else a chance.
Listen, we also got to switch up our picks every once in a while. You know, like
you know, as commissioner,
the same team over and over again.
As commissioner of talent predictions, I should say you can't pick the same team twice in a row or twice in a day.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
I like adding
I'm cool
the new
with
rules.
That.
I think that's not a bad idea.
I like it.
Maybe that's something I have to enforce when we get into the Super Weekend. I don't know, we'll discuss with everyone. I'll discuss it back with the board of directors and see what's going to happen. And if you guys haven't been paying attention in game, there's also a new Royale Pass Season 14 out. And again, if you missed out on anything that's within this pass, we've got a nice little video to show you and catch you up on all that information. You know what I realized about that trailer, guys, is that if you watch it very closely, you actually realize the first car that gets blown up in that that trailer is Team Queso. And then you have Loops and Cloud9 fighting for the last two positions there, and obviously our hopes Glitter going down the drain. You know what? Team Queso can bounce back. They played so well. Thing is, again, they're already qualified through. I think like 99, if not 100% sure, they're going to make it into the Super Weekend. So they don't really need to show anything extra crazy here. They don't need to be, you know, extra risky. Just play comfortable. Doesn't matter in the end. You're going to be playing the Super Weekend anyway. Save your energy for later on. And speaking about later on, let's take a look at our schedule. Come on, Seven, give me some chance here to redeem them. We're going to be going over to Erangel. We're going to have Group D sitting out from this match. And Glitter, who's going to be, unfortunately, not playing for us?
That means we will not see Tempo Storm, Alpha Legends, Cloud9, or SWAT 69.
I like how you put the emphasis on Cloud9. Hey, Hot Jukes and Cameron, Cloud9.
Sure nobody picks it.
Yep. Cameron Davis, Hot Jukes, Cloud9's not playing. Okay, just wanted to make sure.
But Alpha Legends is, so if you want to, you know, give a prediction there, feel free to. Let's go on our predictions then for ourselves, and I think we started off with Seven before. No, we started with Glitter before.
Yes, you started off with
this time, I'll have to throw it over to Seven to start for his prediction.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm actually gonna go with a different one here. I was gonna go with Loops before they even won that last match, and then as I was watching on Twitch, one of the players from one of the teams that was sitting out sent me a message. Sixless sent me a message saying, "Hey, pick us for the next one. We're gonna go ahead and drop like 25 kills." I was like, you know what? I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. So I'm gonna go with Pittsburgh Knights for this next match, and I did tell him, if you guys do end up sucking Sixless, I'm gonna absolutely roast you. So you better perform because my first place is on the line here, baby.
You know what's great about him picking PK like that, Glitter? As commissioner, I'm striking that. He gets 0 points because he has insider information. Not allowed. Not allowed to have Seven. 0 points for you. You don't get anything from this one. You got to play next. Glitter, who's your choice coming into the second match?
So, you know, we talked about them, and they're starting to maybe return to their old form a little bit, and this is a map that they can do well on, so I'm actually going to go with Loops this time around.
I thought you were going to go say B4 for a second. What? I don't know.
Nope.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
What happened to I'm not picking those crazy big...
Says the guy picking Cloud9 every time. All right, Seven.
Exactly,
right? All right, well, my prediction actually is going to be completely different than anything you guys are saying, so we're going to have a split jury here up on the desk. I know they're starting cold, but I got faith in football this year. I got faith in them.
I like it.
I like what they've got. I like what they've been showing.
I like it.
I mean, they got, Sulky got 14 kills yesterday. I bet he's going to do it yet again today.
Give you props here on this pick. Football has ended up winning twice yesterday in Erangel, so something
there you go.
to keep an eye on.
I clearly did my homework, even though I didn't realize that when I picked them. But guys, we'll check in with you after this next match does finish to break everything down. Thank you. Goodbye. I can't believe Seven insider information like that. Really? Come on. I think we should ban him from the talent prediction game. But you guys at home, if you're watching, remember, you can be earning points while you're watching this entire time here for the PUBG Mobile World League. Just watch within the game, within the Esports Center, and you can get points that will accumulate, and the top 100 viewers will get themselves exclusive rewards. So make sure you guys don't miss out on that. Also, you can realize that you can tweet to us on the show at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL, and maybe we can get you on the show here in some form, some way. I'll definitely be looking forward to those tweets later on within the week when we get to the Super Weekend. But now it's time to bring in our commentators. We got Enviram and Cameron Davis join us yet again here on the stage. And well, the Cloud9 picks worked out for you two very well. They're playing in this match, so you could pick them again. So we'll get into our predictions in a little bit of time.
Don't even try it. Don't even try it.
I'm really dumb and I'm really sensitive. Okay, this is just abuse at this point.
I'm just trying to help you guys. I want you guys' opinion on Seven getting the insider information from Sixless about PK. I feel like we should strike that down. 0 points, right?
Nah. If a player's gonna step up and say, "Look at me," and if Seven's gonna listen to Sixless, then look, I mean, let him have it, man. He's a big personality in the scene for a reason. He's either 6 God or he's 6 flop. It's one or the other. There is no middle ground.
I'm looking out for us though, because if Seven gets 0, then we can catch up to him. But anyways, let's talk about the second match coming up. Erangel, Cameron, what's your thoughts going into this? Because we had Loops with a massive game. You think this is something they can do again?
I could, from my own personal experience with the previous map, I expect that first Sanhok game to be a big jolt of not momentum, but just energy to a lot of the teams in there, because going straight into Sanhok is rough, but now they should be warmed up. And Erangel, maybe we're going to see some more aggressive plays than we usually see, especially because this is the final. We have 4 games left for qualification for the weekend.
Yeah, and Carrillo as well in particular was a big player that stepped up, only getting 3 kills yesterday, and now Enverm is able to kind of get that electricity, that jolt, as you were talking about, Cameron, going for him. Do you think this is momentum that's going to be, you know, maintained for them now? Because I think their minds are already ahead into Super Weekend now.
I mean, this needs to be the game. If they need to show up here, they need to do well in this game to continue, because otherwise it's just a flash in the pan. They got a lot of very lucky circles in that last game. Definitely a big factor as to why, but we'll see. I have hope. I love loops, man. You gotta love loops. They're fun to cast.
Exactly, and we'll see if luck's forever going to be in their favor. Now, prediction time here, Cameron. I went with Enverm last time. You're going to be up first this time. Who do you have to win the match?
I was yelled to get my prediction and I almost panicked predict Cloud9, but no, I caught myself. I'm going footballless. This top 5 is really difficult to predict because so many of them either only play the first or the second game, but I'm going foots.
Okay, and Enverm, who do you got?
I'm going to agree. You said it before, Jason, and you picked them as well. All the points you said, those.
I like
Same
it.
ones. Yes,
Whenever people make
like
me look
Thank
good,
you.
I respect it. So why don't you guys take us away into our second match now?
Thank you so much. I can hear the revving of the engines. The plane is in the sky. The light is about to turn red, which means it's time to drop into game number 2. Game number 1, Cameron, I don't even think we were ready yet, like emotionally, mentally. Yeah. Like minute 1, there were kills. Like I'm still, you know, I still got I got my notes. I got to coordinate my screens, and y'all are already killing each other. Y'all are already killing each other. Okay, that didn't quite work. In any situation, this is a rough play.
I got it. I got it when you doubled down on it to make sure that we understood it. So.
Good. Just appreciate my puns, chat, please.
But no, we're gonna see what's gonna happen. I agree, though. It was a shock. It was a shock to the system. But I do. Yes. It's this top 5, at least the start of the day. I didn't remember exactly how the standings shook up after that. They don't look too different. Just a little bit of ordering change. It was so weird because of the top 5, Queso is the only team that plays the first 2 games, which makes our job predicting very difficult because Cloud9, they're not playing anymore. Tempo Storm, they're not playing anymore, and they both do reasonably well. Tempo Storm not so much, but yesterday they did.
Uh-oh.
But then do we go for footballists? Wait.
Kowski, that is not. You're in the wrong ride share. You are in the wrong ride share, friend.
This is why they ask for your name when you hop into the Uber. Well, okay, take it. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, he's okay.
Wait.
Oh.
Okay. The little spectator bug. Just give it up. You're not gonna.
Matic, you are. Matic.
Wait.
Compliment you all the time.
Wait.
No.
Wait, how is he still alive? I said give it up because it was only going to be a couple of moments, but he's still alive, and this is given an opportunity.
They scare him away. Wait, are they taking shots at the vehicle right now?
They should. They should have a gun at this point. His teammates are in buildings. They should find something.
Kowski!
Actually getting away with that.
How?
Okay. I don't know. They honestly should have just gotten out of the vehicle to shotgun him. They tried to go for the flashy play, trying to run him over, trying to shoot him from the vehicle. See, that shot landed, so you are able to land a shot.
Now, imagine if they just stopped the car, gotten out, and then just shot him.
Like wailed on him. Yeah.
Or heck, they could have all punched him at that point, and that would have been very entertaining. Can you believe this is free? Can you imagine you're watching this for free right now? I would have paid money for that. That would have been great. But instead, Dream Eaters, the only dreams they're eating are mine, apparently, because I'm upset now because of that. I had to witness that.
They had to go for the flashy plays. Shotguns are a little unreliable. Shooting out of vehicles is also unreliable when you mix the 2 together. And Kowalski also apparently being Neo, who can just dodge bullets at ease.
Seriously, Matic,
is that a reference too old at this point?
For me, no.
Yeah, for us, no.
They should know. They're making a new Matrix movie. They should be 100% aware of that. I saw Keanu Reeves jumping off a building recently. Okay, you know.
Sure, they also make new James Bond movies. That doesn't mean the first one wasn't 50 years ago.
That's a good point. That's fair enough. I'm pretty sure. Anyway,
I feel like I'm losing my grip on the mobile audience. I watched a movie last night. It was a 1995 Hong Kong comedy kung fu film.
Ooh.
There is no way that I can make any reference to that even a sizable portion of this audience is going to understand.
Pretty sure most of the audience that's watching this right now probably wasn't even born at that point.
Exactly.
Go back and watch some of those older films, folks. Appreciate it. Appreciate
Even Chow
how
was
we
great.
got here.
All his movies, even before Kung Fu Hustle and Shaolin Soccer.
I knew it. I know it's gonna. Jackie Chan. Anyway, okay. It's great. It's great. Let's get back to the action, though. Let's take a look at the circle because I was going to talk about it.
Okay.
And then we went down the rabbit hole of talking about popular movies. And yeah, it's a rabbit hole I will go down all day. But let's look at the map because this was actually a surprisingly friendly circle for that plane path. And a lot of times we see these like super, like if it's a south plane, it's a north circle. It's kind of the meme on Erangel, but it wasn't for once, which means that we've seen that happen a couple times, even over the course of the PMWL West. And we oftentimes see a lot of crazy chaotic kills as all these teams are moving their way up north. But they didn't have to. And because of that, this was a lot more passive earlier on. Pittsburgh Knights, if you lose somebody here, Seven will literally cry. Don't make Seven cry. Don't do it. He's a nice man.
Watch it be 6-less too. But he's actually not on this bike. I just mean in general. Yes, I will
jump. Anyway.
I will agree with you in general about the plane path into the circle. The problem is the two teams that had to go the furthest north were Dream Eaters and Wildcard. And those were the two teams that seemed to take the longest to even begin their route. Like we saw Dream Eaters, they stuck around. They didn't stick around too long around loops, and they ended up making their way to Yasnaya. But then Wildcard, they were driving south before 180ing when they hit Dream Eaters. Maybe Dream Eaters leaving clued them in that there was another team for where they wanted to go. I don't know. Point is, Wildcard have been in Severny for about 30 seconds, and we're already 5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is Wildcard's spot. I mean, we know B4 is going Millie. We know Wildcard's going Severny. We got the north and the south, and that's kind of about all we know in here. Traditionally, you'd have C9 going like South George. They do their west loop around Everest and Hospital. We see that quite a bit. But they're not in this game, which means the entire west side of the map is a lot more open. HQ around Gatkar kind of taking over that a little bit more. But if I'm a team who's looking at this, who's cognizant of the rotational paths, which these teams are, the west could be your friend in this one if the circles are forgiving.
Yeah, I actually think Wildcard, the best play for that would to be go around basically through Georgia Pole, maybe even stop on Georgia Pole Mountain to use it as high ground for information.
Yeah.
And then just sort of look over the Gatka Fields area. Problem is, there's a bunch of fields in that spot, so if it does go that way, it's actually good to be there first, because there are more places. Okay, never mind. I'm about to go into some weird domino effect. If the circle is here and then it moves here, then you want to be here, here, here. But it's I'll save that for when I have a chalkboard and about 2 hours of our audience's time to kill.
I would watch, again, free content, guys. Excellent free content. I'm glad they're showing this live weekly rankings, though, because I want to draw everybody's attention to the 4 teams at the bottom. Nova Esports, HQ, Unique, KHK. All the teams are playing in this game, and they all need to step up and do well here today, because, again, this is the last chance. These are your last 4 games to qualify for the Super Weekend. I cannot understate how important this is. I cannot understate how important it is to make it into that Super Weekend, especially if you were a team that did not do it in week number 1. And not making it into 2 Super Weekends, I mean, you'd have to just go off week number 3. I can't even, I don't have enough adjectives to describe how clutch you would have to be in week number 3 to try and recover that. You need to make it in this week if you were a team that did not in week number 1. So we're definitely going to have our eyes on them. And one thing we talked about sort of on the break, you and I in the back, is the idea of point sponges and the bubble. Talk a little bit more about this and the fact that I think teams are going to need less points today than they did last week to make it into the top 16.
So there are more or less, it will vary between 1 to 3 points on top, but more or less there is a set number of points available each game, because you got to have 15 teams dead, and then up to 3 members of the 16th team also dead, and then there's all the placement points. So when there are teams like Cloud9, like Footballists, that go off time and time again, consistently, they will be what we call point sponges, where they are soaking up so many of the points, everyone else is left with all the scraps, which actually makes it better for the teams at the bottom, because it means that they don't have to try so hard to catch up. It's basically compare a linear graph to an exponential graph. To get it from last place on an exponential graph, to get from last to like the middle is so much easier than last to the middle on a linear line. And so that's what we mean when we say point sponges, and why it's not as bad as it might otherwise have been points-wise for the bottom 4 teams. Problem is, all of them played in the first game, which means all of them only have 3 games left, not 4.
Oh, that's true. Thank you. Yes, groups are hard, Cameron. as you
I picked Cloud9 yesterday when
Anyway.
they weren't playing, so they are. I can confirm.
Yes, groups are hard. Groups are hard. But no, also want to note one member of PK did get knocked there to start that off, and they're totally split. So I don't know what Pittsburgh Knights is doing. They're scaring me. They're scaring 7 more. I definitely imagine that. Not J7, 7 Worlds Gaming. Talk to him in Twitch chat, guys. Console him if Pittsburgh Knights goes out early here. But no, I think
he picked Knights.
He picked Knights. 65 points. That was sort of the magic number, the bubble number that they needed last week to make it into the top 16, into the Super Weekend. This time around, though, however, 45 to 50, if I was a betting man, would probably be around what that number is going to be, because day number 1, 2 teams took 4 chicken dinners.
Yeah.
They soaked up all those points. Holes, no.
You could see him panicking when he was rolling backwards. He was pumping that, or it's a motorcycle, so I guess he was revving the what's the verb for that?
Handlebars?
You pulled the
engine?
the handle? Is that the verb for trying to speed up? I don't know.
I'm going to be honest, I've never ridden a motorcycle. I am probably the worst person to ask.
Yeah. Me neither. Either way, whatever. He was trying to make it up.
He was trying his best. That's what matters.
That is what
Got
matters.
you, buddy.
Sometimes your best isn't the best, but your best is the best that you can do. Unfortunately, for some of these teams, their best is still not qualifying for the weekend. Hopefully it's not. Well, it's going to be 4 teams no matter what. Unfortunately, we can't have all 20 qualify. That's how math works.
We're jumping on board with Unique now, who are in an interesting spot. This spot, lovingly known to those fans from North America as the Tempo Dip. Tempo Storm, the PUBG Mobile roster, in days past, in years past, and actually learning from their PC counterpart, like to hang out here a lot, which is kind of interesting. It gives you so much information on the surrounding landscape, and it gives you this great area to hide behind. However, in the era of PUBG Mobile that we now live, when everybody apparently is embodying an NBA star in their ability to throw grenades, I don't know if I necessarily love it as much as I used to, if I'm being honest, Cameron.
It's not the best, and that's actually why you see them in a 2-2 split. I believe the other 2 are in the RV compound just to the east of this spot, and so they're not all committing into one section. But also, you recognize that this circle shift was a hard shift towards the east. Most of the action coming towards them is going to be coming from the west southwest-ish area, and so I think it's going to help with that struggle, not getting hit by grenades. We'll also see how long they commit there. If it ends up being super late game, maybe start to back off. But I think they're taking a really good proactive approach to this game at the moment.
And I also want to point out, because you're talking about the idea of being proactive, we saw teams try to do that in the last game. They tried to rotate a bit early, and in the end, so many people got caught out. We're not able to do it. This game, everybody has been rotating, I think, exactly. This game is going pretty much exactly how everybody wants it to. We are 12 minutes in. Not a single kill. Not a single kill for any single team so far.
Not even on Kowalski.
Yeah, wow. Harsh. Considering that start.
It's true. That was a free kill.
3 meters.
It was a free kill, and they just
It
let
was.
It go.
I'm still upset about it. Oh my goodness. I had anxiety watching it, but not even for Kowalski, because you're expected to die there, and then you have the Saving Private Ryan moment if you're every other member of Loops who's just like,
fight a gun, fight a gun, fight a gun,
in Portuguese. But here we go. Yes. I don't know how to say. I don't know. I know one word in Portuguese. I spent a little bit of time in Sao Paulo, did an esports event down there. The Brazilian fans, I have to note, absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Which is why anytime I get a chance to get hyped about some of the players from the Brazilian teams, I do. And maybe getting hyped about some of the players from Canina Power as well. Yala Esports!
Lands perfect 10.
Ooh! Yo, just that's do the do moment right there. That one. Yes, sir, please, that one. That moment right there. Oh my goodness. That was sick.
We still have yet to see a kill. There hasn't been a knock in
that should have been a kill.
10 minutes. No, and it's another hard shift towards the east. So I do think 2 hard shifts in a row, we're going to see a lot of traffic on the west side, because it's not even like you can rotate into the south side, because what is that, a quarter, maybe a fifth of the circle is cut off by the military island, the Strait is what I call it, but I don't know if there's an actual agreed upon word for that, because it's not a river. between the two islands. Nonetheless, I'm looking at the map right now. Even on the mini-map, you can see there's a lot of teams around each other. There it is! Finally, we get a knock, and it's going to be Tixie. Immediately confirming it as well. And he sees the rest of Frag Machines. He's going for more!
Yes, here we go. Tixie, one of the star players from week number 1 who was quiet. Oh, so quiet. He was a little mouse this weekend. I need to see you be an elephant today. I need to see you stomping all over these teams, Tixie, because we know that you have the potential to get it done. Konita Power draw first blood here, but Matic and the crew over at Dream Eaters looking to get involved, looking to find some redemption from that earlier incident with Loops Esports that we're all going to just casually roll on past like they roll past Kowski. Anyway. Frag Machines, though, in a bit of a rough spot. In a bit of a pickle here, Cameron.
Yeah, you can see their vehicle is useless, essentially, and they're already using so many smokes. This is not good. They're trying to make a tunnel to somewhere, but you saw Dream Eaters. The minute that smoke reveals, okay, I'm adjusting where my crosshair is to the end of that, at the new end of the tunnel. I don't know how Frag Machines are going to get out of this, other than what we're looking at right now, which is death.
Yeah, I mean, there's only one direction, and it's down about 6 feet.
Ooh, Gothic. I like it.
I gotta appreciate, though, the fact that both of these teams, if I'm KP and D, like, neither one is putting themselves out of position to get these kills, though.
Yeah.
I love the maturity from both of these squads. Like, both of them are like, look, we know what game we need to play right now. We know we're on the circle. We're in a great spot. We don't have to put ourselves out. And they're both still able to pressure them.
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Great for Unique. This is also really good for Loops. Yes, they're not the dead center. They're not in the center of a circle that keeps coming in their direction, but they put themselves in an early game rotation to give them an opportunity to have an isolated area around them. You see they're spread out in a box position, and they don't have to close up that much when they move down further. They're not going to have a compound, but there's some trees and a couple of smaller dips to play around in that northern part of the next circle, but it looks like Yale are trying to send it there. But let's not even worry about them because there's still a lot of teams on this west side. They're going to have to, well, take each other out.
As we're seeing the nades going in, Raven is going down. Quoth the Raven, nevermore. Start that one. You want to go Gothic. Let's throw some Poe at him. As Team Umbra going to be the one striking from the shadows here. Let's keep this one going as Konita Power is getting involved. PK, they may be your guardian angel on this one as Sixless is going to go off, though, striking down at the angels above them. As Sixless is here on the flank. Those were the shots we were promised. There we go. As this is just an absolute scrap. Finally, the teams are getting involved, Cameron. There we go. This is the action I was looking for.
About time. And I really love this crossfire that Knights have set up. Konita Power is trying to go aggressive. Wait. Is someone peek? Okay, no, Rob's backing off. He really wanted to peek there, but the smokes made him too uncomfortable to do so, which is totally fair. I mean, it would have been an amazing play if he did, but he also could have easily gotten taken out, so we can't blame him too much for that. And the counter grenades are coming out from Umbra. And, Knights at the top. Konita Power putting attention towards them as well. Konita Power are fighting so many teams at once, and they're taking some wounds themselves. They're taking some knocks. But they look to be very confident.
I mean, well, maybe they necessarily shouldn't be because the team shooting was coming in there from Umbra, but PRZ, no! Okay, a little bit of stabilization there. Konita Power, it is Tixie now just fully running away. Trying to find another angle here, but his teammates are already down. I think he's just trying to cut his losses. He sees Halls over on the side. He can hear the shot. The AKM is raining out, but Tixie with the wide flank, sweep the legs, sweep the shots going in, picking it up there. And this is bringing Konita Power back into the fight, but Pittsburgh Knights is still getting involved. And now Tixie is out in no man's land. Him and Vindex trying to trade shots, but Tixie does not lose those.
It does not matter if he's in no man's land. You reveal yourself to him, and he's going to take you out. Konita Power, unfortunately, weren't able to revive all of their teammates, but Tixie needed to go for that play in order to survive because the blue is coming in. They needed to wrap up that fight in the next 30 seconds, and they sacrificed Axer, but they committed, and they executed.
Yes, on both fronts. Carnage was just healing up in the compound there. Not sure how they're going to be doing. Footballists fighting up against Unique now. You can see that popping up the kill feed. Wildcard very split, though, in this fight up against UDR Killers. I believe they got one down there to start that off, but trying to find an angle here through the smokes. This utility usage so far this game, Cameron, it's been impressing me. As PK finally goes down 14th place. Not ideal.
No, it's also... Sam, can you land this grenade here? Wildcard, they moved in slow because of their loot timing. As we mentioned earlier on, it seemed to be quite late, and that's why they're in a bit of a, I don't want to say it's a rough spot. I like how widespread that they're utilizing the territory to their advantage, but the low ground with Udyr killers overlooking them, it's not very comfortable. And if Sam landed that grenade, it could have turned into something. But look at the rock play that Udyr killers are employing right now. They're not allowing Wildcard to find any sort of crossfire angles onto them.
But no, both of these teams are not in the circle. Ooh, as Acer goes down, Sandro finds the shot. Nicely done. We talked about the game of chicken. I've talked about it before. I'll talk about it again. I will keep talking about it. And if somebody brings me a bucket of fried chicken, really, that would actually be really nice. Not right now, later on. But somebody's got to go. Somebody's got to make the play. And this is what we're seeing. One of those teams needs to make that call. But
Let's
go. Power, the consummate third party, Tixie. Can this just be the Tixie show? Observers, let's just show me what this man is doing, because everything is making me happy. They are getting involved.
Oh, man. Yeah, the Konina Power are really not happy with their own performance this weekend. So they're coming in huge right now. They're taking all the opportunities that they see to pick up kills, because when you kill a team, not only is it 4 points, it's another placement position confirmed. And look at just the wild push out here by Tixie. He is feeling his oats.
Yes, he is a wild stallion, just charging right down on the field. GG, also, for those who don't know, is the name of the first horse out of the gate. Konina Power is looking to do that here as they are getting involved. They're looking to be the first team to just execute one after another, as Nova is now going down as well. Tixie does not. So this man's going to run out of ammo before he runs out of people to shoot.
He's going to keep trying. He's going to keep going for it. A quick tag there at the end with the wild spray. But KHK, they're just sending... Where are they sending it to? Where'd they come from?
They just dropped out of the sky, landed on top of this hill, right in the middle of two different teams, and Tixie actually goes down because of it. KHK coming from nowhere, player 3 has entered the game. There's no wildcard, we've got to run in, the blue is going to push them out. And the football list is also getting eliminated during all this. I cannot believe it. Team Unique with some crazy plays. Wildcard goes down as well. KHK, one of these teams now in the bottom of the leaderboard. They needed to get involved, they're doing it still. And now Konina Power are real upset about how that just went. They want to get some revenge here, but this is KAK's opportunity to step up, going up against Konina Power, trading out back and forth. It is now Rob against the world. Can he find the shots? Yes, he does.
Yes, he does. Oh, they're trying their hardest. Gonzum also goes down. It's just Rob standing, but Konina Power are making sure that everyone, even if they survive the engagement, which KHK do not, remember the name Konina Power. 12 kills, and there are still 25 players alive.
I cannot believe it. Konina Power, they came in through the EU regionals, and they're showing, look, we deserve to be here on the big stage, on the world stage, going toe-to-toe with the best of the best. Nova Esports is going to get involved in this conversation as AZ is pushing right in. I'm not sure if he knows that Rob is right there. Does he hear the footsteps? No, he doesn't. Rob, this is the shot. That's a car 98. Don't use that. But
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's going for the highlight plays. That's all Konina Power want right now. And if that energy is what gives them the spirit to take the game like they are right now, well, then by all means, you can't knock it. It's just Rob left, and nades are coming in his direction. I don't know how much longer he's going to survive, but they still have 13 kills.
13 kills and one player left. They're going to try and make the miracle run here. Car 98, 360, no scope. Yes, please, sir. We take those. We put those in our highlight reels, but Loops is going to look to try and shut down this momentum. They've been watching the kill feed this entire time. You know, the Konina Power is still up and in the game. Nades are flying in from across the board as we're slowing things down. Loops is in another great position, though. We haven't talked about them a ton this game so far, Cam, but they could actually be looking to potentially put up a back-to-back here.
They could. Their position right now, as you mentioned, is very, very good. But B4, not so great. There's only one left standing, and he's going to pull something out of the hat here. I think that's it. I think that's B4 down.
Yep, I think that's them down and out. Yala Esports, Lord, still up. Actually, all 4 members for Yala Esports are still up. We saw them driving by earlier in a vehicle, like, what are you doing? But clearly they're finding some success here, able to get into the back of these fights. As Rob is here. Z-Fan, I believe, as well, from Nova. The last 2 players standing from those 2 teams. So HDL is still up and alive here, but Rob has actually got a pretty decent position. The problem is he does have to move. He does not have the circle in his favor right now. He's got to move forward just a little bit further to stay in, but it's going to be close.
He doesn't have to move far. And he's prone down on the highest ground in the zone right now. The problem is Loops knows that there is someone left up there, and so they're just tossing wild grenades. They're going dynamite fishing. And eventually one is going to hit. At some point, you have to assume Rob is going to be taken out. Of course, there's a little bit of damage elsewhere onto Loops. That's going to stall them. That's going to pull their attention.
It was Yalla from across the range. Unique is also healing through this, so... Oh, I love this. Little stuff like that. So what they're doing is they're knocking down the tires so they can't be shot underneath it. They're actually pulling down the angle of that. So they can't be shot underneath it, was Yalla had on that angle. What a heads-up play. The Dean, like... That's the kind of pro-level stuff that if you're somebody watching who plays at home, who plays casually, who's looking to elevate your game, little things like that go so far. Now, sure, this vehicle can still explode, but they can back up, reset off that. They can demo it themselves if they have to. They have planted their flag in the ground, though. And speaking of planting your flag, hello, Yalla Esports. This circle shift was fantastic for them.
Yeah, and Zero's already capitalizing on it. He's moving his vehicle, but wait, don't drive too far, because Dream Meters are crawling in your direction, and yep, an overextension. I don't know if it was lacking information or it was just wrong information that they had, but more grenades are coming through. Fortunately for Yalla, it was only one member that is in grenade distance at the time, and at least his death gives them information. That's an upside that you can look at. But it's, what is this, a 3v3, v2, v4. But the team of 4, Loops, have the hardest job in front of them. They have a crate, which they can actually use as cover to push forward, but they're still going to have to knock some heads.
I actually missed who took out Rob and all that. I missed it in the kill feed. But you know who's not missing right now? It's Lord. Dadine is going down. Anas to help finish that one up. Carrillo is going to try and take this high ground all the way around, though, but that's into Nova Esports. That's not where you want to go either. And G-Fan is there. Carrillo is down. I don't know if they necessarily knew that anybody was still over on this angle. They played so quiet. Nova playing the long game. And again, another one of these teams down towards the bottom who needs to step up, coming into the day in 17th position. But now G-Fan is dropping, not able to do quite enough damage. Nova Esports needs to stay in this. They need these placement points. It all comes down to HCL.
This is not good for Loops. They need to get a couple of knocks, but Dream Meters and Yalla were not going to give them the opportunity. They were forced into an open field push using smokes. And Kwiatkowski, I don't think it's going to be long for this board. He can take out HCL, which he cannot. It's at least one more placement, but now it's going to be HCL with that in his pocket. 8 kills for Nova and a guaranteed 3rd place. I don't think that he'll be able to climb much further than that. Blue is coming in. Is he going to take the buggy or is he going to run on foot? I think he's just going to prone and heal strat.
Which at this point, given how close these two other teams are, don't necessarily knock it. And speaking of knocking it, Versid's going down there. No, he didn't have the meds. He just insta'd. He denied his point to the blue. Not necessarily the worst decision. As the first knock goes in, can Maku find the shots? Matic is there as well. Lord, oh, hang on. They're stacking up quite a lot, though. They're going to look to try and execute on these kills, and now it's a 2v1 position for Matic, a 1v1 position, but no, Yalla Esports gets it done in the outright 3v3. They are able to step up to the plate. Zana and Anas at the end there. Beautiful from them. 5 kills and more. I think it was like 8 or 9 kills for them to finish that solid play from Yalla Esports. It has been a full week since we see this team get a chicken dinner. Welcome back, lads.
Yeah, good play at the end there for them. But I can't stop thinking about Konina Power and Tixie's just overall aggressive, confident play. And yes, they went out in about 5th or 6th. It was close to being an 8th place finish. But I think teams are going to be worried going into Sanhok, because if you come across a team with that energy on that map, it could be very, very bad.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talk about the idea of momentum. Loops definitely carried it over from game number 1 here, going out on, I think, 5th place or 4th place there at the end.
Yeah.
Again, circles still favoring them quite a lot there, but the position they put themselves in was solid. They played that angle really well. They held on at the end, but not quite able to string it together, but still a solid play from them. And a lot of teams towards the bottom of the leaderboard stepping up here. I'm excited to see that and can't wait to see what the rest of the games have in store for us. But this game still, we got to wrap it up. Let's send over to our analysts to do just that.
And a massive victory for Yala, a win they desperately needed to make sure they can maintain a top 16 position and get themselves through into the Super Weekend. So Jason Kaplan, we got Several Worlds Gaming, we got Glitter Explosion as well to break down that last match. And let's start off by talking about Yala here, Seven, because they were able to take out, was it Nova and Loops in the end to survive and take home the chicken dinner.
There were third-party people there at the end. I love the aggression. I love just everything that I saw there from Yala. Being able to get another chicken dinner from their performances that we've seen so far today. Here, I'm looking at the leaderboard. This is by far the impressive one. And something we were kind of joking around before that match started is I was telling Glitter, I was like, yo, you should pick Yala.
Yeah, no, you
have
did,
won a
100%.
match before. And look at that here. Man, I should have gone with Yala. What the heck?
It's definitely a really, really strong game coming out of them, and that's something that they needed. We keep talking about a lot of the teams that might be close to that bubble area, so this is going to put them in a very strong position moving forward for the rest of the day. But we do see Dream Eaters actually having a decent showing as well, being one of those final 4 teams that were fighting in the end. I think Loops kind of threw a little bit at the end there, but at least, you know, we're getting them back up in that top 8 position, and then now we're going to jump on over to the second page here, Seven.
Yeah, and something that I actually enjoyed, that I didn't enjoy here from the second page is number 16 place. Sixless. I'm gonna let this one slide. I'm not gonna roast you guys, or I'm just gonna let it slide. First game of the day. It's gonna act like nothing happened, but overall, some of the other players, some of the other teams that we saw here, Football is actually getting only 3 points. That's not used to seeing Football is only getting those, and then Frag Machines also 3 points as well. And the main one for me is Wildcard Gaming. Wildcard Gaming coming into this match, they were in 15 place. They were only 2 points away from SWAT 69 as well, that they were in 16th place. Wildcard just seems to be throwing for me. They haven't really been performing to what I would like them to perform. I wonder what's going on there with that team.
I got to give, just to draw back a little bit, a big shout out to Sixless, because that was actually a mind game picked up by me. I actually went out of my way to message him to be like, hey, tell Seven to pick you guys, because I want to see his score just tank. So Glitter, better be careful. I might hit Footballist up and be like, hey, get Glitter to pick you guys as well. And we'll see what's going to happen. Let's see what our scores were, though, from our predictions. And yeah, Glitter actually having the best one out of all of us here. 1 point for Seven. We got 3 points for myself and Viriam and Cameron Davis. And Glitter, you are moving up the rankings.
I'm trying.
Are you just picking mostly green teams because you're wearing green today?
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's the no, because I already know who we're gonna pick for the next one. That's not it.
Okay, well, let's look at the team stats here for y'all. Again, that was not the first time they took home a chicken dinner. Let's see, they got 1,900 damage. See, for me, Seven, that's important. I want to see them put up good damage numbers to see this wasn't like a quote-unquote kind of fluke, right?
Yeah, and that's something that we always talk about these teams is we want to see them do that over and over again, and this being their second chicken dinner, I think that's huge. And also, look at that, they had one kill steal as well. That's huge, and almost 2,000 damage. I think this might be the most damage they have gotten in a game thus far. So it's great to see Yala Esports being able to put up performances like that, man. That was so surprising. And one of the other players also had like an AUG with a 4-time at one point, something that I'm not used to seeing, but it was refreshing seeing him kill people with it. And then later on, I'm gonna go ahead and show you the nastiest highlights so far of today.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it's even gonna be in our the do moments from that last game as well, but we'll kind of break into it. I'm actually curious to see what new telestration icons you have for us today, Seven. But let's kick things off, starting off the bat here with Tixie, the man we talked about so many times for Konina Power being, well, the powerhouse for the team, Glitter.
Yeah, and not only have we talked about him, in an incredibly positive way, but we also were kind of really expecting a lot of Konina Power leading up to today, and we just weren't really getting it. Today, they're really turning it around. The casters kind of touched on just how aggressive and successful Tixie was in this game, and this is what we were hoping for. This is what we wanted to see out of Konina Power. Rob actually had some really good plays, too. We'll probably touch on a little bit later as well, but this is what we were waiting for from this team, Seven.
Yeah, and going back to Konina Power, we saw just pure aggression out of them. We saw just pure disrespect to some of their opponents. No regards. They were doing stuff that we usually see in classic matches, but they were doing it here in World League. And I wonder if this is was actually missing from them. If maybe they were playing on a style that they're just not used to, because by far this is the best match that they have had in, I believe, 5 days now since last week play. So it's great to see teams like that just being able to put out those performances, stepped it up in their own game, and then as we're still seeing Rob, I don't even know how to say that name. How would you say that name? Robnini? Did I say that right? There you go. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. And then another one as well that I wanted to go ahead and give credit to. Don't worry. Just wait for it, okay? You'll get to see that in slow-mo when we go ahead and get it my way. But Nova Esports being able to go ahead and play a snake in a way, and being able to third-party people, as we're seeing right now on the screen, I think that was huge for them. This one team that was pretty much going to be out of Super Weekend, and with the performances they're currently putting out, they're getting themselves closer and closer to that Super Weekend spot. So love seeing those performances there from Nova as well, being able to secure some kills, being able to add those extra points, and being able to get 18 points in the last match. I think that is great, Glitter.
Yeah, and how many times have we seen GFan be the one who's snaking for those points for Nova? He has been so consistent for them. So I think that was a very good performance that they needed, like you said. And then we're actually at the end here watching Yala clean up those final kills onto Dream Eaters and pulling down that chicken dinner, which is going to be fabulous for their overall scores.
And what's important to note is with teams like, Nova get themselves a big win there, or sorry, Yala get themselves a big win there, is that it kind of puts things in an awkward position if you're in that like 16th through 12th position, even maybe a little bit higher than that, where you're not feeling as safe as you should be. But let's take a look though now at our overall damage from that last match and see how much far beyond better Yala did than everyone else out there. I would imagine they had pretty much most on the board, and well, I'm completely wrong. It's Kanina Power coming up with 2,800 damage, 13 kills. Honestly, Seven, looking at that, that's typically what you would see out of them when they take a chicken dinner home.
Is this week 1 league play again, all over again? Because we were used to seeing this out of them pretty much on every other match. That is just impressive, man. 2,800 damage, 13 kills. That is a lot more than what Yala was able to do, and that was Yala's best game so far in this PMWL West. Another team I want to go ahead and mention that came in a little bit cold was B4, not being able to get any kills. And then Wildcard mentioning that again. And then as we're seeing there, Pittsburgh Knights towards the end, Glitter, we saw that Jason was kind of just making me throw first place. And now Hot Jukes is going to get first place.
I like how it's Jason's fault now.
He said it.
I mean, hey, don't hate the player, hate the game, all right?
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I got you.
I like it. I respect it. But yeah, Kanina Power, like you said before, it's really cool to see them start to have back to the prior performance that we saw in the opening weekend. They were really underwhelming day 1. I'll put it as nice as I can. Day 2, they came out with flying colors and really showed what they're about. They didn't show it though in the Super Weekend, and I'm wondering, is this maybe an inkling into how well they're going to be able to play if they qualify yet again?
Sure hope so. I mean, honestly, I sure hope so, because we know they're that team that can get wins. Not just that, they can get those skills. And I think what they were missing is just that swagger that they play with. And we saw some of the stuff just over and over again. I'm pretty sure once we get to celebration, I'll be able to show you that in slow-mo. I'll try to get it in slow-mo.
Well, I think you can just do that right now for us, actually, so we can see what did go down. And of course, Rob Danny, I mean, just take it away, Seven. I don't even need to say anything.
The Rob, all right, I'm gonna just, here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. What you're about to see is magic. What you're about to see is something you're gonna be seeing all over Twitter. Now, this man shoots him. He knows that he has him hurt. So what does he do when he's pretty much like, let's see, what is that? Let's say maybe 10 feet apart or something along those lines. He takes out that Car 98 and he's gonna try to no-scope him. He misses the first one, but guess what? He's gonna go for the second one, and the absolute disrespect right there from Rabdini. And then he finishes off with the no-scope as well. I'm just gonna go ahead and, by the way, everybody, when we're watching this, we're like this. Oh my God, did that just actually happen? So here we go, one last time for good measure. Rabdini, congratulations. This right here was just absolutely disrespectful, my man. Misses the first shot. Is gonna go ahead and connect that second shot. By the way, I love how he makes sure he took cover and didn't get knocked. This could have backfired so bad, but right there, oh my goodness. Congratulations, Rabdini. That by far, that's gonna be in some highlights. I guarantee it.
I mean, the thing is, Seven, it's not about getting the kill. It's about sending a message.
That's right.
And I think he sent a message of, yeah, don't mess with me ever again when I have a car in my hand. Let's take a look now at our overall standings to see what has kind of shifted up between all of these teams and who is currently safe and who, unfortunately, will be, at least if we ended right now, would be watching from home for the Super Weekend. We can see Cloud9 maintain that first place position because obviously they didn't play in this last game. Futbolists as well. But let's look at the rest of it, though, here, Glitter, because you got Queso, you got Loops in there, and more importantly, you got Dream Eaters and Yala making a big step up.
Yeah, that's going to be huge for Yala Esports and for Dream Eaters. Being able to pretty much at this point kind of set themselves up in a very, very safe position for the rest of today, as long as they don't completely fumble any other game they have to play. B4 and Tempo still managing to stay in that top 10 spot. Umbra's also still managing to stay in that top 10 spot. But you know, Konina Power, I think that with this performance and after their last one, they're finally starting to solidify where they're going to be. And, you know, we talked about how much damage they did at 2,800 damage. Tixie was actually over 1,000 of that damage with 6 of their kills. So we're definitely starting to see glimpses of that old Konina Power, and I'm super excited to see what they can do for the rest of the day.
And as we go to the second page here, well, guess what? One team that was sitting out of the Super Weekend at the start of the day, Nova Esports, they have propelled themselves to 11th place here. And one of the teams that we're actually highlighting that was doing so consistent yesterday was going to be Frag Machines. They only played one match today, so I can't wait to see what they're going to do here going into the next Sanhok. But 41 points so far, falling in that leaderboard. You know that's going to go ahead and start affecting some of those players. And then Wildcard Gaming and Team Unique are currently tied at 32 points. So those are two teams that anything can happen here. I'm pretty sure it's going to come down to the last match, and I love this format.
The thing is, what's so scary is that because Cloud9 and Futbolists have 4 chicken dinners between the two, it means going into that 16th place, the numbers are a lot smaller, which means the gap is a lot smaller, which now means if you're one of these teams who gets yourself maybe a chicken dinner here, if you can take it away from Cloud9 and Futbolists, then you should be able to just rise straight through and be safe. But also for the other teams, you have to really grind out these points because you're going to need them. And if Cloud9 and Futbolists keep this pace up, I really do fear for all these teams who are currently not safe at the moment. But one thing we are going to be talking about now between two teams in particular, we got Yala going up against Dream Heaters. A little bit of a head-to-head to kind of compare their stats so far across the 36 matches they have played. And we can see here, Dream Heaters damage just so far ahead of Yala here, Glitter.
That's, yeah, like pretty far ahead, but I'm surprised with the damage received and how similar it is. If you look, I mean, even the kills, Yala hasn't broken that triple digit mark yet, where Dream Eaters has pretty far surpassed it, but the knockouts aren't as big of a disparity. So Yala definitely needs to kind of work on converting a lot of those knockouts into kills, and maybe just generally kind of forcing themselves to be involved in more engagements if they can, if that's something that they're comfortable with, because like you pointed out, there's a big damage disparity there.
And that's just for all the matches right there. Something I want to go ahead and point out so far in this week 2 of league play. They're currently in tight kills. They got Yala Esports has 19 kills, and then you also have Dream Eaters with 19 kills. So everything is starting to become a little bit more balanced between those two here in the week 2 of league play.
Yeah, I think we're seeing all the teams really kind of get better overall. Maybe some teams taking some more time to figure out how the other teams are playing, then figure out how they can play themselves, especially when it comes to Vikendi being taken out of the map. But speaking of things being taken out, let's talk about things being added in. Royale Pass Season 14 has dropped. If you guys haven't checked it out yet, luckily for you, we got a little trailer to show you what you're missing out on. And if you guys haven't copped that just yet, make sure you do and send me a tweet. I want to see your drip in-game. And Hot Jukes would probably be proud of me for saying that word, as I finally figured out exactly what it meant. Obviously, you guys can tweet to us at Esports PubGM and also use the hashtag PMWL if you want to be involved in the show. You want to give some feedback. You want to talk about your favorite teams. You want to just maybe talk about how 7 is kicking our butts in the talent prediction game. Anything you want to. Just don't be mean to me, because I might cry. Let's take a look at our schedule, though, as we're going into our third game of the day. And it will, of course, be back on Sanhok. And we're seeing Group C sitting out. So quickly, Glitter, before Cameron and Virum can hear it, Which groups or which teams won't be playing?
We will not be seeing Loops, Team Queso, Nova Esports, or Yala Esports.
Okay, so, Seven, we talked about this before, getting a big win for yourself and then going on to break. That's not ideally what you want to see happen. You want to carry that momentum over, and now they have to, I guess, rest, maybe cool down a bit.
Especially with Yala, because Yala, seen from what they were able to do yesterday after they set out a match, they came back and they're really, really bad. They ended up in 15th place with just 1 kill. So hopefully, I'm going to be looking forward to the other match whenever they do get a chance to play, because that's interesting. After such a big win, you have to sit out. Oh, man, that sucks.
It's got to be frustrating for them. But it's not frustrating for any of us. Sarcasm. The talent prediction game. So we're going to go into our predictions now. At least you got the one last time, Seven, so I can be happy about that. I'm going to start things off with my prediction. I'm pretty sure Glitter's going to copy me in this one because we are going to Sanhok. I'm going to just give it up to B4.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Hey, that's the upside of being the host, is that I can control who predicts first and make it look like you're copying me and not me copying you. No one will know the truth. Seven, who do you got coming up?
I got, you know what, Glitter? Why don't you tell us who you got, Glitter? I'm interested to hear this one.
Because we have the same one, don't we, Seven? Are all three of us matching again?
You guys go first, I'll go last.
I mean, I've been waiting to be able to pick B4 on Sanhok all day. That's what I've been looking forward to, so that's obviously who I'm going with, my B4 boys. Let's go.
Oh, man. Now, listen, the last time we did this, we ended up picking the same teams. We didn't do so well. So I'm just going to go ahead and just switch. I'm going to go with Cloud9. They performed so well, and I'm going to take full advantage before we put in that new rule that you can't pick the same team over again more than one time in a day. So I'm going full on Cloud9 for Sanhok.
Such a cheater. Such a cheater. I respected Glitter for picking B4, but we'll catch him with you guys after this match to break it down, and Sam will probably gloat about how he won yet again. Great. I'm so excited to hear that. Anyways, we can talk about what you guys can win, obviously, while watching the show. And make sure you guys are watching within the game, within the Esports Center, and you have a chance to win something big. As long as you're doing that, the lucky draw will be coming your way. Hopefully, the odds will be in your favor as you can win one of these limited time outfits. So make sure you guys are watching through that, and you can get yourself your chance to win big. Just like some of these teams are looking to win big here, going on to our third match today on Sanhok. We're going to bring our commentators in because, hey, they're going to be the ones talking about the match and bringing it to us live in action. And Viram and Cameron Davis are going into our third game of the day. I don't think anyone out there expected Yala to pick up the victory, but we got to start off by talking about them here, Cameron, because they put up some pretty big numbers. 10 kills, the chicken dinner, that's 30 points, almost straight through into the top, top 8.
Yeah, it was, I don't want to say it was the most dominant victory that we've seen, but similar to how we talked about Loop's victory on game 1, when the game gives you an opportunity to pick up a bunch of kills of teams scrambling around your area because there weren't a lot of places to play once we hit the end game, it's up to you to use that opportunity to collect as many points as you need to. And Yala, they weren't starving for points, but they would like them.
Yeah, and Viram, now my question is, obviously, can Yala do it again? In the next match, can a new team rise up here? B4, Glitter and Mine's pick. They had a slow start in their match, in the first match. Now going on to Sanhok here, I want to have hopes that they can, kind of get the kills and not to mention really bring things home. But to go back to what we were saying before, Cloud9 in football is having 4 chicken dinners already picked up for themselves. It makes the point spread not so big anymore towards the bottom half of the standings. I think teams are really going to be scrambling for either safe play. Well, no, I think they're just going to scramble for safe play here. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think we're going to be like the last game. I think the last game, it's going to be a handful of points. I think we're going to be biting our, fingernails are going to be, it's going to be wild and chaotic. Let's just say that Dave and Jukes have their work cut out for them, and they're going to have to bring us home strong, because I think it is going to come down to like the last kills in the last game to determine our super weekend. It is going to be so close.
Well, speaking of close, our prediction game is getting really close to. Let's get into prediction time here. We're going to start off with you, Viram, because I think I had Cameron do it first last time. I'm going to guess you're going Cloud9.
I originally had football lists, but after that last game, I'm all on the Konita Power hype train, yo. I am all about it. It's a wild pick. It's out there, but if it does well for me, sure, let's have some fun.
Respect. Cameron, who do you got?
I waffled a bit, so I hope this is the one that did actually get locked in. I almost picked Konita Power myself, but I got to go Cloud9.
Okay, well, trying to catch up in points. I can respect that. They're playing consistent. They're playing safe. And why don't you two gentlemen take us into our third match of the day here on Sanhok.
Thank you so much. Back to the jungle. I called it a rumble in game number 1, and it certainly delivered. Minute 1 kills tend to do that. Game number 2 could not have been more different. The contrast was pretty apparent. We didn't have a kill to the 13-minute mark, Cameron. So no long points today, only short, snappy points, because heavens knows these players are going to be shooting at each other from the outset, because that's what Sanhok's all about.
Yeah, and it's not even like last game was a circle that, from the get-go, any viewer would say this is going to be a low kill start. It wasn't like a really like extreme hardship with little land forcing fights. But I think one reason why we didn't see a lot of aggression, we saw less aggression in the other game than we should have expected, and I think they mentioned it on the desk, is because of the point sponges with Cloud9 and Footballists. Every single placement matters. Every single kill matters, which means that high risk, high reward, you don't need a high reward to get into the top 16, and you don't want to have a high risk. So I think that's going to leave us into having safer plays, slower plays, more precise, specifically designed set pieces.
Ooh, I like it. Ooh, yes, I can visualize it. A Sanhok is a stage. Everyone wants to be the star. Nobody wants to be the understudy. But the way you get there is by putting in the work ahead of time, making sure you've done the research, you're cognizant of the rotations, you're aware of the pathing that your opponents are going to be taking. And again, there's a lot of elevation. There are a lot of rocks and trees and buildings to hide behind here on Sanhok. So being able out on those rotations is how I imagine we're going to see a lot of these fights start off.
Unique right now, once again, pretty isolated and pretty spread out in the Northwest Island. Good loot for them. We'll see if there's any action that happens in the early game on Sanhok, because yes, Sanhok is a smaller map, but this circle didn't really cut out a lot of land. So unless teams on the northeast edge set up specifically to gatekeep the, 3 teams outside of the circle on that angle, we might have to wait for phase 2. Cloud9's one of the teams that could set up. They're just barely on the edge, Paradise Resort here. And there are a couple of angles in Paradise that they could hold for teams coming out, but I think any team at this point, maybe not Cloud9 because they're basically secured into Super Weekend, so they can kind of just do what they want, would want to just get hit center.
Oh, Sixless. Being the first kill in the game. Why'd you have to go and do 730 like that, Sixless? Why'd you have to do that? Cloud9
didn't pick him this time.
Getting a free loot of Paradise. That was a great way. I have fond memories of, last year in the world of PUBG Mobile, casting some epic finals with a bunch of these NA teams and some particularly saucy Paradise Resort finishes. So I have a lot of very happy memories of casting teams finishing around there. I don't think we're going to see that here, just looking at this initial circle, but I'm still hoping for it, Cameron. Let the record show. The PUBG Mobile gods, I'm putting it out there. Hear my call. Give me a Paradise finish on Sanhok, because nothing is spicier than those close angle corridor fights. It gets real spicy.
That is the one place that I think I will never, ever elect to drop myself. Unless I have a bunch of teammates with me, all jonesing for Paradise Resort. Just because it is the most complicated, hardest to maneuver, navigate. Yeah, because at least here at Ruins, you can run around outside and sort of keep people trapped inside. In Paradise Resort, it's a maze. It's almost like you're playing a deathmatch server, except, well, this time around there's no respawn. So it's my least favorite spot on the map.
Ooh, I like that analogy. Yes. Again, as a player, not speaking as a player, speaking as a fan watching these top players go toe-to-toe, who are much better at spray control than I am, which at close range is kind of important. That being said, no real action to... We're just seeing all these teams giving each other a fair amount of space, which, considering the start, this game, the playing path in the circle, I actually think is a little bit surprising, because people didn't really have to move very far, but it also means that if you drop next to a team, you're still next to that team. I'm looking at C9, looking at Queen of Power, looking at Wildcard, Dream Eaters, all these teams sort of moving and rotating in now, especially towards boot camp. I'm going to be surprised if it still stays this quiet.
It's going to be a couple of minutes, I think. The only team that I think is in really big trouble right now is going to be the Knights, because HQ seem to still be blocking them in. Bandar here, yep, right when I called it out. Got an initial shot, couldn't get the knock-in for some reason was holding the angle out in the open, and so what was an opportunity to continue to punish the Knights, well, it's going to be punishing HQ in return. So it's overall a trade between the two squads, but the remaining members of HQ are still across the river where the Knights had their eyes set on, and Carnage going down is going to slow them even further. It should be a good revive, but you can already see headquarters rearranging themselves. And actually, a spray out in the open. Raven, ow! Oh no! Oh no!
All right. We take those. We take those, ID7. All right, get her done. That shouldn't have worked. And a camp also now looking at
no!
This is going to do it. Jason!
I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything. We're just gonna move on from that. No, it's fine.
It's a loot. It's loot delivery.
Yep.
Beep beep. Beep beep. Postmates is here. Uber is here. Seamless is here. All three, because there were 3 bodies, 3 boxes, 3
right
delivery
on top
crates.
of each other. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. But looking at that, I have to say, what the heck was Bandar's positioning there? He was so far from the rest of his team. Just because you won that, if you're HQ, doesn't necessarily mean that was correct.
Yes, fair enough.
You were just slightly more correct. And now, oh, Matic. All right. That response was automatic from C9. They can see those free kills. They take those all day. Now Dream Eaters know exactly where they are, and these are 2 of the teams that I called out who are likely going to run into each other. And so they have. But what a surprise. Kel surprise. C9 on the high ground. Gosh, I never would have expected it.
Versus watching them. It was a little bit sloppy there for Matic to be outside when they're so close to the center this far into the game. You don't hear vehicles on this map because vehicles is essentially suicidal. So you should be aware that at any moment, a team could be walking up behind you, and they had the compound cover. So a little weird that Matic was found outside, but the rest of Dream Eaters are not going to be making the same mistake. And Cloud9 know that they're there. But then the Dream Eaters know there's a whole knowing of knowing nonsense.
They know that they know that they know?
Yes, exactly. Anyway, Cloud9, they're setting up in a 2-2 to hold out for phase 2.
No, I think this is really solid. And I'm a big proponent of the buddy system. 3-1 on some of these bigger maps, like Miramar in particular, Erangel worked really, really well. But here on Sanhok, when it's really just, you need a battle buddy. I love that you need a battle buddy. You need somebody right there with you beside the next tree, beside the next rock, who can, if one of you goes down, if a shot goes astray, if a nade comes in from, say, I don't know, maybe like an Ayala or, a Tixie even, maybe for that last game. Some of those nades are pretty sick. I'm just trying to think of the big nades that we've seen over the course of the last couple of weeks. And having a friend next to you to help with that, let me just say, you regret it when you don't have it.
Slow down a little bit across the board. As we mentioned, everyone sort of moved in, and I think, looking at the map, no one else seems to be in risk of running into each other unless we're talking about an overextension. Like, if for some reason Tempo Storm just pulled a 300 and ran down this hillside into Frag's compound, but that would be as suicidal as 300 was.
Didn't work out quite so well for them. Fun fact.
Another old movie that I don't know if anyone's going to get the reference to.
Look, it's totally fine. I was thinking, like, he's first The Matrix and then 300. Like, you have excellent taste in films, true cinematic experiences, as is this shot overlooking this hill. Props to our observer teams, as always. Look at that. Tensa surveying the landscape. Also want to note, the way Frag Machines are positioned here, they have one person in all 4. They have this intersection on lockdown. One person in every single one of the outside buildings, the 4 compass points. They are looking in every single direction. You cannot sneak up on them. They are in actually a great spot. Ooh. And now, that's a hard shift.
Here's the question for Tempo. Do they stay on this hilltop and try and pick up kills, but by doing so have to swat away 3, 4, 5 different teams? Or do they want to back away, find a compound in the center of the circle, confirm their safe crossing across the river, and wait till later? It looks to be that the latter decision is what they are going for, but everyone on the northeast side is trying to scramble.
We'll see if C9 is going to run into Frag Machines here. That could be interesting. Tempo taking over Painan. That's a big one, actually. That is dead center of the circle right now. It's chaotic, to say the least. People don't generally love to hold these cities quite so much, but we're seeing the action breaking out as we predicted. Popping up in the kill feed is there's the charge down the hill that you were talking about, Cameron, but this time it's Tempo Storm going the other way, and Frag Machines on the back of a buggy are going in, so they're going to know they're coming because C9 is chasing them down. They have no choice.
Yeah, Frag also just lost a player to another team, and it wasn't Cloud9. I wonder who it was.
Yeah.
But either way, Outplay's going to want to try and get out of this. Okay, so it was. Oh, what? No, this is more kills onto Frag Machines. This rotation is just disastrous, and again, it shows how difficult it is to scout ahead on Sanhok.
It's the word impossible comes to mind, Cameron.
It's close,
Alpha Legends. Yeah, just about.
It's the same ballpark as impossible.
Yeah, you get a little bit. You get a little bit, not a lot. Because the second you go for a lot, you get punished real hard here on Sanhok. Being out on your own is a great way to end up real dead, as we've already seen multiple times at the start of this game. As we're seeing an interesting rotation of footballists swimming around the outside here, but Unique. I actually think it was Unique who took down footballists last game as well. So maybe seeing a little bit of a rematch, maybe a little bit of a chance for redemption here for footballists as they're pushing on in. Again, a team that has performed incredibly well yesterday. Now, today, they've been a little quiet. They need to step up, get the drums of war sounded.
Wait, Frozen, can you spot them? Do you spot them on the right? I noted that Memphis is hanging out on top of the bridge once again. I don't think this is the first time we've seen it. A quick replay of a bit of the spray down, actually. We saw just the complete dismantling of the Knights.
That was BK.
In case we forgot what happened
we
there.
forgot. Yeah, just to remind the folks how exactly we got here. There hasn't been a ton of action to start off this game, but the action that we have seen has been pretty nice. I think Unique has spotted this.
Oh yeah, that's only one shot. I think I saw very quickly.
Yep. Oh, they know.
Remember, football is under Levazen, but Frozen is a great opportunity. The minute these members get up on the beach like Soul K is right now, he's in his spot. Oh
no, Memphis. Oh no.
I don't think that was on purpose. I think he wanted to stay on that high ground.
Yep. Don't worry, nobody saw. You're fine. Don't worry about it.
Looks out. Footballers know that there's a team here, but Rob actually knows where they are.
Oh, they're
good hold.
Who camps the camper?
Good hold there, and Soul K doesn't even get knocked. He takes a good bit of damage, but now Frozen. Where are the teammates going to come from? I don't think they should come and save him. I think they just got to leave him be. Give this beach to footballists. You're right. I'm sorry we tried to stop you. By all means, this is yours.
Take the beach, lads. Take the beach. Okay, gonna look to potentially get a little bit aggressive with the Uzi in hands. Footballs are gonna take over here on the outside. A lot of teams playing this a lot more focus on the edge creep. UDR killers, Kanina Power, footballists. They don't want to have anybody at their back. We saw that in the last game. How just crazy this can devolve. How quickly it can devolve. And then you suddenly have teams coming in behind you, trickling in behind you. And this sort of change in pace, change in strategy to more of this edge creep style, I'm actually a huge fan of it. Okay. You just limit the avenues of attack where you can get shot from.
Footballists are lacking information on Unique, though. They don't know for sure if Frozen was the only person there. And so now I wonder how this is going to affect their approach. They're going to be checking behind each and every single quarter. Where in the world is the rest of Unique? But Wildcard, spot them. For sure. They're still a little late in the rotation. Wildcard always coming in very, very late.
Yeah.
And usually to their detriment, but they might find an opportunity to third party here if Dream Eaters continue this hold against Unique. But all of these teams up here in the north have to push into the circle that's centered up reasonably even.
It has, and it's actually really favoring B4 right now. Tons of real estate down towards the southern end of the circle. They're actually really, really spread out, though, too, which we'll keep an eye on. But Wildcard, I love the fact that, Springs, lucky they had the shots there, but they didn't take them. They're out in the blue. You're the player at the disadvantage. There is no reason to take that fight when you are so far out. And now, Unique is not going to be expecting another team coming in from this position. Wildcard, talk about the idea of the potential third party. I'm sensing that's a real possibility.
Risk there. Still using the high ground, still trying to spot out. It's going to be his teammate opening up. And then here come Wildcard. The minute that Unique thinks they're out of trouble, there's another squad to take that kill.
Oh my goodness. I just die over here apparently. Oh my. Sorry. That's exactly what I'm talking about though. That's Wildcard. Like, they're so far out. That's actually a time when their light rotation really paid off for them because nobody expected a team was going to be that light coming in. And now Unique is down to only 2 members. They're running into Wildcard. Sorry, they're running into Dream Eaters as well. So now it's like, okay, what do we even do? And Dream Eaters now potentially going to run into like 4 different teams on the outside of the circle. C9 are in a great position in Painan. But still, this is going to get chaotic. All of these teams rotating in on this northwestern side of the circle. There's 5 teams all vying for the same spot. That's about 1 grid, and there's a lot of teams going for it.
Yeah, you said wildcard, they had a good opportunity there to pick up a kill, but I don't know how much more they're going to get for that, because SWAT 69 here holding the ridge line just south of Ruins, but they're not looking in their direction. Their focus is on Unique and Dream Eaters, because I'm assuming because they heard those shots, and this could give an avenue for wildcard to sneak up behind them. That is, if they don't hear the footsteps first, because wildcard don't have a lot of time. The blue is still just dealing slowly, tick damage. Spring is pretty deep in the blue at the moment.
No more stims.
Yeah, that could be a little problematic.
This is huge because they've been taking this tick damage for so long. Like, it's not a big deal if you had a ton of time to loot, if you're getting kills along the way, you're able to replenish your stores of meds. But they haven't really been able to do that here. But I gotta give props. I've been enjoying following wildcard coming on into this. This is obviously players are playing on the edge a lot here in this game, but they're taking it to another level. We'll see if they're going to continue to hold in this, or if they're finally going to start to make a push further in, because they are on the far side. They're on the fat end of the circle right now, Cameron.
Yeah, they're not the only team that's in a rough position right now. We're looking at Udo Killers on the southeast side, Konita Power just to the east of them. And I don't know if Udo Killers know how close they are to another squad. They're not exactly looking that direction. I don't think Konita Power, they haven't had to move far. And so they're probably being very, very quiet on their approach right now. And they don't need to move much further to get inside the next zone. Nano, though, looking in their direction. So at least keeping his head on a swivel, making sure that they don't tunnel vision into one angle and one angle only.
Oh, Nano. Oh, the second he turned his head. He missed the shots, but Gonzo is not going to. Hello. UDR Killers now know, and here come the sends from Konita Power. Sanders taking a lot of damage, being able to trade out 1-for-1. Tixie loses the gunfight. Oh no! But Konita Power is going to be able to trade that one out. 2 members down, no one dead quite yet. Rob needs to hit those shots onto Nano, but the high ground is not to his advantage. Here come the nades raining on through. It is Gonzo right now, the last member with full HP. And this is a rough spot for Konita Power. Rob is trying to heal up, trying to stabilize, trying to reset. Sandro. Oh, Nano. Gonzo is there. Gonzo started this fight off, and he will be the one to end it, Cameron.
Ulysses right now has to do something to save his team, to save his chance of survival. Quick peek over the high ground, but the reset from Konita Power has already come through. Now it's 1 versus 4. Rob and Gonzo are not going to let him get away with this.
No, they will not. The nade, though, does connect. He just took a squat right on top of it. That's not the play, Rob. And this gives a chance for UDR Killers and Konita Power. They say, okay, we did what we needed to do. We got into the circle, but maybe, just maybe, we should reset this a little bit here. Spring actually dies to the zone as Axer is looking to line up the nade, but they don't have the intel cam.
Ooh, that grenade gives a little bit of intel from where they sort of could be. They don't see the trails like we do, but they at least see the grenade in the air. And follow-up grenades by either team aren't really connecting. But Konita Power, not only do they have 4 members versus 2, they have the high ground overlooking them. What is
the Legends, though? Cloud9, another fight breaking out here. Cloud9 going in, of course. Not even lost a member yet. And Bayo is going to keep that streak alive, taking over this compound from Alpha Legends. Frag Machines on the outside as well. That's Alpha Legends eliminated, though. Almost called them Alpha Lemons, but would make a little more sense because that looked like a big old 0 there for them. As C9 is continuing to take a ton of damage. This time it's from Dream Eaters on the outside, though. Cloud9, we talked about it. This northern end of the circle, how chaotic it was going to be, and is going to be just that. Konita Power finally able to clean up UDR Killers as well. But C9 still in this, still looking solid. They've got a compound on the edge of the circle, but they've got quite a ways to move.
A little bit of trading meds for them right now. 7 kills, 4 alive. They have the toolkit to pull out maneuvers, to pull out a good game. But as you they have to run. They got to go through a couple of teams, which could mean kills. It also could, of course, mean death. Adder peeking forward. Here's the truck of Frag moving out. But it's not just them with the opportunity to shoot at them. It's Umbra just to the south. Hamadi, I don't know where exactly you're going to be able to go with this one. It's all out in the open.
And he actually bails as the vehicle is about to explode, taking cover behind it, and will eventually go down. Not a lot of opportunity there, but not a lot of opportunity for Cloud9. They spent so long after that fight, juggling meds back and forth, trying to keep this going, and I think Bale might actually just be heel strap. How are they going to play this? Gonna take a lot of damage. Dream Eater's shutting them down. All these teams out in the blue. Team Unique's getting eliminated as well. Adder's gonna drop. Cloud9, they spent so long in those fights to clean that up. Now it's too late. They're out in the blue. They can't even make it. Just bandies on Pyra. The heal strat's gonna come through them as Pyra's gonna try and be the last man standing, try and get those shots, and Bayo is just gonna get through. I think he had 7 first aids, so he's just gonna try and outlast as many teams as possible. But that's Cloud9 going out early.
They're not the only ones. There's another hardship towards the west, and all the players on the east, even the ones that made it in, they're gonna have to make sure those running shoes are tied tightly. KHK spots one. That's Umbra out, so that's at least another position. I blinked, and we're now suddenly with 4 teams up.
I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. All these teams. Kanina Power went out in 11th wild card. Or sorry, it went out in what even what position that is. Oh my goodness. Literally blink and you miss it. The entire top of your camera right now, your feed right now is just all these teams that are getting eliminated. But Football is the team that I almost picked. Looking really solid here with 6 kills.
B4, they haven't had too much action come their way, but they've at least been able to pick up 5 kills right now. And they might have an opportunity to pick up even more. They're down to 3, and Footballists were able to keep all 4 up. Wow.
Rain though.
Not so fortunate.
Yeah, he's out on his own. There's no chance that they keep him up in this. And that's kind of weird to me, especially considering his team has the circle. Ah, okay. All right. They're holding on, though. They're able to recover. They're okay.
I'm looking at Footballists and Solkay there with the crossfire angle, helping out with Lutz. If Tempo don't go big and be a big distraction... No, I mean, okay, yes, that's what they're doing, but they're supposed to do that onto Footballists. If B4 wanted an opportunity to get in here, stop helping the team that's gonna win this win even harder, Tempo Storm. Okay, they secure a 2nd place finish, so at least made it worthwhile, pick up a couple of kills, but this is all Footballists all the time.
Footballists in a fantastic position. 4 members up. Only 2 alive. It is all down to Tensa right now. Tensa is clutch. Don't get me wrong. This man has faced down enemies before. He's been in rough situations before, but he's not going to walk away from this one. Trying to go with the clutch date. Here's the footsteps coming in. Can he line up the shots? He can. Gets 1 down there, but that's going to be it. Footballists with the win here in game number 3. Solid kills to their name as well. 7. So great way to round this one out for them. They're back on the server. Footballists feeling good about this one. Another one on Sanhok? Yes, please.
Yeah. Again, we've been seeing a lot of low kill victories, but on Sanhok it does make sense because you don't often see one team take total control of the zone of the circle kills. It makes sense that kills are a lot more spread just in the way that fights happen and the way that the map works. But it's still a really good win for Footballists there who are just fighting back and forth. It's a trade back and forth of that 1st place position with Cloud9. But Cloud9 also did very, very well. I believe it was a 5th or 6th place with around 7 or 8 kills. So they're not giving up the position easily, which is great for the teams in the bottom because the point sponges are continuing to be point sponges.
They're still up there at the top, soaking up all those points, making it easier for those teams at the bottom to make it into that top 16, make it to the Super Weekend because there are only 2 games left, Cameron. I cannot believe it. Game number 3 continuing to keep it close for all those teams vying for that spot. Let's send it back over to our analyst to break that one down.
And as you heard Envir and Cameron say, football's again soaking up every single point they possibly can, making it even more difficult now for the bottom teams to try to get through into our second Super Weekend. We still have 2 matches left to go. We're going to be finding out very shortly who will be making it through and who has to just watch from the sidelines. Jace Kaplan, 7 Worlds Gaming, Glitter Explosion to break down that last match for us. And I swear, the one time I don't pick footballs to win, they go and win. I don't know. I feel like I have like a reverse curse. Teams that I don't pick win.
Gotta
Are
pick
you so
him next
happy,
time,
Seven?
Jason. Gotta pick him, man. Hey, I didn't pick up PK this time around. I'm happy about that. Well, as we're seeing the standings here with football is getting 27 points. And then one team we've been talking about, Temple Storm, waking up, baby. Being able to get some points there in the leaderboard for them, 21 points. I think that's massive for them. And I know you guys were happy to see this one, Glitter and Jason. B4 Esports collecting some sweet 16 points, and then we go down to Cloud9, which was my pick, 13 points. And then Umbra has impressed me so much this league play. They have been very consistent on their placements. I hope in the future we can see more out of them in regards to kills, as we're going to be seeing the second page here pretty shortly. And then Headquarters with 8 kills. I think that's huge. If I'm not mistaken, I think Headquarters was the team that ended up knocking off PK there at the beginning. And then another team that we've been talking about as well, Wildcard Gaming, Glitter, only being able to get those 5 points.
Yeah, definitely not the best performances coming out of Wildcard, and not performances that we're necessarily used to seeing for them. So I wonder what they're going to be changing moving into the last final 2 matches here to see if they can actually keep themselves outside of that bubble position. I think that they were in 16th coming into this match. So they're right at that cusp, and Unique was tied with them in that position, I believe. So they don't want to have to keep contending with this for the last few matches. And then we also see, Canadian Power getting a few more points to their name there as well.
Yeah, so the momentum for Canadian Power has kind of shifted against them. Frag Machines as well, only getting the 1 point. And that's a team we talked about at the top of the show after having a really good first day of action. But now it's time to take a look at our stats from footballs and see how things did turn out for them in terms of our statistics. And still, 1,000 damage and 400 healing, 7. This is really low numbers.
This is really low numbers, but it's surprising that they're still, even with those low numbers in regards to healing and damage, hey, they're putting out the kills. They're getting over pretty much their average of what we saw last time around, which was 5 kills. They're getting 7 kills here, and they also stole a kill, so it's good to see that they're just currently aware. They're not really taking any fights if they don't have to, which is something I love to see from players. If you don't have to take a fight, why take it? Wait until the end when it kind of matters the most, and you're also securing some extra points.
That's not the football style, right? They're sitting there putting up big numbers, big frags. I'm a little bit sad to not see them doing it yet again. And we also do have an interview here. We wanted to talk to someone from Frag Machines to kind of get some in-depth thoughts about obviously their performance in the first week and now come into the second week. And I want you to introduce yourself, by the way. Just for people out there who might not recognize the face, I want you to introduce who you are.
Yeah, hello. I'm a Frag out to play from Team Frag Machines.
Okay, well then let's start things off by talking about obviously the elephant in the room. You guys didn't make it through into the very first Super Weekend. What have you guys done in particular over these 4 days to really prepare to try to get back in, or try to get in for the first time here in week 2?
Yeah, actually we are analyzing the rotations of the teams and all the teams, what are they doing and the strategic that they are following. So like generally we are just looking at the teams and what are they doing. So yeah.
I mean, we obviously saw it though. Like you guys performed so much better in day 1 than you almost did in the entirety of the very first league play. 7, what do you got for him?
For me, is you guys, first of all, good to meet you, man. You guys did amazing yesterday. In comparison to yesterday, today, you guys have kind of started a little bit slower here. Didn't really get a chance to play the first match. And then on the second match that you guys did play, you guys ended up with 10th place, just 1 kill. And then on this last one, you guys ended up with 12th place with only as well just 1 point. In the next couple of matches, we only have 2 matches left here. What are you guys going to be looking to do different to actually secure that Super Weekend spot?
We're looking forward, we're willing to qualify for the next Super Weekend, but problem is we're facing some problems with the rotations. It's like hard shifts going in the matches, but we will do our best to qualify.
Okay, Glitter, what do you got?
Well, first of all, hi, Outplay. It's very nice to meet you.
Hello.
But just a quick question, I guess, in regards to the maps. In week 1, obviously, you guys were on Erangel and Vikendi, and now in this week, we're on Erangel and Sanhok. Does that make a difference for you guys? Do you have maps that you prefer over others?
Yeah. We prefer Erangel and Miramar. Like, we're not very good with the Vikendi and Sanhok, especially Sanhok, because in the rotations we usually use cars, but in Sanhok, like if you use car, you will be exposed to the teams. So we have some problems with the rotation in Sanhok. So Sanhok is bad for us, to be honest.
Okay. And then, I mean, obviously looking at, the teams you've been participating against, it's obviously a big step up from qualifying for the World League and then playing in the World League. Who's been kind of the real nuisance for you guys? Who's been the team that's just been giving you the most trouble?
Maybe American teams, to be honest, because they are playing in the North American server, and we are kind of far from that server, so it's difficult to face them like close fights. It's gonna be 100% for them, so we're staying away from them.
Okay, well, Outplay, thank you very much for taking time to come in here and talk with us, obviously between your games, and obviously wish you the best of luck coming into the last games of the day. All right, so cool to hear actually from them. I mean, obviously we get to hear like Cloud9 and Tempo. It's good to hear from some other teams really like the pressure they're under to qualify, and also the fact I liked your question, Glitter, where you asked about what maps they're comfortable on. Well, Miramar, that's one I believe coming up next week in league plays. So
yes,
I mean, maybe we can see them. Obviously, if they don't qualify here, it's gonna be extremely tough doing it in the 3rd Super Weekend to get out of the bottom 20. But let's see if they can do it obviously next weekend. And obviously while we're talking about the last match and talking about the interview, let's take a look at our do-the-do moments from match number 3 today, our second and final day here of our second week of league play. And yeah, it was really cool to hear like they're very aware of their rotations, and definitely on a map like Sanhok, they feel like, obviously getting into a vehicle is gonna be extremely difficult, but rotations are definitely key when we come into these matches, Seven.
Yeah, it is. And as he was saying, something to keep in mind is that he's trying to stay away from the North American teams because they are currently the ones that are destroying in a way. So it's smart for him to go ahead and realize that, and then just don't try to take those fights. And then football is, as we're seeing right here, huge fights. And then Kanina Power kind of, I was hoping they would be able to bring that swagger that we saw in the last match. At least they were able to get 3 kills there in Sanhok, the last Sanhok. But oh man, hopefully Kanina Power can get into some kind of rhythm here, some kind of momentum that they can go ahead and carry on, because they're one team that I definitely want to go ahead and see towards Super Weekend, especially hopefully they can step it up as well. Another team I want to go ahead and talk about is Cloud9. Cloud9 has been so consistent so far. They have secured, I believe, this whole week, except for one match, they have secured top 10 positions, and more than likely it's usually top 5 positions. And then UDR Killers. UDR Killers is another team that we've been seeing that they're barely there. They're currently in 14th place, I believe, going into this match. They were 7 points ahead, so they needed to get those extra kills. Out of all the teams, which one are you the one that's looking for, Glitter?
Honestly, I'm really looking at Headquarters. They've kind of yo-yoed a little bit today, but they keep having like these a game here, a game there, where they're really starting to step up their gameplay. And we've seen a couple of clips throughout this entire the do moments, but they have had these like glimmers, these glimpses of some very strong gameplay, and then they just can't repeat it the next game. So I'm definitely going to be looking at them to see if they can kind of push through to the end of today, because I think they were only coming into, before this game, I think they were maybe like 7 points behind or 5 points behind that 16th position. So they actually do have a shot at leapfrogging some of these teams that are on the bubble.
Well, they got 11 points from that last game, and then we also had KHK get 12. So that bubble that we've been talking about, that 16th place, is definitely becoming a threat for more and more teams. So we're going to take a look at now our overall damage from that last match. And obviously with football, it's only getting about 1,000 damage done. I'm not expecting to see too high up when it comes to the map of Sanhok. But actually, to be fair enough, they're really not that far behind first place. And we can see, as you mentioned, Glitter, Headquarters, 1,273 damage.
That's such a strong performance for them, and like this is what they needed to do coming into this. They were in a very, very bad position, and this is just illustrating how capable they are, right? Like, we know all of these teams are so good. We've just seen some of them kind of struggle to really perform well on this specific global stage. And so it's nice to see that some of these teams are able to kind of start picking that up. We see KHK up there in top 4 position, I believe, top 5 position. So that's another thing that makes me happy to see, Seven.
Yeah, and something I want to go ahead and point out as we're seeing their wildcard stats, only being able to get 1 kill, and then we also see unique stats, not even being able to get 100 damage there. Keep in mind, these teams are going to be sitting out. Wildcard is going to be sitting out in the last match, so I'm going to be looking forward to how they perform going into the next match, because if I remember right, they were tied in 16 plays with Unique. Same amount of points. I think the only thing that was different was maybe Wildcard had more kills, and I'm looking forward to seeing those overall standings.
Well, you know what? You're talking about them. Let's just see them. Let's see currently who is safe at the moment as we get into match 4 in a few minutes' time. Cloud9, I mean, there was no doubt in the back of my head that they were going to be safe, and they're currently sitting in first place here with 123 points, Glitter.
Ooh. Yeah, but look, Footballist and Cloud9 are now tied for overall kill points. They're only separated by 2 placement points alone. So that's very, very, like, these are the 2 teams to be contending with right now for this week, you know? And then moving down the list, we're actually seeing Tempo was able to jump up and Konina able to jump up, but Yala and Team Umbra still holding on to those top 10 positions, which is very, very good for those teams.
Yeah, I think it's great for Team Umbra and Yala Esports. I think that's going to be such a confident booster, and I'm really interested here to see the leaderboard. Oh my gosh. Wildcard Gaming and Headquarters with that last match, they were able to go ahead and propel themselves out of 19th place and get a little bit closer to that 17th place. They're currently only separated 16 and 18 points are currently only separated by about 3 points, and then you can also add SWAT 69 there. Now, I want to go ahead and mention, going into the next match, I know we're going to be showing the schedule and everything, Team Unique is going to be sitting down, and Wildcard is going to be playing here the last match of today. I hope that Wildcard has a very, very strong game. If not, guess what? Teams like Headquarters, teams like Team Unique, teams like even SWAT 69 are going to see that leaderboard, and they're going to know that they're almost right there. They're going to go ahead and try to secure those placement points and hope they get kills towards the end. It is going to be a nail-biter.
Well, the thing is, if you noticed as well in the standings there, we have Wildcard, KHK, Unique, and I forgot the last one off the top of my head. I don't know why. Headquarters. I said Headquarters. Whatever. There's another team in there that only have 1 match left to be played. Yep. So, if you're Wildcard, your last one better be a good one, because you can have 1 more chance to strike to get yourself safely into the comfort of top 16, which obviously, as you just said, they're going to be sitting out the next one and coming into the final one of the day. That's a do or die time for them. And if they have a bad start, they could be saying goodbye to their chance of going into the Super Weekend this time. You've also been talking about the schedule. I think it's time to maybe take a look at the schedule so we can see what match will be coming up next, because it will be back on Erangel, and I'm curious to see what other teams will potentially be sitting out from the group. But we'll also be talking about quite a few different rosters here. SWAT 69, Frag Machines as well isn't necessarily as safe as they might have hoped to. But we have Group B sitting out, Glitter, so who won't be participating here in match number 4 today?
It's actually going to be Konina Power, Headquarters, Team Unique, and UDR Killers sitting out.
Okay, all right. So hopefully none of us are going to be picking them, as I think kind of skipped over our talent prediction scores that we had from the last match. And I shouldn't have done that, considering, hey, we did pretty well, Glitter, with our B4 pick. Let's just throw them up on the screen. And hey, we got themselves 16 points. You got 70 out of 13, pretty solid. In Virum, I respect the pick of Konina Power, but it didn't work out in the end for him, unfortunately. It was definitely a rough game for them in the end. But you know what, Seven, I'm coming for you. Glitter and I are both coming for you.
Bring it, bring it. Let's see what you got.
You know what's going to happen? We're going to end out this entire event, and Glitter's going to be on top. And she's never going to let this go for us.
I'm a sleeper. I'm a sleeper right now. We've got a lot of time, so...
we're obviously going to see. So then obviously going into now, Erangel, going into, I want to like maybe explore the mindset of teams here. So say you're one of the teams that this is your last match coming into it. How should you play this last game, Seven? Should you just play so safe that you're looking only for placements and try not to pick any fights? Or do you try to get aggressive and take the fate into your own hands and look for some kills here?
I just wanted to go ahead and bring up this scoreboard here. So we got Wildcard Gaming. They're going to be playing pretty much their last match here. We also got Headquarters playing their last match. I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to go ahead and just play it safe to start off with, and they're going to go for those placement points first, because especially Headquarters, even though they did end up getting 8 kills in the last one, before that, they've been getting just 2 kills, 0 kills, 0 kills, so they can't really rely on their killing that much, on their fragging out. So I hope that they at least try to secure some safe points in just going for that placement. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just see him play super safe. And then with Wildcard Gaming, we know where they're going to go ahead and end up going. They're going to go to Severny and then just play that very slow circle, like the edge of the circle. But that's been backfiring for them. So I don't know if they're going to switch it up here. Anything can happen. What's your prediction here, Jason? Who do you got?
Well, luckily as being host, I can control who does the first prediction.
This guy.
Which is why I'm going to take it, because I ain't afraid. I ain't scared.
Okay.
I'm going to be going with, I think, Tempo Storm. And I will say this. I did predict them before they had a good performance in the last map. So I'm not just doing it because they played well over on Sanhok. And, well, Glitter, who's your choice?
Sure.
So, I've been one of the only talent that has not picked them yet, but I actually feel really, really good about Cloud9 going into this match.
Who would have thought playing it safe? I'm definitely taking away when we get
Good
to
try,
Super Weekend, the ability to pick teams more than once. Seven, who do you got?
I got Loops, baby. Loops is coming back after having such a great game in their first game. I got Loops. I want to see what
they're sitting out, right?
See if they can go ahead and continue that. They're not sitting now. Get out of here.
I wanted to see your face if they actually were, and then you realize, oh, I messed up. All right, well, we'll see your face after this game.
No.
And see if you're going to be happy about it with the result for coming in for Loops. And we'll check with you guys, obviously, after that one finishes. And obviously, if you guys are home watching, you have a chance to still be earning points this entire time, the entire World League. As long as you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center, you can earn points, and the top 100 viewers will get themselves some exclusive rewards. So make sure you're watching the East, make sure you're watching West, make sure you're watching nonstop as we bring in now our commentators. For the first time today, we got Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave going to be joining me up here in the virtual world, and that shirt makes you feel all kinds of things, Dave.
Me?
Yeah, that shirt.
Oh, man, no problem, no problem. Hey, it's what I do, man. I make you feel all types of things. You're welcome.
I'm just proud you're not trying to sport your own logo on your shirt. Like, who would do something like that? That would be like a ridiculously stupid thing, an egotistical thing. Oh, hey, Hot Jukes, you're here.
It's on the back.
How you doing?
It's on the back.
It would be straight shameless, man. I don't know what kind of savage would do that, especially on a worldwide broadcast such as the PUBG Mobile World League West. But man, all I know is that I'm just excited to cast some amazing games today.
Showing off his logo before he even releases his house tour video, which you promised weeks and months ago. Man, you need to get on it. I'm going to keep reminding you until you do it.
Oh, it's gonna, by the time we meet again the next day, it will be out and ready to go. So I'm looking forward to kind of showing off the Hot Jukes mobile gaming house to the world finally.
Just tell Wi-Fi to stop watching The Notebook every night. Maybe you can actually film it without hearing crying in the house. So now going into our fourth game of the day, Erangel as well. I talked to the guys before about like what's your mindset going into potentially your last game overall to try to get into the Super Weekend. Dave, what's your thoughts on this? How would you play if you were in the game?
Honestly, a lot of these teams that are at the bottom, like you guys mentioned on the Death Wild card, this is their final match. They're currently in 16th position on the overall leaderboard. They need to put up or shut up. They need to frag out. They need to go to Severny, loot up real quick, and just hunt down everybody and make sure they get enough points in order to participate in the Super Weekend.
Yeah, it's got to be a weird feeling watching your fate be out of your hands, especially having to watch the last game. Hot Jukes, who's your prediction coming into this? We'll get into that game now. Who do you have the team that's going to win?
Hey, we're in Erangel. I got to go with Cloud9. I just think that as far as when it comes to this map in particular, they're the kings of it. You know, yesterday, the last match, we had a little bit of an issue. You know, I think that was due to Glitter's prediction. But other than that, I think Cloud9 are going to come and get it done here in this fourth match of the evening.
All right, who do you got, Dave?
I'm going with the Storm, man. It's cloudy outside. I think that's an omen. So I think they are going to get a chicken dinner here in the game.
I like it. Dave and I on the same wavelength going into our fourth game of the day. Why don't you gentlemen take us away here onto Erangel.
Let's get into it. Match number 4, Erangel. This is the put up or shut up time, Dave, for a lot of these teams here. So make sure that they make it to Super Weekend. They have to do it right here. I can't wait to get this match started.
Super duper weekend. I mean, yeah, let's get on into it. We are going to see the plane. It's going to be starting just south of Kameshki, and then it will be ending a little near, in between Gatka and Hospital. So this should be pretty good for your pick, Cloud9.
Yeah, you know, they're going to go ahead and be a quick hot drop to their location. Shouldn't be an issue for them, but it's also a great one for Wildcard. You know, this is north side, so they don't have to go ahead and hunt for a vehicle down south to try to get to Severny. They're going to be able to get their spot straight away. Now, I'm also kind of concerned right now because knowing that this is their last match, I wonder, you know, like, will teams decide to just kind of hunt them down and get them out early? Because if they don't make it to Super Weekend, that's just devastating for their overall score.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be interesting, especially because of the plane and how it kind of favors Severny. But normally what we tend to see is a lot of teams, they avoid it. You know, they avoid taking the early fight just because there's too much RNG when it comes to dropping and what weapon you might get or whatnot. So they try to drop in their own little tried and true locations and just, you know, get geared out and then take the engagement. So we'll see exactly what will unfold here, as a lot of these teams, they are playing for that goal, playing for the opportunity to make it on into the Super Weekend.
Yeah, you know, and it's good to see that respect amongst teams right here. As we look at the first circle, you know, off to the west side, it's also in the north right now. So this is always one of those iffy circles. We've actually seen this circle quite a bit so far here in the PUBG Mobile World League West, and it seems to always favor the north. So I want to see what happens if it finally decides to kind of go to that central south location.
You know, I didn't want to say it because I didn't want Jason changing my prediction, but I also want to see the Knights. You know, we see them tweeting away, you know, feeling pumped up and ready to go. But last game, 16th position they were taken out very early on. And not only for them, but as a whole, like a lot of these teams, I can only imagine the pressure. And I know you know, competed at high levels, so maybe, you know, dive into your mindset or whatnot. But a lot of these players, they brush it off. You know, they get taken out in 15 and 16, like, no problem. But realistically, I feel like the pressure is getting to a lot of these players here at this point.
Totally possible. Really quick, before we get into that, let me see this replay as Marco is able to get a quick thirst onto Frag Machine. That's going to be one player down and out for them. But yeah, the pressure, it's just the only way to get used to it is just by getting into it more. You know, you just got to keep on playing, get used to these situations. The only way to really get through it is through experience. And right now, he's got an experience of his own against two members of Nova.
Spraying on the door, trying to take some shots and not able to get any connections onto Nova. But you saw Nova, they were pre-firing that balcony. They had no idea. And then eventually, with process of elimination, they're like, okay, they're on the ledge right there. And that comes down to, like you said, experience.
And one thing is for sure, when it comes to Nova Esports, they got experience in that location. I think for sure, all the games that we've casted, at least, we've seen Nova there constantly. So they know that area like the back of their hand, and able to get a quick flush and point on the board is really solid for them.
Yeah, without pressure, you don't get.
And you know what? It's also pretty good, you know, considering how their performance has been so far. You know, I think Nova Esports has been one of those teams I think we just see that's just constantly hot and cold. You know, certain moments where they just show off and they're like, okay, man, here they come. They came to play. And then other times where they just seem to not have it dialed in fully. I just think we just see them kind of get caught, separated, and it almost just looks like there's almost like a panic mindset between each of their members. And yeah, I would love to see them to be able to kind of hopefully figure that out sooner than later.
Yeah, and Nova, I mean, they started today, I think, in like 18th position. And, you know, I made a tweet. I said Nova and SWAT 69. These are two squads that are at the bottom that should finish up there and make it to Super Weekend. I feel pretty comfortable right now. I mean, Nova, they're in 11th position, SWAT 69 in 19th. So SWAT 69, they definitely have some moves to be made over here, especially with how we only have 2 more games to go in total. But regardless, I would like to see those teams in particular, you know, maybe pick up the slack and show up here and perform in the Super Weekend coming up.
Well, I mean, SWAT 69's already missed a Super Weekend. They cannot afford to miss the second one. That is for sure. So the one thing was that when Jason was kind of talking to you, saying like, what was your thoughts as far as how your playstyle would here? I think that right now, considering the point spread, they just got to get on the board. They just got to make sure they don't go out early. Oh, but look, Loops is going out early.
Yep, Loops.
Oh, the punch out.
Looks like they sent 2 members across that little bridge right there to do some scouting, and not scouting well enough, as they are going to be losing 2 over here to Verset. That was in the guard tower. Just, you know, perfect execution of a bridge camp right there.
Yeah, I mean, technically, they did find him, right? So I guess the scouting mission was semi-successful.
They found him. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, they found him. They did find him. You know, just unfortunately,
I don't know if they shot back.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, unfortunately, they weren't able to make it out alive out of that situation. So it's a tough break for Loops. You know, now after that win, though, they've pretty much secured their spot to be. I mean, it's crazy how down they were on the leaderboards. One chicken dinner right off the bat, shot up to 4th place. So I think that is pretty much the major concern for all these teams right now that are hanging out in the bottom. If you're able to get a top 3 finish, you're pretty much going to be able to secure your ticket to Super Weekend. So, this is the pressure's on. That's for sure.
The pressure is on, and we saw right there, Rain, you know, popping out that front tire of that 3-seater. I mean, I don't know. Rumor is popping out one of these tires to stabilize it. That's a rumor. I don't know. Normally, for me, when I'm in game, I stay super far away from the 3-seater. I mean, I just can't seem to control it. So maybe that's what I've been missing out on.
Oh man, trust me, the hate is mutual when it comes to the 3-seater bike, at least from my experience, that's for sure. Yeah, I know a lot of players that like to go ahead and shoot out that front tire and side tire, and it'll make it faster. It kind of does stabilize it. I don't know what kind of physics is able to make that happen. Yeah. At the same time, though, when you do that, you can't brake. There's no stopping it. So you just gotta just gotta keep on going and run into a wall hard, and hopefully your driving skills are on point if you're trying to use that 3-wheeler.
You need to get PUBG Mythbusters on the case and really decode and see if that is fiction or fictional. And looking on over here, Yala, we've seen them play these fields before. Looks like they are going to send one up and, you know, do some scouting of their own. And everybody just kind of, you know, feeling it out right now, doing some scouting. This is only circle number 1. One team in particular, Team Queso, they wrapped all the way around Yasnaya and Severny. They're going to be kind of hedging their bets that this next zone will favor the north, kind of like where you're going at.
Yeah, and that's the trouble about this zone. I think that's why we see so many teams. I think that anytime you're looking, especially at Erangel, if you're looking to see like, okay, what's the best position, you always kind of want to take a look at Cloud9 because I think they have this map dialed in the best compared to other squads right now, and I think they have it nailed right where they're at, holding this bridge just in case if that circle does hard shift north. Because if it does, man, it's a pain in the butt to be able to get up there, considering that there's only really 3 bridges. All the squads are clumped together right there. So, I mean, this zone, it still could go anywhere, but I like to see Cloud9 kind of play it safe.
Yeah. So we'll see. Follow Cloud9. They know the way. Team Queso over here. Soft 2-2 split. Got 2 up on the hill. You got 2 inside the compound. And, you know, we were talking about Cloud9. This is not very far from Cloud9's current position.
Yeah, they're definitely holding on the north. They're making their bet, saying that, you know what, it's going to go up here. If it does go down south, I wonder what Team Queso is going to do. In my opinion, I think since they're playing it so safe, they'll probably rotate to the Georgia Pole Bridge and try to go ahead south from there. There's a couple of options left, but man, these bridges right here near crates, those are dangerous. That's for sure.
Yeah, Georgia Pole, we've seen it played yesterday, actually. Well, there was like 3 teams that utilized it to kind of rotate in that northern shift that we had in yesterday's game. So, I mean, I got to say, a lot of these teams at this point, a lot of these players, they're definitely gaining, you know, that practice, that awareness of the different rotates that they might have to pull off, because we've had some random zones here in the West Pro League.
Well, I'll tell you one thing's for sure. Practice time's over. You know, this is money-making time. They got to get it done right now, and there's no excuse. There's no excuse right now for any of these squads. And the circle, it's centered out. So it's centered out right here. It's still kind of iffy. I think that's why we see some teams just kind of like, you can see that movement, that shiftiness, because right now they're not really sure where this is going to go. I like Pittsburgh Knights here on Everest. I think that's going to be a really good spot for them to rotate on. But it looks like Tempo might have the same idea right here, and we could see a clash of these 2 teams.
Yeah, and Everest kind of, you know, pretty center, and it is going to be up there overlooking a lot of these squads on their rotates. SWAT 69, a squad to look out for here in this game, currently spotting out some members from Nova, but whiffing a couple of their initial shots, and now looks like they are on the hunt.
Yeah, those shots right there, I think those were warning shots. If he hit those, I tell you what, I would have thrown my hands up in the air, because it's highlight real time if that's the case. But man, SWAT 69, you can see P4, they see them on the rotation as well. And right now, I think they're just playing keep away. They're just trying to survive the best they can. They do not want to go out early.
Yeah, shots like that, it's like we like to say, you got to have that chair, you know, greased up. So the full gyro, you just let it rip, and and you can trace that one. And look at this, B4 over here, Pedro on the edge of the zone. Looks like B4 kind of all getting a little scattered right now, just doing everything in their power to avoid getting their vehicle tires popped in the open fields.
Well, that's what to say right now. That is a dangerous rotation. That field I've always considered to be kind of like a death valley right there, because there's usually so many teams camping this hill. You can already see Nova. They have it held down as well, but since B4 took off so early in the circle, I think they were able to get there for free, but man, that's a dangerous path. You can see Pedro, look at him, he's smoking right now.
Oh, no. Yeah, smoking. They are going to be in the zone, but it seems like they're trying to press their luck just a little further. And yep, Pedro will be finding themselves the observatory over here. Just east of the swamp. McZero, though, what is going on? HZL trying to make the casual pull-up. HZL's like, hey, I'm on your team. I'm on your team. And McZero's like, no, you are not.
Oh, sir.
There's a point.
What happened right there? That's really interesting.
Weird.
Yeah, to see B4 McZero hold that angle, and Nova was going down slow. Oh, AZ caught out Pedro, dog. Levi with the return fire, though.
That's gonna even it up to a 3v3 for the time being. Pedro trying to crawl back behind cover, trying to possibly get revived. AUZ gonna be tossing a couple of frag grenades on over that hill. Sheepfan pushing up just a little bit. Oh, one grenade landing right on top of Sheepfan. Gonna be chunking them down to about 50%. Levi with the Scar gonna be doing some sprays out here. So yeah, Sheepfan has a rock, has the US, has some decent cover to work with.
And this is what I was kind of talking about earlier, you know, when it comes to Nova. We saw them all kind of get in their vehicles and kind of shift around. Oh, man, Starlight with a huge nade right there. That's going to help set the tone for them for sure.
AZ trying to reposition, trying to catch a alternate angle onto Levi. And yeah, B4 all real separated right now. McZero all the way back in the tail end of this one with the mini, trying to provide cover fire for Levi. But yeah, Levi seems like they might be stuck for the time being.
Oh yeah, he's definitely stuck out right now. But another team that's also spread out is Nova. They're both two squads that are completely angled out right now, just trying to find each other, and it's still early in the zone. Okay, the zone has shifted. And look at it. I mean, dead center between the North and South Islands right here. Oh man, it couldn't be a worse circle for these teams.
Yeah, and honestly, if I'm B4, just count your losses right here. You lost too early on. It is what it is. McZero and Maxon, get in your vehicles and just reposition. Because like you said, the next zone shifting up there to the north, it's going to be a challenge to make it in right now.
And you know what? This is what I was talking about when it comes to Cloud9, at least. You know, when I was saying about how they just wanted to play it safe regardless. You know, just in case if the zone started to do some shenanigans and decide to go north or south, they played that bridge. And right now they're in the perfect spot for this next zone.
Yeah, one thing to note, we saw on the mini-map there, Team Queso, they did utilize that Georgia Pool bridge. They moved down that bridge. The next zone shifted. They were forced to move back up that bridge towards the north. So hopefully they didn't lose their spot, because they had a decent spot. A couple moments ago was just a little north of Cloud9. They should be able to acquire that one once again. And AZ out here, I mean, talk about tunnel vision. You really want the point. Just go get the point. Let's go get the point, because you were so far from the next zone.
And it looks like he's just going to leave it. Maybe those are just some angry shots for them taking out their homie HCL right there. Not sure exactly how that was executed, but yeah, when it comes to this next circle, it's already popped. You got to get moving no matter what.
I get moving. Looks like maybe they were trying to get the vehicle explosion, but I mean, they'll get the point regardless. McZero all the way back there in the blue zone in a vehicle, trying to make the pull up as well. Might be able to backstab, but that will be unlikely, as the next circle we are going to see it. Acer popping on over.
Umbra.
Looks like on the tail end of this one, Acer, did Acer just wipe out Umbra? Yes!
I believe so. Oh my gosh, the 1v4.
A 1v4!
We missed it. We missed it, but man, that was so fast, so hard to catch right there, because man, Acer took out Team Umbra real quick, and these are some big points that Wildcard absolutely needed, since this is their last match of the evening.
Maybe we got a replay. Maybe we have a replay. We'll have
cross my fingers.
Well, yeah, cross your fingers, because a 1v4 Acer, holy camoli. Over here, though, that 1v4 is going to be giving away some information. Team Queso just on the opposite end of this hill. Looks like Wildcard currently trying to bunker down and hold their position.
Yeah, well, speaking of the 1v4 right now, they got to be really careful they don't get caught in a 4v8 between Team Queso and Cloud9. This is Wildcard's last game right now. They do not have a big enough lead to not get a bunch of points on the board right now. So you could definitely tell from Wildcard, at least their movement, you can see they're just playing this really safe right now.
This is that top of Mount Everest that the Knights were currently occupying. They moved out to crates down there. They swapped roles with both Tempo and SWAT 69. The next zone does go on up, and talk about some troll zones.
Oh my goodness, man. This zone is the worst right here because the next circle, it's either going to go south or north. Replay!
Replay!
And here it is. Oh, look at that grenade.
Okay, so Acer is on the second story. They're
Oh
pushing
my
Acer.
goodness!
Oh, one grenade took out 3 of them.
Are you
Acer
kidding?
bolted out, got the spray down with the Uzi. Made it look so easy.
What a clutch play right there from Acer as he was getting full sent on by Team Umbra. One nade to rule them all, taking out the 3-piece, jumping out and finishing the last member. What a massive play.
Dude, one grenade, that is crazy. I mean, that's why you gotta worry about pushing as a unit upstairs like that. And that's a prime example on why you gotta kind of time it out perfectly. And talk about timing it out. Alpha Legends over here trying to connect these M4 shots.
Caught.
Okay, yep, they got Freak. So they are able to connect on the Freak, take them down and out. And I believe Frag Machines lost outplay really early on. Yep, so it's going to be only 2 members up from Frag Machines.
Yeah, Frag, you can see him right there. Hixie just trying to survive. He's just laying down right now. Oh, he got spotted. Yeah, by Old Man. That's going to be him thirsted. And it's just up to Hamity by himself. We can see the kill feed going off right now as this circle is just, oh, it's a toxic zone for all these teams.
Toxic. So it does seem like SWAT 69 got into the vehicle, sent it down Mount Everest, and now they are going to find themselves in an engagement with 2 up from Loops, and you can't count out Tempo. They're going to be right behind this. Football is Solkay. Looks like we're going to be popping on over here. Solkay crashing right on into Team Queso. Team Queso, though, prepared to make sure footballists do not have an easy rotate on into the zone.
And it's just 1 member left, Rom, just trying to survive right now. And it looks like he is going to be able to live a little bit longer for his team. We see the kill feed, Cloud9 and Pittsburgh Knights getting at it right now. But we got to watch this fight between Team Queso and Wildcard, because Wildcard, this is their last match. They are so low on the leaderboards. We've said it multiple times, but man, they do not want to miss out on this next Super Weekend.
Great nation right now. I like how Team Queso, they're using these smokes to kind of block the sight lines from Wildcard so that they can push up just a little further to get within grenade range and start to unleash these nades.
And we can see right now, so Wildcard are throwing some nades of their own to kind of hold it down. And we can see in the bottom right that Loops are on the ropes right now between SWAT 69. That's Frag Machines eliminated as well. Fights going all over the place right now, Dave.
Dude, SWAT 69 are trying to burn down that building right now. They're trying to call the fire department, or at least Loops are trying to. So yeah, we got 2 engagements happening. Spring gonna be right behind this tree. Axel trying to rotate on around with that Dacia. Dacia is gonna be smoking away, but Axel able to get right on out of harm's way.
And able to get a good solid rotation and off angle for his squad. You can see in the kill feed as well, Cloud9 and PK still going at it. Mystic, oh, this could be a big nade. Will it hit?
Ooh.
Doesn't.
So interesting that rotate from Axel, because now, I mean, it's a 3v4 essentially on the side of Team Queso. So, I mean, with Wildcard knowing that, they might tend to get a little more aggressive, especially with the new zone.
Oh, now it's like a question mark. Do you want to go ahead and just press Team Queso and hold the fort here so you don't get third-partied from behind?
Oh!
Leave him!
There's
and
Acer.
The circle. Oh,
I think you gotta take this fight. I think you have to take this fight because if you're Wildcard and you try to reposition on into the zone, Team Queso could just backstab you. So right now, looks like more grenades are gonna be coming on out. Y'all are able to connect on this Spring. Slicky and Sam trying to run away. 2 members up for Wildcard, and here comes the aggression from Yala and Mystic. They got the grenades. They know this is a 2v2. Slicky is in the smokes going for that pre-fire, connected on to Mystic. Mystic chucked down really low. Mystic taken down and out. Slicky versus Ayala. Acer and Sam both up and at him. Now it's a 3v1. Ayala's going to be spotted.
Wildcard!
Team Queso taken out. Taken out because Axel was also killed by Cloud9.
Wild card, a do or die situation right there, getting it done and clutching it up for their squad. Now they just got to get healed up and get moving, as this next circle is going to be a tough rotation for all these squads. We can see Cloud9 just trying to get any position they can in this next circle. Oh, this is a tough one.
It's a tough one. The water is going to be red soon with blood. All these squads straight up sending it on into the water. SWAT 69 King gonna be the test dummy to send it on across that bridge. Gonna be getting shot at from multiple angles. The Knight's gonna be right underneath the bridge trying to take out Tempo Storm. And then one member from SWAT 69 just down there swimming away.
Yeah, he got caught out. King with the most insane, just drive in the middle of everything. Rotation right there for his squad. And SWAT 69, a team as well that needs to have a clutch game right here. Oh man, only 9 teams remaining, and look at this. We got, oh, look at that Flot 6 list. All just swimming together.
Dude, swimming together, holding hands, playing Marco Polo right now with grenades. And looks like Yala Lord was able to get on into that second story of the Wizard Tower. Gonna start tossing out some smokes, tossing out some grenades, but Tempo on the banks. We got MixZero inside the smokes, tossing grenades back and forth. I mean, honestly, who is gonna come out of this one alive?
Look how many teams are holding this one spot alone right next to each other. You got Pittsburgh Knights, you got Yala, Tempo, Cloud9, and SWAT 69 just all right here trying to survive and get the most points right now. This is do or die for so many of these teams.
I'm really liking Dream Eater's position. They have 4 up, they have the hard cover, and they're essentially overlooking all of the teams in the water. Miku right now behind the UAZ with the DP and the Scar. Everything lock and loaded, waiting for these squads to make their move, because you know what, Hot Jukes? They all have to move right now. This is not in the next circle.
Oh man, these two houses, that was the prime location right there, as Dream Eaters are really happy. This is their game as well, to put a bunch of points on the board, as all these teams have to rotate right towards them. You can see them kind of throw in some smokes right there. Not sure if that was them or another squad, as that kind of takes away their sight lines. And you can see right there, Dream Eaters, oh, okay, they just use those smokes to revert back and get to their team right there. So they want to group up for the rest of this fight.
That's a great call. That is a great call. I mean, they have the zone. The zone is theirs. The only thing I would like for them to kind of do right now, if they have sight lines, blow up these vehicles. And Lord from Yala connecting onto Rin, connecting onto Spec. Lord, the nade god right now, gonna be crawling up just a little bit closer. HH is gonna be on inside the water. Oh Lord, looking
Are you kidding?
Flushes. Oh, popping up though. Popping up and spotted by MixZero, the third party.
Man, I mean, this is so difficult for all these squads right now, as MixZero he's forced to just stay in the blue and just try to heal up. But man, Lord, just a thorn in Tempo Storm's side. That's 2 members of them down and out. It's all up to HH24 to try and survive. Look at this, Tempo. We got HH24, Flaw, and Carnage.
3 teams in the water right now.
3 teams
in
hanging
the
out
water.
together.
Oh man, if Uneven sees one of these heads, you already know they're gonna be bopped. They're gonna be bopped. But Cloud9 currently being battered with grenades from over there at Dream Eaters as well.
Oh, and Wildcard with that off angle right there. Just
11 kills.
Dominate. Oh, this is a huge game for them. Do or die, Wildcard getting it done here in game number 4.
All right, so it does seem like Sixless was spotted swimming out there. Maybe those floaties might have deflated. HH still gonna be alive right now, just trying to survive. SWAT 69, they got one down there on the shoreline as well, ready to make their approach onto the shore, onto the beach, right on into Dream Eaters.
And SWAT 69, they need these points so direly right now. And you can see 2 members up from Wildcard. You got Alpha, and that's it for SWAT 69. HH24 catching him in the water.
Catch me outside, and HH said, I'll catch you in the water with that suppressed M4. Uneven, still gonna be alive right there. So this is kind of good for both of those solos. 2 up for Wildcard, 3 up for Alpha Legends, and then Dream Eaters. Yep, they got 4. They're gonna be pushing out right now, and there goes HH.
Yeah, HH24 taken out. Well, the Dream Eaters, they've got the cover, they got the zone, and not to mention, they just got a crate dropped right on top of them right now. So they are really set up pretty for this next circle.
Sneaking up so close.
You heard that nade.
Yeah, sneaking. Oh, not only that, yep, you're going to hear those gunshots ringing on out from Uneven. Uneven popping up right there to get a knock on the Alpha Legends. And now you got 2 members from the Dream Eaters at your doorstep. They want some. They want a piece of that Uneven. And first set, going to be connecting on the Slicky. Looking for a set, trying to go for the spray down out there, trying to get the confirm. I mean, Dream Eaters, they're trying to win this game. They're trying to get the dub, but Uneven stealing the point.
He caught it. He caught Slicky. He said, you know what, I'm going to go out with 1 more point on the board, and that's exactly what he got, but that's Cloud9 out in 4th. But man, Verset, he's got all the sight lines right now on the Alpha Legends as they are just caught out with no cover on top of this hill.
Yeah, this is something else. I mean, talk about holding down some really OP angles. Dream Eaters, they can see everything right now.
Oh man, I'll tell you what, if these guys were real estate agents, they got a monopoly right now, at least on this map right here. Yeah. They are set up pretty as all these squads are just trying to do anything they can to survive, and Dream Eaters, they're just standing up, just putting some big shots. And Sam, last one up for Wildcard, 12 kills and second place in that do or die position. This is exactly the game that Wildcard needed, but can he clutch this out and get an extra 10 points for his team? That would be insane. I don't know about that, though. Yeah, that's
taking some blue. Has this little ledge to work with. Miku over there kind of doing some bunny hopping, looking around, trying to investigate themselves, now taking some random shots into the air. Meanwhile, Sam, focused. Gonna be crawling up. Miku's gonna be spotted right now. Oh, but Manic's spotting himself, trying to get the run over. Oh, hey, but like you said, second place, 12 kills. They needed that so badly.
Man, that was a huge game right there for Wildcard. Do or die, being able to get second place at all those kills. I mean, you couldn't really ask for much of a better game. I mean, that was absolutely huge. Now it's up to the rest of these squads. They know exactly how many points. I'm not sure exactly how many are going to be left here, as I think a lot of them were in their group as well. So, I don't know who's going to make it to the Super Weekend. This is insane.
Yeah, hey. Congrats to Dream Eaters getting a dub right there. I mean, those zones are so challenging, especially the last couple ones where favor the north, and all these teams had to just, straight up send it up there. Cloud9, they held such a good position. They took so many shots. I have to assume their damage from that last game had to have been up there. But Dream Eaters, I mean, having the final zone to themselves, the hard cover, it paid off big time.
Oh yeah, you love to see those teams take those spots early on, and just in case of wondering where's the zone going to go, it's going to go north, south, but man, Dream Eaters, they ended up getting that circle and the dub in the end. Can't wait to see, of course, what the Deaths has to say about this insane 4th match of the evening, and we'll find out what they have to say right after this quick message from our sponsors.
I mean, I know Dream Eaters getting themselves a chicken dinner is massive, but to be honest, Wildcard going that far in their last game to try to get a chance to get out of the bottom 16, or at least maintain themselves a position above the top 16 to get into the Super Weekend coming up in just 2 days' time. What a match indeed. Let's talk about Dream Eaters for a little bit, and then we'll switch over to Wildcard when we have an opportunity here. Dream Eaters pulling it out when they needed to and playing so solid. It's good to see out of this team, Seven.
Yeah, I love seeing the performances that they put up. 9 kills. We've seen them win only in Super Weekend when it really performed that well in Erangel in the first week of league play. And then being able to get a win here, that is huge. But I think we need to go ahead and talk about the story of that match. And that was Wildcard Gaming. Wildcard Gaming being able to go ahead and get 12 kills, being started off by Azer, being able to go ahead and just clear up a whole squad by himself, throwing a grenade, knocking 3 people down. Don't worry, we'll be showing that to you in slow motion as well. But I think that is huge, and that's something that hopefully Wildcard is able to go ahead and take note of, because they were just so much more aggressive this round, and they were able to do so much more for themselves in regards to points. So hopefully this will be enough to go ahead and push them to that super weekend. But then you also have other teams waiting to go ahead and play. I know Cloud9, that's some of the picks that we had, getting 15 points right there. Glitter, I'm pretty sure you're happy about that.
Very happy about that, only because it's going to help me out a little bit as well. But Cloud9 didn't really need them, right? We've talked about them being a point sponge right now. Cloud9 is more than safe. So at this point, it's really kind of focusing on all of those bubble squads, and that's why the wild card game is so important, because they were in 16th place coming into this game, and this was their last game of the day that they were playing. So they just got 27 points in this game, and they were at 37 overall for the day so far. So this was their standout game. And then if you look here at the second team, where it's very surprising to see Loops at the bottom of the list, Frag Machines at the bottom of the list, but I don't know, Queso at least got some kills in there, but I don't know. We definitely need to be worrying about 13th through 17th at this point, see how they kind of jockey from here.
Yeah, and actually, I want to give a little bit of shout out to obviously Alpha Ledge getting themselves 14 points to kind of stay above that 16 place bubble. SWAT 69 getting 7, SWAT 69 getting 9, Nova getting 7. So we're seeing some good points built up for these teams who definitely didn't qualify last time. Obviously, SWAT 69 in this case. Let's take a look though at our stats here for Dream Eaters coming into that last match. And they had 2,100 damage. That's solid numbers, actually. I'd like to see that actually probably above average, if we're perfectly honest here, 7. It's good to see they're able to step up here. We saw them do it in the Super Weekend, but it's good to see the consistency coming back alive for them.
Yeah, and something that we usually tend to see is if you end up with over 2,000 damage, more than likely you end up with having a lot more heal than they ended up getting. So it's good for them to just being able to pick those fights that they have the advantage of, only being able to take those fights that you're going to be able to finish as well, get those extra points, add that extra damage, and not have to worry about maybe using your healing, and maybe save that towards the end of the match.
Yeah, let's take a look at our do-the-do moments from that match. We can obviously break down some of these. Some of them, like you said, we're going to break down in super slow motion when we get to it later on. But, Wildcard, that has to be the story, coming out strong. I think it's what surprises me, Glitter, is that Wildcard was so good in the opening weekend when everyone was just being flat-out aggressive. And then for some reason, going into league play, going into the super weekend, they pulled that aggression back and started playing more passive.
Yeah, and it almost felt a little bit out of character for them. Like they've really been struggling, and I think it'd be really nice if at some point we could maybe get a chance to talk with them in the future, just kind of pick their brains a little bit on what exactly went on from their perspective, why their play style changed or why it wasn't working, things weren't working out in their favor. I think that's the play that you're actually going to be breaking down a little bit there for us, 7. But Wildcard needed this performance, and I cannot emphasize that enough, because this was the last match of the day, and you don't want to be sitting out the final map in 16th place with no way to protect yourself as far as the point bubble goes. So this could potentially have saved their entire run for that Super Weekend 7.
Yeah, and I think it was huge for them. I know Hot Jukes and Mustache Shift, they were mentioning once we're seeing that wild card, pretty much what they were able to do in that last match. I think it's huge to have that factor, right? To be able to clutch up when you need to go ahead and clutch up, and hopefully in the future they don't have to put themselves in a position that that they were pretty much playing the last match like you have to win it, because if you don't, guess what? You're going to be missing out on a lot of games for Super Weekend. So hopefully in the future they'll kind of learn from this weekend, from this week, and just avoid that from happening in the future, because if not, oh man, you're just putting a lot of extra pressure on yourself when you really don't need it. And it's something that we saw a lot with Sam. A lot of the players that we need to go ahead and highlight from Wildcard, as we're going to continue to talk about them here. Sam ended with 2 kills, Slicky ended with 5 kills himself, and then I believe Acer ended with the 4 kills when he got that squad wipe as well. Overall, I gotta say it again, congratulations to Wildcard being able to go ahead and clutch up there, and overall Dream Eaters as well, congratulations to you. I know you weren't able to get that run over a kill there, but it was very close. It was super close. Congrats on the win though.
Well, you talk about pressure, right? And I'm glad to see for Wildcard's sake that when the pressure gets going, they just show up even stronger than before. And that's what you like to see out of a team, but we need to see more of that going into the Super Weekend. I think it's now time to probably see a couple of players you just mentioned, our top players so far. And we're taking a look into this one. You can see Slicky in there, or Sam, I'm just gonna call him for now. Some big numbers coming in for Wildcard, but so is for Dream Eaters here, Glitter.
And it's nice to see that the top 2 teams, or the final 2 teams in that round, have taken over that top player position. Almost 1k damage coming out of Slicky. Very, very strong performance for here. But Versit also crushing it. And that was actually one of the names that I had that I noticed first when I was looking at the overall player damage stats coming out of this game. We haven't seen a whole lot from Dream Eaters this week of league play. They've been consistent, just no standout performances yet. And I think that this was very good for just their mentality going into Super Weekend and just kind of proving that they can repeat the performances that they had the first week.
Yeah, and repeating performances, that's going to be so important for these guys. Let's take a look at our damage now. I'm expecting to see Wildcard pretty high up there, maybe even Dream Eaters as well, as we saw the phenomenal performance out of them. And we see it right here, pretty much almost evenly matched as well. You can just see off the graph alone, the damage difference being, you know, about 100 here, 7.
Yeah, super, super close, but overall Wildcard, I think they were just getting themselves into more fight. And there was one engagement between Wildcard and Team Queso that I really liked. Wildcard had 2 players down, and instead of running away from that fight, which they, I mean, it would have been completely reasonable to run away from that fight because Zone wasn't on them. They decided to stay, and they actually finished off that fight, and they ended up getting those extra kills. So just that, seeing that a little bit aggressiveness from them, I'm pretty sure Wiki Gaming is going to be a little bit happy about that. And then we got Frag Machine, and then we got SWAT69 being able to get 3 kills. That's good for them. Remember, they are currently in contention to get into the top 16. One that's kind of been throwing me off here is Frag Machine 0 damage, Umbra 0 damage, and then Loops Esports. I expected more out of them there. They only ended up getting me 1 point. Sadness, and they ended up getting 0 kills. What the heck?
Yeah, it's been a rough time for some of these teams. I mean, we talked about Umbra before. Even Dave picked him in one of the matches, and Umbra actually got extremely far. I think that was in our second Sanhok of the day. But 7, you've been talking about a clip you want to talk or mention. You've been talking about how you want to do it in slow motion. I want you to just take it away. I don't even want to build this up anymore. I'm gonna let you just do your thing.
You're about to see one of the best grenades, all right? One of the hottest, and I mean hottest potatoes in the game. And let me go ahead and just break it down to you here. As Acer, he's currently going up against a full team of Umbra, and Umbra knows that there's a player in there. Guess what? They party foul here. They all decide to go ahead and rush in, and my boy Acer was ready for that, throwing a grenade, knocking 3 players down. 1 there. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong thing. There you go. 1 there, another one on the other side, and then they're just gonna even keep going. And the best part is that he was able to realize, hey, that's 3 knock right there. Let me just go back and finish them off. And this was just such a huge play from him. Being able to, we were holding that grenade into the right moment. I think if he would have maybe lost this, if we would have maybe not gotten those kills, it would have been a completely different story there for Wildcard. So congratulations, you guys finally get your confetti, your glitter, whatever it is that you want to go ahead and call it in the chat, because that was an amazing play there from Acer.
I'm not gonna lie, I think he needs a little bit more than that. 1v4, pulls it off with the grenade as well, and drops straight in glitter. You gotta be proud of Wildcard. You gotta be proud of all the glitter as well.
Very, very proud of Wildcard. They're a team that I really like to pick when we're doing a lot of our predictions, and they just haven't been able to kind of find their footing this week. And so I'm happy that while it did take a little while, they were at least starting to kind of go back into some of the performances that we've seen them have previously.
The thing is, once you get through into the top 16 and you're into the Super Weekend, those 2 days of matches don't really matter anymore. You're not really going to care about them anymore because it's all about the Super Weekend and the points you can get from there. And speaking of the Super Weekend, let's see the standings at the moment overall from our 1.5, 1 3/4 day now done. Cloud9 still going to be leading the way, and Wildcard, look at that. They go up to 10th place off that victory 7.
Yeah, that was huge for them. They started off that previous match with 37 points, and being able to go ahead and launch themselves to 63 points, that is huge, man. They almost pretty much got what they got in what, 8 matches in just 1 match. Huge for them. Then Karina Power, I know we haven't really talked about them much. Hey, guess what? They're still currently in top 9, and then Loops Esports does fall down a little bit. And Yala Esports, that's one team that they become kind of like the gatekeepers of this week of league play, being able to maintain that 8th place. And I cannot wait to see what we're going to be seeing here on the second page, as we are going to be seeing who's qualifying at the moment. And oh my gosh, SWAT69 and UDR Killers are separated by just 1 point. Headquarters is almost there as well in Team Unique. And guess what? Out of all this, oh my goodness, from 13th place to what? To 17th place, they're all in the 40s. Anybody can win it, and they're all going to be playing in the last match. This is going to be hype, Glitter.
Oh man, that's kind of stressful. I'm not gonna lie. It looks like KHK is actually going to be sitting out in this final match, so they will not have for their final chance to kind of get those points. That's where their games are going to shake out for them. However, like you said, you can see there are 7 matches for 19th through 13th. So depending on if any of those teams have a really strong final match, it's literally all of those teams are close enough that anybody can get in that top 16 bubble.
I mean, it's 7 points, right? From 19th to 16th. Anyone can overtake them in this one, depending on how the match goes. I also want to point out that of the top 10 teams, 8 of them still have 1 game left as well. So these people can still soak up a lot more points, make it even harder for these teams who are outside the bubble to get themselves through. Let's take a look now at our predictions and how that worked out for all of us. And well, you know, I'm not going to hate too much. I did get a nice 13 in there, but again, I'm falling short to you, Glitter. You're slowly working your way up. I'm not gonna talk about you, Seven.
I'm gonna sneak my way in there, and you won't even know what happened.
Yeah, you're getting better as the days go on. I definitely can't deny that. 7, we're not gonna talk about too much. What we are gonna talk about, though, is the Royal Pass Season 14 has come out. If you guys haven't checked it out, luckily for you, we're gonna show you what it's all about right now. All right, as we move now into our final match of our second week, of our second day of league play, it's time to take a look at the schedule and see what map will be coming up last, and again, what teams will be sitting out. As you can see here, we're gonna have Sanhok coming up next, and Group A will be sitting out, which is who, Glitter?
So, like I've said a few times, Wildcard, they're sitting out now. So that last game was their last game. But they'll also be sitting out next to Dream Eaters, Team Umbra, and KHK Esports.
All right, so KHK, no chance to qualify. Umbra, we'll see if they can maintain their position as well, as we're going to head into our own predictions now going into the final match. And I'm pretty sure as the final match is going to be Sanhok, most of us are predicting probably the same team coming into this one. Glitter, as you're dancing, I'm going to let you just go first. Who's going to be the team you think is going to take this?
We're back on the B4 train, baby.
Oh, man.
Okay, well, I'm going to go second. I'm just going to say choo-choo, B4 train. I'm all about them as well.
Hey! Let's go. Hey, we did this last time. It didn't work out. Hopefully this time it works out because I'm going B4 too. I got like 2 matches today where I only got 1 point. I can't allow that to happen. My boy Hot Jukes is just running with it at the moment, so I gotta go ahead and catch up.
I think Hot Jukes would be very happy about
wins.
this. Yeah, I mean, let's hope it, right?
We'll see
we
who
get some extra points on the board here, maybe some extra chicken dinners for ourselves. We're going to check in with you guys after the last match is done, so don't go anywhere for too long. Remember, it's Sanhok. It's going to be a quick one. I love you, 2-7. You guys at home, you guys can get a little bit lucky here. Maybe we can get lucky in our predictions, and you guys can get lucky in getting yourself some limited time outfits in our lucky draw going on within the game, within the Esports Center. Make sure you're watching there, also on Twitch, also on YouTube. So many different ways you can watch the PUBG Mobile World League, whether it's East, whether it's West, and West is best. We all know that. So make sure you're sticking around for here. It's time now to bring in our commentators here for our final match here of League Play in our second week. We got Hot Jukes, we got Mustache Dave, and well, you know, Seven's had a rough time, Hot Jukes. You've been hearing him. He's getting a little bit upset about you potentially overtaking him. Or did you overtake him? I didn't see.
I mean, what did he? What else did he expect? I said, you know, a couple of days ago that I was actually going to start trying when it comes to this prediction game, and you know, lo and behold, I'm in first place now. So I mean, this is just as predicted, for at least in my opinion, at least, you know.
I can't wait to see you fall out of first place and see how upset you're going to get, because this man here, Mustache Dave, is coming for it. Dave, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing good. Hot Jukes, he dropped a piece of paper a moment ago, and I picked it up, and it's cheat codes. So now I'm going to use those cheat codes, and hey, Hot Jukes, I'm coming for you, man. Like Jason said, I'm coming for you, man.
Thing is, when you're on top, everyone's gunning for you, right? You got the bullseye on your back. But now go into our last match here. Again, I want to get into the mindset of the teams. Hot Jukes, I'm going to go to you first on this. You're outside the bubble. You're in 17th place. You're on Sanhok. What do you do?
I mean, it's do or die. And Sanhok is just one of those matches where you either live or you die, depending a lot on where the zone goes, position-wise. I mean, I think right now it's all about just trying to last as long as you can. I want to see some of these teams, just in case, maybe play it safe. Have one, pass off your heals off two, and do a heal strat. Anything you can do to get points on the board right now is so crucial because, man, missing out on Super Weekend, if you're a team that's doing it twice in a row, that's just too much.
Well, on that note, Dave, if there is a team who misses the second Super Weekend and they qualify for the third, how difficult do you think it is playing 30 matches behind?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a challenge. When they come into that, they're going to need to frag out their minds, get a bunch of chicken errors just so they can be on an even level playing field with teams, for example, who played in both of the Super Weekends.
Yeah, they're going to have definitely a better chances. Now we look at our predictions here. Hot Jukes, I'm going to go to you first. Who do you think's taking our final game here of League Play?
Man, I'm going to go with Loops. You know, they've been just playing pretty angry so far today, and Sanhok is just one of those matches where you just have to kind of bully your way through, and I think Loops are going to get done here at the end.
Okay, Dave, tell me how you're going to catch up to Hot Jukes here. Who's your prediction?
B4. B4.
Right.
Going B4.
It's an opportunity. Door's open right here.
You should have got on the train with us, man. But you know what? You could be the conductor in this train as you take us underway with our 5th match and final match of the day.
Let's go. Match number 5. Last game of the day. Taking it to the jungle inside of Sanhok right now. About to find out who is going to make it to Super Weekend.
B4. B4, man.
We're going to find out. We're going to find out right now because, man, if B4 wins this would be huge for you guys in the prediction game. And I got Loops right now. So this is an opportunity for you guys to pass me up. Come on, bring it, B4.
Hey, I mean, I'm not going to say it, but I think Loops are going to get taken out first. I just got a feeling. I got a feeling in my gut.
Don't say that.
You know, and when you get those feelings, you just got to go with it. So that's why I didn't pick Loops. That's why I didn't pick Loops, and that's why I sent you a DM. I said, hey, Jukes, pick Loops. Because, you know, I'm trying to play dirty out here. I want to pass you up.
Like using the glitter explosion strat. Okay, I see you. I see you. All right, team up on me. Bring it. Let's go as we get into this last match right here. And we can just see, you know, just straight down the middle playing path. We can see Cloud9 heading over to Paradise. Their spot that they know and love. Loops, you know, now this is a squad that loves to go boot camp, and looks like that's exactly what they're doing. And look at this. This is the Cloud9 perfect circle right here. You know, Paradise, dead center, Team Unique, B4. All these squads are going to have to do a tough rotation to get into this one.
Yeah. Konya Powers, they're going to be up there. Camp Bravo, they have a really good position when it comes to terrain in Circle 1 and getting some loot. Ooh, J7 though, J7. Hearing some footsteps over here. One member up for Yala right across the street. Got a pistol in hand, J7, just trying to remain undetected.
Not trying to make too much noise right here as he has nothing on him. And Pittsburgh Knights, this is one of those teams that are in danger of not making it into Super Weekend, and they cannot afford to lose anybody early on. We've seen Pittsburgh Knights get taken out in a similar location just a couple days ago right here. And Carnage, he's all kitted up. He looks like he's ready to go right here, and hopefully looking to back up his buddy.
Ready to party. So it looks like the Knights and both Yala kind of intertwined with one another right now on this drop location. They're all holding their own individual little buildings, but really all on top of one another.
Yeah, and this is a weird location for both these squads. You know, they're kind of holding it out. You can see Carnage with the lay down right now. The real dangerous part is that if any of these players get knocked, looks like their teammates are not anywhere nearby to get picked up. So 7 is able to get to his teammate right here. So that was a good old ejection from Pittsburgh Knights. And you can just see right now they're trying to get their position. But, oh, look, Team Queso, they're on the hunt close by.
Ooh, Team Queso, they drop just north of boot camp. They get those warehouses. They get that loot. And now we see them out here in the fields on the hunt. Barrel in hand. Got a couple boosts to go with it. Brown paper bag. Looking to use this bag to put some money in here. Let's see if they can connect on to Yala. No. Yala, one of the members is going to be spotting out Mystic first.
Found him. Found one member from Team Queso right here. And you can just see Team Queso just trying to play real conservative right now, trying to get him picked back up. Pittsburgh Knights, they had to hear those shots, though, and they have an entirely different angle onto the squad. So it looks like Team Queso, they might have just fallen into the melting pot right now.
Hey, hopefully they don't get melted. The thing is, though, with the Knights, do they opt to play aggressive or kind of let the players, the enemies, just kind of rotate past them? Because they only have 3 up right here, because Raven is on the opposite end of the circle, I guess, dropping out late of the plane. Raven is in the game, but way far from the squad right now and will not be able to provide any type of cover or assistance if the 3 members from the Knights need it.
As far as letting them pass by, I doubt it. As far as being able to push up, I also doubt that as well. They're still in circle right now, so I think that right now they're just trying to play it as passive and safe as possible. I tell you what, though, if Pittsburgh Knights see one of these members kind of running out in the open and they have a shot, they're going to take it.
They're going to take it. They're going to take it. Yala Esports trying to group on up and trying to send it just a little bit further north of this one and just avoid the conflict. Sixless over here trying to see any of these members in the open, like you said, and take those shots and try to get some of these points.
Got to be careful, though. You do not want to get caught out, knocked, and done early. I mean, especially considering where your position is right now on the leaderboards. And just a quick reminder for anybody that's just watching right now, bottom 4 of these past 2 days of matches will miss out on the Super Weekend. And Super Weekend is 3 days of matches, 5 matches played. None of them sit out. So not only do you miss out on an insane amount of points, but you also miss out on that practice as well, as that's a lot of games for these squads to be able to kind of get used to each other. And man, that would just be devastating to miss out on.
Yeah, 15 games. 15 games. Oh. And if you didn't make it last time around either, that's going to be 30 games that you sat out and you could not play in because you didn't qualify here for the Super Weekend. So a lot of pressure right now. Frag Machines, one of these squads with that pressure kind of built on right behind them, and you're going to be playing a little bit of passive over here as Konya Powers, at least one of the members, going to be out there in their scopes.
Well, I'll tell you one team that doesn't have any pressure on them, and that's KHK Esports, man. They are going to miss out on both Super Weekends, it looks like right here, as they've already done for the day. And I wonder what's kind of going through their mindset right now, as they're in that position. You know, they are totally in that spot right now. And there's a few teams in here as well that could be in the same one. And I know that they're willing to do anything to not be there. So really interested to see how this game's going to play out.
And that kind of goes into why we see such a quiet early game here on Sanhok. I know we're only 5 minutes in, but you could definitely feel the tension in the line.
Yeah.
You know, with the players, they're being, all of them, almost every single team being extra cautious here to make sure to scout at every single angle. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're being overly cautious, some might say, but it's for a good cause. I mean, this is the final game to qualify, and the tension is just high. I mean, I feel it.
I'll tell you right now, when you got hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line, there's no such thing as overly cautious. And I wonder if this is the kind of situation that's going to kind of hopefully click in some of these players' heads that, hey, you know what? This is how we need to be playing every single game. You know, we got to be rotating carefully. We got to play super tight, because any game where you get taken out early, 1 point on the leaderboards, that is just, it's crushing to your total score. So really, I mean, I got my eyes on SWAT 69. I got my eyes on a lot of teams right now to hopefully get it done here in their last match of the evening.
Yeah, so looking at the actual zone, looks like Team Unique, they're going to be on the west side, currently possibly in some boats. They're going to be taking a page out of the Team Umbra book, and they're going to be wrapping around, might be crashing in around Footballers to the north. You got Raven in a boat as well, all the way out there in the water. We got headquarters right now, currently being blessed with a crate, so that's going to be some nice level 3 gear for at least one of the members. And everybody just on foot right now for the most part.
Yeah, you know, Team Unique, they have a tough rotation right here, and they're one of those squads. They're right now sitting second to last place with 34 points on the board. Now, if you look just a few slots up ahead is Pittsburgh Knights with 46 right now. That's only a 12-point lead.
Not much.
It's not much at all. So even if you're PK, sure, you're not in the bottom 4, but if any of these squads have a couple of them have a good day, that you could totally get knocked down right now. So man, and it's interesting to see, Raven, look at him.
Yeah.
He seems to be saying like, I want to do anything I can to get some points on the board, as he is on a hardcore off angle for the rest of his squad.
Dude, we might actually see Raven stumble upon Unique in the boats up there to the north. So we'll pay attention to that one for you. Right now, overlooking Cloud9, Paradise. They're going to be fairly decent. B4, in vehicles, rolling right on top of Alpha Legends. And yeah, those vehicles give away so much information when it comes to noise here on Sanhok. I believe we heard in the interview from Outplay, this is what they were talking about, vehicles and Sanhok.
I mean, you just can't do it at this stage, especially with considering how tight these teams are playing right now. It's just too much of a risk. B4 just sending it right now, and man, they just got caught out really early.
B4 right here, losing 2. Yep, losing 2, and just an update on the boat play up there. Raven had to drop out of the boat because Unique actually passed them. So Raven's still going to be alive right there, currently swimming in the water to the north. I mean, I just thought it would be interesting. There we go, there we go.
I wonder what Team Unique is thinking about that. If they just see a boat out in the middle of the water, that's got to be a question mark. But then again, it's Sanhok. How often do you really see other teams utilize the boat strategy? So I don't blame Team Unique for kind of not questioning this random boat in the middle of the water.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's just a boat out there. Maybe.
Yeah. I was like, okay, that's an odd spawn.
Yeah, it happens. It happens.
You know, because, there could be a spawn by Cow, and it could have just drifted.
You could have drifted with the current, exactly. Or maybe a fish, was on a line and dragged it out there. So a lot of different things that could have went into that. And talking about some interesting plays happening. Saw right there, Carnage popping out that side door, the Ronnie. Taking some shots out there. Yeah, good old Ronnie.
Oh, man, I mean, I'll tell you right now, moving in with vehicles inside Sanhok is just so dangerous. We saw B4 kind of pay the price for that right there because you just never know where teams are at. You can't really full send it. I like seeing how SWAT 69 was moving, just really tight together as a unit and pressing. But right now, look at this. They're way spread out. Yeah, and this could be either just impatience. This is where team communication and synergy comes into play so big time. But, look at this.
Let's go. Let's go.
They have to get it together to get Cloud9 versus Team K. So here we go.
Yep. They're sending 3. They're sending 3 with inside the compound. Pyra and Mystic going at it uneven. Gonna be connected, walking on in through the doorway.
Okay, so done.
And that's it. Holy, they're done.
Here's Loops.
Loops pulling up behind this one. It's
not over yet.
Not going to allow the reset. One grenade going on in through that window. Perfectly cooked grenade and the return nade. Bale and both Pyra going to be trying to avoid being impacted by these grenades, and they're going to be pulling back because remember, Adar was in the back lines of this one, was providing that cover fire, and yeah, now they're going to be making the pushback. You got 3 up, now 4 up from Loops.
Federal seemed to have a good off angle right there, but opted to kind of get with his team. I don't know if he doesn't see Pyra. He does not see Pyra on the move. That cord's too camouflage, Dave.
The corn suit just too strong here.
He's off.
Too strong on Sanhok, and I really appreciate how Bale and both Pyra were able to retreat, were able to pull back and kind of reset because they need to heal up right now. They don't want to get stuck inside the compound where they will be vulnerable to both mollies and grenades. I really appreciate this.
And you gotta love Cloud9. I mean, literally, they're in first place right now, sitting pretty, yet they're always just try their absolute hardest.
Bale.
And Bale with a huge knock on the Carrillo said, oh, you're looking for us? Here I am.
You're looking for us. You're going to peek that window. You're going to peek that corner. I don't think so. I don't think so. I would like to see Pyra kind of retreat right now and make their way uphill with Bale and both Adar. But let's see how strong the corn suit really is. It's going to be tested.
Oh, does a quick little look back right there, just in case. And Pyra making it out of there. Wow. I mean, love to see that disengage from Cloud9, and that just shows the separation, I think, from them and so many teams. I think a lot of teams would just kind of panic and just force themselves to fight it out. But considering, I mean, it's still early in the circle. They just came from Paradise. They know it's going to be, for the most part, relatively clear. Hey, you know what? Take the loss, get moving, and live to fight another day.
Yeah, I mean, they got a point. They got a point off of that one. I mean, Team Queso, they're done. You know, they went out in 16th position pretty much because of that. And that's an interesting point you make. I mean, it's easy. I don't want to say it's easy, but it's a skill for teams to be able to be aggressive and push and take an engagement. But it's also a skill to be able to disengage and avoid a conflict.
It's so hard, too. It's so hard, especially considering with how much information that your brain has to take in these kind of situations and fights. You're just trying to pick up on every single detail. You gotta remember, IGLs, they're listening to shots, they're watching the kill feed, they're trying to position where exactly other teams are in their mind, as well as thinking about spots they can go to, all of that, and then you have to realize, oh, guess what? This fight's not worth it. We're still in the open zone. Let's just disengage and take it off. And I think Cloud9 has just proven to be one of those teams that does it better than anybody else.
Yeah, and you can tell with their stats, you can tell with their consistency, and I really like how tempo, they're moving in a Congo line right now, working their way on into that next zone, on in through Paradise.
Just to give you some reference, and anybody that's kind of watching right now, you see these guys, how tight tempo is kind of playing together and moving. This is the stuff that I love to see right here. And just to say, if one member is spread out 15 meters, just a little too far ahead, a few steps ahead, that could mean him thirsted and out. So that just goes to show you how tight and how well you have to play and move in these kind of games.
Especially Sanhok, especially on Sanhok. That is amplified even more, times 10 in my book. So looking around right here, we got Unique, we got Yala, and Konina Powers, all in a three-way standoff right now. Gonzo was recently tagged, but not knocked down and out, and able to heal on up right behind this rock.
Yeah, and you can see the live wiki standings there on the right-hand side. It's still anybody's game right here. A lot of teams up alive right now. Team Queso, they were not really in the, they have plenty of points to be able to make it to Super Weekend, so they're fine. But Alpha Legends right now, looks like they're getting taken out by Nova Esports. Yeah. I think this is a squad right now that is in a dangerous position. They have 54 points. That's solid, but I mean, if 2 or 3 teams have some good games right here, this could be tough.
Could be tough. Things are about to get chaotic as we're on Sanhok. It's lawless out here. Paradise Resort in particular, we got about 6 different squads all on top of one another here on the edge. Yep, going to be moving on out of Paradise. Yeah, I mean, looking at the zone, though, the Knights, they are loving it right now. They're going to be all the way out there on the west, all by themselves. But the majority of the lobby right now, right here on top of one another in the east.
Oh yeah, and you could. It's called Paradise right now, but I'll tell you what, it's just says it's out of zone, but it's not going to be Paradise for very long around it. As you can see, a lot of squads are starting to group up together right here. Cloud9, they got caught out. Pyra, the Corn, the poor Corn.
Corn, not strong enough, running into loops once again. I mean, we saw the engagement earlier on just moments ago. Seems like loops were able to catch them off guard. Now 2 up, Adar and both Bale. Gonna be out there in the forest just trying to, remain calm and cool and avoid being detected. Headquarters over here. 2 members from headquarters look like they sniffed an enemy. Kato pulling out the Vector, going for that swap. But not able to get the blows needed to continue to survive.
That was so clutch from headquarters right there, as he was waiting to just pre-fire those shots. Kato was just pre-fired, but he just picked it a little too fast as one of their members kind of faked out running into that closet right there, and hearing those shots, they just worked as a unit and were able to take out Alpha Legends.
Fake out. Bale, I believe, also tagged. Bale tagged. SWAT 69 up here. They're going to be pulling up right behind. A couple of members.
Cloud9's eliminated.
Oops, Cloud9, yeah, okay. I mean, they only had Adder in the zone. I mean, Cloud9 just couldn't catch a break this game when it comes to these zones.
Yeah, I mean, this was just a really tough one right now. And speaking of can't catch a break, look at all the rest of these teams right now. This is zone number 5 about to tick right now, and this zone is closing right now. These teams need to get moving immediately.
All these teams making the great migration right now.
It's about to get hectic.
A great migration right now. There's nowhere safe. Teams are right on top of one another. Frag machines. Moody right on top of the rocks. Knows somebody's down here. Joms trying to cook that frag and will be tossing that one. There goes the trade. Outplay. Forced to hit the rocks. Hit the dirt. As one of the members, the last member up for headquarters, going to be looking right in their direction. But here comes Mr. Big Bad Blue Zone to start taking away some of these players.
And Mr. Big Bad Blue Zone, indeed, it is the baddest Blue Zone as we're about to hit zone number 5. This one, it's about to hurt. The second it hits that inner circle, it's going to tick for even more damage. You can see Loka is just trying to use all the heals he can and buy some time for his squad right now, as headquarters need to have some big points as well. But man, their back's up against the wall.
Back against the wall. Tempo Storm right now using some smokes to bridge the gap on top of Xana from Yala. Xana getting a couple nice shots onto Tento with that Uzi. Going for that swap onto the M4, popping back on into the compound to get the reload. Tensa cooking a grenade. Toss that grenade. Spec coming up from behind for the support. Spec gonna be just throwing it right here on the opposite end of the wall, using it for cover, and it looks like they're gonna opt to try to nade out Xana from Yala. And they got the nade!
Densa with the huge nade right there. Xana had his dancing shoes on right there, trying to survive all he could, but gets caught out. And but little do they know, there's another member from Konina Power.
They don't know.
Taken away, just holding that position, being as quiet as he can.
They don't know. Ooh, HH able to land that final blow on Moody out there from Frag Machines. And yeah, Konina Powers. Is this a solo for them? Yes, it is. This is the last remaining member here, and they are currently just using Tempo as a meat shield, as a bodyguard right now.
That building right now is just so clutch for Konina Power right now. A Spec gets caught out.
The trade. HH popping out with the trade, connected onto Ulysses, and now trying to get the confirms onto UDR out there. They got one more member. Nano going for the drop down. Not able to survive. HH right there, able to save the day for Tempo.
And you can just tell he tried to lay down and get some cover. He's like, Grass, please save me. Guess what? Grass is too short right here, getting caught out from Tempo Storm. And Tempo Storm, great fight for them. Able to get that clutch up right then is so huge, considering that now the circle it's starting to close.
You know what? Konina Powers still in it, baby. Still in it. SWAT 69 eliminated, taken down and out. Unique. They got 3 kills. They got 4 up. They were taking a fight with Footballless, and it looks like Lavison is going to be the last one up, and swapping back on over to the Knights out here. The Knights successful on the defend against at least 2 members from Loops. Sixless and both J7 going to be bleeding on out. Sixless in the doorway trying to get some information.
Carrillo
asking for the revive from Carnage. And looks like Loops going to be making the push. Carrillo trying to make the push. Might opt to toss a molly or a grenade. And Carnage with the spray. There they go. Loops, I believe that's it. Yep.
That's it for Loops right there. They try to get in. This zone, though, is about to take out so many members of this lobby. Tempo Storm trying to get it done. Some big shots on the Team Unique, and Team Unique need big points here as they are in contention of missing out on this super weekend. Can they clutch it up against Tempo?
Big points. Big points. Unique out here. All they have is Annalise. Currently full retreat mode right now. Spec going to be popping up, getting these confirmed. 7 kills so far for the duo. Remaining onto Tempo Storm, and Lightning going to be bleeding on out. Nova AZ running in the open field right now, just trying to reposition and get behind some type of cover and continue getting these points when it comes to placements.
This is a tough zone for all these teams right now, as they're just having to run out wide in the open. It's either that or you're going to eat some blue zone. And you can see Konina Power still alive right there. He's using the T-Rex strat. You know, if I don't move, they can't see me, and it worked to perfection right here. And that just goes to show you that, you know, aggression works out sometimes, but sometimes playing passive is the play. But here we go. Back to an aggression from Nova.
Yeah, Annalise, I believe, getting that knock, but then it was going to be stolen. Annalise going to be right in the middle of this one, in the middle of the war zone, the battle. Here we go. Tensa going to be tossing out some grenades over there, just trying to fish out Annalise. Pedro, OG from B4, going to still be alive as well, and it's going to come down to a numbers game. Carnage in the blue, spraying it down.
Got a hit marker.
No hesitation. Bullets get the blaze in. Can we get it? There we go. Nova out.
Oh my goodness right now. Nova done and out right now. Pedro, OG against Tempo Storm. 2 members. Will he see them first right now? Oh, he looks like he has a nade cocked and loaded. I think Tempo heard the click.
Pulling the pin, pulling the pin. Oh, right on over their head, and that's going to give away the information on where the sneaky snake Pedro was currently lying, and the insta-flush.
That's it. That's it. Done and out right now. And you can see Konina Power, Pittsburgh Knights, Tempo, all alive right now. These are all teams. Pittsburgh Knights, this is a huge game for them to be able to secure their spot for Super Weekend right now. As far as the other teams go, I don't know who's going to make it into this one, Dave.
Huge. Huge for them. Remember, Sixless tweeting out they're going to get a dub here. 2 up right now for the Knights. 2 up for Tempo. And then, of course, our solo member from Konina Power still going to be alive right there. Carnage. Going to be feeling the wrath of a nice little grenade right there. Going to be chunked down pretty low, and that's going to open up the push from Tempo. They're going to be making their way on down the hill, using this rock for cover. Carnage still going to be in the blue. 3 kills onto Carnage. Carnage going to be popping up, getting out that final member from Konina Powers, but then going down to the actual blue zone. It's up to Raven. Raven's cooking the grenade, pulling the pin. That grenade's going to give away the position. Spec going to be spotting out Raven. Tempo Storm, baby.
Are you kidding me?
Final win of the day.
Tempo Storm getting it done right there. Just so clutch at the end. You cannot beat that kind of gameplay coming out from that squad. They had to work for that one. Tempo had to move in all the way from the outside of the circle and push their way through, and that's exactly what they were able to do.
I told you, there's a storm outside. There's going to be a storm in the game. That was this game.
Called it.
I called it, though.
Called
I called it. I call it. Tempo, though. I mean, it was a great game for the Knights as well. I mean, great game. They got second place right there. And Konina Powers, they had a solo since like the mid-game. They're able to just survive and go underneath the radar.
Wow. I mean, the big story... I don't know who's going to win this one. I can't wait to see who's going to find out, who's going to go to Super Weekend, and we are about to find out right after this message from our sponsors. Let's go.
And the storm has arrived on Sanhok as they take themselves a chicken dinner here. But I have to say off the bat, that's not even the story that I'm going to be focused on in that last match of the day. We still had so many teams left in contention from breaking through into the top 16. One team I'm already looking at, Team Unique. They had 6 kills at one point. They were trying to get as far as they possibly could to get those few points they needed to close things out. And off the bat, we're going to just take a look at the standings from that last match alone, just to see where everyone did fall in line. And you can see Tempo Storm, 10 kills, chicken dinner. That's great. I'm not trying to take anything away from that, but you can see here, Team Unique getting 13 points. That might have been enough here, 7, to get them in the top 16.
Yeah, I remember Team Unique going into this match 10 points away from being able to qualify. So will that be enough? Because SWAT 69 was that team that had 41 points. They're still able to go ahead and put up some nice points for themselves. I think they get kills and 3 placement points, so 6 points in total. Not bad for them. And something do want to go ahead and note, congratulations Pittsburgh Knights, you guys finally did good there. I didn't pick you, but congratulations. 6less, at least getting one game in second place. And then some of the other teams that we're talking about, I think it was Headquarters. Headquarters at one point, they did look like they could also qualify. I believe they were 5 points away. I'm not sure if they did just quite enough here, as we're going to be going into the second page and we're going to be talking about how many points. There you go, SWAT 69, 6 points, and then Headquarters being able to get those 3 points. I don't think that will be enough. And then we also, I believe it was Frag Machines that have 43 points. There's just gonna be so many close scores here, Glitter, going into the overall standings.
Yeah, going into those overall standings, I mean, UDRs were also at 41 in 17th place when SWAT 69 was at, or UDR was at 40 when SWAT 69 was at 41 points for 16th and 17th place respectively. And UDR also got some good points for their team as well. I am stressed, to put it. I do not know how these standings are going to shake out. And I think this might be closer than it was last week.
How do you think the teams feel?
It will.
I mean, you're stressed out. You're just sitting here doing analysis of it, but they're the ones who actually played and have to wait to see the overall standings now. Let's take a look at Tempo Storm's damage from the last game, their stats more in particular. So you can see 1,400 damage done, 10 kills, and 7 knockouts. 7, they're able to step up, and they've shown they can be a top contender here. Though I feel like we didn't see it too much when it came to Super Weekend, but hey, they're gonna make it into the second one, and they have a chance to really extend that lead and get themselves up comfier in the top 16.
Yeah, and something with them, they do that well in the Super Weekend, as you mentioned, and we did talk to HH24. They told us connection issues. They say he will do better this next week, and they did just that. They were very consistent this league play, the second week of league play, and I cannot wait to see now that they pretty much guarantee they're going to Super Weekend. I cannot wait to see how they're going to be doing in Super Weekend in comparison to what they did their first Super Weekend.
Speaking of doing, let's take a look at the do moments from our last and final match here of our second week of league play. And honestly, I think there's honestly a ton to go into here. We saw a lot of passive play, especially out of certain teams. Unique, really playing for those placements as we talked about, Glitter.
Yeah, and you know, that's going to be a huge point moving forward. We're watching some of the fights actually with B4, and some of these frustrated me a little bit because we saw a similar zone with B4, I believe it was yesterday when we were on Sanhok, and they had the exact same rotation where they knew they were going to be running into Alpha Legends and UDR Killers with Nova on their west. They did the exact same thing they did last time, and it panned out the exact same way. They lost. They waited too long to rotate last time, and they ended up having to fight through UDR Killers and Alpha Legends, and it did not go well for them. Same thing happened on this match where they lost 2 players and just had to try and stay alive for as long as they could. So I'm hoping that if they see that similar rotation again, they can maybe work around that next time and not run into the same problem with those Team 7.
Yeah, and remember, they usually land towards, I believe it's southwest, so when they do end up getting those north circles, it doesn't favor them, and it seems like they do have problems with rotations, as you were mentioning there. But one of the teams, I'm just going to go ahead and like the highlights play, one of the teams that I did want to go ahead and focus on a little bit more, that they were kind of facing elimination here from Super Weekend, was Pittsburgh Knights. They were only about, 6 points to 17th place. They came into 14th place. So they were able to go ahead and pull out a win, but they were able to go ahead and put some numbers of what Wildcard was able to put out. Not necessarily in kills, but just in points alone. 19 points. I think that's huge. That's going to go ahead and release a lot of stress for the players, and I know some of these players, it is stressful. Don't get us wrong. Like, we're over here viewing the match. We see all the scores. We're biting our nails. This is stressful for us, so I cannot imagine how the players are feeling, knowing that they could be pretty much disqualified in a way from Super Weekend if they don't perform to what they need to. So overall, great stuff there from Pittsburgh Knights. Hopefully they can go ahead and continue to have great performances into the Super Weekend, because we know they're a team that's definitely capable of. And then some of the other ones, I cannot wait to see that leaderboard. I'm just so excited to see it. And then right there, by the way, Tempo Storm killing that B4 player. We were hoping that the B4 player will be able to do something else. As soon as he threw that grenade, it was like, okay, it's over. And I thought PK was gonna win it. For some reason though, Temple Storm taking full advantage of the high ground, taking full advantage of that circle, killing people left and right. Congratulations, Temple Storm, that win.
Yeah, congratulations. It's definitely deserved for Tempo, as well as we take a look at our total damage from that last match and see who was king. And I think we're going to see some interesting numbers, actually, in particular to the teams who might have been struggling coming into this last and final match. You can see Loops there with a ton of damage done. But you see Unique, for me, that's already one that stands out with 1,000 done.
That's actually super impressive for Unique, but Loops being able to pull up 1,500 damage, even though they weren't able to pull out the win, they're at least kind of rebounding a little bit after a little subpar performance yesterday. But Unique, I feel like they're going to end up being very, very close in these overall leaderboards. We're actually seeing that a lot of that top 5 didn't have too aggressive of a final match here. I think a lot of teams were maybe playing for placement until they realized that they didn't have a shot, and they just went for those kills. You see UDR Killers coming in with 4 kills themselves, Frag Machines at 3, SWAT 69 at 3, and those are a lot of the teams that we were looking right at that bubble. The fact that those numbers are so close just makes it that much more stressful, Seven.
Yeah, and I think for me, Team Kessel was a surprise here in day 2. Remember, they had such a first great week 2 league play. They won, and then they just finished off not the way I expected them to go ahead and do so. Luckily for them, having such a great play on that day 1 that we had yesterday gave them a little bit of cushion and kind of allowed them to go ahead and do this kind of stuff. But hopefully going into Super Weekend, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, 100% right on that, actually. I like how you pointed out, too, because Queso was a little bit of a letdown today. They were a top performer yesterday. Let's take a look now at our top performers overall in terms of our top 10 players. And we're going to see here Adder defending his position in number 1 place. He actually, I think, lengthens the lead up against Carrillo here, Glitter.
That's just really impressive. I know we've talked about Adder a lot as one of the very the standout players on Cloud9, and same thing with Carrillo for Loops, but They were closer at the beginning of today. I think they were separated by only 1 kill, and Adder has managed to increase that lead by 6 kills overall. So that's very, very impressive. And then, of course, we're seeing Tensa in the top 3 with 60 kills, kind of moving on from there. Solke, though, another big standout player from Footballists. I think that they didn't have as big of a performance as today as they did yesterday, but still doing very well for themselves, 7.
Yeah, in regards to kills, Footballers was definitely a letdown. They didn't perform to what their averages were. But overall, at least I think players like Solke being able to at least maintain that top 5, and players like Korea, remember, even Jason mentioned it, and Glitter mentioned it too. Loops Esports didn't have the best day yesterday, but they were able to go in and come back. And Korea to be able to maintain that 2nd place is huge for them. But overall, Adder in that 1st place, and then Tensa too coming up. So many good players, man. So many good
in
players.
there too.
I mean, I'm actually happy to see Tixie in there too, because he's had a really rough Super Week, which was 15 matches. And then he was able to really come back in on day 2 of League play, because the first one wasn't too kind for them. It's time now to take a look at our predictions and what we got in terms of score from that one. And, 11 points, I'll take it. Hot Jukes gets a little bit, an extra oomph with the extra point on the on us. And I guess he was technically right to not choose B47.
Yeah, he beat us by 1 point. Hey, congratulations to Hot Jukes, because I think he is currently in 1st place. So GG's my boy. Even after, hey, you're killing it. Even after picking a team that wasn't playing, getting 0 points, you're getting some extra points. Hell yeah.
We're not going to let him forget that, but technically that makes it even more impressive that he's ahead of everyone else.
It is.
Let's actually take a look at our overalls then. You talk about Hot Jukes being number 1. Let's see where everyone does currently stand from the talent team in our predictions that we've been running since the very first week of League play. And you can see here.
Who's in last place?
I think we all
That's what I want to see. I want to know who is in last place. Oh, the tension, bro. This is even more tension than the overall leaderboards. There you go. Oh my gosh, you're about to give me a heart attack, boy. Hey, Hot Jukes, 421. Myself, 403. Jason Clappin, 374. Oh my God. Glitter. Oh, wait, who's currently? Dave?
I'm in 4th.
Oh, Inverum. Inverum is in last place.
And he's had some rough picks.
Yikes. Yep. It happens. It happens to the best of us. He'll come back from it. Don't worry about it. He had a day last time, I think it was last week, where he just absolutely smacked everybody. So I believe in Inverum.
You mean the day he got 1 point each game, pretty much? I think the first game was good, and then from there on he got 1 point. It was rough times. But you know what? It's time for it, guys. Can you give me potentially a little bit of a drum roll here as we're going to be taking a look
You gotta make the noise,
overall.
I gotta, okay.
Come on, give me some drum sounds.
Wow,
come on, Glitter.
so silent.
There we go. Let's take a look at our overall standings now, in which 16 teams will be participating in our 2nd Super Weekend. You can see here on the front page, Cloud9 Football, Tipastorm, Dream Eaters, B4 Esports, Loops Esports, Team Queso, Canita Power, Y'all Esports, Pittsburgh Knights. Most of those are expected. It's not a big surprise, but I think what we're all looking for now is going to be that 2nd page to see who made it in.
Oh boy.
And who has to sit back and miss out on 15 matches. I don't know who it's going to be.
Oh, man. Here we go.
Oh my God!
Our killers. They played in the last one. They're not going to make it this time. Frag Machines, who had an amazing first day, fall short by 1 point. We had a 3-way tie for 47 points.
It was a 3-way tie. Oh my God.
What's the top? Kills?
It's kills.
Kills is the tiebreaker?
It's kills first.
Wow. This is insane, dude. 3-way tie. And remember, Frag Machines, we even featured them earlier. I believe we even did an interview with them because they did so well on yesterday's broadcast. But overall, wow, big surprises there. Shout out to the people that were able to step it up, though, in Team Unique. I think that was huge from them.
Team
Nova
Unique was
Esports,
like last,
remember,
right?
Nova Esports.
At the start of
they
the
were
day.
last. And then you also had Nova. I think when we started the day, Nova was last too. And then Wildcard having that huge last game. Congratulations to the teams that made it. And man, what a heartbreak right there for the teams that were not able to make it.
I mean, I'm now looking at SWAT 69, right? Because this is their first chance to get in the Super Weekend. Or not first chance, the first time they're going to make it into the Super Weekend. I want to see them come out just swinging, looking for kills, looking for placement points, trying to get a steady amount of points they possibly can. Because you only need to make top 16. And now you have a chance to close in on UDR killers, which would be huge for you. You have a chance to lengthen your lead against teams who haven't made it in just yet, but it's still going to be tough, Glitter. It's not going to be an easy track for them.
Definitely not going to be easy, especially when they're kind of coming from behind in the overall point sense for those Super Weekends. They definitely have to have a very, very strong performance to put themselves in a comfortable position moving forward into Week 3.
There's 3 teams I want to go ahead and give a shout out to.
I know.
Cloud9, Footballists, and Dream Eaters. they have continued. They have been so consistent ever since Super Weekend. Cloud9 was first place in the first Super Weekend as well, and then we had Footballers in second place. Guess what? They ended up the exact same thing here into League Play. And then Dream Eaters, they were, I believe, fourth place as well in Super Weekend, and they end up as well here fourth place. So overall, the consistency out of those teams has been insane. Hopefully, they can carry that into Super Weekend number 2 coming up, because oh man.
I mean, that's what's going to be, right?
Here.
Can the teams be consistent? Can teams who unfortunately had a rough start in the very first Super Weekend be able to bounce back coming into Super Weekend number 2? Seven and Glitter, thank you very much for joining me today. I think we're all going to have one day off before we get into our second Super Weekend. Also, a big shout out to Cameron Davis and Virum, Hot Jukes, Mustache Dave, some of the best for last. I got you, Dave. But that means that's going to close it. Our second week of League Play is now done, and we're going to be moving into our second week of the Super Weekend in 2 days' time. 11 a.m. PDD, set your alarms. You're not going to want to miss this to see which top 16 teams can look to survive even further on in the tournament.